From Hollywood, the CBS Radio Workshop.
This is Radio Rhodesia, broadcasting on the mega, micro, and strato beams. We take you now to the Ethnical Museum of Antiquity at Kenya, and our correspondent, Dinar Geb. Come in, Dinar Geb. Stand by, please. We are trying to get through. Radio Rhodesia to Dinar Geb in Kenya. Come in, Dinar Geb.
CBS Radio presents the CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Some weeks ago, the workshop presented A Pride of Carrots, in which the novelist Robert Nathan described the planet Venus as it might appear to modern man. In the broadcast you are about to hear, Mr. Nathan describes our culture as it might appear to the men of 6,000 years from now. Based upon the story in the current issue of Harper's Magazine, here is Mr. Nathan's report on the WEE-ANS.
This is Dinar Geb speaking from the Great Hall of the Ethnical Museum of Antiquity at Kenya. If my voice sounds a little strange to you, it's because I've become infected with the excitement of the scholars gathered here to receive the reports from the field expeditions on the Great West Continent. As you know, as part of the worldwide celebration of this astrophysical year of 7956 A.D., teams of archaeologists have been working for months in the tumuli, or city mounds, of the uninhabited continent. Our staff correspondents are with them now at the tumulus of Enyok, at Shaago, at Loose Angles, and at Pound Laundry. In just a moment, you'll hear them in person. But first, standing beside me at this microphone is Sra Bahan Bolek, Chancellor of Education and Curator of the Museum. Sra Bolek, would you care to give our listeners some hint as to what discoveries may be announced today?
No, Sra Geb, that would be cheating.
Yes, I suppose it would.
But I will say this. I believe we all agree that we have come to a great distance in understanding the WEE-ANS since the first artifacts were dug up in the city mound of Boxtin, or as some prefer to pronounce it, Boston, nearly 200 years ago.
They're the ones in this case, are they not?
That's right. An ivory cross attached to some beads and a rusted iron wheel apparently designed to run along some kind of track. But alas, scarcely enough upon which to postulate a culture or project a civilization. And so, for more than a century, the Great West Continent has kept its secret.
But during that time, other discoveries were made, were they not?
Oh, yes. From time to time, hunters, prospectors, and other adventurers returned from that deserted and forbidding land with fragments of scrolls. But they were completely meaningless hieroglyphs until the discovery, some years ago, of the talking disc of Orleans.
Orleans. That's the city mound at the extreme south of the Great West Continent, isn't it?
Exactly. At the mouth of the immensely wide, dry river, the Misses. It was there, in the winter of 7940, that an expedition under my esteemed colleague Han Shui discovered the disc in an astonishing state of preservation. Since the disc of Orleans gave us our first indication of the identity of the people of WEE, I thought perhaps it would not be inappropriate to hear it now.
An excellent idea. Is that the original you have there?
Oh, my, no. This is a copy, a transcription of it. The original is never removed from the vaults of the museum, but it is a faithful copy. Listen.
Now, WEE-ANS knows, and they-ANS knows too, down deep in they-ANS hearts, that WEE-ANS ain't gonna let they-ANS tell us-ANS how to run things down here. We all can manage us-ANS own affairs, and no damn Yankee from the north is gonna tell us-ANS nothing.
Well, that's mighty interesting, Sra Bolek. Mighty interesting. But what does it mean?
Well, its actual meaning is obscure. But don't you realize that this human voice speaking to us from 6,000 years ago has uttered the sound of every letter symbol in all the glyphs and scrolls we have discovered? We know now, thanks to the great deductive scholarship of Sra Han Shui, that these people, who so often inscribed their scrolls with the letters U, S, A, referred to themselves as WEE-ANS. We did not know how to pronounce USA prior to the discovery of the Disc of Orleans. Now we know that USANS is incorrect, and the symbols USA are properly pronounced WEE-ANS.
Well, thank you, Sra Bullock. I believe Sra Han Shui is at the City Mound of Chicago right now with our Radio Rhodesia reporter, Hule Benneker. Take it away, Hule.
Thank you, Dinar Geb. This is Hule Benneker at the Chicago Excavation. And here is the distinguished professor and dean of the Advanced School of Primitive Languages of Kenya University, Sra Han Shui.
Greetings to my colleagues in the field as well as back home. This is indeed a great and proud day for me. I have found another disc. Just as the talking disc of Orleans gave us the secret of the WEE-ANS language, I believe the singing disc of Chicago may indicate what the music of the WEE-ANS was.
There seems to be an inscription on the disc, Sra Shui. What does it say?
It is somewhat unclear. The nearest I can make out, it says, Blue Sway Shoe by Avis Paisley. Sold 1 million copies.
What does it mean?
I haven't the slightest idea, but let's listen to the music.
Well, it's one for the money, two for the show. But really get ready now, go, cat, go, but don't you step on my blue suede shoe.
That's music?
Primitive, isn't it? Most rudimentary.
Yes, but I'd hardly call it music.
Hello, Han Shui. Hello, friend Shui. Can you hear me?
Yes, who is it?
Von Bullock at Kenya. Congratulations on your find.
Oh, thank you, my old friend.
But I'm afraid you're mistaken.
Mistaken?
Yes, that's not music. That's a religious ceremony.
What?
Yes, you have misread the inscription. It is not Avis Paisley. It must be Ephus Fresley.
Fresley?
Yes. Don't you remember my translation of the Enoch scroll regarding a great religious festival? I quote, "And Fresley threw his head back and commenced, and did cause them by rock and roll to give out cries and screams loudly in the aisles and corridors, all in syncope," unquote.
You are right as always, Sra Bullock. I had thought it was music.
I doubt if the WEE-ANS had any music. But your find is more important, for it proves they had a religion.
And now, after that unscheduled but exceedingly interesting interchange between two longtime friends and associates, we continue our report on the WEE-ANS from the far edge of the continent. Our next pickup is from Loose Angles, or as some translators prefer, Loose Ankles, at the edge of the great Western Ocean. We take you there now. The next voice you will hear will be of our staff correspondent, Yush Ertebi.
Thank you, Hule Benneker in Chicago. This is Yush Ertebi speaking to you from the excavations near the bleak brown hills of Loose Angles. And here beside me is the head of this particular expedition and the only woman scientist participating, Sres Besnev, the brilliant dean of advanced femininity at the University of Zagora.
Hello there. I was most interested in the comments Sra Bahan Bolek just made upon the religious significance of the find at the Chicago dig. Because out here, we too have come upon objects which have for the first time led us to believe that the WEE-ANS did indeed have a primitive religion.
You are referring to the golden idols?
Precisely. Repeatedly in the kitchen middens of smaller communities surrounding Loose Angles, we have dug up these small gilded statues cast away among the pottery sherds and other refuse. The presence of so many of the golden fetishes indicates beyond a shadow of a doubt the existence of a considerable cult of Oscar, as our translation of certain scrolls prove the god's name to be. So for several months we've been searching for the temple of this god, particularly in this area of Holy Wood, which by its very name indicates that it was once a place of veneration and worship. I believe I can safely report to you today that we have unearthed the temple of Oscar. It is not large as temples go, but it is distinguished from all the others in archaeological history in one important respect. You see, one expects to read the record of vanished races on the walls or frescoed ceilings of ancient temples. Here the record has been placed on the floor. The court is laid out in squares, and in each square are the imprints of feet, and hands and words.
What do they signify?
My specialty is archaeology, not hieroglyphs. But my guess is that they were incantations to the god Oscar. The footprints were perhaps those of his priests, or perhaps sacrificial victims.
Can you translate any of them?
Well, I can try. Here's one that says, Gloria Swan Song. Utter gibberish.
Look at this one. There's the imprint of what looks like spectacles.
Yes, that one says, Har Old Yoid. And there's one which looks like a large human nose. Jim, me, dur, and e.
Wouldn't that appear to indicate that these were sacrifices rather than priests?
Oh, quite possibly. Certainly some of them at least appear to have been put through a humiliating ordeal to prove their devotion to this ancient god Oscar.
Thank you, Sres Beznev. And now this is Yush Ertebi returning you to Dinar Geb in Kenya.
Back once more at the Great Hall of Kenya Museum. Shra Bullock has been joined by his colleague Shra Hap Bukong of the Libya Academy of Geophysical Sciences. Well, Shraz, what do you think of the field reports so far?
Splendid, splendid. They substantiate my theory that the WEE-ANS had at least a semblance of culture.
Srabolek, to me, your theory is as unconvincing as your translation of the name of the WEE-AN capital. Pound laundry, indeed.
Well, how else would you translate it? The glyph for washing means laundry, and the WEE-AN glyph ton stands for a unit of weight, hence pound. Pound laundry. You couldn't say Washington. It wouldn't make any sense. Though I must confess, we have never learned what was washed at Pound Laundry.
Yes, well, Shraz, this is most interesting. But I'm informed that the expedition at the Enyok site is ready to make its report. So we take you now to the city mound of Enyok and our Radio Rhodesia correspondent, Cowley D.
Cowley D speaking from the Enyok dig 100 feet below the surface. And believe me, Sras and Stresses, in just a moment you may be witnessing a great historic occasion. But here's the head of the Enyok expedition, Sra Obergurst Levy, to tell you about it himself.
Thank you, Cowley D. We have been digging downward along this gallery for nearly a week, and at last we have arrived at a sealed door which may well be the entrance to a tomb. Above it is a glyph which translates phonetically as Macy's Bargain Basement. Seems to be meaningless. Nevertheless, we shall break through this door now and attempt to describe to you what, if anything, we find beyond. You may begin, men. Easy there, easy. What's that?
I don't know, Sra Levy. As soon as the glass door was broken, a warning, perhaps. It's frightening.
Oh, nonsense.
I remember reading about what happened to the men who violated the tombs of the Egyptian pharaohs.
Do you really think these WEE-ANS can reach out across 6,000 years and harm us?
No, Sra, not really, but still, one wonders.
Proceed with the opening.
Yes, Sra.
Sra Levy, what do you think you may find here?
I have no idea. Throw a light down there. Well.
Oh, what is it, Sra Levy?
We shall see. Come.
Oh.
Yes. Yes, it is indeed a tomb.
A tomb?
Yes. Look. Will you look? On these racks here. Garments. Strange ancient garments. Coats of fur. Kabbalistic symbols. 198 reduced from 225.
Yes, and over there, tiny effigies, tiny wagons.
And here, bowls and cooking pots in perfect condition.
There appear to be more chambers beyond.
Is there any indication of sarcophagi or mummies?
None so far, Sra.
Mummies?
Oh, yes. You will recall that it was the custom of many ancient people to bury their kings along with their retinue and their household goods to assure them comfort and companionship in the next world. The Egyptians were most advanced in these matters. up until now.
I'm afraid I don't follow you completely, Sra Levy, and I'm sure our listeners would like a further explanation.
Oh, dear me. We are on the air, aren't we? I'd quite forgotten. Excuse me, Sras and Stresses. I've been carried away by the amazing significance of this find. We have obviously penetrated the tomb of a great king, pharaoh, president, whichever translation you prefer, of the WEE-ANS. A ruler named May-C.
Excuse me, Sra Obergast Levy.
You have found the mummy of May-C?
No, but in this next chamber, something most strange. Great eyes. Come.
Great eyes?
This is indeed a strange and wonderful sight, Sras and Stresses. We are moving now from the main chamber of the tomb into a side chamber. And now our light beams are reflected by rows and rows of gigantic glass eyes, each in its own polished box. What are they, Sra Obelgurst Levy?
I don't know. Each of them has a dial with numbers on it. Now, let me see. The dial is numbered from 1 to 13. Of mystic significance, no doubt. It turns.
Yes, but nothing happens.
True, but we are not WEE-ANS. These strange cyclopean boxes must have held great significance for them.
See, Sra Levy? Here on the wall is a glyph.
Yes. 1956 model CBS tel vis on. Utterly meaningless.
But see, the pictograph. A WEE-AN and his she-WEE-AN sit before the box. And in the box is the face of another WEE-AN.
Yes. Indeed, then they were eyes of some sort.
But did the WEE-ANS watch the eye, or did the eye watch the WEE-ANS?
These are questions that only exhaustive research can answer.
But, Sra Levy, can you hazard a guess why so many of these eyes have been put in the tomb of the potentate May-C?
A guess, yes, but only a guess. He must have been a man so vain that even after death he wished to watch through these eyes what his people were doing. Or he wished through these eyes that his people could watch him. Who knows?
Oh, who indeed. And now, Sra Obelgurst Levy, would you say that the discovery of this tomb of May-C overshadows in importance your unearthing of the Great Lintel and your translation of its message, which has indicated how the WEE-ANS met their end?
Indeed I would.
We had hoped to broadcast from the site of the temple, but of course we can't be two places at once.
No, we can't. But Sra Bahan Bolek, back home at the museum, already has my report on the temple's inscription. I'm sure he will be glad to give it. Frankly, I am unwilling to tear myself away from all these ancient splendors.
I quite understand, Sra Levy. So this is Cowley D at the tomb of May-C in Enyok, returning you to the Kenya Museum and Dinar Geb.
Thank you, Cowley D. and Sra Obelgurst Levy, for an exciting remote. And now, Sra Bahan Bolek, I wonder if you'd be good enough to follow Sra Levy's suggestion.
Suggestion?
Yes, the report on the temple inscription at Enyok.
Yes, of course. I must confess, I was so carried away with the magnitude of this newest find, I'd quite forgotten. Well, now for the other great discovery of Sra Obelgurst Levy. We now have definite proof of how the WEE-ANS perished. For weeks, Sra Obelgurst Levy has been excavating a great temple not far from where he has now discovered the tomb of May-C. Last week, he gave me, in all confidence, the intelligence he has now asked me to divulge. On the lintel of this temple, he has found this fragmentary glyph, which he translates as follows: snow, nor rain, nor gloom of night, their appointed rounds.
That is pretty obscure.
Well, Sra Bukong, it is incomplete. Some of the hieroglyphs are missing.
Their appointed rounds. What does that mean?
Well, first, you must realize, Sra Bukong, that the R and the W are readily interchangeable in both the Hittite and the Hivite languages. You will then admit this may be so in the ancient WEE-AN language.
For the sake of argument.
Very well, then. Instead of their appointed rounds, the phrase may well mean their pointed wounds, may it not?
It might, but what about the rest of it?
Well, the word nor can be considered north, and the word gloom could be translated doom, and night fright.
Then what have you got?
The tragic story of the end of the WEE-ANS. The north snow, the north rain, the north doom of fright, their pointed wounds. In other words, invaders from the north have annihilated the inhabitants.
That sounds pretty glib to me.
Not when you remember the talking disc of Orleans. Let me recall those historic and prophetic words to you.
WEE-ANS knows what Austin's want. We all's gonna get it. And no damn Yankee from the north is gonna tell us nothing.
Notice the obvious reference to the enemy. Damn Yankee from the north. Oh, no, there's no question about it. North snow, north rain, doom of fright. Yes, the WEE-ANS perished by the wounds of the north.
But tell me this then, Srabolik. How did they have time to inscribe this account of their annihilation on a great marble temple before they were annihilated?
But that's the obvious part of it. We know that Antioch was the most populous city in the great West Continent. And why? Because at the end it was bursting with refugees. One by one, the great cities fell to the doom of fright from the north. Chicago, Loose Angles or Ankles, Orleans, Pound Laundry. Antioch, an island bastion, was the last to fall. Knowing the fate of the others, the WEE-ANS built this temple and inscribed upon its great lintel their fate, so that we, who came later, might understand what happened to them.
Yes, sounds reasonable. But there is one more question.
What is that?
We have read much in their scrolls of a city more important than any of those we have excavated.
Milltown?
Yes, Milltown. What about Milltown?
Our expeditions have searched and searched, but they have found no trace of a city called Milltown.
Strange. Exceeding strange.
Yes. I dare say we will never know anything more about the WEE-ANS, but we now know enough to evaluate them as a minor culture with a rudimentary religion devoted to a god named Oscar, who was worshipped by rocking and rolling. They enjoyed their brief moment in history, established their hegemony in the land of WEE by killing off the Aborigines. They evidently built their empire, such as it was, by the sword, and when the sword rusted, they died by another's, even as Egypt and Babylon and Greece and Rome, leaving behind them curious city mounds, a splendid tomb, and no music. Sic transit gloria WEE-ANS.
Thank you, Shrabahan Bolek. And thanks also to our scientists, archaeologists, commentators, and announcers who have made possible this Report on the WEE-ANS, the greatest single event of this astrophysical year of 7956 A.D. This is Dinar Geb speaking to you from the Great Hall of the Ethnical Museum of Antiquity at Kenya, returning you to the main studios of Radio Rhodesia.
The CBS Radio Workshop is produced and directed in Hollywood by William N. Robeson. Report on the WEE-ANS by Robert Nathan appears in the current issue of Harper's Magazine. The radio version was written by Mr. Robeson and Fran van Hartesveld. The scientists and commentators of 6,000 Years From Now included June Foray, Byron Kane, Dawes Butler, Edgar Barrier, Jay Novello, Joe Kearns, Joe DeSantis, and Hans Conrad. Next week from New York, the CBS Radio Workshop will present The Growth of Our Nation, the story of the development of America told in sound effects. Be with us then, won't you? Every Sunday evening, current events come into sharper focus as prominent Washington personalities are interviewed by a battery of top-flight reporters on the CBS Public Affairs feature, Face the Nation. Hear Face the Nation over most of these same stations tonight. Stay tuned for Suspense, which follows immediately over most of these same stations.
This is Ray Bradbury. Join me for the next 30 minutes on a tour through time and space. Come along to the far future. Follow me into a strange past with stories that almost could be or might have been. Real or unreal, this is Bradbury 13.
As long as the rockets had spun a silver web across space, Harry Bittering had been able to accept Mars. But now, the web gone, the rockets lying in jigsaw heaps of molten girder and unsnaked wire on Earth. People from Earth left to the strangeness of Mars, the cinnamon dusts and wine airs. This was the moment that Mars had waited for. Now, it would eat them. Ray Bradbury's Dark They Were and Golden-Eyed.
What was that?
Just a bump. It means we've landed.
Landed? We're here?
Yes. Get your things together, kids.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Mars. On behalf of the crew, we wish you all a long and prosperous stay here. Good luck.
We'll need it.
Everyone set? All set. All set.
We're ready, Harry.
Well, ready or not, here we come.
Wow. Look at the wind blow.
Let's get back on the rocket and go back tonight.
Why, Harry?
Listen.
Well, it's just wind. We had wind in Boston.
It's eaten away the hills and the cities. Look.
Chin up, Harry. We've come at least 65 million miles to get here. Let's make the best of it.
You're right. We'll make the best of it. Right, kids?
Right.
Come on, we've got a house to build.
Harry, are you awake?
Yeah, I'm awake.
I think I'm finally getting used to the wind. Took me a few months, but now I think I'd miss it if it wasn't there.
I'm glad you like it.
Don't you?
Cora, sometimes I feel like a salt crystal in a stream being washed away. We don't belong here. No, for heaven's sakes, Cora, let's buy tickets for home.
We can't go back.
Well, of course we can.
One of these days, the bomb will fix it so there is no more Earth. Then we'll be safe here.
Safe and insane.
Come on. I'll fix you a nice Earth breakfast. Here you are. Bacon and eggs. Runny yolks. Just the way you like them.
Thanks. Hey, have you seen the paper?
What's it say?
Another 700 from Earth. Colonial days all over again.
I'll say.
Why, in another year, they'll have 500,000 Earthmen on Mars. Big cities, everything.
Good. Maybe you'll like it better.
Maybe. Now, the point is that they said we'd fail. Said the Martians would resent our invasion. But did we find any Martians? Not a living soul. Oh, we found their empty cities, but not one living Martian.
Oh, there it goes, shaking the house again.
Daddy, I don't like it when it blows that hard. I don't know. Maybe there are Martians around here.
What?
Well, sometimes at night, I think I can hear them. I hear the wind blowing sand against my window. Like that, here?
It's only the wind.
When it blows, I get up and see those towns, way up in the mountains where the Martians lived. And I think I can see them moving around up there. I wonder wonder if those Martians mind us living here. I wonder if they won't do something to us for coming here.
That's nonsense. We're good, decent people. Remember that. You know, all dead cities have some kind of ghosts in them. Memories, I mean.
What kind of memories?
Well, you see a staircase and you wonder what Martians looked like climbing it. You see Martian paintings and you wonder what the painter was like. You make a little ghost in your mind, a memory. You haven't been prowling around those ruins, have you?
No, sir.
Well, you see that you stay away from them. Pass the jam, Laura.
Just the same, I bet something happens.
Mother! Father!
Laura, what is it?
On the radio just now. It's the war. Earth.
What?
On my radio.
Here, let me see that thing.
New York is the scene of terrible devastation, the result of a nuclear detonation near the heart of the city. The primary target of the bombs was the New York launching site of the Mars rockets. Reports are sketchy.
All the space rockets are blown up. There's no more rockets to Mars ever.
Oh, Harry.
It's all right, Cora.
We're stranded on Mars forever?
Not forever. The rockets will get through someday. We'll go about our business as if nothing were wrong. We'll keep things going until the war ends. The rockets come back again.
Will they really come back?
I promise they will. Okay? Now go inside and lay down for a bit. Go on. Cora, why don't you go inside and keep them occupied for a while?
What are you going to do?
I don't know. Work, I suppose. Work and forget. I'll weed the garden. You know, I always told myself, tomorrow, if I want, I can buy a ticket back to Earth. And somehow knowing that always helped me accept living here.
This is our home now. Forever.
Yes, our hills, our mountains. Those mountains had old, proud Martian names once. But we changed them. Now there's the Ford Hills, Vanderbilt Plateau, Roosevelt Seas, Rockefeller Rivers. Somehow it doesn't seem right to change those names.
But that's their names now.
Oh, on our maps, maybe. The old settlers on Earth knew how to name things, though. They used the old Indian prairie names. Wisconsin, Minnesota, Ohio, Utah, Waukegan. The old names, the old meanings.
Yes, they were good names.
I wonder if they're up there now. All the dead ones, the Martians. Well, here we are. All alone. Cut off. Come down. Move us out. Take your cities back. We're helpless.
I'm going in.
Coral, wait. Look at this.
What is it?
These blossoms from the peach tree. Do you see?
Well, what about them?
Well, don't you see? They're different. They've changed.
What?
They're not peach blossoms anymore.
Well, they look all right to me.
They're not. They're wrong.
How can you tell?
Well, I don't know. An extra petal, a leaf, something. The color's wrong. The smell. And look over here in the garden. Look, right here. Do these look like carrots?
Yes. No. I don't know.
They've changed.
Maybe.
Well, you know they have. They're almost onions, and they're almost carrots and radishes. They smell almost the same. They feel almost the same. But they're different. Coral, what's happening? What is it?
Dad! Mom! Come look!
Timmy?
Over here! The cow! I was looking at her and I saw it. Look at her head. Here.
What is it? A bump?
Not a bump. A horn, Cora. It's growing a third horn. We've got to get away. We'll eat this food and then we'll change.
Harry!
I can't let it happen. There's only one thing to do. We've got to burn the food.
But it's good. It's not poisoned.
But it is! Subtly, very subtly. We can't touch it. And look at the house. Even that, the wind's done something to it.
It just needs a little paint.
Oh, don't you see? The air's burned it. And look at the boards. The fog at night's warped them all out of shape. It's not an Earthman's house anymore.
Oh, your imagination.
No, Cora, not this time.
Where are you going?
Into town. We've got to do something. I'll be back.
Isn't that Harry Bittering coming this way?
Sure is. Looks like something ain't sitting right with him.
I'll say. Hello, Harry. What brings you to town?
What are you going to do?
Beg your pardon?
You did hear the news this morning, didn't you?
Well, sure, we heard it, Harry.
Well, what are you going to do about it?
Do? What can we do, Harry?
Build a rocket, that's what.
A rocket? And go back to all that trouble? Not me.
You must want to go back.
But why, Harry?
Well, look, you've got gardens. Have you noticed the peach blossoms? The onions, the grass?
Well, yeah. Seems I did.
Doesn't it scare you?
Can't recall that it did, Harry.
Oh, you idiots!
Oh, Harry.
You've got to help me. Help yourselves. If we stay here, we'll all change. It's the air. Don't you smell it? It's something in the air. A Martian virus or pollen.
Smells like rain to me.
Listen to me, Sam!
Yes, Harry?
Will you help me build a rocket?
Harry, I got a whole load of metal and some blueprints. Now, you want to work in my metal shop on a rocket? You're welcome. I'll sell you the whole kit and caboodle for $500. You ought to be able to build a pretty fair rocket by yourself in about 30 years.
Don't laugh. I'll do it.
Sure, Harry.
Sam, your eyes.
What about them?
Didn't they used to be gray?
Well, no, I don't remember.
They were, weren't they?
Why do you ask, Harry?
Because now they're kind of yellow-colored.
Is that so? Harry, what color are your eyes?
My eyes? They're blue.
Here, take a look in this mirror. See for yourself.
Yellow. They're turning yellow.
Welcome to the club, Harry.
Down that hammer for a minute.
What?
You haven't stopped all day. It's supper time.
I can't. I'm too busy.
But you have to eat. Here, I brought it out for you.
I won't touch it.
Why not?
I'll only eat food from our deep freeze. Food that we got from Earth. I won't touch a thing from the garden.
Harry, face it, you can't build a rocket.
I worked in a shop once when I was in college. I know what I'm doing. Besides, once I get going, the others will help me.
Will they?
We've got to get away, Cora. We've got to. You're blowing plans all over.
Harry, it's been weeks now since you've rested. Take the day off.
Look, Cora. Frame's done. Some of the men helped me move it. I told you they would.
You're not eating. You're getting weaker. Here, I made you a sandwich.
I can't eat that. Some of it came from our garden.
Harry, I've used up all the food in the deep freeze. There's nothing left. I have to use the food grown on Mars. Now you must eat. How can you finish the rocket if you have no strength?
All right. I'll eat.
Good. There's some soup in the thermos.
Cora, do I look thinner to you? And taller?
Well, you've lost some weight, but that's probably from not eating.
Some of the boys said I was getting taller, thinner. I told them that they were crazy.
Please, Harry, take the rest of the day off. The wind's dying down. It's going to be hot. The children want to swim in the canals and hike. Wouldn't you enjoy some time with them?
But this is a crisis. I can't waste time.
Just for an hour? A swim will do you good. Come on.
Oh, all right. Just for an hour.
Good. The car's all packed. Come on, before it gets too late. Tim loves the canal. Look at him swim.
His skin sure is brown. So is Laura's.
They're always out playing in the sun.
Cora, how long have your eyes been yellow?
Always, I guess.
They didn't change from brown in the last 3 months?
No, I don't think so. Why?
Well, never mind. The children's eyes are yellow, too.
Sometimes growing children's eyes change color.
Maybe we're children, too. At least to Mars. That's a thought. I think I'll swim. Come on! Oh, it does feel good.
I wonder what's down at the bottom of these canals. I bet there's pieces of pottery and old statues.
Could be. I'll take a look.
Be careful.
Oh, I will. Be right back. I'm sinking down, down, like an old Martian statue in green sirens. It's quiet down here, and peaceful. If I lie here on the bottom long enough, the water will eat away my flesh, till the bones show like coral. Just my skeleton left, and then the water can build on my bones. Green things, deep water things, red things, yellow things. Change, change. Slow, deep, silent change. After all, isn't that what's up there? There's the Martian sky up there, above the water. It's like a big river, a Martian river, and all of us lying deep in it, in our sunken houses, like hidden crayfish, and the water washing away our bodies, lengthening the bones, and it's time for some air. Up, up. Oh, hi, Tim. I've been on the bottom.
Utha.
What?
Utha. You know, Utha's the Martian word for father.
Where did you learn that?
I don't know. Around.
Oh.
Utha?
Yes? Go ahead.
I want to change my name.
Change it?
Yes.
What's wrong with Tim for a name?
The other day when you called Tim, I didn't even hear it. I said to myself, that's not my name. I've got a new name I want to use.
What is the new name?
Linnell. Isn't that a good name? Can I use it?
Well...
Why not?
Yes, you can use it, Tim.
Yay! I'm Linnell! I'm Linnell!
Why did we do that?
I don't know. It just seemed like a good idea. Come on, let's get out of the water and take a walk. There's some old Martian villas I'd like to see.
All right.
Isn't this lovely up here?
Yes, it's fine.
And look, the old fountains are still running, pumping water. Oh, and look at the villa.
It has a good view of the valley, doesn't it?
Fantastic! Let's go in. The floor is all made of marble, and so are the walls. Look, there's a swimming pool.
Yes.
It's all so cool and refreshing. Oh, especially when it's so hot outside.
It is nice.
Harry, if we could move up here to this villa for the summer, just until it starts to cool off.
Yes. Yes. Come on. We're going back to town. There's work to do on the rocket.
Can I help you, Utha?
Yeah, hand me the blowtorch, will you?
Sure. Here.
Thanks. I wonder who that could be.
Looks like some of the men from town.
Yeah.
Morning, Harry.
You boys headed somewhere?
Everyone's going, you heard?
Going where?
Up to the villa in the hills.
Yeah, Harry, I'm going too. We all are.
That's right, Harry. What about you?
Oh, I've got some work to do here.
Work? Well, you can finish that rocket in the autumn when it's cooler.
Yeah, it's too hot to work on a thing like that now. It's nice and cool up at the villa.
You know, they got fountains that are still running up there, and the paths are covered with water. It's like wading in a cold stream.
Keeps your feet cool all summer long.
How about it, Harry?
I got the frame all set up.
Autumn, Harry. Autumn would be the best.
Autumn would be better. It would be cooler, wouldn't it?
Oh, it'd be a lot better.
I'd have plenty of time then.
That's right.
All right, in the autumn. I'll start work then.
Come on then, Harry. We got plenty of room on the truck for your stuff.
Good. Hey, Harry, I got a villa near the Terra Canal. You mean the Roosevelt Canal, don't you? No, Terra, the old Martian name. Yeah, but on the map... Forget the map, it's Terra now. Anyway, it's in great shape, and what a view. You should see it. Maybe I will. Maybe I will.
Come on, Harry. Let's get your stuff on board.
Teal, you got everything out of your rooms?
Everything we're going to take. I've got everything.
Good. I'll come check it in a minute. Cora, what about the front room?
I don't know. The furniture looked fine in Boston, and it looked good here in the cottage, but up in the villa?
Well, maybe we can get it when we come back in the autumn.
Yes, in the autumn. We'll get it then.
In the meantime, I've got some ideas on furniture for the villa. Big, lazy furniture.
Here, your encyclopedia. You're taking it along, aren't you?
I'll come and get it next week. Well, that's it then. I've shut off the water and the gas.
What about the door?
There. Locked tight.
All set, Harry?
Yeah, we need to get going. Yeah, everything's loaded, Sam. Gosh, we're not taking much, considering all that we brought to Mars. This is only a handful.
It's all we need.
Harry, you drive this truck. I'll go with Wendell.
Okay, everybody. Hop in. Goodbye, house. Goodbye, town. Cora, it's beautiful here. I can see the whole valley.
Yes. And there's our cottage down there. It's time to go back, isn't it?
Yes, but we're not going, Cora. There's nothing there for us.
Your books, your good clothes.
The town's empty. No one's going back. There's no reason to. None at all.
I guess you're right.
Look down there. Such odd, such ridiculous houses the Earth people built.
They didn't know any better. Such ugly people. I'm glad they're gone.
Gone? Where did they go?
I don't know.
We'll go back to town maybe next year. Or the year after that.
Or maybe the year after that.
Maybe. Come on.
Let's take a swing.
Captain to Hollings. Come in, Hollings.
Hollings here.
Find anything?
Nothing. Just more deserted houses and overgrown gardens. No one's lived here in years.
Right. Keep looking. We've got to find someone.
Right. Hollings out.
Captain! The town's empty, but we found native life in the hills, sir.
Native life? There aren't supposed to be any natives left.
Dark people, yellow eyes, brown skin.
Sound like Martians, all right.
Well, they're very friendly. We talked a bit. They really pick up English fast. I'm amazed. I'm sure our relations will be very friendly with them, sir.
How many are there?
Oh, 600 to 800, I'd say. They're living in those marble ruins in the hills. Tall, healthy men, beautiful women.
Did they tell you what happened to the colony from Earth who built this place?
They didn't have the slightest idea what happened to this town or the people.
Strange. Do you suppose the Martians killed them?
No, they look peaceful. Chances are a plague did this town in, sir.
Maybe. Well, there's lots to be done now, Lieutenant. We'll have a job of remapping to do, renaming the mountains and rivers and such. Calls for a little imagination.
I think we can handle that, sir.
What do you think of naming those mountains the Lincoln Mountains? And this canal here, the Washington Canal?
Fine, sir.
And those hills? We can name those hills for you, Lieutenant. Would you like that?
Yes, sir.
Diplomacy, Lieutenant. And you, as a favor, might name a town for me. Polishing the old apple, eh? And that valley over there, the Einstein Valley. And those peaks. Are you listening, Lieutenant?
Oh, of course, sir.
Well, as I was saying, those peaks over there would be good, called the Rockefeller Peaks.
Dark They Were and Golden-Eyed was adapted from the story by Ray Bradbury. Featured in the cast were Bryce Chamberlain, Beverly Rowland, Steve Densley, Jennifer Kuhlman, Coleman Creel, Max Robinson, Jay Bernard, and Nathan Hale. Original music by Roger Hoffman and Greg Hansen. Production assistant was Patrick Mead. Associate producer was Jeff Rader. Bradbury 13 was created, produced, and directed by Mike McDonough. Executive producer was Dean Van Eitert. This is Paul Frees speaking.
This is the CBS Radio Workshop.
Well, folks, that just about winds up tonight's broadcast from the interplanetary rocket ship American Initiative. If Commander Potter's astral navigation continues to hold as true as it has so far, I will be broadcasting to you tomorrow night at this time from the planet Venus, which even now looms dead ahead of us, brighter and somewhat larger than our own moon. This is J. Alexander Caudle, speaking for Caledonia Oil, Shirley White Toothpaste, Ines Kleinus Nacht Beer, and Bar None Dog Food, and returning you now to the CBS studios on Earth.
CBS Radio presents the CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Tonight, A Pride of Carrots, or Venus Well Served, by the noted American novelist Robert Nathan. And here to tell his story is Mr. Nathan himself.
According to recent newspaper reports, scientists have been hearing strange and mysterious radio signals which they are convinced are broadcast from the planet Venus. And this may very well be the case. No one knows for certain that life exists on the other planets, but then no one can say for certain that it does not. And if it does, no one can say what form that life may take. One man's guess is as good as another's, and this is mine. This is the way Venus looks to me.
Feels good to stretch your legs again.
It sure does. You feel heavier or lighter?
Just normal.
Then the gravity's about the same as Earth. Look there.
What?
A daisy. You can take off your helmet.
You sure?
Sure. The presence of flora indicates the presence of air.
Quite good air, as a matter of fact. Yeah, that rocket was getting a little musty. Well, this is a solemn moment, Commander.
It is indeed, Caudle, the first man on Venus. Hand me the flag, will you?
Oh, here you are.
I hereby claim this planet for the United States of America.
Through the courtesy of Caledonia Oil, Shirley White Toothpaste, Ines Kleinest Knocked Beer, and Bar None Dog Food.
Oh, really, Caudle, must you?
Well, it's in my contract.
But we aren't on the air.
Well, a little rehearsal never hurt anyone. Anyway, we will be as soon as the tube's on this walkie-talkie warm-up. 1, 2, 3, 4, testing. 1, 2, 3, 4, testing. There we are. CBS on Earth from Caudle on Venus. CBS on Earth from Caudle on Venus. How do you read me? That's funny. They're standing by around the clock on this frequency. Earth from Venus. Earth from Venus. Come in, Earth.
Maybe freak atmospherics.
Oh, fine. At a time like this to run into freak... Potter.
Yes?
Do you see what I see over there in those bushes?
Speaking of freaks...
What is it?
Well, it looks like a little horse.
Yeah, but it's got wings and a sort of beak.
And a tail like a kangaroo. And it's coming this way.
Where's the ray gun?
I'll get it.
All right, stand back, you filthy beast. Go away. Go away.
I beg your pardon?
You talk?
Oh, naturally I talk. So do you. Haven't I seen you somewhere before?
Certainly not.
Oh, I'm sure I have. Oh, yes, on CBS. The outside of the inside of the news. You're J. Alexander Caudle.
Do you mean to say you get our programs here on Venus?
Venus? What do you mean, Venus? You're from Venus up there. We call it the evening star at certain times of the year.
But that's Earth.
Nonsense. This is Earth. That's Venus. Silly, isn't it? But that's semantics for you. For instance, what would you call a group of carrots?
Bunch.
Bunch? Oh, good heavens, no. A pride of carrots. And that is, of course, on this side of the border. And a gaggle of onions. But if you were on the other side of the border, it would be an exaltation of onions and a deceit of carrots. Semantics, you see. It depends on your point of view.
I see.
A charm of griffins.
You are a griffin, I take it?
Of course. Rather highly placed, as a matter of fact. Now, you notice my gold collar? I belong to the Secretary of the Interior. My name is Fido.
And the Secretary?
A very able carrot. Quite famous in his own right, but even more so for his wife's tassel. You've seen ordinary carrots, no doubt, with their green tops. But this is a most unusual tassel. Blue! Everyone is copying it.
How does it happen that you, an animal, belong to a vegetable?
Well, one has to eat.
Vegetables?
Oh, dear, no. Caraway seeds, truffles, marzipan. You look a little like marzipan yourself. Do you mind if I try...
Hey, cut it out. Stop biting me.
Delicious, but definitely not marzipan. What is it?
Meat, you fool.
You don't say. Meat. I never tasted meat before.
You'll meet yourself.
I am? Splendid. I'll just try me. Ooh, that hurt.
Well, of course it hurt. Now stop this nonsense and lead us to your master.
Oh, yes, of course. That's why I'm here, isn't it? Follow me, fellow animals.
They had not walked far through fields of charming wildflowers which sang like birds until they came to a shady bower of massive ferns. In the middle, reclining on a soft bed of lettuce leaves, were 2 carrots, much like any other carrot you may have encountered, excepting that one had a tassel of the most brilliant blue. The carrot with a standard green tassel rose as they approached.
Welcome to our planet.
Oh, thank you.
In the name of the United States Navy,
later, Potter, later. Your Majesty, that is, Your Majesties.
We are not majesties. This is a republic. I am Edwin, Secretary of the Interior, and this is my wife, Edwina.
And you're the famous news commentator, J. Alexander Caudle, and you're Commander Potter.
Well, precisely, madam.
We've been watching your trip ever since your takeoff, until we lost you when you rounded Mars. You're most welcome.
Well, thank you, madam. You can perhaps conceive the feelings with which Commander Potter and I gaze upon this unfamiliar scene, the first mortals ever to... What's that?
Oh, that's my daughter Alice. She knows all the latest songs. She says she's a cool cat, whatever that is.
Hi, everybody. Company?
Yes, dear. Come here and meet our visitors from outer space. Mr. Caudle, Commander Potter.
Oh, I know all about them, Mother. Welcome to Caratania, gentlemen.
I have already welcomed them, Alice.
Oh, you don't understand the animal kingdom, Father. They'd much rather be welcomed by a young girl.
Really, Alice? Where do you learn such things?
At school, in zoology class.
And where did you learn that song?
Oh, I watch your television all the time. I want to be a great actress and sell cigarettes. You think I'm mad?
No, that sounds like a very normal ambition to me.
Oh, I like you, Potter. You interest me.
Now, Alice, you simply must stop this prattle. We're all a little on edge, I'm afraid. This last day of waiting has been, well, after all, they could have landed in Onionopolis.
But they didn't. The onions didn't get them. We got them.
The onions?
Yes. You see, our planet is divided into two countries, the Democratic Union of Caratania and the United Socialist Republics of Leeks and Onions. They are constantly threatening us with war.
Well, why?
They want us to be onions.
But that's absurd.
Of course it's absurd, especially when you realize that the only possible thing for everyone to be, if he wants to live a decent kind of life, is a carrot.
Oh, naturally.
But the onions won't see it our way, and they can't be trusted. I'm given to understand that they plan to use nematodes. It's race suicide, of course.
Nematodes? Let me think. Well, aren't they the tiny worms that all but ruined the citrus in California back in the 40s?
I don't know much about citrus. Not exactly my line, you know. But here, the nematodes eat vegetables, a kind of virus, too small to see. We've tried to outlaw them, but the onions won't agree. Well, we'll wipe each other out, I suppose, and the spiders can take over. It's sad to think about. Just spider webs everywhere.
You know, it seems to me that they worked out a way to fumigate for nematodes out in California. See, if I could just get through to CBS on Earth, I could find out.
You've had difficulties getting through?
Well, at any rate, Earth isn't getting through to me.
I'm sure we could get you through on a planet-to-planet hookup, particularly if you can find out anything about fumigating for nematodes.
Hey, Commander, you hear that? We're going on the air after all.
Oh, splendid. You want me to make a prepared report, or shall we ad-lib?
Well, you better type the report. You can ad-lib to your wife.
Oh, you have a wife, Potter.
Oh, yes, my dear. Every Navy man over a full lieutenant has a wife.
A woman, I presume?
Oh, yes, definitely. Has to be, you know.
What is your wife like, Potter?
Why, she's female, like this.
How odd. Bumpy, isn't she?
Well,
You're not bumpy, Potter.
No, I suppose not.
Yes, well, Your Excellency, how soon do you think you can get us on the air?
We should be able to have it set up in a few hours.
Well, now, my regular spot is 8:30 to 9 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. You think you can make it?
We'll do our best.
Oh, great. Hey, this calls for a celebration. It's too bad we haven't a bottle of champagne.
Champagne? What's that?
Well, a kind of bubbly wine.
Wine is made from grapes, isn't it?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm not sure I like the idea. Some of our best friends are grapes.
Yes, well, don't worry, ma'am. We haven't any champagne anyway.
We could break out our emergency rations.
Now, that's a fine idea.
Got a can opener?
Sure, right here. You care to join us, Your Excellency?
Well, I don't know. May I see that can, please?
Oh, sure. Here you are.
U.S. Navy for emergency use only. Concentrated carrot juice.
I think I'm going to bed.
Guards, seize these men. Put them under arrest. They're onions in disguise.
Our scene shifts now to Onionopolis, capital of the United Socialist Republic of Leeks and Onions, which controls half of the planet Venus. We are in the office of the Secretary General of the party, a large, fat white onion named Odor, as General Shallot enters.
Death to carrots.
Death to carrots. Well, General.
The rumor has been verified by the underground. They landed near Caratopolis this morning.
How did you permit this to happen, General?
Unfortunately, our side of the planet was turned away from the direction they were traveling, so they landed on the backside, comrade.
Excuses. We must have those spacemen, General. We must have their technical skill before the carrots get it, or we will be in the soup.
Yes, comrade.
It is insufferable that we who invented television, jet propulsion, the atomic bomb, and the bicycle should be deprived of these two men who can tell us how to use them. It is an outrage, a national insult. Death to carrots.
Likewise.
I want those two spacemen.
It may be difficult, comrade.
You could call me Excellency or Little Father. Everyone does.
I am a descendant of the Garlics. A Garlic does not call anything Excellency.
Of course. I was only joking. Here we are all comrades, all Excellencies, Little Fathers. Except Leaks, of course.
Of course. Death to carrots.
Death to carrots. By the way, General, what are you doing tonight?
Imperialistic warmongers. Nothing.
Capitalistic swine. Come have dinner with me.
Decadent bourgeois. Love to.
And those spacemen must be bourgeois too, or they would have landed here.
Possibly.
Undoubtedly, but we will change their point of view once we have made them our guests, comrade?
That might not be so wise, comrade.
Why not? Don't you want to learn how to set off guided missiles and ride bicycles?
That is not the point, comrade. If we abduct these spacemen, we give Carrottania a splendid opportunity to protest. And you must remember, comrade, protests are weapons too. The very best weapons. They cost nothing, and properly used, they create an odor. A real onion odor.
Then you are opposed to kidnapping these spacemen?
Definitely.
Very well. I shall think about it. You could go, General.
Thank you, comrade.
Oh, by the way, I have news for you. You have just been promoted to Field Marshal.
Thank you, comrade. Strength to onion.
Strength to onion. See you at dinner.
Death to carrots. I'll be there.
Death to carrots, 8:30 sharp. Hello? Secret police? General Shallot has just left my office. Liquidate him.
I'm hungry. I wonder when they feed their prisoners in this lousy jail.
What difference does it make unless you have an appetite for bone meal, ammonium sulfate, and peat moss?
Ugh, guess I'm not hungry after all.
You shouldn't have shown him the label on the can, old man. That's what did it.
Well, how could I tell? I thought it'd be chicken consomme.
It usually is.
Just when I had the greatest broadcast in history lined up.
Now what?
There's a lady to see you.
Miss Alice.
Shh, not so loud. Thank you, Sergeant. You can leave us now.
Mind you, Miss Alice, this is contrary to your father's orders and against my better judgment.
Oh, I know, Sergeant, but it's utterly divine of you.
I shall be just outside. Scream if you need help.
You wouldn't hurt me, would you, Potter?
Glad to have you aboard, ma'am.
They say that you're dangerous vegetarians, that you eat carrots. Do you really?
Well, you see, ma'am...
I don't believe it. You're much too nice to eat poor little me.
Thank you, ma'am.
You know, you yourself are a vegetarian, Miss Alice.
I am not. I'm a vegetable. It's not the same thing at all.
Well, now, just answer me this. What will happen to you when you die?
I'll be buried, of course, in the National Compost Heap.
From which the rich, steaming soil is taken to nourish the young carrots, right?
Of course.
Which then must of necessity feed upon your decayed flesh.
Why, of course. Why, how madly amusing. I really did eat my ancestors, didn't I? Oh, but I missed Mother and Father.
I should hope so.
But now what could be more satisfying to a girl's psyche than to have her father under her belt?
Oh, have you been through analysis?
Of course, haven't you?
Well, yes.
Oh, it's so nice to be able to talk the same language, isn't it? My analyst says the trouble with me is my mother has a blue top.
Exactly. The active competition of an adult parent.
It tends to make me aggressive. Kiss me, Potter.
Huh? What?
Kiss me.
Good Lord, really?
Are you afraid, Potter? It isn't even spring. I don't come into blossom till July.
Well, I know, but...
Am I not beautiful? Am I not to be desired by the Navy?
Oh, yes, indeed, but...
I could have your head, Potter, on a silver tray, like Salome.
I know, but...
I could set you free.
Well, for heaven's sake, kiss her and get it over with.
Yeah, but... Oh, you smell so good. Like a grocery store.
Ooh, it's like April. Is this love, Potter?
How can I feel this way about a carrot?
I feel a strange heat. Not like the sun.
Like a garden in the summer.
I don't feel at all like a vegetable.
I wouldn't have thought it possible.
Look, how about getting us out of here?
The time is up, folks.
Oh, yes, I suppose it is. Oh, but don't worry, my darling. I'll be back. I'll be back quickly to set you free. You'll see.
Well, there's the Navy for you. What have you fellas got that I haven't got?
Blossoms in our hair.
You really like the girl, don't you?
Yes.
Well, now, of course, it's none of my business, but what about Mrs. Potter?
What about her?
Well, she isn't going to like this pretty vegetable of yours.
Caudle, could you be jealous of a stalk of celery?
I am not married.
No, of course, that does make a difference. Oh, I wish we were safe at home. There's something frightening about being in love with a carrot.
You smell anything, Commander?
No.
That's funny. For a moment, I thought I smelled onions.
Well, that's not very likely.
I don't know. My eyes are watering.
Mine, too. You know, I do smell onions.
Gentlemen.
Huh? Who are you?
You are free, gentlemen.
She did manage it then.
This way. Hurry, please.
Where is she? I can't see very well. My eyes are full of tears.
She's waiting for you,
Just a minute, Commander. This isn't a carrot, it's an onion.
Take them, comrades.
So you see, gentlemen, we had no choice. The stakes were too high, being no less than war or peace.
What are you talking about?
Simply this, Commander Potter of the U.S. Navy. How do you make war?
How do we do what?
Make war. How do you destroy whole armies, cities, countries with all their inhabitants, without, at the same time, annihilating yourselves? Unfortunately, there is no blight that will make compost out of carrots without doing the same for onions. I have to think of my people.
Bless you, little father.
Thank you, Spindleskull. You see, Commander, we are still in the drawing board stage. We need technicians.
Don't look at me.
My dear Commander, you must understand that the end justifies the means. When onions rule the world, who would wish to be a carrot? I offer you an important place in history.
The only place I want to be is next to a girl with a carrot top who smells like a garden after rain.
Now, let us not grow emotional. But perhaps you are closer to her than you think. Will you teach us to make war, Commander? You see, I am giving you another chance. Opportunity rarely knocks so often.
I will not.
Very well. Perhaps we will find a way to make you change your mind. There is a little experiment I am planning with a pot of boiling water. How would you like to see your, shall we say, girlfriend floating about with only a marrow bone for company? A quite excellent soup, petite marmite, I believe it is called.
You're bluffing.
Am I? We shall see. Spindle.
Yes, little father.
Take these gentlemen to the solarium and entertain them. Show them the vampire marigolds and the lizard-eating oleander, and they might be amused to watch the muerte vine digest its daily mouse.
I warn you, Odor, the United States Navy will not take this lying down.
Nor will CBS.
This way, animals.
Send in the other prisoner. Well, come in, young lady. Don't be bashful. I won't eat you.
What do you want with me? Why did you bring me here?
I suppose you wouldn't care to tell me the whereabouts of the Carrot 8th Army. No? Oh, you, so stupid, so impulsive, so desirable, but so uncooperative. By the way, your friend Commander Potter is here. He, too, has proven uncooperative. We may have to press him a little.
He wouldn't dare.
He is being shown the muerte vines at this very moment.
Not the meat eaters.
Why not? The commander is meat, I believe.
Oh, no, not that.
Of course, I could be persuaded to change my mind. Oh, you have such lovely skin, my dear. So moist and tender.
Please.
You smell good, too, like a salad. Fragrant but delicate. What freshness, what youth. I adore you.
I loathe you.
You do not realize your situation. One word from me, you are in the soup.
I would 1,000 times...
Or what is perhaps more to the point, your friend Mr. Potter is left alone with the vampire marigolds.
Oh, no.
Oh, that fetches you. You really care for him, don't you?
More than life.
All the better. It's much more exciting to make love to a woman already in love. It adds a kind of seasoning, as it were.
You nettle. You noisome weed.
Splendid. So sweet and so hot, almost like a Spanish onion.
Is this the way you make war? On women and children?
War? Who is making war? I'm making love.
You are odious to me.
Very well, we will try Mr. Potter in the Muerte wines.
Oh, no, I can't stand it.
You give up? You give in?
Will he have a safe conduct back to my father?
Yes.
Will there be one for me?
Later.
Write it out.
But of course. For Mr. Potter, a pass. Also for Mr. Caudle. And now for Miss Alice.
Yes, little father.
Spindle, you will let the spaceman go, and you will see that this lady is returned to her own people. Later.
It shall be done, little father.
Now, divine creature, at last you are mine.
No, stand back.
Silly girl, drop that paper knife and receive the kiss of the little father.
No. It is thus a carrot kisses.
Alice!
Oh, Potter, thank heavens you're safe.
You're crying.
It's nothing. It's only onion juice. Here are your passes. Go quickly, both of you.
And you?
I must wait for a little while. If I go with you now, they'll be suspicious.
No. If we have to die, then we'll die together.
Oh, no, my dear Potter. That wouldn't help my country, or this little world, or even me. I've become very sensible, Potter, very realistic. Don't you see, it doesn't matter about me. But you, Potter, you're the hope of the future. Look, I'll try to catch up to you at the frontier. If I don't come, be kind to Carrot, Potter, for my sake. Go now, and God bless you.
Come on, Potter, we're on the air in an hour.
Hurry, they're coming back.
I'm staying with you.
No, my dearest Potter, go. Go, the world needs you. The universe needs you.
Come on, Potter.
Farewell, then, my dearest Alice.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of Earth and other species throughout the planetary system. This is J. Alexander Caudle, bringing you the very first broadcast from Venus. Through the courtesy of Caledonia Oil, Shirley White Toothpaste, Eines Kleines Nacht Beer, and Bar None Dog Food. Excuse me a moment, ladies and gentlemen. There's some confusion here in the studio. We've just received a bulletin. What's that? Oh, no. Alice? In the soup?
Let's see. And I'll need a pound of peas. And a cauliflower.
You must be very happy to have your husband back again, Mrs. Potter. And all those write-ups in the papers, my goodness. Did he really get to Venus like they said? I missed the broadcast.
Yes, he did. A bottle of ketchup.
You know, he looks a little thin in his pictures. I guess maybe they didn't have much to eat up there.
I guess not.
What was it like? Did he tell you?
He hasn't said much. 4 dozen onions.
4 dozen?
That's right. He eats them all the time. Raw.
Raw? They say onions are good for colds.
I know.
There's lots of things like that, like carrots make your hair curly.
Oh, he won't touch carrots.
He won't? Not even cooked?
Not even cooked. I served a petite marmite the other night, and he got up and left the table.
No. Now, isn't that something?
1 sack of peat moss.
What's that for?
He says he's got blossoms in his hair.
That'll be 3:47, Mrs. Potter. I'll have someone take them out to the car for you.
Thank you.
Goodbye now. Blossoms in his hair. In February?
The CBS Radio Workshop, produced in Hollywood by William N. Robeson, has presented A Pride of Carrots, or Venus Well Served, by Robert Nathan, with the author as narrator. A Pride of Carrots was adapted for the workshop by Mr. Robeson, who also directed the production. Heard in the cast were Helene Burke, June Foray, Tracy Roberts, Dawes Butler, Ted Bliss, Richard Hale, Alan Reed, Sam Pierce, and Bill Thompson. The original score was composed and conducted by Jerry Goldsmith. Next week, from New York, the workshop will examine that so often discussed and little understood subject, the Oedipus complex, with illustrations from Sophocles, who first dramatized it, to Eugene O'Neill, who is by no means the last to probe its dramatic depths. For Mozart's concerto for piano and orchestra in A minor, played by Robert Casadesus, and for Elizabeth Schwarzkopf's moving interpretations of songs by Richard Strauss, join us on Sunday, when on most of these same stations, world music festivals will be on the air, with highlights from the famous Salzburg Festival. Stay tuned for 5 minutes of CBS News, to be followed over most of these same stations by My Son Jeep. America listens most to the CBS Radio Network.
Ladies and gentlemen, the distinguished author, Mr. Aldous Huxley.
Brave New World is a fantastic parable about the dehumanization of human beings. In the negative utopia described in my story, man has been subordinated to his own inventions. Science, technology, social organization, these things have ceased to serve man. They have become his masters. A quarter of a century has passed since the book was published. In that time, our world has taken so many steps in the wrong direction that if I were writing today, I would date my story not 600 years in the future, but at the most 200. The price of liberty and even of common humanity is eternal vigilance.
CBS Radio, a division of the Columbia Broadcasting System and its 217 affiliated stations, present the premiere broadcast of the CBS Radio Workshop, radio's distinguished series dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Tonight, Part 1 of 2 half-hour programs devoted to one of the world's most shocking and famous novels, Aldous Huxley's terrifying forecast of the future, Brave New World. We are proud to have Mr. Huxley as narrator for these broadcasts. Original music is composed and conducted by Bernard Herrmann.
This is Aldous Huxley, and these are the sounds of the brave new world, of test tube and decanter, of hissing injectors and gurgling blood substitute. The year is AF 632, 632 years after Ford. We are inside the London Hatchery and Conditioning Centre, and this is the fertilizing room, an enormous laboratory where the temperature is never allowed to fall below 98.6. And here comes the director of hatcheries and conditioning in person, bringing with him a group of young students.
Tomorrow you will be settling down to serious work. Today I just want to give you a general idea of things. These are the incubators, and here is the week's supply of ova, kept at blood heat. Come along, boys. Now here, we immerse the eggs into a warm bouillon containing free-swimming spermatozoa. Immersion continues until the eggs are all fertilized. And over here is where we bottle the alphas and betas. In short, gentlemen, the perfect process for manufacturing healthy babies. Are there any questions?
Sir, will you explain the Bakanovsky process?
I'm glad you asked that. Students, take this down. Bakanovsky's process, where in olden times one egg made one embryo which made one baby. Today we've improved on all that. Now the egg will divide from 8 to 96 buds, and every bud will grow into a perfectly formed embryo, and every embryo into a mature baby, making 96 human beings grow where only one grew before. Progress.
But what advantage is it, sir?
Oh, my good boy, can't you see? Where in olden times nature allowed us only to have twins or perhaps triplets or so, today we can create scores of identical individuals. We can manufacture men and women in uniform batches. Think of it. An entire factory staffed with the product of one single egg. 96 identical individuals working 96 identical machines. At last, society really knows where it stands. Remember, it was our Ford who gave us the concept of the assembly line when he was on Earth many centuries ago. Our Ford. And now, boys, we will go up to the bottling room where we shall see how we create each class of society, alphas, betas, deltas, etc. Come with me. Well, Lenina.
Oh, Director.
Oh, charming. What are you injecting into our embryos today, my dear? Typhoid antitoxins?
Yes, sir.
Are you busy this afternoon?
Oh, not after 5, sir.
Good. Suppose we get together then on the roof.
That would be fine.
I've admired you for some time, Lenina. I'm looking forward to a closer acquaintance.
Thank you, sir.
And now, boys, we're off to the bottling room.
You are a lucky girl. The director of hatcheries and conditioning.
Oh, hello, Fanny.
Oh, you can trust the director to be the perfect gentleman. I saw him pat you.
He wants me.
You see? That shows what he stands for. The strictest conventionality. And it's about time you started belonging to someone else, my dear.
But I like Henry Foster. We've only been with each other 4 months.
4 months? Well, what would the district world controller say? You know how he disapproves anything intense or long-drawn. And it isn't as though there were anything painful or disagreeable about being with 1 or 2 other men besides Henry. After all, everyone belongs to everyone else.
You're quite right, Fanny, as usual.
Good girl.
Fanny, do you know Bernard Marx?
Bernard
Marx? Why not? Bernard's an Alpha Plus. Besides, he asked me to go to New Mexico, to the Savage Reservation with him.
But his reputation. They say he doesn't like obstacle golf.
Oh, they say.
And that he spends most of his time by himself alone. They say somebody made a mistake when he was still in the bottle. Thought he was a gamma and put alcohol into his blood substitute. That's why he's so stunted.
Oh, what nonsense.
Oh, very well, Lenina. It's your life, my dear. But I think you're heading for trouble.
And here we have the bottling room. Little embryos carefully bottled being rocked gently to and fro as they did in olden days when carried by their mothers. Now, boys, you must learn to distinguish between smut and science. I am going to use that word again. As scientists of tomorrow, you must learn to cope with it. mother. There, that's better. As a matter of fact, there is an area in our world where humans are still viviparous, still give birth to their children. The Savage Reservation in New Mexico. I visited there once myself, many years ago. Dreadful, filthy place. Naturally, civilization has improved on all that. It is here we control the embryo's growth, each batch carefully regulated to produce the exact class of citizen we desire. And here is our Mr. Henry Foster in charge of bottling. Oh, Henry.
Yes, sir.
Please explain the process to the students.
Oh, delighted, sir.
By the way, Henry, before you begin, I made a date with Lenina Crown this afternoon.
Oh, really? I'm delighted, sir. I'm sure you'll enjoy belonging to her.
Good. Very pneumatic girl. Now, please proceed.
This way, gentlemen. Here, we advance the process. One by one, the eggs are transferred from their test tubes into these larger decanters and moved along to the labelers, carefully labeled as to heredity, date of fertilization, sex, name, serial number. Gentlemen, there are 88 cubic feet of card index in this room. Now, here is where we actually predestine and condition. Nothing is so unstabilizing to society as unhappy people. We avoid all that by preconditioning our embryos. And now we are entering the heat conditioning room. Hot tunnels alternating with cool tunnels. Exposure to cold is accompanied by exposure to X-rays. By the time these babies are decanted, they have a perfect horror of cold. Thus, they are perfectly prepared to emigrate to the tropics, to be miners and acetate silk spinners and steel workers.
And that is the secret of happiness and virtue, liking what you have got to do. All conditioning aims at that, making people like their unescapable social destiny. 10 to 3, boys. Time to visit the nurseries.
And so the director continued on his tour. Meanwhile, in his rooms high above the city, Bernard Marx nervously paced the floor.
I'm taking Lenina Crown in New Mexico with me, Helmholtz, to the Savage Reservation.
Well, it's about time.
What do you mean by that?
I'll be frank, Bernard. There's been a lot of talk about your behavior at the College of Emotional Engineering. Of course, I've been defending you.
And I'm supposed to be grateful? Because you're a successful feelies writer? Because you're tall, well-built, have all the girls you want?
Oh, Bernard. Now, you know how I feel. I want to write. I mean, seriously, not slogans or feelies. I want to write something important.
Huh?
Lately, I've been cutting out my committees and my girls. The director called me in just the other day.
Are you in trouble, too?
There's a poem I wrote, too emotional, he said. He gave me the lecture about being an alpha plus, about remembering to behave even as a little infant.
I know. I tried to explain to Lenina, but she doesn't understand, or won't understand. All those other men she belongs to, Henry Foster, Benito Hoover, they treat her like a side of beef. It's disgusting.
It's socially proper. We share and we share alike, remember?
But I want her for myself, alone.
Bernard, you're my closest friend. Now you listen to me. You can't win this way. Follow the rules. Play the game. Be happy.
The nursery was on the 5th floor. The sign over the door said, Neo-Pavlovian Conditioning Room. It was a large, bare room, very bright and sunny. Half a dozen nurses, trousered and jacketed in the regulation white viscose linen uniform, were engaged in setting out bowls of roses in a long row across the floor. The nurses stiffened to attention as the director of hatcheries and conditioning came in, followed by his students.
Set out the books.
In silence, the nurses obeyed his command. Between the rose bowls, the books were duly set out.
Now bring in the children.
They hurried out of the room and returned in a moment, each pushing a kind of tall, dumb waiter, laden on all its 4 wire-netted shelves with 8-month-old babies, all exactly alike, a Bokanovsky group, and all, since their caste was Delta, dressed in khaki diapers.
Put them down on the floor. Now turn them so they can see the flowers and books.
Turned, the babies at once fell silent, then began to crawl towards those clusters of sleek colors, those shapes so gay and brilliant. From the ranks of the babies came little squeals of excitement, gurgles and twitterings of pleasure. The swiftest crawlers were already at their goal. Small hands reached out uncertainly, touched, grasped, unpetaling the roses, crumpling the illuminated pages of the books.
Watch carefully, students. All right, nurses, pull the lever. And now we proceed to rub in the lesson with a mild electric shock. That's enough. All right, take them away, nurses. Observe. Henceforth, books and flowers will be associated in their minds with loud, unpleasant noises and electric shock. And after 200 repetitions of the same or a similar lesson, will be wedded forever. What man has joined, nature is powerless to put asunder. They'll be safe from books and botany all their lives.
But, sir, since these are lower caste children anyway and will never read, why bother to condition them against flowers?
Simple economics. If gammas, deltas, or even epsilons like flowers in nature, soon you'd see them wasting their time visiting the countryside. And of what economic use is that? A love of nature keeps no factories busy. It was decided to abolish it, at least among the lower classes. Any further questions?
Sir, would you tell us about sleep teaching?
I'm glad you asked that. The most ingenious development of all, sleep teaching, is given to all our children as they grow to maturity. A little voice murmurs slogans in their ear all the night long while they sleep. Of course, it's useless for teaching, but as a method for giving post-hypnotic suggestions, it is invaluable. It's what conditions our minds to love our future role in life. Now, boys, tell me some of the lessons we've all learned through sleep teaching.
A gram is better than a dam.
A good example. We have learned to take a gram of soma whenever we feel out of sorts. Euphoric, narcotic, pleasantly hallucinant. It transports our minds into a beautiful sleep filled with wonderful images. It gives a soma holiday, thus preventing unnecessary impulses such as anger, jealousy, envy, anxiety. Next.
Ending is better than mending.
Good. It's better to throw away something than to repair it. New clothing, new possessions keep our factories humming and make us happier. Next.
I'm glad I'm not a gamma.
Ah, yes. We're all taught in our sleep to enjoy our own caste, whatever it may be. Gammas are taught to think, I'm glad I'm not an epsilon. Betas learn to be glad they're not deltas or gammas.
And glad they're not alphas, because we alphas sometimes have to use our minds, and that's very painful.
That's very good indeed. Well, students, I think our tour is over for today. I'm sure most of you have dates with pneumatic young ladies. Some, of course, will be wanting to get in a game of obstacle golf. But before we finish, I'd like to add a few footnotes to the things you've seen today. Today, we have a controlled society, a happy society. We have stability. There was a time when these things did not exist.
Didn't people grow old and feeble in those days, sir?
Indeed they did. Old men in the bad old days used to renounce, retire, take to religion, spend their time reading, thinking. Now, such is progress. At 60, we have the tastes and the powers of a 17-year-old. The old men have no time, no leisure from pleasure, not a moment to sit down and think. They're much too busy scampering from feely to feely, from girl to pneumatic girl. Fortunate boys, no pains have been spared to make your lives emotionally easy, to preserve you as far as possible from having emotions at all. Ford's in his flivver, all's well with the world.
Ford's in his flivver, all's well with the world.
And solemnly and devoutly they made the sign of the T and hurried off to join their fellow citizens at play. In spite of Fanny's dire warnings, Lenina Crown made a date that evening with the eccentric Mr. Marks, partly to show Fanny her courage and partly because she was curious. When they were safely in their helicopter and climbing above the city, she turned to him.
Shall we play escalator squash or go to the Feelies?
Escalator squash is a waste of time.
But what else is time for? All right, then, let's go to the Feelies. You know, they're showing love on a bearskin rug, and everyone says it's terribly exciting. You can
Lenina,
actually
please,
feel...
couldn't we just go for a walk and be alone together?
But, Bernard, we'll be alone all night.
Well, I meant alone for talking.
Talking? Well, what about? Oh, you're beginning to feel nasty, I can tell. Take a soma, Bernard.
I'd rather be myself and nasty, and not somebody else, however jolly.
A gammon 9 saves 9.
Oh, for Ford's sake, be quiet.
Bernard.
Lenina, don't you ever want to be just you? Not enslaved by your own conditioning to be free?
But I am free. I'm free to have the most wonderful time. Everybody's happy nowadays.
But wouldn't you like to be free to be happy in your own way and not somebody else's?
I simply don't understand you. Bernard, do you really like me? Everyone says I'm awfully pneumatic.
Eventually, Bernard took Lenina to the Westminster Abbey Cabaret, where Calvin Stopes and his 16 saxophonists were playing. Also featured was London's finest scent and colour organ and all the latest synthetic music. With the aid of 4 Soma tablets, Bernard managed to spend a successful evening with the girl, and the next morning he agreed to apply at once for a permit to visit the Savage Reservation. He was quite nervous as he stood before the large desk of the Director of Hatcheries and Conditioning.
Oh, going to take Lenina Crown, I see.
Yes, sir.
Very pneumatic.
Yes, sir.
New Mexico Reservation. How long ago was it? Let me see. 20, 25 years? I must have been your age then.
Sir?
I had the same idea as you. Wanted to have a look at the Savages. Got a permit for New Mexico and went there for my summer holiday. With my girl of the moment. She was a beta minus, I think. Oh, yes. She had yellow hair and was especially pneumatic. Well, it was terrible. We rode about on horses and all that, and the last day of our stay, she got lost. Somewhere in those horrid mountains. Lost. We never did find her, poor girl. Must have fallen in some crevice. Yes, we searched for days, but no luck. Miserable trip.
You must have had a terrible shock.
What? Oh, don't imagine there was anything unethical about it. Nothing emotional or long drawn. It was all perfectly healthy and normal.
I'm sure it was, sir.
What's that? Oh. Mr. Marks, I should like to take this opportunity of saying I'm not at all pleased with the reports I receive of your behavior outside working hours. Alphas are so conditioned that they do not have to be infantile in their emotional behavior, but that is all the more reason for their making a special effort to conform. And so, Mr. Marks, I give you fair warning.
Yes, sir.
If ever I again hear of any lapse from a proper standard of infantile decorum, I shall ask for your transference to a subcenter, preferably to Iceland. Good morning.
The journey was quite uneventful. The Blue Pacific rocket lost 4 minutes in a tornado over Texas, but was able to land at Santa Fe less than 40 seconds behind schedule. Lenina and Bernard slept that night at Santa Fe, and Lenina was very happy.
Imagine 60 escalator squash racket courts in the hotel and obstacle and electromagnetic golf, too. Oh, Bernard, it's simply too lovely.
There will be no scent organs, television, or even hot water once we get out on the reservation.
I can stand it. You'll see. Only progress is lovely, isn't it?
They took a rocket ship into the interior, and from there they traveled on horseback. And all Bernard could think about was Iceland, and how cold and barren it would be. The director's warning had made him even quieter and more sullen than usual. And then, that evening, they reached their destination. Before them was the village of Malpais, situated on a mesa. Adobe hovels growing out of the stony ground, dust and squalor, and the smell of wood smoke.
What an awful place. I don't like it. Who's that man coming toward us?
He's to be our guide.
I'm frightened, Bernard.
Quiet.
We shouldn't have come.
Oh, good morrow. You're civilized, aren't you? You come from outside, from the other place?
My name is Bernard Marx. This is Lenina Crown.
My name is John. Come with me.
He speaks English. That's strange.
Probably trained as a guide.
Where is he leading us?
To that hut, I believe. There seems to be some sort of activity over there.
Orgy, porgy. Why, it's like our lower caste community sing. Only look. Now they're beating themselves with whips. Oh, no, Bernard.
It's got something to do with their religion. What a wonderful intensity of feeling it must generate. I often think one may have missed something in not having passions like that.
Nonsense. Bernard, what's wrong with that man?
Where? Oh, he's just old, that's all.
Old? But we don't look like that when we're old. He's so wrinkled, so... Oh, it's horrible.
That's because we age all at once. We stay 17 until we're 60 or so, and
then we die, and they burn our bodies and recover the phosphorus for the good of the world state, just as it should be. But this...
What is it?
That woman! Oh, Bernard, no! Take me away! Take me away!
She's only nursing her baby, Lenina. That's her child. She's the mother.
Bernard, how can you be so vulgar? I think I'll be sick. Please, Bernard, anywhere. Anywhere.
Is something wrong?
I think we'd better take Lenina inside.
Over here. Follow me.
My soma. I'm out of soma. Bernard.
I'm sorry, Lenina. I didn't bring him.
Oh.
Here. Inside. This is my home. This is my home. You are welcome to remain here.
John? John?
Yes, Mother?
Mother?
These are people from the outside, Mother. They have come to see the reservation.
From the other place? You're from the other place.
Don't come near me.
But don't you see, I'm from there, too. I'm civilized. I don't belong here. It's all a terrible mistake.
This is my mother, Linda.
Were you born here?
No, I tell you, I was decanted like normal people. Oh, thank Ford, someone has come. At last, thank Ford.
Bernard, please keep her away.
Could you tell us about yourself, please?
Well, I came here 25 years ago with a man. His name was Thomas. We went riding together on horses. There was a terrible storm. I got lost in this horrible place. It was the last day of our stay. He left me here, alone.
Lenina?
Yes?
You will be interested to know that our director of hatcheries and conditioning is named Thomas, and that he came here 25 years ago.
Oh, no.
And that...
It can't be.
But it is. Well, he told me so himself. What a discovery. This boy is our director's son. Our director is a father.
Oh, it's too horrible.
Mother, what is he saying?
Iceland indeed.
Bernard, stop it.
Well, we'll see who tells who where to go now. John.
Yes, sir?
How would you and your mother like to return to civilization?
Do you mean it? Oh, please, do you? Listen, they're crazy here. I was a beta minus. I always worked in the fertilizing room. I was a good worker. But how can I tell them? They don't understand. They mend things. They don't know what a helicopter is or soma. They have babies like dogs. Oh, it's too revolting. Oh, thank Ford. If it hadn't been for my son, for John, what a comfort he has been to me.
Your son? How can you? You were beta minus.
I know, but he's been a comfort to me just the same. If only I'd had soma. Oh, do you mean it? Will you take us back to civilization?
Of course. We'll leave tomorrow. You and your son back to civilization.
And Bernard was as good as his word. That very night, he and John and his mother and Lenina took the Blue Pacific rocket to London. For Lenina, it was a happy trip, since she had taken 4 somas the minute they got back to the hotel. For John, it was a voyage of discovery. Poor Linda, his mother, could only weep for joy. But for Bernard, it was a moment of triumph. Triumph such as he had never known before.
Brave New World, Part 1, by Aldous Huxley. A startling, shocking account of what can happen to our civilization 600 years in the future. And more importantly, a warning to all of us against the destruction of moral standards, family life, and the soul of man. Join us next week when we will continue with Part 2 of Aldous Huxley's terrifying forecast of the future of what could become the brave new world. Presented on the CBS Radio Workshop.
The CBS Radio Workshop is produced and directed by William Frug. Brave New World was adapted for radio by Mr. Frug. Featured in the cast were Joseph Kearns, Bill Idelson, Gloria Henry, Charlotte Lawrence, Byron Kane, Sam Edwards, Jack Crucian, Vic Perrin, and Lorene Tuttle. Original music composed and conducted by Bernard Herrmann. This is the CBS Radio Network.
Ladies and gentlemen, the distinguished author, Mr. Aldous Huxley.
Brave New World is a study of the future as it may be unless we are extremely careful. It depicts a society in which man has replaced nature by science, morality by drugs, individuality by total conformity. It is a hideous prospect, yet we seem determined to follow this path of self-destruction. But Brave New World need not be our future. The choice, after all, is always in our own hands.
CBS Radio, a division of the Columbia Broadcasting System, and its 217 affiliated stations present the CBS Radio Workshop, radio's distinguished series dedicated to man's imagination. The Theater of the Mind. Tonight, Part 2 of 2 half-hour programs devoted to one of the world's most shocking and famous novels, Aldous Huxley's terrifying forecast of the future, Brave New World. And we are proud to once again have Mr. Huxley as our narrator. Original music is composed and conducted by Bernard Herrmann.
This is Aldous Huxley. In the garden outside the London Hatchery and Conditioning Centre, it was playtime. Naked in the warm June sunshine, 600 or 700 little boys and girls were running with shrill yells over the lawns, or playing games, or squatting silently in 2s and 3s among the flowering shrubs. And strolling across the smooth turf came the director of hatcheries and conditioning, followed eagerly by a group of new students.
And here we have playtime for our little tots. Notice the games, all carefully constructed to use as many mechanical devices as possible. In olden times, children used to play simple games using only a ball and a bat. Oh, madness. Nothing was added to increase consumption. Then came our Ford. He taught us the principle of mass production in the assembly line many centuries ago and changed all that.
Good morning, Director.
Sir, what an unexpected pleasure. boys, this is the resident controller for Western Europe. This is his Fordship, Mustafa Mond.
Boys?
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
I was just showing the students the children, sir.
Lovely children. Busy as bees at their unrestricted play.
Controller, if you have the time, I wonder if you might tell the students something about the bad old days.
I might. Where are you taking them?
To the Hatchery and Conditioning Center to see the manufacturing of the babies.
Very well, I'll walk along with you. Yes, in the old days, children lived in a place called home. A rabbit hole with suffocating intimacies. Maniacally, the mother... please don't be shocked at that word. The mother brooded over her children. Her children. Our Ford, or our Freud, as for some inscrutable reason he chose to call himself whenever he spoke of psychological matters, our Freud was the first to reveal the appalling dangers of family life. Unpleasant as they may seem, students, these are facts. People used to be viviparous, gave birth to their children. What were the consequences? A world dominated by mothers and fathers was a world full of every kind of perversion, from sadism to chastity. There were also husbands, wives, and lovers.
Now everyone belongs to everyone else. Thank Ford for progress.
Yes, thank Ford. Actually, we still preserve a few outmoded ethics of pre-stable societies in our savage reservations. Did you ever visit a reservation, Director?
Yes, I once went to look at the savages in New Mexico. Well, that must have been 25 years ago. Mother's, father's marriage. Oh, very repulsive.
Yes. Well, here we are. I'll say goodbye.
Goodbye, Controller, and thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. You're welcome.
And now, boys, if you'll follow me inside the hatchery. And here we are, a hive of activity. Alpha's superintending, Beta's doing the skilled work, Gamma's in green, busy at routine jobs, and Delta's in khaki, incapable of doing anything except sweeping the floor. Every member of society perfectly content to belong to his predestined caste. Except for a few criminal exceptions, which reminds me, one of those criminal exceptions is meeting us here at 11. An Alpha Plus, no less, Mr. Bernard Marks.
What has he done, sir?
What has he done? He refuses to participate in mechanical sports. He is lax. Here he comes now.
Good morning, Director.
Mr. Marks. You and Lenina Crown returned from the Savage Reservation last night, I understand.
Yes, sir. We visited some of the places you told me about last week, Director. In fact, we
Silence. Your attention, please. Everyone step this way. If I have interrupted your labors, it is because a painful duty constrains me. This man who stands before you, this Alpha Plus, the highest level of society, has grossly betrayed the trust imposed in him by his heretical views on sports and Soma, by his scandalous refusal to be promiscuous. He has proved himself an enemy of society, a subverter, ladies and gentlemen, of all order and stability, a conspirator against civilization itself. For this reason, I am ordering his immediate transference to a subcenter of the lowest order. In Iceland, he will have small opportunity to lead others astray by his unfordly example. Bernard Marks, can you show any reason why I should not now execute the judgment passed upon you?
Yes, I can.
What did you say?
You told me you visited the Savage Reservation 25 years ago, Director, with a young Beta Minus, I believe. You told me she was lost during a storm, and that you returned without her. I thought perhaps you'd like to see her again. Linda?
Thomas! Thomas! Oh, Thomas, it's me. Don't you remember? You're Linda. Oh, I knew I'd recognize you, Thomas. You look just the same. No one ages here. Thomas, look at me. I'm Linda. Remember? Hug me. Hold me.
What is the meaning of this? Who is this hag?
Thomas. Oh, Thomas, it's Linda. Linda, you're Beta Minus. John, look, it's him. It's your father.
Father. What's the meaning of this disgusting joke? Who is this savage and this dreadful woman? Take them away!
It isn't a joke. It's absolutely true. I'm his mother, and you're the father.
Father, it's me, John. I'm your son.
And now who is guilty of antisocial behavior, Director?
No.
A father as director of hatcheries. It was out of the question. The controller asked for his resignation. And all upper caste London was wild to see the savage and his mother. Bernard Marx became a hero, and even Lenina Crown had her share of reflected glory.
Good morning, Lenina.
Oh, good morning, Fanny.
Well, you certainly seem pleased with yourself.
Yes, I am pleased. Bernard called up half an hour ago. He has to go to a party at the controller's, and he asked me if I'd take the savage to the Feelies this evening.
Oh, lucky girl. What's he like, Lenina? I've heard he's terribly good-looking.
Oh, he is, but so very odd.
In what way?
Well, the day Bernard and I left the reservation, the savage came into my room. I'd taken a soma, so I didn't notice him until suddenly I awakened, and there he was bending over me.
What happened?
Well, naturally, I assumed something was going to happen, but instead of that, he just ran out of the room.
Well, how odd. What a terribly ungentlemanly thing to do. Doesn't he like you?
Oh, I'm sure he does, so I can't make it out. And, oh, please don't tell this to anyone, Fanny. It upsets me because I like him. I mean, I really like him.
Lenina.
I know it's immoral, but I just can't help myself. I do like him.
The days passed. Success went fizzily to Bernard's head. His diffidence turned to bumptiousness. His nonconformity was forgotten, and he became completely orthodox. The resident world controller appointed him official escort for the savage and asked him to make regular reports on the young man's reactions to civilization. This Bernard did assiduously.
Today I sent the savage to the Feelies with Lenina Crown. The feature was 3 weeks in a helicopter. Instead of holding the knobs on the chair arms, thus enabling him to experience the sensations of the lovers on the screen, the savage refused to participate. Lenina tells me he called the film vulgar and indecent. The savage refuses to take soma and seems most distressed because the woman, Linda, his M-O-T-H-E-R, remains permanently on soma holiday. In spite of her senility and the extreme repulsiveness of her appearance, the savage frequently goes to see her and appears much attached to her. What do you mean you refuse to come down to dinner?
Bernard, I'm sick. I've eaten civilization and I'm sick.
Do you realize that I've invited the most important people in London tonight? The Ford Chief Justice is here. The arch community songster of Canterbury has flown in just to meet you.
You've changed, Bernard. You used to feel the way I do about things. I talked to Helmholtz Watson. He says you've changed, too.
I haven't. Listen, if you don't come downstairs for my dinner party, I'll be the laughingstock of London.
I'll come. Just let me read this to you first. One day, many years ago, I found this book in my mother's room. One of the Indians had found it in a cave. It must be hundreds of years old.
It's called The Complete Works of William Shakespeare. Oh, I've heard of him. We don't allow it. Smut.
But he says all the things I feel about Lenina. Listen to this. Is there no pity sitting in the clouds that sees into the bottom of my grief? Oh, sweet my mother, cast me not away. Delay this marriage for a month, a week.
Marriage? Oh, Ford, no.
Bernard.
Oh, marriage, that's too good, really.
Bernard, stop it.
And mother. Oh, sweet my mother.
Oh, he's positively vulgar.
You stop
Wait
it.
till I tell Helmholtz about this.
Stop it, or I'll hit you.
Oh, come, now, where's your sense of humor?
Bernard.
Can't you see how funny it is?
Get out! I said leave me alone.
I'm leaving, John. I'm leaving.
How beauteous mankind is. Oh, brave new world that has such people in it.
The next morning, a pneumatic young girl, crisply clad in a beta-minus viscose linen suit, stood outside the door of the Savages' apartment and somewhat nervously rang the buzzer.
What? Lenina,
You don't seem very glad to see me, John.
not glad. Oh, if you only knew.
May I come in, then?
May I kiss your hand, Lenina?
My hand?
Admired Lenina. Indeed, the top of admiration, worth what's dearest in the world. I wanted to do something first to show I was worthy of you.
What are you talking about?
Lenina, tell me something. I'll do anything you tell me, anything at all. I'd sweep the floor if you wanted.
But we've got vacuum cleaners here. It isn't necessary.
No, of course it isn't necessary. But some kinds of baseness are nobly undergone. I'd like to undergo something noble, just to show you how much I love you, Lenina.
Do you mean it, John?
Yes, but I hadn't meant to say it, not until I... Listen, Lenina, on the reservation, people get married.
Get what?
For always. They make a promise to live together for always.
What a disgusting idea. Answer me this question, John. Do you really like me or don't you?
I love you more than anything in the world.
Well, then, why on earth didn't you say so? Come here to me, John. Hug me.
Oh, but Lenina...
Hug me till you drug me, honey. Kiss me till I'm in a coma.
Lenina, what are you doing? No, get away from me. Don't come near me.
Hug me, honey.
You strumpet.
A gran is better than a dad.
Get out.
But don't you want
Get
me?
out of my sight.
John!
Before I kill you.
Oh, he's mad. He's gone mad.
Oh, thou weed, who art so lovely fair and smell'st so sweet that the sense aches at thee. Impudent strumpet, impudent strumpet, impudent strumpet. Hello. Yes, this is Mr. Savage. Who's ill? Linda. My mother dying. Yes, I'll come at once.
Welcome to the Park Lane Hospital for the Dying. You've come to see someone in the galloping senility ward?
Yes. My mother.
Oh, how vulgar.
You know who I mean. Linda.
Oh, yes. Room 43, bed 16. She'll be dying any minute now. This way, please.
Is there any hope?
Well, of course not. Or else she wouldn't have been sent here. Through these doors.
What are these children doing here?
Death conditioning, of course. It starts at 18 months. Every tot spends 2 mornings a week in a hospital for the dying. All the best toys are kept here, and they get chocolate ice cream on death days. They learn to take dying as a matter of course. This way. Oh, here we are. Well, I must go. I've got my batch of children coming. Time for their chocolate ice cream.
Linda? Linda, it's John. Your eyes are open, but you don't know me, do you? It's John, your son. Linda? Linda, don't you know me?
Hug me till you drug me, honey. Kiss me till I'm in a coma.
Linda. Linda? Mother.
The menial staff of the Park Lane Hospital for the Dying consisted of 162 deltas, 84 red-headed female twins, and 78 identical mongoloid male twins. At 6, when their working day was over, the two groups assembled in the vestibule of the hospital and were served their daily soma ration. It was into this crowd that the savage walked, so overcome with his grief and his remorse that he did not realize he was shouldering his way into the gathering throng.
All right, here it is, soma distribution. In good order, please. Oh, hurry up there. Stand in line for your soma.
Linda died because of this.
Oh, now don't grab. There's enough for everybody. 1 gram for an evening's delight, 2 for a trip to the gorgeous East, and 4 for a weekend in paradise.
How beauteous mankind is. How brave new world that has such people in it. Stop! Stop!
Ford is a savage.
Listen, I beg you, lend me your ears. Don't take that horrible stuff. It's poison.
Mr. Savage, please. The people are waiting.
You're slaves, all of you. Don't you want to be men? Don't you want freedom?
Freedom? Ford Almighty, call the police.
From somewhere behind the milling, angry crowd, Bernard Marx saw the savage. He and his friend Helmholtz Watson had been searching for John. Now they hurried forward.
Helmholtz, he's mad. They'll lynch him. Oh, Ford, help us.
Ford, help those who help themselves, Bernard. Come on.
Where are you going? Come back.
It's a fight, a real fight. I've been waiting all my life for this. Men at last.
I'll make you free whether you want to be or not. Give me those soma boxes.
Sir, Mr. Savage, no. Stop it.
Helmholtz, join me.
Yes.
Throw the poison pills away.
By all means, throw them away.
Stop it.
Freedom! Be men and be free!
Over here, officers, this way. Give them the
Throw them away.
Freedom!
Stand up as men. Win your freedom.
Soma spray.
Win
John.
your
John.
freedom.
Take them to the resident controller's office. All right. All right, it's all over. We're all happy now. We're so happy we all love each other, don't we? Oh, yes, we all love each other. Line up for your soma.
Yes.
So you don't much like civilization, Mr. Savage?
No, I don't.
John, you're talking to the resident controller.
We don't need your comments, Mr. Marx.
I think civilization is horrible.
And yet people are happy. They get what they want, and they never want what they can't get. They're well off, they're safe, they're never ill, they're not afraid of death, they're blissfully ignorant of passion and old age, they're plagued with no mother or father, they've got no wives or children to feel strongly about. They're so conditioned that they practically can't help behaving as they ought to behave. And you ask them to chuck this all away for liberty? My good boy.
All the same, it seems quite horrible to me.
Of course it does. Actual happiness always looks pretty squalid in comparison with the overcompensations for misery. And being contented has none of the glamour of a good fight against misfortune. Happiness is never grand.
They call this happiness. Working at an embryo assembly line, manufacturing babies.
Science, my boy. Besides, they like it. Well, Mr. Marx, the time has come. You are being sent to an island.
To an island? Oh, please, sir.
Don't send me to Iceland. I promise I'll do what I should. I'll conform to the rules.
One would think he was going to have his throat cut, whereas if he had the smallest sense, he'd understand his punishment is really a reward. He'll be sent to an island where he'll meet the most interesting set of men and women in the world. All the people who weren't satisfied with orthodoxy. Everyone, in a word, who's anyone.
Then why didn't you go to an island yourself?
Because, finally, I preferred this. Sometimes I regret it. Happiness is a hard master, particularly other people's happiness. Well, gentlemen, there are many islands available. Which climate do you choose, Mr. Watson?
Well, I should like a thoroughly bad climate. I think I'd write better if I had to contend with difficulties.
How about the Falkland Islands?
That would be fine.
Good. You may leave now. You too, Mr. Marks.
Goodbye, Helmholtz. Goodbye, Bernard.
Goodbye, John.
Goodbye, John. One more question.
Of course.
Where is God in this scheme of yours?
It's a subject that has always had a great interest for me. You've never read this, of course, the Holy Bible, New and Old Testaments. We've got quite a few revolting old books like that here.
But if you know about God, why don't you tell the people?
This book is old. It's about God hundreds of years ago, not God now.
But God doesn't change.
Men do, though. No, my friend. Call it the fault of civilization. God isn't compatible with machinery and scientific medicine and universal happiness.
But when you're alone, it's natural to believe in God. When you're quite alone in the night, thinking about death.
But people are never alone now. We make them hate solitude, and we arrange their lives so that it's almost impossible for them ever to have it. No solitude, no God.
Is that why there's no self-denial here? No God, no reason for it?
Of course. Industry and prosperity are only possible when there is no self-denial. If there were, the wheels would stop turning.
But God's the reason for everything noble and fine and heroic.
My dear young friend, civilization has absolutely no need for nobility or heroism. You're conditioned so that you can't help doing what you ought to do. And what you ought to do is, on the whole, so pleasant. So many of the natural impulses are allowed free play that there really aren't any temptations to resist. Anybody can be virtuous now. No temptations, no inconveniences.
But I like the inconveniences.
We don't. We prefer to do things comfortably.
But I don't want comfort. I want God. I want poetry. I want real danger. I want freedom. I want goodness. I want sin.
In fact, you're claiming the right to be unhappy.
All right. I'm claiming the right to be unhappy.
Not to mention the right to grow old and ugly and impotent. The right to have cancer, the right to have too little to eat, the right to live in constant apprehension of what may happen tomorrow, the right to be tortured by unspeakable pains of every kind.
I claim them all.
You're welcome.
Bernard and Helmholtz left for their islands, but the savage was not allowed to go with them. The controller wished to continue the experiment. 3 weeks later, the savage ran away. After some days of wandering, he took refuge in an abandoned lighthouse. But his desire for solitude was not to be fulfilled. His hiding place was discovered. There were articles in the papers. Sightseers came by the thousands. One Sunday, Lenina Crown came for a picnic with 3 of her latest boyfriends. The day after her visit, 2 young reporters came to call, hoping for an exclusive interview. The door of the lighthouse was ajar. They pushed it open and walked into a shuttered twilight. Through an archway on the further side of the room, they could see the bottom of the staircase that led up to the higher floors. Just under the crown of the arch dangled a pair of feet. They called. No one answered. They saw him. At last the savage had found solitude. He was alone, quite alone.
Thus concludes Brave New World by Aldous Huxley. We wish to thank Mr. Huxley for appearing on these broadcasts as our narrator. And we would also like to thank you, our listeners, for your enthusiastic response to this new series. This is William Conrad inviting you to join us again next week when we present George Stewart's dramatic account of one of nature's most terrifying phenomena, storm. The following week, listen as Dr. Frank C. Baxter interviews William Shakespeare. Presented on the CBS Radio Workshop.
The CBS Radio Workshop is produced and directed by William Frug. Brave New World was adapted for radio by Mr. Frug. Featured in the cast were Joseph Kearns, Herb Butterfield, Bill Idelson, Gloria Henry, Charlotte Lawrence, Parley Bear, Doris Singleton, Jack Crucian, Vic Perrin, and Lorene Tuttle. Original music composed and conducted by Bernard Herrmann. America listens most to the CBS Radio Network.
CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Today, The Space Merchants, Frederick Pohl's and C.M. Kornbluth's modern classic about the future when the wizards of high-pressure salesmanship take over. It's the story of Mitchell Courtney, a copysmith, star class with Fowler Shock & Associates, the biggest and greatest advertising firm of the future, and a tale of a rocket ride to Venus.
As I rubbed depilatory soap on my face and waited for my beard to melt away, I switched on the news over the bathroom mirror. A funny little man whom I finally recognized as the president had given another speech last night. There was a shot of the Venus rocket squat and silvery on the Arizona sands. A report of rioting in Panama, the Concy Underground probably. Then the phone rang. Hello.
Chief, you're due at the office.
Can't you see I'm dressing?
Oof, why that tie?
Never mind. Why are you phoning me?
Mr. Shawkins called a board meeting a half an hour early. He's going to name the head of the Venus project today, so hurry.
Hester, do me a favor. Will you call my wife, Dr. Nevin? Make an appointment at noon for Walter J. Silver.
For who?
Walter J. Silver.
Are you crazy?
Well, she won't talk to me, Hester. Use the fake name. Maybe I can get in.
All right, now get down here fast.
Down on Fifth Avenue, there wasn't a pedicab in sight. For a moment, I thought I had a Cadillac with two men pedaling it, but somebody else got it. I did the best I could. I hopped aboard the rolling northbound sidewalk and found myself hemmed in by a milling, perspiring group of consumers. I got off at Shockin Towers and rode the express elevator to our offices on the 182nd floor. By sheer luck, I'd just taken my seat with my fellow board members when Fowler Shockin walked in.
Gentlemen, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Shockin.
Now, sit down. I'm going to stand for a moment. I've just come back on the moon rocket, as you know. Want to stretch my legs.
How is our project on the moon, Mr. Shockin?
Gentlemen, I'm proud, and I'm humble when I say it's successful. The mining ventures are bringing the people here on Earth many of the metals our forefathers exhausted long ago. The colonists seem quite untouched by the Kansi revolutionists. Only 6 instances of Kansi sabotage in the past week. Thank you. Now I'd like to hear some reports on our other projects. Industrial anthropology.
Well, I wish to report that according to the midnight indices, all primary schools east of the Mississippi are being fed our Fowler Shockin packaged school lunches, soy burger, and regenerated steak. Now, these lunches are being packaged in our Stars Alias Red, which means that in the future, these young consumers will be completely conditioned to buying everything packaged in our special color, Stars Alias Red. They'll have no choice.
Magnificent. Now, let's hear from point of sale.
Well, Mr. Shockin, sir, we have tested our latest beverage, Coffeeist, in 15 key cities. Each sample of Coffeeist contains 3 milligrams of a simple alkaloid. Nothing harmful, but definitely habit-forming. After 10 weeks, the customer is hooked for life. A cure will cost $1,000, so it's easier to buy more Coffeeist. 3 cups with every meal and a hot jug beside the bed at night.
You know, gentlemen, on my trip back from the moon, I began to wonder, are we getting soft?
No, sir, Mr. Shockin.
Thank you, Matt. But I wonder, were we doing enough for our consumers? Those consumers sleeping out there on the stairways. I know how lucky they are being able to buy the wonderful goods we make, package and sell them. Seaweed suits, soya burger, regenerated steak, Coffeeist, straw-butt cigarettes. But I still wondered, were we in the upper classes of advertising getting soft? But now I've decided Fowler Shockin Associates is not soft, that it's ready to meet a challenge greater than our organizing India into one giant cartel, greater than our development of the moon, the greatest challenge the world of advertising and promotion has ever met, the colonizing of Venus.
Shockin's sense of the dramatic was never better. A touch of a button on the conference table before him, the lights were dimmed. Another touch of a button, and one wall of the room became a giant projection screen. We are looking at it again. The Venus rocket. But this time we knew that one of us would be named to head the Venus project.
There she stands, gentlemen, the Venus rocket, a 1,000-foot monster, surrounded now by steel scaffolding and aglow with welding torches. And here's how you'll see her 6 months from now, just before the takeoff. Just before the takeoff. There's the ship that Congress gave us, Fowler Shockin Associates. There's the ship that will span the stars. 6.5 million tons of trapped lightning and steel. A rocket-powered Mayflower for 1,800 pioneers seeking a new world to settle. Who will man it? Gentlemen, it's our job, A, to justify my buying enough congressmen to vote us that rocket. B, to sell 1,800 crazy consumers on giving up life on the Earth for the sulfur and nitrogen and canned life on Venus.
Yes, sir, Mr. Shockin. Yes, sir.
I've made my choice of the man to head up our Venus rocket project. His name is Mitchell Courtney.
Congratulations, Matt. Thanks, Matt. Terrific break for a young and experienced guy. Yes, I'm flattered.
Fowler seemed to be sure he knew what he was doing.
He seemed to be sure.
Well, drop into my office anytime you need advice.
Thanks. I'll keep my back to the wall.
Good luck with Venus Project, Mitch. As far as I'm concerned, you can't sell people on life in a sardine can, even if you throw in a slave girl as a premium.
This way, Mr. Silver. Dr. Nevins will see you now.
Dr. Nevins?
Mitch, how did you get in?
Now, here's another name. I had to see you, Kathy. After all, you're my wife.
I am not your wife.
My certificate's on file.
Mine isn't. It never will be. As soon as this year is up, we're through.
Wait. I've got some news.
Well, what is it?
I've been put in charge of the Venus project at the agency.
Congratulations.
Oh, Kathy, I love you. I'm not above using this promotion as an excuse to celebrate. Won't you go out on the town with me tonight?
No.
Well, I promise not to make a scene. You're the only one I want to celebrate with.
All right, Mitch. My apartment at 7. And now let me take care of the sick people.
Outside Kathy's office, I hailed a two-man Cadillac pedicab and told them to step on it to Shotkin Towers. I took the express elevator to the top of the towers. I ran across the heliport to Shotkin's private helicopter. I had a very important date out of New York's newest airport, at Montauk. I was due to meet the Earth's #1 celebrity, Jack O'Shea, the first and only man who would ever set a rocket down on Venus and return. As I landed, his jet was just coming in. And as I jumped to the ground, his jet moved up the runway toward me, and the place was crawling with women. I'd forgotten what a swath Jack had cut with the women on his cross-country lecture tours. In fact, I'd almost forgotten until his Pinkerton cards cleared away through the vast crowds. I'd almost forgotten that Jack was a midget. Welcome to New York, Jack.
Hello, Mitch. I hear you're #1 boy now.
Well, I still work for Fowler Shotkin, Jack, but the Venus rocket project is mine.
You're a fool to take it.
Oh, you're joking.
Am I? All right, fellas. Mr. Courtney's from Fowler Shotkin. You can check off now.
Yes, sir, Mr. O'Shea.
Crummy guards. I never get a free moment.
Well, that's the penalty for being a celebrity. This way, Jack. Our helicopter's over here.
Hey, look out, Mitch. That cargo ship.
Darn fool pilots.
Run, Mitch. Run! Hey, Mitch. Mitch, you all right?
Yes, I'm okay. Thanks a lot.
Mitch, that was no accident. That pilot had orders to get one of us. And I think it was you.
I had to start pumping Jack O'Shea about Venus. Shotkin was paying him a fat retaining fee as a consultant. Jack didn't seem to want to talk, however. I showed him projections, maps, drawings, charts. But he barely said a word worth recording on tape. Suddenly an idea hit me. I made a phone call.
Oh, Kathy. Kathy, do you know that this is the first time I've laughed, really laughed, since I came back to Earth?
Is it, Jack? I'm complimented.
And that this is the first time I've been alone with two people since I came back?
I thought you'd had enough of being alone in that rocket on Venus.
It must have been a shattering experience, Jack.
Kathy, you're the first person who seems to have understood that. Not exciting. Not thrilling. It was frightening. Shattering, as you said. it wasn't at all like what I've told the women's clubs, the reporters. That's been a pack of lies. The atmosphere, for instance, it's really formaldehyde. Embalming fluid. Who'd understand that, except the dead? And the heat, who'd understand that? Who's lived in heat above the boiling point of water? If there was any water on Venus, which there isn't.
Why did you go, Jack?
That's easy. You're a doctor. You know about midgets. We eat 1/3 the food, drink 1/3 the liquids, inhale and exhale 1/3 the air full-sized humans require. They'd never have gotten that test rocket to Venus if I hadn't been the size I am, if I hadn't been a child who's been laughed at, who'd turned test pilot to prove myself. I was so small they could pack me into that test rocket with all the equipment necessary to sustain me. 83 days. It takes a lot of equipment to sustain even a midget.
6 of those days were on Venus. What was it like, Jack?
I think the closest thing on Earth is the painted desert. The wind blows hard. It tears rocks apart. Soft rocks disappear and make dust storms. The light is funny. Nobody ever saw a light like that on Earth. Orangey, brownish light. Very, very bright, but threatening. And there's no water on Venus. No vegetation. No living thing.
In the quiet of Kathy's apartment, Jack O'Shea talked for another hour. Then suddenly, with hardly a word of goodbye, he stood up and walked out. Thanks, Kathy. Thanks for changing plans and letting me bring him.
Don't mention it, Mitch. Do you think you got it all on your little tape recorder?
You knew I had one in my pocket.
I was sure you would have. And I hope you play it back to yourself over and over and over.
Oh, Kathy.
Yes, over and over and over. Until even you were convinced how hopeless your Venus project is.
Hopeless? Oh, our science boys have answers to all those objections.
Mitch, doesn't that mind of yours ever stop selling somebody something? Do you have to be a contriving, selfish Machiavelli who serves Fowler, Shockin, and never people?
People? You mean consumers?
Oh, Mitch, must you always be top dog? Making money without scruples, without ethics? What was that?
A gunshot.
Jack's out there.
Well, I'll go and see. Oh, he's all right. Those are his steps.
Mitch, I was standing talking with the doorman and someone shot him in cold blood. Someone thought that doorman was you.
Well, Mitch, trouble with the Venus project already?
Personal trouble, Mr. Shockin.
Personal trouble?
Yes, yesterday afternoon a cargo helicopter tried to drop its full load on me, and last night somebody tried to shoot me. I've had a couple of head-on collisions with Matt Runstead.
Are you accusing a Shockin man? That's treason. Killing an agency employee is an offense against the United States government. Any idea who's behind this?
No. Well, it might be the Consies, of course.
Well, conservationists hate us. They're trying to sabotage everything we want to do, but they're crazy, mixed up, unorganized. They want to go back to the old days when we had natural wood, natural water, all that sort of claptrap. Forget them.
Well, it could be another advertising agency.
It could be. But look, Mitch, I made you copysmith, star class, because I thought you could live up to your responsibilities. Now, you're young, but you have power. 5 words from you, and a few consumers will find their lives completely changed. That's power. Absolute power. So you must remember, power has its compensation and its hazards. That's all.
With this encouragement, I continued work on the Venus project for the next 6 weeks. I even talked Kathy into giving up her patients for 48 hours and taking a flying trip with me to Arizona. I wanted to get the feel of the giant rocket itself as it was being built.
Your credentials, please. Army Intelligence, check. Navy Intelligence, check. Air Force Intelligence, check. FBI, check. AEC, check. CIA, check. 4A's, check. I hope you two are all right. This way, please.
Kathy and I followed the security officer into the vast steel shell of the Venus rocket.
1,257 feet high. More cubage than the average New York apartment building.
He took us into the dormitories for the 1,800 pilgrims I had to sell on the idea of going to Venus.
Closed cycle food, water, and air regeneration. 1/3 living space, 1/3 drive, 1/3 freight.
It was an inferno and a promise of paradise. A monument to 22nd century engineering and an incomparable monument to the sheer artistry of the machine.
Mitch, do you always have to talk like a copysmith?
Huh? Oh, I noticed you were impressed too, Kathy.
Well, it draws me and repels me. I can't explain it.
It excites me. Kathy, how'd you like to go on to San Diego with me?
Whatever for?
Well, Matt Runstead's boys in our San Diego office have been gathering test figures on our sample colonizing campaigns. Very helpful.
No, I can't come, Mitch. I'd love to, but my patients back in New York need me.
Oh. Well, then I'll get you aboard the return jet and see you in New York in 48 hours. I didn't tell them I was coming to San Diego. I walked in on our entire San Diego staff playing push-button poker. What's the meaning of this?
Oh, who are you, mister?
Mitchell Courtney.
Well, it's Courtney from New York, fellas.
What are the reports on the Venus sampling, Harris?
Go on, any, sir.
Tally sheets, punch card codes, Sigma progress charts? Nothing on the attitudes of consumers toward life on Venus?
Well, nothing, sir. Nothing.
You've made up everything you've given me so far.
Well, I'm afraid so, sir.
Well, get New York on the line. I want Matt Runstead.
Well, he's not there.
Well, where is he?
Well, he called this morning. He's taken off for Little America to look after our interests there.
And left you holding the bag, huh? Find out when the next jet leaves for Little America. Little America is a dollar trap for the tourists of the world, conceived and promoted by Fowler Shocking. The clerk at our hotel told me Runstead had checked in for a 2-day tour of the Stars Alias Glacier. That he already had started out on the trail. I rented the glacier equipment, Antarctic coveralls, hood, gloves, boots, and power pack to warm them. And on my back, I had an EDF that went beep, beep when I was on the trail, and beep, beep when I lost my way in the snow. I set out after Runstead, beeping and still mad. I stopped after a while and cooked a meal in my electric pocket. It wasn't bad. Well, very bad. I had some coffeeists to pep me up, and then I set out again. My feet hit a drift, and I stumbled. The wind was blowing stronger now. The snow flurries were more frequent. I must have gone on another hour. How far in distance, I don't know. And then up ahead, I saw the figure of a man. Matt! Matt Runstead!
Mitch Courtney!
Matt, I've been following you.
Me? What do you want with me, Mitch?
I want to know what happened in the San Diego office. What are you up to, Matt? A sudden blast of wind hurled snow into my face, and then, as it cleared, I saw Matt raising his skis high above his head. I saw them coming down toward me as he poleaxed me.
The CBS Radio Workshop has brought you part one of The Space Merchants, adapted for radio by Charles Monroe, with original music composed and conducted by Samuel Matlofsky. Produced and directed in New York by Paul Roberts. Stotts Cotsworth starred as Mitch Courtney, Virginia Kay as Kathy. Others in today's cast were Bob Dryden, Ed Prentice, Mary Patton, Bob Reddick, Joe Julian, Ralph Bell, Ian Martin, and Joe Helgeson. The sound effects were devised by Tom Buchanan and Tom Perkins. The engineer, Jack Katz. This is Ted Pearson inviting you to join us next week for the second part of the CBS Radio Workshop production of The Space Merchants. A cargo jet in the 22nd century.
Here's a man we had trouble with in the hold, Lieutenant.
What's his complaint?
Well, he claims he's Mitchell Courtney, a copysmith star class with the Fowler Shock and Advertising Company. He says he's been shanghaied aboard this jet.
Roll up his sleeve. Let's see his Social Security tattoo. 1304-9974-1416-156-18773. Liar! Get him out of here. If he's with Shock and Advertising, he'd have a low number.
Can't you see it's been altered? Let me use the radio and talk to Mr. Shock and himself.
Where from, Mr. Courtney? The dead? Take a look at this copy of today's New York Times, dated February 17th, 2157.
Mitchell Courtney, head of the Venus Rocket Project at the Fowler Shock and Advertising firm, has been found dead in Little America. Now, wait a minute. A man by the name of Matt Runstead knocked me out there. But can't you see that I'm alive? I am Mitchell Courtney.
You can prove that after 10 years.
10 years?
My manifest shows that you're not an advertising man. You're only a consumer named George Groby. You've signed up for 10 years labor in Costa Rica. And those 10 years begin as soon as this jet sets down. Take him back to the hold.
The CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. The CBS Radio Workshop continues part two of The Space Merchants by C.M. Kornbluth and Frederick Pohl. Today, the workshop resumes the story of Mitchell Courtney, copysmith star class with the world's greatest advertising agency of the future, Fowler Shock and Associates. The tale of a rocket ride to Venus.
I lay on my filthy bunk in the hold of the cargo jet, trying to think of a way to get back to New York. I wanted to find out why Matt Runstead had knocked me out and had me shanghaied. Who wanted to get me off the Venus Project, the advertising campaign we dreamed up to colonize Venus? I wanted to get back to my wife, Kathy. But there was nothing I could do until this cargo jet landed in Costa Rica.
Move, you scum-skimmers! Get in line! Now, what's your name?
Mitchell Courtney.
Mitchell Courtney. Oh, yeah. You're the bum we had trouble with on the plane.
Sorry, my name is George Groby.
Oh, that's better. What do you want to do here, Groby? Got any choice of job?
Anything. Anything the sun-drenched plantations of Costa Rica have to offer. I'm here to clasp the deft hands of independent farmers with pride in their work. I'm here to extract the juicy, ripe goodness of chlorella protein.
Say, how'd you learn that? That's our Prime Impact commercial.
Learn it, I wrote it. But don't let that stand in your way.
Groby, you're not going to get anywhere being a wise guy.
Yes, sir.
You're assigned as a Chlorella scum skimmer 3rd class. Report for duty and assignment to a bunk at Tier 48 in Dormitory Z.
Chlorella products is a strange, glutinous, ever-growing organism called Chicken Little. It provides 1/3 of the world with the protein that replaces old-fashioned meat. It grows in huge, sweating vats. And only the constant slicing keeps it from overgrowing and covering Costa Rica and its neighbors, or in time, the face of the earth. I had written of its delights many times in the agency, but I now came to know it firsthand. I was assigned to skim the scum which dripped from its sides.
She stinks pretty bad, don't she, Jorge?
She's high, Herrera, she's high.
But she's beautiful, Chicken Little, Jorge?
Well, she's pretty awful.
Jorge, this is the first time I ever hear you say the advertisements are wrong. Go into town with me tonight, Jorge?
I'd made one friend, a master slicer named Herrera. He'd been aloof and standoffish at first, befitting his high station, but now he'd befriended me, done me a lot of favors. I didn't know why, until that night we went on the town to a dark, almost empty cafe.
Jorge, I have watched you very carefully. You don't belong here doing this work.
Well, don't I? How am I ever going to get out?
You have the brains, Jorge, not like the others.
Oh, thanks. What good are brains here? I'm so tired half the time I can't think.
Jorge, I'm going to put my life in your hands. Do you ever hear of the CONCIS?
The CONCIS, of course.
You know what the CONCIS stand for?
Sure, World Conservation Association.
I mean their ideas. Oh, I know you have heard they are dangerous.
They want a revolution. They want to go back to the old ways. Real meat, real grains, and fruits. They want a break for the consumer, they say. Nothing in packages, nothing tested and guaranteed.
Do you think they are so wrong? After 6 months here? Here, Jorge, take this pamphlet. Read it. Then talk to me again, Or denounce me. I am not afraid.
The Consi Underground opposed everything a self-respecting 22nd century advertising man like me believed. I would have denounced Herrera to the Chlorella authorities the next day, except for one thing. If I joined the Consis first, if I learned their organization and secrets, I'd have a better bargaining position in getting back to New York. I joined them. The irony was the Consis were a lot better organized than I'd suspected, and after 6 months, they decided they needed me in New York. And it was they who engineered my return to the city. I returned to New York on a secret mission for the Consis. 2 weeks after being in New York, I got the secret sign to attend a Consi meeting at the Metropolitan Museum. As my first taste of luxury in more than a year, I hailed a Cadillac pedicab and told the driver to take me to the Metropolitan Museum.
You can't do better than to visit the Metropolitan Museum, mister. World's greatest masterpieces. Don't miss the painting on the first floor. It's called I Dreamed I Was Ice Fishing in My Wonderform Bra.
I read it, brought $1.5 million.
Not a cent less. And don't miss the theatrical collection. They got Dancing Cigarette. Say, you mind if we stop a second? These new Cadillac cabs are hard to pedal. Okay, get out.
Oh, no, you don't. What's the idea of the gun?
I recognize you when you walked out of Grand Central, Mr. Mitchell Courtney.
What do you want with me?
I want you to get out of the cab and come with me to the Taunton Agency. They've offered a big, fat, juicy reward for anybody who'll bring them the inside story of Fowler Shocken's Venus Rocket Project. And you're the boy who headed it up.
So you're the boys who shanghaied me and got me off the project.
No, we're not. I don't know who did. But we're sure glad we found you. The boy with all those nice secrets about colonizing Venus. Taunton wants those secrets. Come on, get out of that cab.
Drop that gun.
Drop it or I'll break your neck. I grabbed the gun and hit him behind the ear. Then I ran across Fifth Avenue and lost myself in a group of consumers on the sidewalk rolling back toward Shotgun Towers. I jumped off and ran to the express elevator. I walked down the corridor to Shotgun's office. It was dark and deserted. Then down the corridor, I saw a light under my old office door. I walked up to it. I didn't knock. Hester.
Mitch!
It's all right. I'm alive.
Oh, but Mitch, they said you were dead.
Who? Matt Runstead?
Yes. Everyone believed him.
Did my wife, did Kathy believe him, Hester?
Yes.
Well, get her on the phone for me. Call her.
Well, she's disappeared, Mitch.
What?
No one's been able to find her. After the news of your death, she just closed her office and disappeared.
Maybe Shotgun knows where she is. Where is Shotgun, Hester?
Well, he caught the moon rocket yesterday morning. He was going over your notes on the Venus project.
He's taking it over?
Yes, from Matt Runstead. It was going badly,
I'll
Mitch.
bet. Matt's trying to ruin our campaign. Hester, you've got to get me aboard the next moon rocket. Use the name George Groby. Runstead and the Taunton agency will try to stop a man named Courtney. I've got a lot to tell Mr. Shotgun.
Passengers this way, please. We are now on the moon. Tourists to the moon to the left, visitors on business to the right. Now, sir, name?
George Groby, copy analyst class 4.
Groby, copy analyst 4. Oh. Guard, this way, please.
Yes, sir.
This man says his name is George Groby.
Fine. You're under arrest, Groby. Let go of me. I'm here to see Fowler Shotgun.
Mr. Runstead down on the earth told us to expect you.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You may be interested to know that your secretary, Miss Hester Barnes, is being tried for treason.
Treason?
She is charged with forging documents and passing them to you. The 43rd Amendment to the United States Constitution. Treason to any registered advertising agency is punishable by death. Hold him for the return passage and a similar charge, guard.
The guard had his nightstick in my back as we walked down the streets. Past storefronts with signs, moon-made fashions, stunning conversation pieces prove you were here. Souvenirs of Luna, cheapest in town. Moon suits rented, 50 years without a blowout. Ye tasty goody shop on ye moon. Warren Astron, readings by appointment only.
Hold it.
What is it?
You sure your name's Groby?
Positive.
Ever know a man named Herrera?
Well, yes, Herrera and I.
Wish we could find out what you're up to, Groby. Send out of Costa Rica to report in New York. Never show up at a meeting there. Then you turn up at Fowler Shotgun's agency and get your passage on a moon rocket.
You mean you're a...
Shut up. Now go into Astron's there. He'll hide you till our top boss up here comes. First take my nightstick, knock me out with it, then point it at the street light and blast it out. Hit me hard, but not too hard. Oh, this is going to cost me 2 stripes and a week's pay. Oh.
My Kansi training was really paying off. Astron took me in stride, hid me in a room under his floor, gave me something to eat, and I fell asleep. I waked with a light pouring down into my face.
You can come up now, Groby. The chief is here to see you. In that room back there. I'll see you're not disturbed.
Thanks.
Over here, into the light, Mr. Groby.
Kathy, what are you doing here?
Oh, Mitch, why didn't you stay on ice? What crazy thing have you done to turn up here?
Go on. I'm crazy. Why shouldn't I be crazy? My wife, a kingpin consi.
What a shock. You, a star-class copysmith, married to a consi.
Matt's one of you. You got Matt Runstead to Shanghai me.
Like a fool. I thought if I could get you away from Fowler Shotgun, I might bring you to your senses.
Trying to decide what was best for poor little Mitch.
Mitch, I loved you.
You loved me. You actually were in love with me.
Yes, I was, in spite of everything you stood for. But you are not going to talk to Fowler Shotgun.
I'm not.
Mitch, I don't want you to ruin Venus the way you've ruined the world.
A woman of ideals. What do you plan to do with me?
Are you going to report to Fowler Shotgun?
Yes.
Then there is nothing I can do for you.
Then let me tell you something before you turn me over to Astron and your friends outside. I've been shanghaied, robbed of my name, forced to work like a slave in the tropics. I've had all I can take of others deciding what to do about poor old Mitch. Your guard friend left this nightstick with me. You know what it does, Kathy. Get on that phone and call Fowler Shotgun and tell him where I am. Then get out. Take your friends with you. I'll give you 2 days to vanish. But this time, stay out of sight forever. Go on. Call Shotgun.
This is Dr. Nevins, Mitchell Courtney's widow. I'd like to speak to Mr. Shotgun, please.
Mitch, my boy, I'm going to fatten you up and turn Venus section back to you. You know my policy. Find a good horse, give him his head, and back him to the limit. You've never let me down. And Venus section's in rotten shape. Nobody's applying for space on the Venus rocket. The whole campaign's at sea. The indices are down to 3.37 for North America. They should be 4 and rising. We've got to get those 1,800 consumers on board the Venus rocket.
When we got back to Earth, Matt Runstead had disappeared. I arranged for Hester to be released from Alcatraz, and she returned in triumph in Shotgun's private jet. I began to whip the Venus rocket project back into shape. I was living again, writing new jingles, starting new rumors by word of mouth, developing new techniques, until finally...
Mitch, the big day has come. 1,800 consumers have volunteered to ride our rocket to Venus. Now, I've arranged for Congress to meet tomorrow, and my boy, I want you to address them as Fowler Shotgun's personal representative requesting a takeoff date.
Gentlemen, the Senate is now in session. You all received a recording of the opening prayer last night. So let's hear from the senator from Chlorella Limited.
The senator from Chlorella Limited passes in deference to the senator from Alaska Mining.
The senator from Alaska Mining passes in favor of the senator from United Steel and Smelting.
The senator from United Steel and Smelting passes in favor of the senator from Caribbean Fruits.
The senator from Caribbean Fruits passes in favor of the senator from Yummy Cola.
My dear fellow senators, I thank you all for graciously allowing me to speak before we pass upon this very important bill concerning the Venus rocket. The people of this great republic of ours, extending from Atlantic seaweed to Pacific fisheries.
Suddenly, I sensed something had gone wrong. I'd been sitting back thinking about Kathy, thinking of her face, her voice, her smile before we'd married. I was wondering where she was, what she thought of all this. Then the speaker's voice focused my attention upon him. I hadn't been worried. Fowler Shotgun owned 2/3 of this gathering. But there was something about old Yummy Cola that troubled me. He wasn't addressing his fellows. He was looking up, addressing me. A big grin on his face. I leaned forward just in time for the weenie.
To this project. In a brief discussion I had before this session, Mr. Taunton gave me some information in private. But I feel it my public duty to ask a couple of questions of Mr. Courtney, who is present. I would like to ask Mr. Courtney if the name of George Groby is familiar to him. I would like to ask if Mr. Courtney is George Groby. I would like to ask Mr. Courtney if, when he was known as George Groby, he was a member in good standing of the World Conservationist Association, known to most of us loyal Americans as the Conservatives.
Below, there was a raging tidal wave of taunting congressmen and shocking congressmen battling. For the first time in history, shots were being fired in anger on the Senate floor. If Taunton hadn't tipped off old Yummy Cola, I knew who had. The Consies. Somehow I didn't mind. I realized that for some time now, I'd really been one of them. A little man beside me, dressed in black, suddenly seized my arm and led me out the side door.
You'll find a car outside ready to take you to the airport, Mr. Courtney.
What airport?
Don't stop to ask questions. Just go wherever you're taken. You'll be protected.
Fat chance.
You'll be all right, I guarantee that.
Who are you?
The President. Good luck. God bless you.
I had to admire that little man's courage. He'd walked back into that raging den of lions without a quiver. I wondered what would happen to him when they found out he'd sent me to safety. Or was it to safety? I tried to ask questions of the men aboard the liner, but they looked the other way and kept absolutely quiet.
You can climb out now, Mr. Courtney. They're all ready for you over there at the Venus rocket. There's no time to lose.
Say, look here, I don't want to go to Venus. Who's in charge here? I won't go aboard that rocket.
Everybody's aboard but you. Come on, Mr. Courtney. Here you go.
Last passenger, fasten them in for the takeoff. Last passenger, ready for the takeoff.
Mitch, are you in here?
Kathy, where are you?
Up here. Over your head.
Stop floating around. Come down here and unfasten me.
All right, I'll try. But we're beyond the law of gravity. We're on the way to Venus with 1,800 conservationists.
How did you get out of a harness?
A steward set me free, then floated away.
I have to talk to you.
Me? You threatened to kill me, remember?
Yes, I remember.
You could have, Mitch, in time. But you never told Shockin who or where I was. Why didn't you?
Because I love you, Kathy. And I think that for a long time I've been coming over to your side.
And you're willing to face life on Venus?
Yes. It's time people got a break.
People, not consumers. Oh, I like hearing you say that. And I love you too, Mitch. Oh, Mitch, you broke my hold on your harness.
Come back here. I just wanted to put my arms around you.
Oh, there'll be plenty of time for that on Venus.
Come back here.
Unbuckle your harness and catch me.
I can't. Who invented this crazy gimmick anyway?
Oh, Mitch, you've stopped talking like an advertising man. Kiss me.
The CBS Radio Workshop has presented Part 2 of The Space Merchants, adapted for radio by Charles S. Monroe. Original music composed and conducted by Samuel Matlofsky. Produced and directed in New York by Paul Roberts. Stotts Cotsworth starred as Mitchell Courtney, Virginia Kay as Kathy. Others in the cast were Ralph Camargo, Leon Janney, Joseph Boland, Ian Martin, Jackson Beck, Ed Prentice, Joe Julian, Mary Patton, Bob Dryden, Ralph Bell, and Joe Helgeson. The sound effects were devised by Tom Buchanan and Tom Perkins. The engineer, Jack Katz. This is Ted Pearson inviting you to listen again next week when from Hollywood, the CBS Radio Workshop presents The Engine No One Loved. It's the story of a Civil War locomotive that wound up its career in a children's amusement park. This is the CBS Radio Network. This is the CBS Radio Workshop, the theater of the mind, dedicated to man's imagination. Today we take pride in presenting E.M. Forster's The Celestial Omnibus, adapted especially for the workshop by Richard Shattuck. This is a story for skeptics, and the story of Jamie, who was not a skeptic. Jamie, a small boy who found himself wondrously alive in the days of Victorian England.
Mr. Bond.
Hello there.
And Cynthia.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Summers.
How good to see you both again. We're so pleased that you could accept our invitation. Do go in.
Well, thank you.
Bert, Mr. Bonds and his daughter are here. Jamie?
You came, Mother. Do we have visitors? I saw the carriage drive away just as they came past the signpost.
Jamie, what were you doing down at that end of the road? Your father and I have told you never to go beyond number 36.
I was down by the alley, Mother. That signpost points up the alley. But there's nothing there. The sign says, to heaven. But it only points up a blind alley. What does it mean, Mother?
Many years back, some naughty young men put it there as a joke. The sign ought to be removed by the authorities. Such nonsense.
What kind of young men were they?
I believe your father told me that one of them wrote verses and was expelled from the university and came to grief in some way or another.
Then it doesn't mean anything at all.
No, son, it doesn't. Now, quickly, go in, tidy up. Little Cynthia Bonds is here.
And Daddy is president of the Literary Society this year.
I say, Seth, but you've coached her well. She must be your most ardent publicist.
You know how children will talk. Of course, though, I am a bit hopeful for my chances in the coming election. A seat on the county council would be most helpful.
Mr. Bond, sir. Where is heaven?
Why, you might say...
Jamie, the boy is talking about that signpost down the road, Mr. Bonds.
Oh, yes, that bit of a joke young Shelley put up. It still stands there, you say?
I told you so, my dear. It's nothing but a joke. And, Shelley was the name of that young man.
Have you ever heard of Shelley, Jamie?
No, sir.
No book of Shelley's in the house?
Why, yes, of course. Dear Mr. Bonds, we aren't such Philistines as that. We have 2, at least.
Well, I believe we have 7 Shelleys. A very brilliant writer, you know.
Jamie, why don't you and Cynthia go outside and play until dinner time?
All right. Come along, Cynthia. That's the Commuter's Express, isn't it, Jamie? It always passes our house just before sunset. You can see it down there in the valley.
Oh, yes, I see it. It looks just like a snake, doesn't it?
Don't you love this time of the day? It's so wonderful. I almost want to cry.
How silly and childish. Here's that signpost you were talking about at tea. To heaven. And it's pointing up that blind alley. Have you ever been up the alley, Jamie?
Not all the way. My parents say that it's not a nice neighborhood.
Jamie, let's you and I go together and see what is really there. Come on. Here we are. But there's nothing here at all. Nothing but that high brick wall at the end of the alley.
I'd like to kick that Shelley.
Hello, what's this over here, Jamie? It's some paper pasted on the wall. Jamie, listen to what it says. S&CRCC announces alteration in service. Owing to a lack of patronage, the company is regretfully compelled to suspend the hourly service and to retain only the sunrise and sunset omnibuses, which will run as usual. It is to be hoped that the public will patronize an arrangement which is intended for their convenience. As an extra inducement, the company will, for the first time, now issue return tickets. Good for 1 day only, which may be obtained from the driver. Passengers are again reminded that no tickets are issued at the other end, and that no complaints in this connection will receive consideration from the company. Nor will the company be responsible for any negligence or stupidity on the part of the passengers, nor for hailstorms, lightning, loss of tickets, or any other act of God. Signed, the directors.
Does it say where the omnibus goes, Cynthia?
No, it doesn't. What do the letters S and CRCC stand for?
The S must stand for Surbiton. The RCC probably means Road Car Company. But I can't guess what the other C stands for. Maybe City?
How strange. Why don't they sell tickets at the other end? And what a strange hour to start. At sunrise and sunset.
Cynthia, come here. How are those wheel marks on the ground? There.
Oh, Jamie, let's go home, quick.
Oh, my. 9 o'clock already. You children had better be getting to bed now.
Oh, yes, Cynthia, it's time you were asleep.
You two must be tired after your long walk to heaven.
Please, Bert, these teeth have been up already.
Good night, Mr. and Mrs. Summers.
Good night.
Good night, Dad.
Good night, madam.
Good night, my dear.
I've been dreaming about the omnibus. I happen to find out if it's real and where it goes. If I hurry, I may be able to reach the alley before sunrise. There is nothing here at the end of the alley. The sign is a lie. But why should they put up a sign that doesn't tell the truth? The omnibus is there. Please, Mr. Driver. Is this the omnibus that sign on the wall tells about?
Omnibus est.
About when do you leave?
In another minute, lad.
How far do you go?
All the way.
And can I have a return ticket which will bring me back?
You can.
You know, I think I'll go with you.
Jump in quickly then, my boy, for we're on our way.
We get out this way. We're heading straight for that wall at the end of the alley. The wall. It's opening up. Oh, goodness. I've forgotten my money. Stop. Stop. Mr. Driver, stop. Oh, do please stop.
We are unable to stop now. What is it, my boy?
Oh, Mr. Driver, I've left my purse behind. I won't be able to pay for my ticket.
Tickets on this line, whether single or return, can be purchased with money from no earthly mint. And a chronometer, though it had measured the slumber of Laura or solaced the vigils of Ptolemy, is of no value. Here is your ticket.
Thank you, Mr. Driver.
Titular pretensions are, I know, but vanity. Yet they do serve to distinguish one Jack from his fellow. Remember me, therefore, as Sir Thomas Brown.
Yes, sir. Oh, I am sorry. It is good of you about the ticket, Sir Thomas. But if you go on at this rate, however does your bus pay?
It does not pay. That error, at all events, was never intended and never attained.
Sorry again, sir.
Oh, come on up and sit beside me on the box here, boy.
Have you been a driver always?
I was a physician once.
But why did you stop? Pretty good?
Oh, as a healer of bodies, I had scant success, and several of my patients preceded me. But as a healer of the spirit, I have succeeded beyond my hopes.
Tell me, Sir Thomas, have you ever heard of a man named Shelley?
Oh, my, yes, he is a driver like myself.
Where are we going, Sir Thomas?
Oh, you will soon see. Are you afraid, lad?
No, Sir Thomas.
Well, here we are.
Look, Sir Thomas. Look at the rainbow that is forming under our omnibus. It's moving across the sky. like a rainbow you can walk on. What is that out there? What is the rainbow resting on at the other end? Is it a castle or a mountain? Oh, look! Between those cliffs, on the ledges, I see people. I see trees.
Look also below. Neglect not the treacherous Hades.
That music coming from the pool of water down there. What is it, Sir Thomas?
On the water's glistening surface, you see truth reflected. Truth has its depths as well as its heights. Oh, but you, my boy, need not be concerned with the siren song. Your path lies ahead. Come, let us start across.
Sir Thomas, the horses are pulling the omnibus across the rainbow. Wonderful, wonderful, beautiful.
Truant and a liar. There is no omnibus, no driver, no rainbow bridge.
Jamie, please tell your father you're sorry.
I cannot. Mother, it was the greatest experience of my life. Today, I went to heaven.
You will go up to your room without dinner, James, and memorize that poem you were working on for school. Go to your room now.
Yes, Father.
Oh, Bert, can't we believe? What will Mr. Bonds and his daughter think?
I don't care what they think. The boy needs to be taught that he must control his imagination.
Jamie, dear, you can come down now and bring your poetry with you.
I haven't learned, Father. Hello, Mr. Bonds.
Jamie.
And Cynthia.
Well, here's our great traveler. Here is the young man who rides in an omnibus across a rainbow.
After all, there is something similar to Jamie's experience in Wagner. That's odd how, in quite illiterate minds, you will often find glimpses of artistic truth. Let me plead for the culprit.
Hear how kind Mr. Bonds is, Jamie.
Very well. Let him say his poem, and that will do. He's going away to my sister's on Tuesday, and she will cure him of these fantasies. Now, say your poem, boy.
Standing aloof in giant ignorance.
One for you, my son. Standing aloof in giant ignorance. I never knew these poets taught sense exactly describes you. Sept, you go in for poetry. Take him through it.
Come over here, my boy, and we'll see how well you learn.
Fine. Bert, you fix the drinks. Cynthia and I will make some refreshments.
Yes, Mrs. Summers.
Now, Jamie, let me hear you say your Keats.
Standing aloof in giant ignorance, of thee I dream, and of the Cyclades, as one who sits ashore and longs perchance to visit.
That's quite correct, quite correct. Continue, my boy. To visit what?
To visit dolphin coral in deep seas.
Why are you crying?
Because all these words that only rhymed before, now that I've come back, they're me.
You? This sonnet, you?
Yes. And read farther on. On the shore of darkness, there is light, and precipices show untrodden green. It is so, sir. All these things are true.
Oh, I never doubted their veracity.
You believe me. You believe in the omnibus, and the driver, and the storm, and that return ticket I received without having to pay.
No more of your yarns, lad. I meant that I never doubted the essential truth in poetry. Someday, when you've read more, you will understand what I mean.
But, Mr. Bonds, it is so. There is light upon the shore of darkness. I have seen it. Light and a wind.
Oh, nonsense.
If I had only stayed up there. It tempted me. It told me to give up my ticket. But I thought of my mother and father, and that I must fetch them, too. The people up there warned me that no one would believe me. I shall never see that mountain again. But I told them about you, Mr. Bonds, and how clever you were, and how many books you had.
Huh?
But they said Mr. Bonds will certainly disbelieve you.
Stuff and nonsense, my young friend. I will settle the matter. I'll cure you of your daydreams. Tomorrow evening, just before sunset, you and I are going to take a walk, Jamie. We shall go up this alley and we shall hunt for your omnibus, you silly little boy. Gracious heavens. There is the omnibus. Just as you said, right at sunset.
But look, it's different than the omnibus yesterday. And the driver is not Sir Thomas.
Huh?
Coming back yesterday, Sir Thomas told me that each omnibus has a plate inside with its driver's name on it. I'll see who this one is, Mr. Bonds.
I say, you up there, driver. How soon before we start? What?
Sir, come in, sir. It is such a fine omnibus. And here's the driver's name. Dan somebody.
Quickly, boy, move over. Now, let me in. We're moving. Heading straight for that wall. Bless my soul.
Let me get the tickets, Mr. Bonds. Driver, 2 round-trip tickets, please. Thank you, Mr. Dan. Or whatever your name is.
No, it can't be. It is the impossible. Do you know who that driver is?
I don't know, Mr. Bonds, but I don't like him as well as Sir Thomas Brown. So I shouldn't be surprised if he had more in him.
More in him? By accident, you've made the greatest discovery of the century, and all you can say is that there's more in this man. My boy, do you remember those vellum books in my library? This is the man who wrote those books. Dante. Well, it can't be possible.
I wonder if we shall see Mrs. Gamp.
Mrs.
Gamp and Mrs. Harris. I liked Mrs. Harris. I came upon them quite suddenly.
Out there sits the man who penned my vellum books. And you talk to me of Mrs. Gamp.
I know Mrs. Gamp so well. I could not help being glad to see her again.
Did you spend the entire day in her elevating company?
Oh, no. I raced, too. I met a man who took me out to a race course. And we ran a race. I won.
Indeed. Do you remember the man's name?
Achilles. No, he was later. It was Tom Jones. That's the man I raced. Tom Jones.
My lad, you've made a miserable mess of it. Think of a cultured person with your opportunities. A cultured person would have known all these characters and would have known what to say to each. He would not have wasted his time with a Mrs. Gamp or a Tom Jones. The creations of Homer, Shakespeare, that him who drives us now would alone have contented him. He would not have run races. He would have asked questions, intelligent questions.
But, Mr. Bonds, you're a cultured person. I told them so.
Oh, that's true. And I beg of you not to disgrace me when we arrive there. Now, no gossiping and no running. Keep close to my side and never speak to the immortals unless they speak to you first. Yes, and give me the return tickets before you lose them.
Yes, sir. Mr. Bonds, may I introduce you to my friends when we get there?
Oh, you distract me, boy. I wish to meditate on beauty. I wish to goodness I were with a reverent and sympathetic person.
Look, Mr. Bonds. We're here. The mountain. Look at the campfires in the valley. And the rainbow.
Campfires? That's ridiculous rubbish. Now, mind your tongue, Jamie. There is nothing at all.
But, sir, can't you see the beautiful rainbow stretching across the sky?
Huh?
Look, the horses have just started to cross it. They'll soon be there. And then you will see that I was telling the truth. Listen.
Wagner's Das Rheingold. Let me see out that window. Now, move over, Jamie. No!
Mr. Bonds, your face is green. What did you see in the water?
I want to go back. Tell the driver I want to go back.
We'll be stopping soon. I will be pleased to see you. I'll tell them you will come. I wonder who is the sentry tonight. I am coming! I am returning!
The boy is returning!
I am bringing Mr. Bonds with me. Who stands sentry?
Achilles. And as sentry, I must refuse admission to those unworthy. Here may pass only those who have attained the spirit of truth. There is no welcome for those who merely aspire to embrace it.
Yes, I can see you now. And your spear and shield. Mr. Bonds, look. It is Achilles.
I want to go back.
Achilles, I'm coming.
Welcome back, boy. Here, let me lift you up on my shield.
No, Achilles. I'm ignorant and without grace. I must wait for Mr. Bonds, whom I told you yesterday. No, I'm not worthy. It's Mr. Bonds who should be on your shield. He collects the books of great writers.
No, I want to go back. I want to go back. No, my boy, you're the one we honor. You are the one to stand upon my shield.
Mr. Bonds, sir, why do you delay? Here is only the great Achilles whom you know.
I see nothing. I see no one. I want to go back. Oh, save me, oh great Dante. Let me ride in your chariot. I have honored you. I have quoted you. I have bound you, enveloped. Now take me back to my world. I am the means and not the end. I am the food and not the life. Stand by yourself as that boy stood. I cannot save you, for poetry is a spirit, and they who would worship it must worship in spirit and in truth. I want to go back. Now take me back. There, through the clouds, I see London below. I'll go back on my own then.
Mr. Bonds, you have a return ticket. Come back. Come back. We can't get back without our tickets, Mr. Bonds. Please. Please. Here comes the procession to honor you. Here come the men and the women you wanted to meet. The mountain is awake. The river is awake. And it is all for you. They want you, Mr. Bonds. This wreath of leaves. Why have you placed it on my head?
Welcome home. Blessed are the pure in heart.
Jamie. Where is he? What's happened?
I don't understand it. Poor Bonds, murdered, horribly mutilated. The inspector told us he looked as if he had been thrown from a very great height. All they found in his pockets were 2 omnibus tickets. Could it be possible that Jamie was telling the truth?
She and Jamie were together. I think we should believe. Will we ever see Jamie again?
Yes, Mother. You will. You will. You will.
You've been listening to the CBS Radio Workshop. Today's presentation, E.M. Forster's Celestial Omnibus, written for the CBS Radio Workshop by Richard Shattuck. D. Engelbach produced and directed. Music by Edward Vito. Today's cast, Peter Laser, Deirdre Owen, Mercer McLeod, Bill Woodson, Lee Vines, Carol Teitel, Louis Van Rooten, Gregory Morton. This is Ted Pearson speaking. Wherever you go, go with radio and the CBS Radio Network.
The CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. According to Funk and Wagnall's Desk Standard Dictionary of about 83,000 words and phrases and 1,200 pictorial illustrations, a mystery is something unknown, unexplained, or incomprehensible in its nature. The definition could add that nobody likes a mysterious situation indefinitely, including the police, whose job it is to make the unknown known and to apprehend the incomprehensible. And so it is tonight that we present George H. Faulkner's story of a mystery. If now can be told. The Case of the White Kitten. Our scene, a police station in the suburbs of a large city, possibly the city of New York.
My name is McGonagall. I ain't a cop. I'm a police officer, duly sworn to uphold the laws of this state, be they good or be they lousy, such as they may be. Now, once upon a time, there was a small white cat or kitten which it got lost. Said small white kitten or cat which it got lost.
Hey, McGonagall, what is this? Who are you talking to?
Subside, Brennan, and get your chin off in a desk rail. Oh. Now, once upon a time, there was a small white cat or kitten named Blanche, which means white in French, Brennan.
Well, how would you know, talking to yourself?
Why, according to secret but recently declassified files of the Shorefield Township Police Department, 3rd Precinct, this here now small white cat or kitten was 3 months old when first apprehended in 1954, 2 years ago. Previous record, none. Occupation, cat. Color, white. All white, including the ears.
Sergeant McGonagall, you are positively nuts.
Brennan, I am not nuts, not whatever. I am testing, just testing, you know. 1, 2, 3, 4, woof. Testing.
Testing what? And don't woof at me. I scare easy.
I'm trying out the new tape recorder, this thing.
Oh, another gadget. What's it for?
For the convenience of duly elected public officials and for the confusion of the criminal classes, especially drunken drivers.
How so, for instance?
Well, for instance, supposing you pull in a drunk in a brand-new fire-make sports car for speeding down 25A under the influence of intoxicating libation.
Oh, no, not me. No foreign-make sport car.
Right,
no.
You are. Make it a 1938 Rio. All right.
Yeah.
So... you drag some poor square-type drunk in here, falling over your feet as usual. We invite this lush to read the Gettysburg Address into the gadget here, and, brother, it tells on him.
No.
Or suppose, for instance, the Honorable Charles A. Peabody, Justice of the Peace, supposing he wants to record one of his bad jokes for posterity.
Yeah?
He just presses a button, he talks into this, and then press another button. Now listen...
Hey, what in the world is that?
That is you going backwards, which is what you are usually doing.
Oh, now, wait a minute.
And you see, we got to go backwards before we can go forwards again.
Huh?
All right, here we go. Now, listen, boy, just listen.
No. Yeah.
Once upon a time, there was a small white cat or kitten which it got lost. Said small white kitten or cat.
McGonagall.
That's you.
Who are you talking to?
Subside, Brennan, and get your chin off in a desk rail. Now, once upon a time, there was a small white cat or kitten named... You know, maybe I don't talk so good after all. In French, Brennan.
How would you know, talking to yourself?
Hey, according to secret but recently declassified... Yeah, but I got a very nice deep voice.
Police
Department, 3rd Precinct. Yeah. This here now small white cat or kitten was 3 months old when first apprehended in 1954. Well, that ain't so bad, is it? Previous record, none. Occupation, cat. Color, white. All white, including the ears.
Sergeant McGonagall, you are positively nuts.
Brennan,
Fred, me pal, do I sound like that?
For your sins, Patrick Brennan, you do.
Oh, no.
And so do I. And all at the taxpayer's expense.
Yeah, but what's all that stuff about a cat?
I'm telling a story, Pat, into the machine. On account I got to learn how to operate the thing.
A story?
Yeah. A mystery story.
Oh, like in the movies.
The movies wouldn't touch it. This story probes too deep, Pat. It lays bare the human heart.
Honest? Really bare?
I don't know. I haven't sold it yet. Now, let me see. Where was I? Oh, yeah. And once upon a time, there were 3 small trees. A, B, and C. All 3 trees aforementioned are guaranteed to contain chlorophyll, sap, bark, and buds, which are waiting for the springtime. And behind the 3 trees, let me tell you, there are 3 houses. A, B, and C. Said 3 houses. houses are all alike. But said 3 houses are not all together in a row. Scattered they are all over Hillside Manor, which it ain't got no hill and not so much manners, but it is now in Precinct 3 for better or worse. On paper, Hillside Manor looks like this on a map here behind my desk where I'm pointing, see? Police think, get that, Brennan, police think that the cat or kitten in question came from approximately here through an open kitchen door. And it is surmised by police that at on or about this point, the poor little feline was scared stiff by a large Airedale Terrier known to frequent the neighborhood after dark with evil companions. So what does she do? She hightails it out of there to about here, approximately, where she sits down to sort of think, near House A, here. Our reconstruction of the circumstances can now proceed only by way of conjecture. And you, Officer Brennan, will kindly note that beautiful expression. Police think the youthful cat may have been alarmed once again by this. Which has been known to scare the pants off anybody since they give up steam whistles on the railroad. She couldn't know it's just the commuters getting home worried like her. So she winds up here at House C, all tucking out. The back porch looks familiar, very familiar. And inside House C, there's the Curtis family, just Joe and Louise. Very nice people of Curtis. They're sort of educated, but no children.
Dear.
Yes, just a second, darling. Oh, what is it, Joe?
First sign of spring in newsletter, believe it or not. You ever hear tell about skunk cabbage?
No, I haven't, and I don't think I want to.
First sign of spring out here says so.
Oh, spring. Why, it's only February, February what?
February 21st.
Spring.
Did you listen to this?
Mm-hmm.
Up and down the northern shore, our first harbinger of spring, now visible, is Symplocarpus fetidus, the common skunk cabbage, which, as Thoreau put it, sees over the brow of winter's hill.
Mm-hmm. Thoreau said everything.
Just about.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the editorial goes on. This lowly, rank, and stinking member of the lily family possesses, in lieu of beauty or pleasant scent, a remarkable hardiness and the property of increasing its interior temperature as it forces its bud through the chilly crust of February. Like a species of green fire, it literally burns its way up out of snow and ice to find the sunlight.
Attaboy, cabbage. Find me some sunlight. Oh, continue, Joe. Don't mind me.
Yes, well, with the air at 59 degrees Fahrenheit, the temperature in the interior of a nascent?
Oh, I don't know. I'm not a skunk cabbage.
Well, where was I? With the air at 59 degrees Fahrenheit, the temperature in the interior of a budding skunk cabbage has been found to be as high as 123 degrees, 25 degrees above blood heat, and 64 degrees higher than the surrounding atmosphere.
Well, now, what do you know? Hot diggity. There's more, I hope.
Yes, it ends with a poem in praise of the skunk cabbage.
What?
Yep, I'm not kidding.
This is in the newspaper?
It's a good newspaper. Intelligent.
Honestly.
Listen. All hail to Symplocarpus, the harbinger of spring. Inside his leafy carcass, he boils like anything. Although he doesn't smell so sweet, this fen-side fellow yearns to break the ice and be complete. And as he yearns, he burns. Not snow, nor rain, nor gloom of night can stay his hot desire. Let's learn from him and warmly fight to lift ourselves up higher. For we... Louise, you're not listening.
No, I was listening to something else.
Well, what?
Joe, be quiet. Listen. Oh?
Cat. The neighborhood is cat full.
Oh, it's right outside our door, I'm sure. I'm going to see.
Louise, I don't like cats.
I know you don't, just skunk cabbages.
They kill birds.
Not if you put a bell on them.
Skunk cabbages?
No, nature boy, the cats. Oh,
Beat up on your own head, Louise.
Dear. Come, Miss. Oh, look, isn't she a darling? Just a little stray kitten, but white all over.
Well, kittens I can take, but they grow up into cats. Any color, they get to be cats.
Oh, poor little thing. She must be starved, wandering around in the snow. Here, Joe. Here, you hold her a minute while I heat some milk.
Me hold her?
Yes. Here, now, she won't bite you. Oh, listen to her purr.
Nice kitty. Nice kitty. Maybe you are. Where are you from, Miss Cat? Catalina? Catalonia? The Catskills? Kitty Hawk, maybe. huh? Hey, you left your motor running, Miss Cat. Does your mother know you're out?
All right, Joe. Here's the milk. Now, here, put her down.
She likes it here where she is on my shoulder. She's a happy cat.
All right, but she must be hungry.
Well, we'll see. Milk, Miss Cat?
Look, what did I tell you?
She's hungry, all right.
What are we going to do with her?
That is indeed the question. Seeing that we already have 1 Cocker Spaniel, 1 parakeet, 24 tropical fish, and 15 dependent chickadees outside the window.
Mm-hmm.
Louise,
Yes, Joe.
could we keep her?
No. No, we couldn't.
No, I guess we couldn't. Lonely as we are. What I want to know is, where did she come from? Well, she's lonely, too. Like the tree out in front.
So much for House C, the Curtises, which are stuck with the cat. At this point, we, the police, were baffled.
Police ain't even ever heard of this here cat yet, Sarge.
That's why we of the police were baffled, Brennan. I am telling the story in introspect.
What does that mean?
It happened 2 years ago. Do I hold your interest, Brennan? Do you wish to know more about this cat or kitten?
No. But I like to watch the recording machine go round. It fascinates me in a mild way.
So don't ask questions. We proceed now to House B, 62 Haberdasher Lane. People name of Benson. The Bensons are just moving in. There's Dwight D. Benson, aged 10 months, wet or dry. Clark Benson, 10, and Gregory Peck Benson, 8, are upstairs in the expansion attic, which is not finished, walking the open floor beams, which we have to warn kids around here not to do all the time, lest they should maybe fall through the ceiling. Downstairs unpacking are Miss Gloria Benson, 12, with Mrs. Greta Benson, housewife. Here comes Mr. Benson, Woodrow W. Benson. Woody is carrying in a bed. He is very large.
Greta!
Yes, Woody?
Where you want the youth bed?
Upstairs.
Well, there ain't no upstairs, only the attic. No floor up there, just beams. Expansion, it says.
Oh, I keep forgetting. No cellar either. I tell you, Woody, tote it upstairs to the expansion attic and put it down crosswise on the floor beams. We'll figure it all out later. Okay?
Okay, manager. Up we go. Evil!
Mommy? What is it, child?
Blanche. Where's Blanche?
The kitten. Oh, good heavens, did we bring her?
Sure we did. I held her myself all the way in the car.
Woody!
Yeah?
Did we bring the kitten?
Sure, I saw her here just a couple of minutes ago, in the kitchen.
Oh,
I'll call her.
all right.
Here, kitty, kitty, kitty. Here, Blanche.
Don't go too far away, dear.
Hey, you tired, Greta?
Yes, I am, and sort of lonely.
Oh?
Oh, so many houses. Like one big apartment house, only spread out all over the land. With one tree in front of each house.
Homesick for the Brooklyn flat already, huh?
Oh, no, but we don't know anyone around here. I feel lonely, Woody.
Well, in 2 weeks, we'll know 20 people, sure thing.
Oh, I hope so, Woody. I hope so.
And so we pass by logical deference to House A, the home of Mr. and Mrs. Richard Andrews, with tree. I guess we'd have to say there isn't much hope here. Not just now. There's Mr. Andrews and a doctor.
Doc? She may have waited too long, Mr. Andrews.
But I told her. I kept telling her if she got one of them spells, she should call you.
Well, your wife probably will recover. Tomorrow will tell. By tomorrow evening.
Yeah. Can I see her, Doctor?
No. The nurse is in there. It's lucky I sent for her. Now, you just take it easy.
Easy? Easy? Angela and me, we've been married 25 years. Kids are all gone away. We're alone now.
I know. Well, I'll be here at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. I advise you to go to work as usual. There's nothing you can do. Now, where can I call you, if necessary?
The pet haven over on the turnpike. Stray dogs and cats. It's the animal shelter. I run it for the Kennel Club.
Well, I'll phone you there tomorrow. And, Mr. Andrews.
Yes, Doc.
That whiskey bottle, Put it away. It can't help you. Or your wife. You know that.
Yeah.
Don't disturb your wife, please. The nurse knows what to do. Good night.
Night, Doc. If Angela were to... No, I won't think about it. I must not think about it. What do you want?
We lost our kitten, mister. Over back there. A white kitten. Did you see a white kitten, mister?
No, I didn't. Get out, you brat. Alone. All alone. I can't live all alone.
Leaving the three houses, A, B, and C. Hey, Brennan.
Yes, Sarge.
Wake up. Did you ever try to get any person to adopt a stray kitten? Don't answer, because take it from me, it can't be done. Either persons have got a cat, or they wouldn't have a cat, not at no price. And so kittens is a drudge on the market. In Hillside Manor, we got definitely a surplus of cats. Of course, there is only one sensible thing to do, which people should learn, but since when did people learn?
Since when?
They didn't. Except the Curtises. They phoned me, and I entered one loss and found white kitten right in the blotter. And when we changed shifts on the desk, I handed the blotter over. Over to you, Brennan. Remember? Only 2 years ago?
I refuse to answer on advice of counsel unless somebody should kick me out of my job.
Don't worry, Brennan. With you gone, who would listen to me? Nevertheless, the Curtises called me up like good citizens about this here homeless cat. And not 5 minutes after I had wended my homeward way, there were you reading a comic book where Mrs. Benson comes in here to the station house. As I reconstruct the conversation...
Ma'am?
We just moved in on Haberdasher Lane, and our phone isn't connected yet.
So, ma'am?
Well, has anybody called up about finding a stray white kitten? It's my daughter's kitten. We like her very much.
No, ma'am. Not tonight. Not yet. If you'd leave your name and address, we get an awful lot of kitten trade.
Time passes, which is habitual. Next afternoon in front of the Curtis residence.
Sure, I know it's sensible, but since when have we been sensible people?
Now, Joe, we've got to think of the kitten. What's best for her? The police have had no calls. I phoned the pet place on the turnpike early this morning, and the man said he knew a photographer who wanted 2 white kittens for an advertising picture.
Yeah? What happens then? Does Miss Cat here get to go to Hollywood, maybe? A stand-in for Marilyn Monroe?
Oh, I don't know. All I know is we can't keep her, and this is the best thing to do. Well, it's a good thing it's Saturday. I just couldn't take her myself.
Okay, let's go. Poor Miss Cat. Over the hill.
Come in.
Mr. Andrews?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, what you got?
This little white kitten. I gave you my address and phone number this morning. I told you that
yes, I remember. Hey, Elwin! You want to leave you're going to leave the cat. Elwin,
Well, yes.
come in here. Bring the cat box.
Hey, what is this?
You want to have to get rid of the cat? You give him to Elwin here with the box.
But this box...
When you sign the papers, you pay me $1, and that's all there is to it. Now, I find him a nice home and take care of the cat and get him the best home and the crazy man, the photographer,
Louise.
fellow that
Yes,
wants
Joe.
to
We
buy.
are not putting this cat in that
I
box.
should
Besides, this man is drunk. Let's get out of here. Let's go.
Now, just a minute, please.
At this point in the pursuit of police duty, it became necessary for me to take a personal interest in the case of the white kitten as follows. Mrs. and Mr. Curtis?
Yes. Won't you come in, officer? Oh, Joe, this is Mr. Curtis.
Evening, sir. Pleasure indeed.
Evening, officer. What can we do for you? PBA? Tickets for the ball?
No. Well, due to the inefficiency of a subordinate on my staff.
What was that?
On account of Patrolman Brennan is so dumb. Well, I see Mr. Curtis has got a white kitten on his shoulder.
Yes. Anything wrong with that?
No, but according to information we have, the police have recently received...
Oh, I'll get it, dear. You get out. Joe, it's that awful Andrews man.
Oh, no.
Andrews?
Mrs. Curtis.
Joe!
Oh,
Joe!
no. Mr. Curtis, please, let me explain.
Now,
I'm
just a
sorry
minute.
I was drunk, sir.
You sure were. What are you doing here now?
It means my job. I can't afford to lose my job. You must listen.
We're listening people. Come in.
I don't know how to tell you. My wife, Angela, she's sick. She's terrible sick. I couldn't take it. I was waiting for the doctor to call, and there wasn't anything I could do at home. So I went to work. The doctor said I should. I couldn't sit still, not, waiting. And I had to. Oh, please. I had to.
Oh, Joe.
Here, officer. You take the cat.
Sure. Oh, come here, kitty. Come.
Mr. Andrews, my wife and I have discussed reporting your conduct to the people you work for. We don't like to do things like that, but in this case,
Hey,
we
look
felt
here,
probably
I
just
know
like-
Mr. Andrews. Curtis, he's all right.
He may be all right in your book, sir.
Please, that call may be for me. I had to come here, but I left word with Dr. Walton. You don't mind if I answer the phone, please?
No. Go ahead. You might as well.
Yes. Yeah, this is Andrews. Doctor? Oh, thank God. Thank God. Yeah, I'll be right back. Angela, she's my wife. She's better. Much better. She's not going to die. She's not. Angela.
Good heavens. More people?
Mrs. Curtis?
Yes?
This is my husband, and this is Lord.
Pleasure, Missy. Ladies and gentlemen, friends and neighbors, friends and good people, if you will kindly take chairs, I think we can clear up this case in an inimical fashion.
Hey, who are you?
I'm a police officer.
So I notice. Well, go on. Don't let me stop you.
I don't think you could, sir, if you wish to do so. Would you wish to try, pal?
I might, pal. I might. This here's our cat. The cat my daughter's got. That's our cat, that there.
That there, sir, is your cat if and when I choose to say so, and not before.
How come you can say whose cat is whose cat around here?
Because I represent the law in Hillside Manor, 3rd Precinct. This, sir, is my life work.
No, wait a minute, you two. Officer, it seems clear that the cat must belong to... I'm sorry, what was your name?
Benson.
Benson? Yes. The cat must belong to the Bensons because you can see she knows their little girl.
The cat does not as yet have an owner. Not officially, Mr. Curtis.
Oh, I don't understand.
Not until I say so officially.
Then why don't you say so?
Because this citizen has chosen to make an issue of my authority. I do not permit my authority to be questioned
Mr.
or fluted.
Greta, would you mind if I socked this copper in the jaw?
Now, look, you
He
say-
wouldn't
What
be
do
the
you
first
mean?
one.
That would be necessary.
Wait a minute! What? Just a minute, I said. Nobody is going to sock nobody in the jaw in my living room. That is not what living rooms are for. Not primarily. This little girl has the cat, and possession is 9 points of the law.
Yes.
Not in the 3rd Precinct.
And besides, in addition, a cat has 9 lives, and that makes everything extremely legal.
Can't we settle this without any right hooks? How about it, officer?
I do not actually wish to engage in fisticuffs over and above a cat or kitten.
How about you, Mr. Benson?
Woody.
Well, all right. So it's okay, officer. You win.
Very well. Officially, the cat is yours, ex post facto, or from here on in.
Look at it.
Officer, what I don't understand is, how did you happen to come here to our house?
On account of Blanche.
Nope. On account of that flatfoot Brennan, my colleague, ladies and gentlemen, what ain't got hardly any little gray cells. But it's otherwise okay. Had Pat Brennan been able to put 2 and 2 behind each other last night, police would have thrown out a what do you call it?
A dragnet? No!
Yeah, and we would all have been spared the sad spectacle of Dick Andrews' distress.
Oh, well, I'm all right now, Fred.
And it is thanks to Mr. Andrews that police were able to solve this case.
Really?
Having sobered up somewhat late this afternoon, Mr. Andrews called me, which is always a sensible thing to do in these parts. So, to look up the white kitten or cat in the headquarters blotter was but the work of an instant.
Well,
and then
all's well that ends well. Could I offer you people some coffee? Mr. Andrews? Oh, I'm so sorry about this afternoon. I can't
Not as sorry as me, ma'am. It was the first time. But I think I better go home now. The doctor said I could see Angela.
Oh.
She's going to get well.
I'll see you. Oh, well, we're glad for you. We'll do it some other time.
Poor little guy. They're very lonely people, folks. The Andrewses. Awful lonely. They're sort of left over.
Well, not anymore, they won't be. We'll see to that. How about it, Mrs. Curtis?
You bet, Mr. Benson. But now, will you folks have some coffee?
Oh, sure, you must have. Sure thing. It's good to know somebody around here.
All of this happened 2 springs ago. In the meanwhile, nature has happened like always, and the kitten Blanche has blossomed out into glorious feline womanhood, providing further kittens for the Bensons, the Curtises, the Andrewses, and each and sundry throughout our charming community. And so we leave the 3 families, A, B, and C. And that's the end of the story, Brennan. End of the tape.
That's a mystery story. When nobody got sapped or knifed or shot up or even kicked in the stomach? What's the mystery?
Everybody lived somewhat happily ever after. That's the mystery, Pat. That's always a mystery. Just a second. Yeah. Yes, ma'am. Oh, right away, ma'am. Hey, Brandon.
Yeah, Fred.
94 Candlestick Makers Lane. Dog has got a white kitten up a tree. Get down there on a double, Pat. Life continues, which is also habitual.
You have been listening to the CBS Radio Workshop and the Case of the White Kitten, written by George H. Faulkner, music by Charles Paul, and directed by Ira Ashley. Featured in the cast were Audrey Christie, Kenny Delmar, Barry Kroger, Ed Latimer, Arlene Blackburn, Don Briggs, Lynn Loring, Bill Smith, Frank Milano, and Mason Adams as McGonigal. This is Bob Hite inviting you to join us again next week when Hollywood will present Sarah Churchill in Portrait of London, a personal recollection. The CBS Radio Workshop is produced in New York by Paul Roberts. America listens most to the CBS Radio Network.
And now, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense. In a moment, Act One of that real crazy infinity, starring Jack Grimes and Richard Holland, and written especially for Suspense by Dick W. Dowling.
What do we do now, man?
Oh, I don't know. Gotta dig up some loot somewhere. They still got our horns.
Yeah, but do we blow them or hock them?
We're gonna find a hock shop in this town.
Oh, man, this is a real drag.
Yeah. All I want now is to get back to New York. What we need is one fast gig that pays enough bread for traveling expenses.
Why don't we check with that tomato behind the counter and see what the scoop is around here?
Crazy. Hey, baby?
Yeah, what'll it be, gents?
2 more coffees, please, huh?
You got 'em.
Hey, honey, what's the best way to pick up a fast buck in town here?
Make a fast grab.
Yeah, this kid is not a Lenny Bruce.
Oh, just a touch of humor, boys. Say, what kind of work can you do?
Well, we're musicians. We like to earn bus fare back to New York.
Well, ain't much call for musicians around here, except maybe for church socials now and then.
Wow.
Any other kind of work?
Well, there's strawberry picking over at Tanner's farm.
Yeah, no, thanks. By the way, when is the next bus to New York, huh?
Oh, never. Leastwise, not from here. You gotta go clear over to Centerville, about 60 miles.
Any chance of getting a lift with somebody?
Ain't likely this time of night. Well, maybe in the...
Pardon me, Jenny. I couldn't help overhearing these gents in their predicament. Maybe I can help.
This here's Charlie Olden, runs the radio shop in town here. Got TV, too.
Oh, that must be a gas.
Yeah, pleased to meet you, Charlie. I'm Bud. This is Lou.
Likewise. Hi. Now, as I see it, you gents could use a couple of dollars and a place to sleep, right?
Right.
Well, I can supply you with both, if you'll do me a little favor in return.
Yeah, listen, Clyde, what's the little favor?
Some electronic equipment just came in from New York on special order, and I got to deliver it to a place just out of town. Now, if you boys...
Doggone it, Charlie. I knew you was leading up to that, and I won't let you do it. Pay him no mind here, Jim.
No, you just mind your dishes,
I
Jenny.
will not. You got no right tricking these here strangers.
I ain't tricking them. I'm willing to pay.
You mean you'll pay us to deliver this electronic equipment?
Yes. $10 between you, and I'll drive you halfway.
Why halfway?
Aha. Now you're asking, stranger. Go on, tell him why, Charlie. I dare you.
Oh, hush up, Jenny. You're worse than my mother-in-law.
All right, what's the gimmick?
No gimmick at all, gents.
Voices from the grave.
What are you talking about, baby?
Voices from the grave. If you do like Charlie says, you'll walk in the land of the dead.
You know this broad is starting to bug me.
Look, let's have a straight story here, huh?
All right, then don't listen to Jenny none. She's like everybody around here. She's scared of nothing at all.
Seems like you're the one scared to live the stuff yourself.
Oh, I ain't no such thing. It's just that well, I just want to get home early tonight for a change.
Where do we deliver this equipment to?
Just outside of town. Norville Hagen's place.
Well, what's with this Hagen? Is he some kind of kook?
Oh, no. He's right friendly. He's just maybe, a little different.
About as different as Dracula.
Oh, now, Jenny, you know that's just a lot of silly talk. You gents want to make that $10 or not?
Well, how about it, Lou?
Well, we need some bread, man, but, I don't dig the Dracula bit.
Look, Lou, suppose this guy Hagen is a flip. There's going to be 3 of us and only 1 of him, right?
Yeah, I suppose so.
Look, we got nothing to lose, and we need the bread. Even if it's only 10 beans, I say we do it. Are you with me?
All right, man, but the first time this gig starts to look flaky, I am cooling it.
Good man, Lou. All right, Mr. Olin, you got a deal.
Oh, fine, boys, fine. Now, let's get started. It's getting late.
Sure is an out-of-the-way place.
Yeah, old Norville likes his privacy.
He likes bumpy roads, too.
Oh, Norville don't care. He never comes into town. He just sends down for food and electronic supplies about once a month. Here we are.
Here we are? Where?
All I see is the side of a cliff.
There's a wooden stairway with a handrail. Leads all the way up. Now, let's get the box out of the car.
Kind of dark here, isn't it?
Uh-huh. Now, grab the other end of this box, Lou, and walk straight ahead. You'll come to a stairway.
Man, what's in here, rocks?
Here's the stairway. Now, set it down.
All right, now what?
You fellas start up the stairs. I gotta get something from the car.
Okay, grab that end, Lou. Huh?
But how far up do we have to go, man?
We'll see.
Hey, what's he doing?
The money's in your coat pocket. So long, gents, and good luck.
Hey, wait a minute! Hey,
Nick, it happened again, man. We were blowing a chorus with no lead.
Oh, we'll never find our way back down there. Well, there's only one place to go. Grab the box, Lou, and let's start climbing.
More coffee, gentlemen?
No, thanks, Professor. 2's my limit.
And you, sir?
Everything is cool, man.
Oh, well, then I shall make some hot coffee for you.
No, man. I mean never mind.
Very well. Well, I'd like to thank you again for bringing my electronic supplies, and I hope you'll be my guests overnight.
I don't know, man.
Yeah, we'd appreciate it. We don't have a car.
Oh, I assume Mr. Olin drove you here?
Good old Charlie.
Yeah.
Well, you don't know how happy I am to get this equipment. I must replace some tubes in my Infiniphone. It hasn't been working for several days, and I've missed my classical concerts.
You dig classical music?
Oh, yes. I love the old masters. I think of them as dear friends.
I studied a little classical piano when I was a kid. I don't remember much past The Happy Farmer, though.
Oh, yes. Well, then, I must repair the Infiniphone immediately and let you both enjoy some of the great masterworks.
Oh, yeah, that'll be a gasser.
Do you have many records, Professor?
Oh, no, none at all. With the Infiniphone, I don't need records.
I see, it's a radio.
No, not exactly. It's my own invention.
Oh.
Let me explain it to you.
Mm-hmm.
All the sound in our world gradually becomes inaudible and trails off into infinity. But I've simply created a machine for tuning in to infinity. Yes. This way I can hear great masterworks in their original form, exactly as they were played centuries ago. Do you understand?
Man, I lost you back there when you were going to heat some more coffee.
Yeah, I think I understand, Professor. You, just tune into infinity and pick up sounds of the past, right?
Yes, that's it, exactly.
Well, that must be an interesting hobby.
Oh, it's more than that. You see, the classics are my life. As a child, I wanted to be a great musician, but, well, I'm a scientist instead.
Well, that's how the chorus goes.
Yes. I confess I don't understand much about life in our modern society. Out there in the world, I never seem to do or say the right things. I was considered rather odd.
Well, the world out there is pretty simple, Professor. It's just one big scramble for bread.
Bread?
Yeah, man, loot, money.
Oh, yes, I guess that is important.
Yeah, I guess it is, I guess we have to breathe.
It's the most unpleasant part of life for me, or was. I really don't care anymore. I may soon become part of the great classical past I love so well.
What do you mean, Professor?
I mean, well, all in good time. And now, would you like to see and hear the Infiniphone?
Oh, sure, Professor.
Good. Well, follow me, gentlemen.
We're not going with him, are we? That guy is flipped. He's flaky.
Let's go along with the gag. Maybe we can hype him out of something that's worth selling.
Yeah, but what do we want to hype a poor old guy like that for?
We're broke is why.
Oh.
Besides, if we play our...
You coming, gentlemen?
Yes, sir. We wouldn't miss this for the world.
By plugging the patch cord into the side panel terminal and turning the selector dial, we can choose any past century or era we wish. Well, go ahead, gentlemen. Try it.
Oh, that's okay, man. I'm a believer.
He said try it. Now go ahead and try it.
Okay.
I've set it for about 46 BC. Now, tune it in.
Et conscriptus populus mandatus est mihi Caesaris dux, Caesaris rex.
What was that, man?
I'm afraid it's Julius Caesar again. He's always making speeches.
You mean that was the actual voice of Julius Caesar?
Oh, yes. I recognize him immediately.
Oh, yeah, all right. I'll bite. What's the gimmick?
But there is no gimmick. That's how the Infiniphone works. Well, it's really not so amazing, gentlemen. Why, my new invention, the infinite transitor, can actually... well, that can wait. Perhaps if I tune in a later period on the Infiniphone.
Hey, man, that sounds familiar.
I should get something worthwhile.
Don't. That's Berrigan. I know that sound anywhere. Yeah, that's funny. I never heard this record before. No, that's no record. That's Berrigan himself. Oh, what a crazy chorus. He's blowing his heart out. Doc, can we record this?
Why, yes, but I don't see why...
We gotta record it.
It's simple enough. Press that button on the side of the panel. That's it. It starts a tape recorder in the next place. I'll make sure the machine starts.
Dad, what are you doing this for? Don't you get it? This will be the greatest discovery in the history of jazz. We'll be able to name our price with any record company in the country. And we'll never run out of material. Lou, we're rich.
Yeah, but what about the professor?
He'll never know the difference.
Yeah, but what if he digs what we're doing? We'll blow the whole bit, man.
We'll cut him in.
The tape machine is working perfectly.
Crazy.
And now I hope you gentlemen will excuse me. I must get back to work on my infinite transit.
You sure? Sure, you go right ahead, Professor. Lou, stop worrying. This is it. From here on in, we swing, man. No more crummy club dates, no lousy one-nighters. We're rich, man. We're rich. Hey, Lou, watch the volume of the tape machine. Huh? The needle's kicking way over.
Oh, man. Listen to that man blow.
Yeah, Lou, will you pay attention?
Oh, blow, Professor. Oh, listen to that.
Watch the needle on that machine, Lou. Lou, will you take off those headphones and just watch the needle, huh?
Oh, sorry, Bud. Oh, but, man, dig that phrasing. Oh, go, man. Go.
You're gonna go right out that window. You loused up 2 recordings this week. Come on, Lou, get with it.
Well, gentlemen, another pleasant dinner, eh?
Mm-hmm.
And now we pour the tea. Lou?
Oh, thank you.
And Bud?
Swell, thanks.
And myself.
Peachy.
Now, my pipe. You know, gentlemen, it's been some time since I really enjoyed my pipe this way. I must say it's been pleasant having you with me these past few weeks.
Oh, we're glad we came.
I'd almost forgotten what it was like to have people around. You know, my neighbors aren't very neighborly. Perhaps that's just as well. They'd probably think me strange. In any case, I won't be around much longer.
You don't mean you're leaving here, Professor?
Yes, I do, Bud.
Yeah, well, what about the Infiniphone?
I don't know. I'll have no need for it, but I'm not sure I should leave it behind. It might do more harm than good. No, I haven't decided yet.
But, Professor, think of the pleasure you can give the world.
Well, if it can give the world as much pleasure as it seems to have given you and Lou, I might be inclined to leave it here. Lou especially seems entranced by the music he's been listening to and recording. Hey, Lou?
Yeah, Lou, you listening?
Oh, yes, sure.
You seem to have found something you like.
Something I like? Man, I'm stoned. I never heard such wailing in my life. Bunny and the bird, Prez and the rest. I would give up the best gig in the world just to sit in with those cats. For kicks. No bread, man. Just kicks.
Yeah, and that, Professor, is why I'm the one who has to worry about the bread. My boy Lou here is just living for kicks.
You're not a dreamer, Bud, and Lou is.
Well, dreamers aren't doers. And doers are the cats who get things done.
Yes, of course. But every now and then, one of us dreamers gets things done, too. Well, if you'll excuse me, gentlemen, I'll get back to my work inside.
You hear what he said?
Yeah, he's leaving.
Yeah, well, you know what happens if he does. We're out of business, especially if he takes the Infiniphone with him. And we better get a lot of taping done, and soon.
Yeah. You know what? There's something way out about the way he talks about leaving.
What do you mean?
I don't know. It's like he's happy. Like the way Prez used to look when he was blowing a great chorus, you know?
Yeah. Well, tomorrow I'm blowing a great chorus right out of here, and you're going to stay and make tapes all day.
Where are you going?
I'm going in and see Max Wesson at Flip Records. And I'm taking a small sample of our music with me.
What for?
Well, I'm going to offer him exclusive rights to a recently discovered collection of recordings by the late and legendary figures of jazz. A collection that's out of this world. Well, Max?
It's out of this world. It's out of this world. All right. What's the gimmick?
Well, there's no gimmick, Max. It's legit. This is for real. This music, that's the McCoy.
I know that, but how did you get it?
All right, I'll admit it. It was dumb luck. I found the recordings in some tank town and bought them for peanuts.
That figures, I guess. All right, what's the deal?
$25,000 plus 25% of gross sales and a spot on your A&R staff for me and my partner.
That is highway robbery.
Is it a deal?
Well, okay. But you gotta bring me enough of this stuff to make it worth my while.
Don't worry, Max. My partner's taking care of that right now. Lou, we're in. It's all set. Okay, Lou, put down your axe for a minute, will you? I want to talk. Yeah, Lou, do you hear me? What's wrong with you?
Man, I just made it. I almost goofed, but I just made it.
Just made what? What are you talking about?
Well, you know, I almost started looking forward to recording that stuff and selling it.
What do you mean almost? It's all set. We're rich, and we got steady jobs besides.
Without me, man, without me.
What, are you nuts? What's wrong?
I was listening to some jazz on the Infiniphone. This cat he's blown his heart out, see? And I figured, well, there's no kicks in selling somebody else's jazz. I want something of my own.
You'll have something of your own, a big fat bank account.
Oh, anybody can have that. But not everybody can blow a chorus with Prez or Bunny.
Hey, Lou, baby, what are you, juiced up or something? Hey, Clyde, where's the tape you made today, huh?
I'm not sure I made one.
You what?
I started the tape, and then I heard those cats just swinging, and I picked up my horn and joined in. I guess the tape is still running.
Oh, no. You gotta be kidding.
Pardon me, gentlemen. I have come to say goodbye.
Goodbye?
Yes, Lou. Everything is ready now.
Where are you going, Professor?
To become part of the great classical past I love so well.
I don't dig you, sir.
I've completed my infinitransiter. In a few minutes, I shall be transported back into the past.
Are you kidding?
I think not, Bud. I hope not. I'm counting on it, so...
Oh, boy.
Well, gentlemen, goodbye. And thank you once again for your kindness. I shall never forget you.
Professor Hagen.
Yes, Lou.
How far back do you expect to go?
Lou, are you nuts?
Well, as far back as I wish, I suppose. Why?
Well, what I mean is, could you drop me off in the 30s?
Has everybody flipped around here?
Well, we could certainly try, Lou.
Crazy. Wait till I pack my act.
Lou, this is ridiculous.
Maybe, man, but I gotta find out.
Oh.
Bud, this is so long. I'm gonna kind of miss you. We've been pals a long time, and you've always been on the level with me, and, so long.
Yeah, sure, Lou. Well, I'll see you in 10 minutes when you come back, huh?
Goodbye, Bud, and good luck.
Yeah, sure. Later, man, later.
Bud, I hope you find something you really dig, and when you do, man, play it cool. So long, pal.
Boy, doesn't this beat everything? The two of them are flipped. I don't know who's nuttier, the professor or Lou. Oh, man, I hope he got something on that tape. Yeah, give him a few minutes out there, and then Well, the papers gave it quite a play. They said mad professor and musician die in explosion. I woke up here in the hospital. There was nothing left of the professor's place. Not a trace of the professor or Lou. It's a funny thing, though. Lou did make that tape before he left. He taped his own solos. And here's the gas. All the jazz critics claim it's the greatest stuff they ever heard. Yeah, I'm going to make a bundle of loot on Lou's recordings. Somehow I just don't care. It doesn't seem important. All I can think about is poor old Lou. Well, I hope he's having a ball out there in that real crazy infinity.
Suspense. You've been listening to That Real Crazy Infinity, starring Jack Grimes and Richard Holland, and written especially for Suspense by Dick W. Dowling. Suspense is produced and directed by Bruno Zerato Jr. Music supervision by Ethel Huber. Sound patterns by Joseph Cabibbo. Heard in tonight's story were Court Benson as Professor Norval Hagen, Bob Dryden as Charlie Olin, Athena Lord as Jenny, Robert Reddick as Max Wesson, and Guy Rep as the voice of Julius Caesar. This is Stuart Metz speaking. Listen again next week when we return with Stand-In for Murder, written by Gladys F. Gallant. Another tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
And now, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense. We live in an age of wonders. What was yesterday's impossibility is today's miracle and tomorrow's fact. So, perhaps our story today isn't just a story. We only say perhaps. But it might be worth asking yourself, is it just a story? In a moment, Act One of Heads You Lose, starring William Redfield as Steve Kimberly, and written especially for Suspense by Robert Arthur. The first portion of Suspense is brought to you by the makers of Alpine cigarettes.
What's it like to smoke an Alpine? Well, it's like many fresh, light-hearted things you enjoy. It's like the splash of an oar on a quiet lake, like the sight of a flag rippling in the wind, the way the air suddenly cools during a summer rain. That's what it's like to smoke an Alpine. It's nothing at all like the sort of smoking you may be used to. Alpine gives you a fresh, high-spirited sort of smoke, a hearty, even exhilarating kind of taste. If this sounds good to you, try Alpine filter cigarettes.
There's something more to smoking with an Alpine cigarette.
It was a nice, chilly morning in October, and Rollo Collins and I were sitting in Rollo's office wondering where our next dollar was coming from. Rollo didn't look hungry since he weighs about 300 pounds and has the appearance of a dishonest cherub, but I knew he was. As for me, Steve Kimberly, I felt like a walking skeleton. Rollo and I were private detectives. Now, I won't try to whitewash us. Let me just say nobody ever actually proved anything against us. But we were, let's face it, a firm people came to in desperation with cases more reputable firms wouldn't handle. And when the intercom buzzed, Rollo and I jumped.
Yes, my dear.
A gentleman by the name of Harrison Ward to see you, Mr. Collins.
Mr. Ward?
That's right, sir. He's an attorney.
Oh, by all means, show him right in.
Yes, sir.
Harrison Ward was a tall, thin guy with a tall, thin face. And as he closed the office door and looked at us, his Adam's apple jumped up and down nervously.
My name is Ward, Harrison Ward. I'm an attorney. I wish to engage you to find someone for me.
Butter wouldn't have melted in Rollo's mouth as he waved Ward to a chair.
You come to the right place, Mr. Ward. We find people. That's our business. Well, this is an unusual case. I want you to find... Well, his name is Joshua Franklin. Joshua Franklin? Surely you're not serious. Joshua Franklin's disappearance is one of the great mysteries of the century.
Isn't he the Wall Street financier who walked out of his office one day with $100,000 in cash?
That's the man.
And was never seen again?
Precisely. Not the slightest clue to his fate has ever been discovered. I told you it was an unusual case. But, my dear Mr. Ward, according to my recollection, even when he vanished, Joshua Franklin was a dying man. Yes, that's true. His body was riddled with disease. Doctors gave him 6 months at the outside. It was such a pity. That brilliant financial mind, as keen as ever. The body that no miracle of science could keep going.
In that case, Mr. Ward, no matter where he went, Joshua Franklin must have died at least 6 years ago.
Oh, yes. Dozen specialists assure me he cannot possibly still be alive. And yet you wish us to find him? My dear Mr. Ward, on occasion we do the impossible. But we cannot work miracles.
What you need, Mr. Ward, is a spirit medium.
Please, gentlemen, I assure you, I've come to you in desperation. I know that Mr. Franklin must be dead, and yet... Yes? Please go on. 3 weeks ago, Joshua Franklin spoke to me on the telephone.
Oh, come on now. You can hardly expect us to believe that.
Well, it couldn't have been anybody else. He identified himself by a secret code. Did you recognize his voice? Well, no, it did seem changed. But it may have been a bad connection. Mr. Ward, you're certain it was Joshua Franklin? I'd swear to it. The things he reminded me of. Well, no one else knew about them, living or dead.
Oh, I'll bet, especially dead.
Tell me, just why did Joshua Franklin phone you? He instructed me to sell 10,000 shares of Universal Mining stock, which he owned. Did he say why? Well, he promised to explain later. But he never called again.
Probably St. Peter wouldn't let him slip out to use the telephone.
Steve. Mr. Ward, think carefully. Was it a long-distance call?
What else could it have been, Rollo? Very long distance.
I think it was a local call. But with this new direct dialing, it's so hard to tell. Well, Mr. Ward, we are forced to believe that Joshua Franklin is still alive. In or near the city. We'll take the case. Our fee is $100 a day. Well, that's quite all right. In addition, we would expect to collect the reward originally offered. $100,000 if we find him alive, and $50,000 if we find him dead.
So, at last, we had a case, finding a missing millionaire who had been dead 7 years. Harrison Ward gave us a $500 advance and left. My own starting point was that mysterious phone call and the order to sell 10,000 shares of Universal Mining stock. I went to a stockbroker friend. He told me the unexpected sale had created a small panic in Universal Mining. Somebody usually makes money off such panics. My friend came up with a name. The name of an individual who had sold Universal Mining short just before the panic and made about $20,000. The man was an amateur, not an experienced Wall Street operator. I did some checking on the fellow and then reported back to Rollo Collins.
You say his name is Green. Dawson Green?
Mm-hmm.
Don't place it. But somehow it's familiar.
Professor Lawson Green, Ph.D., FRCS, and a lot of other initials. About 10 years ago, he was a professor of neurosurgery at a big medical college.
You say he was. What happened?
Well, he got mixed up in some kind of scandal, something to do with some rather radical experiments he was making, and he resigned. Since then, he's been living all alone out in the suburbs.
And you think he made that telephone call and hoaxed our legal friend, Harrison Ward?
Oh, Rollo, I think he did. He's the only one who cashed in on the deal.
Curious, Steve. Curious. I wonder where he got that confidential stuff he told Ward.
Maybe he knew Joshua Franklin once. Anyway, I'm going to find out. Sit tight, Rollo, while I go out and have words with the mysterious Professor Green. Professor Green's place turned out to be a big stone house set back in a grove of trees and surrounded by a heavy wire fence. Obviously, he liked solitude. I drove into the local village and asked some questions. It turned out the professor had bought the place 7 years before and put in a lot of curious machinery. With him, he'd had a white-haired man he called his brother. Only the brother had never been seen again. Yeah, and just 7 years earlier, Joshua Franklin had disappeared, too. A connection? Oh, I'd have bet my life on it. So, I telephoned Professor Green.
Hello. What do you want?
Is this Professor Green?
Yes. Who are you? Why are you calling me?
My name is Steve Kimberly. I'd like to talk to you about an old friend of yours, Joshua Franklin.
About who?
Whom is the correct usage, Professor?
I don't know what you're talking about. Goodbye.
Not so fast, Professor. I'm just a fellow who's interested in Joshua Franklin. I'm working alone, but if you insist, I can call in the cops.
Police?
Only I hate crowds. Don't you?
Very well. Come out to my house. I'll see you.
You see, sometimes the easy way is the best way. I drove back. The gate was open. I drove up to the front door. A little white-haired man with bright, nervous eyes and shaking fingers let me in.
Well, come in.
Thank you, Professor. I'm glad you agreed to see me, alone.
I haven't any idea what you want. I agreed to see you just to stop this insufferable nuisance.
Well, I'd hardly call one phone call insufferable. However, I'll get down to business. Where is Joshua Franklin? What became of him?
I don't know. I never heard of Joshua Franklin. Now, young man, goodbye.
No, you're not getting rid of me that easily, Professor, so let's start over. Where is Joshua Franklin?
What do you want? Why have you come here? I won't let you ruin my experiment. It's my whole life. And now you're trying to destroy what I've done. Take away everything that I've accomplished after I've given up my career, everything to...
Oh, Professor, easy. You're going to blow your top here. Now, believe me, I'm not here to destroy anything. I'm here as a friend. I want to help you.
What brought you here, anyway?
That little transaction in Universal Mining stock.
So that's it?
Mm-hmm.
I was afraid. But he told me to do it.
He? You mean Joshua Franklin?
Yes. I mean Joshua Franklin.
You've got him here in this house? You've kept him a prisoner all these years?
No. I only saved his life. I'm the one who's been the prisoner.
You saved his life? In spite of what the doctor said? Well, man, why all the secrecy? You could have been famous.
You'll see. Yes, I'll take you to Joshua Franklin himself. And then you'll understand.
The little professor led me down a long corridor to a heavy metal door, and as we went, my brain was clicking like an adding machine. I was busy trying to figure out my next step when Green led me down a flight of stairs into a pitch-black room. There was some kind of pump going.
Here we are. Joshua Franklin is in this room.
Well, turn on the light.
No, not yet. I'll speak to him first. Now, don't be surprised if his voice is, odd. Mr. Franklin, I'm here. How are you this morning?
I'm tired. Tired beyond human endurance.
I know. But I'm working on the problem. Soon you'll be a new man again.
Don't bother to lie to me. I know the truth.
You must be patient. It takes time and money.
You'll never succeed, never. I was a fool ever to think you could. I should have died as nature intended. Finish me now and let me have peace.
Please, you must be patient. I'll return later. Now rest. Now you can no longer hear us, unless you'll turn on the light.
Hey, this is a laboratory. Nothing in here but apparatus. Where's Franklin?
He's in here. He was speaking to us through this loudspeaker.
Well, okay, then where is he?
Over there, in the far corner.
Oh, now quit kidding. All I see is that pump, a lot of glass tubing with some red liquid bubbling through it, and on top a black glass ball about 18 inches in diameter.
To save Joshua Franklin, desperate measures were necessary.
What do you mean?
He's inside that glass ball.
What?
The pump keeps him alive.
Inside that glass ball? Well, you couldn't get a man in that thing. You could just about get his... Oh, no.
Exactly, Mr. Kimberly. His head.
I believed him. I had to believe him. We went back upstairs and talked. Green told me how he'd been experimenting with animals, gone too far, and got fired. Then how Joshua Franklin had come to him.
You see, he had heard an exaggerated account of my experiments. He offered me $100,000 to give him a new body.
Put his head on a new body?
Exactly. I told him I couldn't do it. He insisted. He was dying and he was frantic. So, I agreed.
Knowing all the time you couldn't?
Not then, no. But I hoped that someday I could. So, we came here, and I performed the operation. I discarded the disease-ridden body. I placed the healthy head inside the glass, where it's kept alive by a circulating nutrient fluid. Oh, but the details don't matter. All these years, I've struggled in secret, afraid that if the world knew, I'd be called a monster and put in jail. And now it's all for nothing. Nothing. You found me out. You'll call the police.
Now, Professor, take it easy. You've got it all wrong. I'm here to help you.
Help me? How?
Well, for one thing, I'm going to be your business manager.
I don't understand.
Now, look, you need assistance, a big laboratory. With those, you might succeed yet in learning how to join Franklin's head to another healthy body.
Oh, yes. Yes, I could. I'm sure of it. Oh, but it would take so much money.
That's just it. That'll be my job. Now, downstairs in that lab, you have one of the smartest minds that ever operated on Wall Street. We'll use it to plot stock market operations that will net us millions. That universal mining deal was just penny ante stuff.
Oh, but it won't work. He won't cooperate.
It's all right. Let me argue with him. Maybe I'm more persuasive than you are. I'll talk to him now. Alone. The professor finally agreed. He took me back down into his lab, switched on the apparatus, and left me alone. Mr. Franklin? Mr. Franklin? Can you hear me?
Who's there?
My name is Kimberly. Professor Green has called me in to help him with your case.
It's too late. I have no hope. If you knew how tired I am, how terribly tired.
Now, look, it's only a matter of money. With your help, we can get the money.
I'm not interested. I refuse to help you. I tried to avoid my destiny, and I've been punished for it. But I've suffered enough. In the name of heaven, shut off the pump and let me go.
Now, Mr. Franklin,
Listen.
I don't want to do...
Are you interested in money?
Well, sure I am. Isn't everybody?
If you want money, I'll pay you $200,000. Does that interest you?
It interests me a whole lot. What do I have to do for it?
Just one thing. Shut off the pump.
Shut off the pump?
Let me find peace at last. If you knew how unendurable it is to spend your life in utter blackness, thinking, always thinking. Please, Mr. Kimberly, tell me that you agree.
Uh-huh. Well, why not? Now, maybe you've guessed I hadn't any intention of going through with the deal. But I let him talk, and this is how he explained it to me. His lawyer, Ward, had the key to a safe deposit box, but didn't know what was in it. We arranged I was to phone Ward, put the phone in front of the speaker, and that way Franklin could talk to him like he had before. So I did it. I set everything up for Joshua Franklin's living head in its glass ball to talk to Harrison Ward. Ward was puzzled, but he agreed to give me the key when I arrived, and I hung up fast. Here, Mr. Franklin. It's all set.
Now keep your word. Shut off the pump.
Well, sure, Mr. Franklin, sure. Just as soon as I get the money out of the deposit box.
Promise to stop the pump.
And I will, but I haven't got the money yet. As soon as I have it, I'll turn the pump off.
Thank you. And after all these years, I'll be able to have peace. You're not lying to me. You swear you will stop the pump and let me go?
Sure, Mr. Franklin, I swear it. But of course, I had my fingers crossed when I said it. Shut off that pump and do myself out of $1 million. Not Mrs. Kimberly's little boy, Steve. Only something happened I hadn't figured on. The door burst open and Professor Green rushed in.
I've been listening, but I won't let you do it. I won't.
No, Professor, listen to me. You're making a mistake.
You can't stop the pump. You can't let Franklin die.
Professor, listen.
This is my whole life's work. I'll stop you. I'll kill you.
He shot at me, and the shot went wild. I ducked and yelled at him. Professor, let me tell you something.
I'll kill you, you hear? I'll kill you.
Second shot went over my head and hit the glass ball which held all that remained alive of Joshua Franklin. I looked up, and for just a second, I saw the glass ball split open and fall towards me. Then the professor fired again. This time, both bullets hit me somewhere in the chest or stomach, and that was the last thing I knew as I dived into a pool of darkness 1,000,000 miles deep. How long the darkness lasted, I don't know. A day, a week, a year. But at last, through the darkness that seemed to crush in on me like a ton of black velvet curtains, I heard Rollo's voice.
Steve? Steve, can you hear me? Steve?
I tried to open my eyes and found they were open, and it was still pitch dark. I moved my lips, and words came out. Rollo, I hear you.
Oh, that's fine, Steve. That's fine. I was worried about you.
Where am I? What happened? I remember Green shooting me, then...
One question at a time, Steve. As for where you are, you're in Washington, D.C.
In Washington?
In a secret room down in the basement of a certain hospital, Steve, my friend. You can expect lots of company. Doctors, scientists. They'll all be here to ask you questions.
Oh, you mean about Green and how he kept Joshua Franklin's head alive?
No, Steve. About you. You see, officially, you're dead.
I'm dead?
You had a very nice funeral in Lawnwood Cemetery.
What are you talking about? Why does your voice sound so funny?
Because you're hearing it through a special hookup. You see, Steve, when you didn't come back, I called on Professor Green. After he killed you, he cracked up completely. But not before he'd done one thing. Not before he'd saved your life. The same way he saved Joshua Franklin.
No. It's not true.
I'm afraid it is. Listen. That's the pump that keeps you alive. The government is taking care of you now, Steve. You're a top-secret hush-hush project. But you should feel pretty good. You're immortal now. You're going to live forever in your little glass jar.
Suspense. You've been listening to Heads You Lose, starring William Redfield as Steve Kimberly, and written especially for Suspense by Robert Arthur. Suspense is produced and directed by Bruno Zerato Jr., music supervision by Ethel Huber. Featured in tonight's story were Raymond Edward Johnson as Joshua Franklin, Melville Ruick as Professor Green, Santos Ortega as Rollo Collins, Kermit Murdoch as Harrison Ward, and Jimsy Summers as the secretary. Listen again next week when we return with Perchance to Dream, written by Bob Corcoran, another tale well calculated to keep you in suspense. Phil Rizzuto's Sports Time scores with the fans Monday through Saturday on the CBS Radio Network.
Being an old research man myself with an advertising agency named Blair, Thomas & Kane, I once looked up the source of that old chestnut about coming events casting their shadows before. It's from a rather obscure poem called Lochiel's Warning by an English poet named Thomas Campbell. I've used the quotation many times, but actually you never know what shadow is foretelling what event. I know I didn't have the slightest inkling that I was in for the biggest event in my life when Dr. Johnson said to me,
"Well, as a matter of fact, since midnight, every baby that's been born in the hospital has been a boy."
The CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Today, The Big Event, a fantasy for radio by Gloria Dapper and Draper Lewis. A fantasy about the law of averages and the day the law of averages ran out.
It may seem like ancient history going over that day now, but everyone else has had a chance to tell what happened to them, so why shouldn't I? I was in the waiting room of the maternity ward of a hospital when it all started. There were 4 or 5 other guys sweating it out with me. We'd been there most of the night. It was close to 1:30 in the morning. But it wasn't quiet like it usually is at that time in a hospital. Mr. Blair, my boss, had arrived around 10 to keep me company. At least that was his excuse for bending my ear for 3 solid hours. I kept saying to him, look, Mr. Blair, you don't have to bother waiting with me. It may be hours before anything happens.
It's my pleasure, Danny, my complete pleasure. Now, just relax. Old E.C. Blair is quarterbacking this play. There's no reason in the world why we can't improve each shining hour with a little business for Blair, Thomas, and Kane.
Well, Mr. Blair, I told you my dad wouldn't be interested in that kind of a deal.
If you're interested, Danny, he'll be interested.
Well, you don't know him the way I do. He never wants to... Oh, just a minute, Mr. Blair.
No, I'm sorry, Mr. Knoll. Not yet. Mr. Vance?
Yeah, I'm Vance.
It's a boy, Mr. Vance. You just follow me.
Another boy? Well, what are you going to do? So maybe we'll end up with a basketball team.
Calling Dr. Johnson. Dr. Johnson, please.
Oh, I wonder what all this excitement's about anyway. I wish Adele were here.
Adele?
Maggie's mother. She was due in from Europe tonight on the Washington. She said she'd come straight to the hospital.
Well, maybe she was held up going through customs or getting a cab from the pier. Danny, look. You don't want to spend the rest of your life in research. You're cut out for bigger things, boy. There's no reason why you couldn't end up being captain of the team. But you've got to get in there and fight. You can't just sit around waiting for Lady Luck to hand you the ball. You make your own luck, boy. You grab that ball and run. Now, that's all I'm asking you to do.
Well, I don't know how I could explain it to him.
Oh, well, there's nothing to explain. Just ask your dad to get on the phone with that chain of drugstores he's got and tell him to duck every other headache pill except Banish. Make sure Banish is right there where everyone can see it. And buy it. Get the clerks to push him a little. Just a little push, that's all.
What about the new ad campaign on Banish?
We'll use that, too. But you need a little something extra riding for you if you want things your way, my boy. If your dad gets Banish started up the field, no one can stop us. Nobody has to wait for the brakes if he's smart, my boy. And you're smart, Danny.
Boy, for you, Mr. Moran. The nurse will be out in a minute to take you into your wife.
Danny? Any news yet, Doctor?
Not yet. Might as well go home and get some sleep. I could use some myself. Come on, I'll walk you down the hall.
Mr. Blair?
Coming, Danny boy.
Maggie's okay, isn't she, Doctor?
She's fine.
Be nice if it's a girl. We sort of planned on a little girl.
I'd better keep your fingers crossed. We'll see.
You mean you think it's going to be a boy?
Well, as a matter of fact, since midnight, every baby that's been born in the hospital has been a boy.
Calling Dr. Johnson. Dr. Johnson, please.
We left the hospital on the Lexington Avenue side. Mr. Blair hailed a cab and offered to drop me off. But just then a second cab pulled over to the curb, and I told him I'd take my own since I was going over to the west side, and he lived east on Sutton Place. As the cab pulled out into the early morning traffic, I kept thinking about what Mr. Blair had told me. The call he wanted me to make to Dad in the morning. And especially I kept thinking about Maggie and the baby and how much easier it would be if we had a little extra dough coming in. I didn't even hear the driver when he said...
Funny thing about the traffic tonight, it's all been going the same direction.
Was it
since
really
midnight.
right to try to twist chance your way? And what would happen if you did?
It's all gone west, too. Lucky thing you live on the west side.
Now what?
I said it's a lucky thing you live on the west side. The traffic's all been going west since midnight.
Anything strange about that?
No. It's all been going downtown, too. Every place except near Pier 32. Oh, what a mess that is.
Pier 32, that's where the Washington docked.
Brother, what a mess. You might even call it a riot.
Get me over there, fast.
Hey, mister, if I was you, I'd stay in a cab. You'll never get on a pier to that crowd.
Now wait for me here.
All right, you heard what I said. No one else is allowed on the pier. Now just keep moving and no one will get hurt.
Officer, please, I've got to get on the pier. There's a member of my family getting off the Washington.
I don't care if it's Marilyn Monroe. No one's allowed on the pier. It ain't safe the way it is now.
Well, what's happened? What's going on out there?
Look for yourself. There hasn't been a passenger off that liner yet that hasn't had the baggage under the letter R.
Well, that's ridiculous. That's impossible.
Ridiculous or impossible, that's the way it is. 1,800 passengers getting off that liner and all the names starting with the letter R. Figure it out for yourself, mister.
I went home, made a pot of coffee, and sat down to wait. 2 hours later, the front doorbell rang. I opened the door, and Adele said to me,
"The next time I marry a man named Robertson, please drag me away from the altar. Oh, where's my bedroom? I'm dead."
The next morning, Adele and I decided that everything that had happened the night before, the babies, the traffic, the mess at the pier, everything had just been one of those freak accidents. Well, what else could it be? I had done a lot of thinking about more important things. I decided that maybe E.C. Blair was right after all. Why should I spend the rest of my life in research? It wasn't much fun being a permanent little fish in a big pond. I'd been waiting too long for Lady Luck to toss a little extra loot my way. And now, for the first time, I had the chance to make things work the way I wanted them. I went into the living room and picked up the phone.
Long distance.
I want to make a person-to-person call to Mr. John Nolan, Sunshine Drug Corporation, Chicago. The number is Temple 34573. It wasn't until I left the apartment that I started to find out what was really going on. At first, it just seemed like one coincidence after another. I stopped by the newsstand, and Pete said to me,
"You're going to have to take another paper this morning, Mr. Nolan. I've been all sold out of the Times since 7:30.
And the bus driver was yelling,
No, I can't change another 5. Aren't they making anything except $5 bills? Now stop it, will you? Stop it.
But that was just the beginning. When we pulled into Madison and 53rd, all the passengers got off at the same stop. All of them. They all went into the same building where I work. They all got on the same elevator.
All right, don't push. Floors, please.
And they all got out at the same floor. My floor.
I have an appointment with Mr. Elmore.
I can talk to you, Mr.
I have to get in line or something.
Blair, Thomas and Kane reception.
No, Mr. Thomas. I'm sorry. I'm trying.
I'm sorry, miss, but I'm already 10 minutes late for my appointment. Would you please
Lady,
see if
please.
he's
I only
there?
have one pair of hands. If you'll just be quiet and give me a chance. What? Oh, no, I wasn't talking to you, Mr. Thomas. No, sir. Okay, everyone. Now quiet down and let's take it one at a time. One at a time.
Mr. Nolan.
Morning, Elaine. Some madhouse out there.
It's getting worse all the time.
You know, everything has gone real goofy this morning. Have you noticed anything strange going on besides the riot outside?
Oh, I certainly have. The teletypes are coming in by the bushel. Hope we have a profit-sharing bonus this Christmas.
Huh? What do you mean?
Our sales. They're fantastic in 10 major cities. Every Blair, Thomas & Kane product is suddenly booming. Well, I've been around long enough to see a product catch fire, but 32 of them. Never.
Well, let me see those teletypes. Oh, this is incredible. And Banish is right in there with him.
Banish is leading the field, as Mr. Blair would put it. Looks like our lucky day, huh?
Well, I'm not so sure it's luck. What else is world shaking?
Call Bill Paris about lunch today.
I'll do that right away.
Funny thing happened out in Jackson Heights this morning. Every dog on our block bit the poor mailman. He was a wreck. Hastings and Cole, good morning.
Bill Paris, please. Yeah, well, remind me to tell you what happened on our bus.
Hello?
Bill, Danny Nolan.
Oh, yeah, Danny. Look, I can't make lunch today. I'll be lucky if I ever get anything to eat again.
Oh, things jumping at your place, too? Aren't those teletypes the kind you have daydreams about?
Nightmares, you mean? You've got a funny sense of humor today.
What do you mean?
I mean, we're practically wiped out. If this trend doesn't reverse itself in an hour, we'll have to throw in the towel.
Oh, Bill, I don't get it.
Hey, what sort of practices are you guys using over at your shop? Everything you're handling is turning to gold. The rest of Madison Avenue is getting ready to move to the Bowery.
You mean our products are the only ones that are moving?
Well, if you call Greased Lightning moving, not a recorded sale in the country for anything except Blair products today. Danny, we've been friends for a long time. You sure there isn't anything under the counter going on over there?
Bill, look, I'll call you back.
If I'm still here. If not, try Welfare Island.
Mr. Blair has just called a special conference. You want it right now in the Lion's Den.
Okay, men. Let's get in unison here. Well, I suppose you've noticed the teletypes. I'd say that this is a 14-chart day for Blair, Thomas & Kane. Men have brought you in here to see that this roller coaster stays on the track.
But it doesn't make sense, Mr. Blair. I've been talking to a friend of mine over at Hastings and Cole. They're worried.
Worried? They're frantic. Walker, Algren, and Marley have already pulled down the flag. Hastings is next. He'll be turning in his diners card before noon. Take my word for it.
Well, you mean they're out of business?
Yep. And we're just starting the jet fuel, pumping it in. When we really start to travel. Va-voom! Like that. Right through the gold barrier.
But it doesn't make sense. I did the research on all our products, and we ought to have about 1/8 of the market, not all of it.
I planned the campaign for Banish, but I didn't think it would sell like it's been going all morning. Why, 2 stores in Brooklyn are sold out already.
You know what? Something is wrong with the law of averages. You just can't figure on 100% of all sales. And you can't figure on traffic going all the same way, and all boy babies, and all baggage all dumped under one letter.
Oh, don't give me that talk about law of averages. That's just another law made to be broken. We're going to stock the shelves of every store in this country shoulder high. The other agencies can pass out severance pay. We'll have a Christmas bonus that'll put a caddy in everyone's garage. And, Danny, you're in for a very pleasant surprise when you pick up your paycheck on Friday. If you know what I mean.
Now, by lunchtime, everyone knew that something was going on. It was all around you. The traffic on Madison Avenue was jammed going downtown, just a few cars coming uptown. One store would be packed to the door, another store almost empty. There were extras on the street with headline stories from all over the world. Strange, half funny, half frightening stories.
Dateline, London. There was an unusual scene at the famed Ascot Club this noon when Sir John Avery answered a waiter in the dining room.
No mutton! No... I beg your pardon. No mutton. Why, my good man, I have been having lunch at this club every Thursday since 1921.
And every Thursday I've had mutton for lunch. And do you mean to stand there and tell me that the...
No mutton, Sir John.
Deadline, Lucerne, Switzerland. It is with considerable embarrassment that we are forced to report that last night at exactly 12 o'clock midnight, every Swiss watch and clock in Lucerne stopped. In an interview with this reporter, Francis Basler, president of the world-famous Basler Watch Company, said,
I can't explain it. There is no explanation. Pardon me, but do you happen to have the correct time?
Dateline Moscow. It has been reported to the Kremlin that this morning nobody rode to work on the subway. Everyone walked to work. Since it is known throughout the world that the subway was invented by Russia, and since Moscow has the most beautiful subway system ever built, it is hereby ordered that everyone will ride the subway on their way home from work. Everyone! That is an order!
I went back to the office after lunch. The place was still spinning like a king-size squirrel cage, and most of the executives were walking around with dollar signs in their eyes. Then I heard a sound which seemed a little out of place in all the money-making merriment, and I saw Elaine dabbing at her eyes and trying not to let me see her face. Well, look, anyone interested in a gray flannel shoulder, it's available at the moment.
It's nothing, Mr. Nolan, please. I'm sorry. I'm just being very foolish.
A woman's prerogative and privilege. Nothing I can do to help?
Not unless you'd like to go down to Washington and blow up the Pentagon. I just got a cable from Jerry. He's my fiancé, stationed in Germany. His Christmas leave has been canceled. We were going to be married.
Well, any reason for his leave being canceled?
The wire didn't say. It just said, all leaves canceled. Oh, who wants to get married anyhow?
I suddenly had a sort of strange feeling in the pit of my stomach. I guess maybe that was the first time I began to feel a little frightened. The world seemed to be slowly sliding off its axis. And all at once I wanted to be with Maggie and Adele, and in my own apartment where I could shut the door and feel reasonably safe. I walked home, and as I turned the corner into our apartment, I saw a lot of equipment spread all over the pavement, hoses and pumps and things. The super was talking to a bunch of workmen as I passed.
How do you like this, Mr. Nolan? Believe it or not, every one of them washing machines in the basement overflowed. Almost floated the whole place off the block.
I walked into the lobby, and there was a sign saying all elevators out of order. I climbed the 10 flights to my apartment. Adele met me at the door.
Mr. Blair has called 3 times. He wants you to come back to the office.
Well, if he calls again, I'm not here. I don't want to talk to him.
Danny, what's happening? What's going wrong? I went to the supermarket this afternoon, and there wasn't a clerk in the place. They all stayed home.
Yeah, that figures.
And there was a Santa Claus near Herald Square. He had to have an armed guard escort him to the bank. He'd collected so much money. But none of the others had collected a cent.
You know, this is what I told Mr. Blair at the meeting, but he wouldn't listen. I told him that something has happened to the law of averages. Has the hospital called yet?
Not yet.
Oh, I'll get it.
Telegram for Mr. Nolan. Sign here.
Okay. Here you are.
Thanks, mister.
Danny, it isn't about Maggie. Is it? Oh, Danny, what is it?
It's from the commanding officer of my reserve unit. I've been ordered to report for active duty in 24 hours.
And so, tonight, a special emergency session of the United Nations has been called to deal with the present world crisis. The issues are these. If war should come, the casualties could very easily happen only to one side. Our side or the enemy's. In every country, orders for total mobilization have been issued. By dawn, the world will be an armed camp, waiting. The enemy powers have sent their ultimatum to the United Nations. Surrender or perish. Will we call their bluff? Or can we afford to take a chance and oppose them? Tonight's vote will answer that all-important question. So, stay tuned.
Well, there's the answer for the telegram and the reason why Elaine and her soldier in Germany won't be getting married this Christmas. Oh, this is what I've been afraid might happen. All of a sudden, something which is very funny becomes very serious as survival of the fittest. Or the luckiest.
Oh, Danny, don't talk like that.
Yeah, the day the law of averages ran out. That's what they'll call it in the history books. If there is any history after tomorrow. Well, I hope Maggie and I don't have a boy.
Hello? Yes? Danny, it's the hospital.
Shouldn't be too long now, Mr. Nolan. Would you like to listen to the radio? We've got one on in the recreation room.
No, thanks.
It's awful, isn't it? I mean, about the UN.
Have they voted yet?
No, sir, not yet.
Danny, may I see you for a minute?
I'll call you as soon as anything happens. About the baby, I mean.
Thank you. Well, Mr. Blair?
I tried to get you this afternoon.
Yeah, I know.
I wanted to talk to you, Danny.
What for? Break some more laws?
Don't you know what's happened? The agency's out of business, Danny.
What do you mean?
We haven't a single account left. Everything's down the drain. Gone.
So, it's happened to you, too.
The clients decided they didn't need an agency anymore. With everything selling like wildfire, why have salesmen? Why have advertising? Why radio, TV? Why an agency? They all cancel their contracts. All of them.
What do you plan to do?
Well, under the circumstances, nothing. I'm going to the Pentagon in the morning, see if they need me. Later, when this is all over, maybe I'll try again. There's a chance of getting a foothold, even in the ad business.
You mean you're starting to believe that there is such a thing as chance?
Well, sure there is. Well, at least there used to be.
But not anymore.
It'll come back.
How? You're going to make it come back? You didn't want anything to do with it before because it got in your way. And you got me hoping to beat it, too. Now look what's happened.
Mr. Nolan?
Yes?
Doctor told me to tell you that it's a boy.
A boy?
Yes, sir.
What are we going to do, Danny?
What's the matter, Danny? You can't have everything you want, you know.
Well, yes, Doctor, but... a boy.
The other baby's fine, too. First twins we've had all day. A healthy boy and a beautiful, beautiful girl.
After I'd seen Maggie and the twins, Mr. Blair and I left the hospital together. And I can't tell you how good it was to see the traffic running in both directions again on Lexington Avenue. I was even happy when we couldn't get a cab. Mr. Blair walked east, and I started west across town. I really didn't understand everything that had happened, what it meant. 24 hours out of our lives with nothing working right. Why had it happened? Mr. Blair had been so sure of a golden future, so sure you could force your luck, so sure that laws were made to be broken. And now the laws were back again, and things were normal again. Christmas was on its way, singing down from a gray-blue spire of a lonely Madison Avenue church. And then, just for a few moments, I had a glimpse of what it all might have meant. Maybe we can twist fate to get our own way, but we'd better be careful. Where you break a law of nature, you do so at your own peril. And you better hope that the law you've broken remains in force to be broken again. This day was the shadow of what would happen if we all followed separate tracks and denied each other an equal chance. That was the warning of the big event.
You have been listening to the CBS Radio Workshop and The Big Event, an original radio fantasy by Gloria Dapper and Draper Lewis. Musical score composed by Ben Ludlow, conducted by Alfredo Antonini, and produced and directed in New York by Paul Roberts. William Redfield was heard as Danny Nolan, Ralph Bell as Mr. Blair, Ethel Owen as Mrs. Robertson, and Roger DeKoven as Dr. Johnson. Others in the cast included Elaine Rost, Ivor Francis, Herm Dinkin, and Ruby Dee. This is Warren Sweeney inviting you to listen again next week when, from New York, the CBS Radio Workshop presents All Is Bright by Henry E. Fritsch, the story of the fabulous search for the origin of one of the best-loved Christmas carols, finally traced to the singing of a trained songbird. Next week on the CBS Radio Workshop. This is the CBS Radio Network.
CBS Radio, a division of the Columbia Broadcasting System, and its 217 affiliated stations present the CBS Radio Workshop, radio's distinguished series dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Tonight, from Hollywood, Season of Disbelief and Hail and Farewell, adapted and directed by Anthony Ellis. Two unusual and provocative character studies by one of America's most original authors, Ray Bradbury. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Bradbury.
It has always seemed to me that life, to all of us, is an endless coil of rope playing through our hands every moment of every hour of the day. The long line of the rope goes back to the time we were born and extends on out ahead to the time of our death. In between lies the eternal now, the flickering moments when each of us must play the rope as best we can, without burning our fingers, snarling the coils, or breaking the line. This is a study of one woman and her rope.
Season of Disbelief.
Old Mrs. Bentley was a saver. She saved tickets, old theater programs, bits of lace, scarves, railroad transfers, and such things. All the tags and tokens of her experience she saved.
I have a stack of records. Here's Caruso. It was in 1921 in New York. I was 40. John was still alive. Here's June Moon, 1929, I think, right after John died.
That was the huge regret of her life, in a way. The one thing she had most enjoyed touching and listening to and looking at, she hadn't saved. John was far out in the meadow country, dated and boxed and hidden under grasses. And nothing remained of him but his high silk hat, his cane, and his good suit in the closet. But what she could keep, she had kept. Pink flowered dresses crushed among mothballs and vast black trunks, and cut glass dishes from her childhood. Her past lived with her. Then, the thing with the children. It happened in the middle of the summer. Mrs. Bentley, coming out to water the ivy on her front porch, saw the two cool-colored, sprawling girls lying on her green lawn, enjoying the immense prickling of the grass. At the very moment she was smiling down on them with her yellow mask face, around a corner like an elfin band came an ice cream wagon. The two girls sat up, turning their heads like sunflowers after the sun.
Little girls, would you like some?
The wagon stopped. There was an exchange of money for pieces of the original Ice Age. These she gave to the girls, who thanked her with snow in their mouths, their eyes darting from her buttoned-up shoes to her white hair.
Don't you want a bite? No, child. I'm old enough and cold enough. The hottest day won't thaw me. Come up on the porch and sit in the shade. But mind you don't drip.
I'm Alice. She's Jane.
How nice. I'm Mrs. Bentley. They call me Helen.
I didn't know old ladies had first names. Well, you never hear 'em used.
My dear, when you're as old as I, they won't call you Jane either. Old age is dreadfully formal.
How old are you?
I remember the dinosaur.
No, but how old?
75.
That's old.
I don't feel any different now than when I was your age.
Our age?
Yes, once I was a pretty little girl, just like you, Jane. What's the matter?
Nothing.
Oh, you don't have to go so soon, I hope.
Well...
Is something the matter? What?
My mother says it isn't nice to fib.
Of course it isn't.
And not to listen to fibs.
Who was fibbing to you, Alice?
You were.
About what?
About your age. About being a little girl.
But I was. Many years ago, little girl like you.
Come on, Jan.
But how ridiculous. It's perfectly obvious. Everyone was young once.
You're joking with us. You weren't really 10 ever, were you, Mrs. Bentley?
You run on home. You get away from here. I won't have you laughing.
And your name's not really Helen.
Of course it's Helen.
Goodbye.
Thanks for the ice cream. Once I played hopscotch. You hear me? I did. The idea. No one ever doubted I was a girl before. What a silly, horrible thing to do. I don't mind being old. Not really. But I do resent having my childhood taken away from me.
After supper, she gathered together certain items in a perfumed kerchief. Then she went to her front porch and stood there stiffly for half an hour. As suddenly as night birds, the two girls flew by, and Mrs. Bentley's voice brought them to a fluttering rest.
Girls! Girls!
Yes, Mrs. Bentley?
Come up on the porch.
Yes, Mrs. Bentley.
I've got some treasures to show you. Sit down, both of you. Now, here. I wore this when I was 9.
It's a comb. Let's see. It's pretty.
And here's a tiny ring I wore when I was 8. It doesn't fit my finger now.
Why, it just fits me. The comb fits my head.
And here, a picture.
Who's this little girl?
It's me.
Oh, it doesn't look like you. Anybody could get a picture like this somewhere.
But it's the truth.
Any more pictures, Mrs. Bentley? Of you later? You got a picture of you at 15? And one at 20? One at 40? 50?
Oh, nonsense. I don't have to show you anything.
And we don't have to believe you.
But this picture proves I was young.
That's some other little girl like us. You borrowed it.
I was married.
Where's Mr. Bentley?
He's been gone a long time. If he were here, he'd tell you how young and pretty I was when I was 22.
But he's not here, and he can't tell.
I have a marriage certificate.
You could have borrowed it. The only way I'll believe you were ever young is if you have someone say they saw you when you were 10.
Thousands of people saw me, but they're dead, you little fool. Dead or ill or gone away in other towns. I don't know a soul here. Just moved here a few years ago, so no one saw me young.
Well, there you are. Nobody saw her.
Listen, you must take these things on faith. Someday you'll be as old as I. People will say the same. Oh, no. They'll say those vultures were never hummingbirds. Those owls were never orioles. Those parrots were never bluebirds. One day you'll be like me.
No, I won't. Me.
You wait and see. You, child, your mother. Haven't you noticed over the years the change?
No, she's always the same. I guess we better go home. Thanks for the comb, it's fine. And thanks for the ring. It just fits. And the picture of the little girl.
No, come back. You can't have those. They're mine.
No, you stole them. They belong to some little girl. You stole them. Thanks.
No! Oh, come back. Oh, come back.
She lay awake for many hours into that night, among her trunks and trinkets. A night wind blew in the room. The white curtain fluttered against a dark cane, which had leaned against that wall near the other bric-a-brac for many years. The cane trembled and fell. Its gold ferrule glittered in the moonlight. It was her husband's opera cane. It seemed as if he were pointing it at her, as he often had, using his soft, sad, reasonable voice.
Those children are right. They stole nothing from you, my dear. These things don't belong to you here, you, now. They belong to her, that other you, so long ago.
And then, as though an ancient phonograph record had been set hissing under a steel needle, she remembered a conversation she had once with Mr. Bentley. Mr. Bentley, so prim, a pink carnation in his whisk-broomed lapel.
My dear, you never will understand time, will you? Don't you see, no matter how hard you try to be what you once were, you can only be what you are here and now. Time plays tricks. When you're 9, you think you've always been 9 years old and will always be. When you're 30, it seems you've always been balanced there on that bright rim of middle life. And then, when you become 70, you are always and forever 70. You are in the present. You are trapped in a young now or an old now. But there is no other now to be seen. Ticket stubs are trickery. Saving things is a magic trick with mirrors. You're saving cocoons, corsets in a way you can never fit again. Why save them? You can't really prove you were ever young.
Pictures. Pictures, John.
No, they lie. You're not the picture.
Affidavits.
No, you're not the dates or the ink or the paper. You're not these trunks of junk and tricks. You're only here now, the present you.
Yes. I see. I see. In the morning, I'll do something final about this and settle down to being only me and nobody else for many other year. That's what I'll do.
The morning was bright and green, and there at her door, like moths bumping softly on the screen, were the two girls.
Got any more things to give us, Mrs. Bentley? More of the little girls' things?
She led them down the hall to the library.
Take this.
The dress in which she had played the mandarin's daughter at 15.
And this. And this.
A kaleidoscope, a magnifying glass.
Pick out anything you want. Books, skates, dolls, everything. They're yours.
Ours?
Only yours. And will you help me with a little work? I'm building a big fire in my backyard. I'm emptying the trunks, throwing out this trash for the trash man. It doesn't belong to me. Nothing ever belongs to anybody.
We'll help you, Mrs. Bentley. It'll be fun.
And now, on summer afternoons, you can see the two little girls like wrens on a wire on Mrs. Bentley's front porch. They sit in their cool dresses, not stirring, waiting for her. And when the silvery chimes of the ice cream man are heard, the front door opens, Mrs. Bentley floats out with her hand deep in the throat of her silver-mouthed purse, and for half an hour you can see them there on the porch, the two girls and the old lady, putting coldness into warmness, eating chocolate icicles, laughing. At last, they are good friends.
How old are you, Mrs. Bentley?
75.
How old were you 50 years ago?
75.
You were never young, were you? And never wore ribbons or dresses like these?
No, Jane. Never.
Have you got a first name?
My name is Mrs. Bentley.
And you've always lived in this one house?
Always.
And never were pretty?
Never.
Never in a million trillion years?
Never in a million trillion years.
Presenting now the second of our duo, and Mr. Ray Bradbury.
The rope of life hisses through our fingers. We reach, it's gone. The beauty of any particular flower, song, poem, or person lies often in the fact that roses must fade, songs die with the breath, poems burn in the fire, golden lads and girls all must, as chimney sweepers, come to dust. But what if beauty could be made to last? Would it still be beautiful or monstrous? Here's the study of a person who seized the traveling rope of life, a moment of beauty, and felt it freeze in his hands.
Hail and farewell.
Going away. There was nothing else to do. The time was up, the clock had run out, and he was going very far away indeed. His suitcase was packed, shoes shined, hair brushed, it expressly washed behind his ears, and it remained only for him to go down the stairs, out the front door, and up the street to the small town station where the train would make a stop for him alone. Then Fox Hill, Illinois would be left far off in his past. And he would go on, perhaps to Iowa, perhaps to Kansas, perhaps even to California.
Willie?
Yes?
Almost time.
All right. I'll be down.
In the mirror on his dresser, he saw a face made of June dandelions and July apples and warm summer morning milk. There, as always, was his look of the angel and the innocent, which might never in the years of his life change. He picked up his valise, looked once more around his room, and went downstairs.
Here I am.
You can't really be leaving us, Willie.
People are beginning to talk. I've been here 3 years now, but when people begin to talk, I know it's time to put on my shoes and buy a railroad ticket.
It's all so strange. I just don't understand. It's so sudden. We'll miss you, Willie. We'll miss you very much.
I'll write you every Christmas.
It's been a great pleasure and satisfaction. It's a shame it had to stop. Shame that you had to tell us about yourself. An awful shame you can't stay on.
You're the nicest folks I ever had.
Oh, Willie. Willie.
It's not easy to go. You get used to things. You want to stay. But it doesn't work. I tried to stay on once after people began to suspect. How horrible, people said. All these years playing with our innocent children, they said. And us not guessing. Awful. And I finally had to leave town one night. It's not easy. You know darn well how much I love both of you. Thanks for 3 swell years. Well...
Willie, where will you go?
I don't know. I just start traveling. When I see a town that looks nice and green, I settle in.
Will you ever come back?
Oh, in about 20 years, maybe it should begin to show on my face. When it does, I'm going to make a grand tour of all the mothers and fathers I've had.
Oh, Willie.
We can't complain, Anna. Better to have had a son 36 months than none whatever.
Well, I guess it's time. Goodbye. Thanks.
Willie kissed Anna quickly,
touched Steve's hand, seized his luggage, and was gone up the street in the green noon light under the trees, not looking back. A small boy, 12 years old, with a birth certificate in his valise to show that he had been born 43 years ago. The boys were playing on the Green Park Diamond when he came by. He stood a little while among the oak tree shadows, watching them hurl the white, snowy baseball into the warm summer air. The boys' voices yelled, and the ball lit on the path near Willie.
Hey, Willie! Where you going, Willie? Gonna visit a cousin of mine for a few days. Huh? You guys just throwing the ball around, huh?
Yeah. You taking the train alone, Willie?
Yeah.
Boy, that's neat.
Hey, how about a couple of throws? I got a little time.
Sure, I guess so.
Willie dropped his bag and ran back. The white baseball was already up in the sun and plunging down to him. And away again to their white figures, up in the sun again, rushing, life coming and going in a pattern. He thought of the last 3 years, now spent to the penny, and the 5 years before that, and so on down the line. The baseball flying here, there. Mr. and Mrs. Robert Handlin, Creek Bend, Wisconsin, 1932, the first couple, the first year. Henry and Alice Bolts, Limeville, Iowa, 1935, the Smiths, the Eatons, Robinsons, 1939, 1945, husband and wife, husband and wife. No children, no children, no children. A knock on this door, a knock on that.
Pardon me. My name is William. I wonder if I could...
A sandwich? Come in. Come in and sit down. Where are you from, son?
The sandwich, a tall glass of cold milk, the smiling, the nodding, the comfortable, leisurely talking.
Son, you look like you've been traveling. You run off from somewhere.
No.
Are you an orphan?
We always wanted kids. Never worked out. Never knew why, one of those things. Well, getting late, son. Don't you think you better hit for home?
I got no home.
A boy like you? Not dry behind the ears? Your mother'll get worried.
I got no home and no folks anywhere in the world. I wonder, could I sleep here tonight?
Well, now, son, I don't just know. We never considered taking in a...
We've got chicken for supper tonight. Enough for extras. Enough for company.
The voices and the faces and the people and always the same first conversations. The years turning, flying away. The voice of Emily Robinson in a rocking chair in summer night darkness. The last night he stayed with her. The night she discovered his secret. Her voice saying,
I look at all the little children's faces going by, and I sometimes think, what a shame. What a shame that all these flowers have to be cut. All these bright fires have to be put out. What a shame all these have to get tall and unsightly and wrinkle and turn gray or get bald and finally all bone and wheeze be dead and buried off away. When I hear them laugh, I can't believe they'll ever go the road I'm going. They're so eager for everything. I guess that's what I miss most in older folks. The eagerness gone 9 times out of 10. The freshness gone. So much of the drive and life down the drain. I like to watch school let out each day. It's like someone threw a bunch of flowers out of the school front doors. How does it feel, Willie? How does it feel to be young forever? Are you happy? Are you as fine as you seem?
I worked with what I had. After my folks died, after I found I couldn't get man's work anywhere, I tried carnivals, but they only laughed. Son, they said, you're not a midget. And even if you are, you look like a boy. We want midgets with midgets' faces. Sorry, son. What was I? A boy? I looked like a boy, sounded like a boy. So I might as well go on being a boy. What could I do? What job was there for me? And then one day I saw this man in a restaurant looking at another man's pictures of his kids. Sure wish I had kids, he said. Sure wish I had kids. And that instant, sitting there, I knew what my job would be for all the rest of my life. There was work for me, making lonely people happy, keeping myself busy, playing forever. I knew I had to play forever, deliver a few papers, run a few errands, mow a few lawns. All I had to do was to be a mother's son and a father's pride.
But, Willie, didn't you ever get lonely? Didn't you want things that grown-ups wanted?
I fought that out alone. I'm a boy, I told myself. I'll have to live in a boy's world, read boys' books, play boys' games, cut myself off from everything else. And I played it that way. Oh, it wasn't easy. There were times.
But it's nice being a child for over 40 years.
It's a living, as they say. And when you make other people happy, then you're almost happy, too. And anyway, in a few years now, I'll be in my second childhood. All the fevers will be out of me, and all the unfulfilled things. And most of the dreams. Then I can relax.
He threw the baseball one last time and broke the reverie. Then he was picking up his suitcase. The two boys stood beside him. They were embarrassed at his shaking hands with him.
Oh, Willie. Ain't as if you're going to China or something.
Oh, that's right. It isn't.
So long, Willie. See you next week.
Yeah. So long, Sam. So long, Jamie.
And he was walking off with his suitcase again, looking at the trees, going away from the boys and the street where he had lived. And as he turned the corner, a train whistle screamed, and he began to run. In the early morning, with the iron smell of the train around him and a full night of traveling shaking his bones and his body, he awoke and looked out on a small town just arising from sleep. A porter moved by, a shadow in shadows.
Sir, what town's this?
Valleyville.
How many people?
10,000. Why, this your stop?
It looks green. It looks nice and quiet.
Son, you know where you're going?
Here.
I hope you know what you're doing, boy.
Yes, sir. I know what I'm doing.
Down the dark aisle, luggage lifted after him by the porter, and out into this smoking, steaming cold beginning to lighten morning. He stood looking at the porter in the black metal train against the few remaining stars.
What?
Wish me luck!
What?
Wish me luck!
Oh, best of luck, son. Best of luck to you, boy.
Thanks!
He watched the black train. He didn't move all the time it was going. He stood quietly, a small boy, 12 years old again, on the worn wooden platform, and only after 3 entire minutes, until the train was completely gone away and out of sight, did he turn at last to face the empty streets below. Then, as the sun was rising, he began to walk very fast so as to keep warm down into the new town.
Tonight, the CBS Radio Workshop has presented 2 studies by Ray Bradbury, adapted and directed by Anthony Ellis. The first, Season of Disbelief, with Virginia Gregg and John Daner, Dawn Bender, Marion Richmond, and Herb Butterfield. The second, Hail and Farewell, with Richard Beals, Stacey Harris, Vivi Janis, Lawrence Dobkin, Paula Winslow, Roy Glenn, Billy Chapin, and Peggy Weber. We wish to thank Mr. Bradbury for being our special guest. Original music for tonight's program was composed and conducted by Jerry Goldsmith. The CBS Radio Workshop is produced by William Frug. This is Hugh Douglas inviting you to join us again next week when we present the eminent Shakespearean teacher, Dr. Frank C. Baxter, professor of English at the University of Southern California, and Mr. William Shakespeare, noted author, who will be our special guests, presented on the CBS Radio Workshop. On Sunday, over most of these same stations, the New York Philharmonic Symphony will be heard in another exciting concert conducted by Dmitri Mitropoulos. This weekend, the noted Polish pianist Witold Malkoczynski will be heard as soloist. Stay tuned for 5 minutes of CBS News, to be followed on most of these stations by The Jack Carson Show. America listens most to the CBS Radio Network.
Tired of the everyday grind? Ever dream of a life of romantic adventure? Want to get away from it all? We offer you Escape.
Escape, designed to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure.
You are on a planet of desolation and utter ruin, awaiting the return of your comrades to carry you to safety, while the remains of life about you, crawling and evil, are slowly hemming you in and ruthlessly tracking you down to your death.
Listen now as Escape brings you Charles Smith's unusual story, North of Polaris.
Testing. 1, 2, 3, 4. Do you read me, Joe?
Loud and clear, R5S5. All ready, sir.
How is he?
Well,
How do you feel, Mac?
Scared, sir?
Now take your time out there. Be very sure.
quiet.
Can you see him?
Not yet, sir. Yes, sir, there he is.
Mac, what's it like out there?
Nothing much to see.
You feel heavier or lighter than usual? Can you move about easily?
Just like at home.
What about atmosphere?
I'm turning off my oxygen unit and opening the intake valve.
Careful. Not too fast now.
I've cut my supply completely, sir.
Rescue party standing by, sir.
It seems to be okay. Yes, sir, the air is good.
Are you sure?
It's okay. Send them out.
From the port of the spaceship, we could see him calmly walking about on the surface of a planet approximately 20 million miles from our own. All 40 of us had drawn straws. Mac had won. And if we returned home safely, he would be remembered as the first man to touch the soil of an alien planet.
Well, Joe?
Well, I guess I'm as ready as I'll ever be, sir.
Who else are you taking with you?
Stoner. He's good with the camera. Sam, have you got your gear ready?
Joe, all set for the break.
All right.
Now, you know what to do. What I want.
Yes, sir.
Map the area as best you can. Bring me a report on water sources, mineral deposits, vegetation. And if you see any signs of life, try to get pictures. But otherwise, avoid it. You tell the others that's an order.
Yes, sir. Do you think there is life here, sir?
Well, some of our best minds have always claimed there was.
Well, when we get back, we'll set them straight, sir.
Yeah. I'll make our other drops and pick you up at this spot in 48 hours. So you're on your own. Good luck, Joe.
Thank you, sir.
Joe, do you notice anything wrong with this place?
What do you mean, Mac?
Well, look around. You see any trees, bushes, grass, anything growing? You see anything green?
Yeah, that's right. Well, it's probably desert country.
No, look here. You feel the soil.
What?
It's rich enough. Gets plenty of sun, probably plenty of rain. Look at its color. Gray, dead.
Maybe it's like the moon. Maybe this is just another moon.
No, there's air here. There isn't any on the moon.
How you know? You ever been there?
Well, that's what they say, Sam.
Sometimes they're wrong. Well, what now?
Well, we got about 5 hours of daylight left. We'll head north.
I don't like it. It's too quiet. Not even the wind.
What are you trying to do, Mac? Don't you think we're jumpy enough?
How long are they going to leave us here?
48 hours.
That could be a long time.
We started north. It was easy walking over the flat, rolling land, easy because there were no trees or bushes or weeds. There was nothing. Nothing but the gray sky and the gray, dead soil. I was beginning to think that maybe it was only a moon. And then we made camp for the night.
Okay, come and get it.
Well, look here. Beans and K-ration. Just what I wanted.
Oh!
Now, watch your cans, they're hot.
Now you tell me.
You know the first thing I'm going to do when I get home?
Oh, what?
I'm going in the best restaurant in town and order the biggest steak in the joint.
You're pretty sure you're going to get home, aren't you?
Sure, I'm sure.
Why, aren't you, Mac?
I don't. Hey, want some coffee, Joe?
Yeah, thanks. You married, Mac?
Uh-huh.
Any kids?
Yeah, one, a little girl. She's 5.
Huh. What made you volunteer for this trip?
I don't know. Maybe I just had to. You understand that?
Yeah, I think so.
Hey, you know what I miss? The crickets. You know, at home you sit around a campfire, like at the lake. You hear the frogs and the crickets.
And slap the mosquitoes.
Yeah.
It's funny.
Oh, what's that?
Well, here we are, 20 million miles away from our home. 20 million miles. And yet up there in the sky, we can still see it.
Yeah, I wonder if anybody's looking at this stinking planet and wondering if we made it.
Oh, sure they are. All the scientists, astronomers.
I don't mean them, I mean...
I know what you mean.
You got a family, Sam?
Only my mother. She lives... And this?
Hmm?
What is it? Something's out there. Moving.
It was life. There was life here. And we could see it now, in the dim light given off by our heating unit. It was an ugly, four-legged beast with a hairless body. And from its odor, a scavenger. Like everything else here, it was the color of gray.
All right, cut it out. Sam!
Oh, that's real smart. You're supposed to be a photographer. Take pictures of what we
Oh,
find.
lay off him, Joe. It was only a rat, a big rat.
The day broke clean and bright, and we kept walking north doing the job we'd set out to do. And there were no other signs of life, and we'd almost convinced ourselves that the rat had been a stowaway from our ship. For the first time, things felt right.
Hey, Joe!
What?
Hold it!
Stop wasting that film.
What's the matter? Don't you want your pictures in magazines? I've shot everything there is to shoot here. It's all going to look the same.
Nothing. Yeah, I know.
When we turning back?
Tomorrow morning. There. Now, let's take a look around.
What's the use? There's nothing to see. Hey, why don't we start back now? Joe? Joe!
Mac! Come up here.
What is it?
On the double. Take a look through these binoculars, Sam. Off to the east there. What do you see?
A lake. Yeah, maybe an ocean.
Now, swing around slowly to your left. No, easy. There. What do you make of that?
I don't know.
Well, what's up? Looks like clumps of stone or cement. Take a look. Give him the glasses.
Hey, could that be what's left of the city?
If it is. If we've found...
Yeah!
Sam, you fool! Come back here! But he wasn't coming back. Not now. He'd found a subject for his camera, and he was racing toward it. At the edge of the sprawling stone ruins, we caught up. And he made us turn with our backs to the city and pointed his camera at us.
Welcome to the city. Hold it, both of you, right there.
I should have shaved.
Hey, Mac, pick up a piece of that stone.
Like this?
Okay. Come on, what are you waiting for?
Hold it. Mac, put that stone down.
Hey, you think...
Just put it down.
What's the matter with you guys?
Geiger counter's acting up.
You kidding? What could be radioactive around here?
Mac, lower it near the ground.
Well, what do you know?
Radioactive. What is it, uranium, pitchblende, what?
No. This isn't a natural composition.
Yeah, then what?
Look around you. Take a good look. What's it look like?
Just stone, cement, ruins. What else?
Look at the color of it. The edges.
Yeah. Like it's been burnt. Scorched. Remember what our cities looked like?
They wouldn't know about atomic energy here.
What makes you so sure? I led them on into the sprawling corpse of the great metropolis until we stood near the jagged base of what once must have been a magnificent building.
Mac?
Yeah?
Over there.
What?
Look. Rats.
Yeah. Scrounging for food.
Sure did.
With each step we'd taken, the radiation had increased. And when it reached the danger point, we turned and started slowly back. We didn't say anything. We didn't need to. We had seen and we knew that this world, this civilization, had committed suicide.
It's getting late. We'd better make camp.
Well, this is as good a place as any, I guess.
I don't know about you guys, but I'm pooped.
Yeah, it's been a long day. You want to set up the stove, Mac?
Yeah, might as well.
The sky's clouding up in the south. Looks like a storm brewing.
Your film safe, Sam? You think the radiation back there damaged it?
Nah, it's packed in heavy lead foil.
No.
Cigarette, Joe?
Yeah, thanks.
That's funny.
No, what's that?
Take a look out there. No, south, I mean. It's not the sky that's clouding up. It looks like dust. A dust storm.
Couldn't be. There's no wind.
Take a look.
Yeah, but there's no wind.
Well, something's out there kicking up the dust. How far away you figure?
It's hard to tell. 10, maybe 15 miles.
Joe, look!
What?
There, to the right, about a mile. You see him?
See what?
No, over to your left.
Well, what is it?
People.
You're crazy. There's nothing out there.
Two of them, they fell. I can't see them now either, but I did see them. There, now they're up again.
Joe, he's right. The people like us.
Hey! Oh, hey!
All right, stop it.
Hey!
Cut it out. Stop it. Look, we've got orders to avoid contact with life here.
But, Joe, they're people, human beings.
You don't know what they are. Just because they resemble us physically, that doesn't mean a thing.
But, Joe,
we got our orders. The ground's higher over there. Let's move over there where we can see them better. Come on. When we made it to the rise, we could see a man and a woman. Two people just like ourselves. Even what was left of their clothing was similar to ours. And they were running desperately. And then I looked beyond them and saw the cause of their fear. Stalking them, slowly closing the distance between them, were 6 of those great, evil rats. We stood there silently, watching the hunters and the hunted, And the longer we watched, the more it became certain that the rats could end the hunt whenever they wanted to. I could see their features now. The woman was much younger than the man. Their faces were distorted by panic and fear. And we watched and waited. And then the old man fell, and Sam and Mac were running, screaming, driving off the rats. Are you all right? Can you understand me?
Yes. Where's my father? I must go back to him.
The boys are with him. It's all right. You speak our language.
Yes. But we were sure there wasn't anyone else in this sector. We thought they'd all gone.
Gone where?
South. They left us behind. They said he was too old, not worth trouble.
How many of you lived here?
11 of us.
Only 11?
Father and I started out yesterday morning. We thought we could meet them later. And then the rats... Where are you from?
Outside.
Then there is something left outside.
Oh, yes.
Oh, I was sure. I'd hoped. I knew it couldn't end here.
Come on, we'd better get you back to camp now. Well, they're asleep. Gave them a sedative. She'll be all right, but I'm worried about the old man.
Hey, Joe?
Yeah?
We've been talking. How can they know our language? How?
Yeah.
I don't know.
You know, it's like our world, isn't it? After the atomic war, I mean.
Yeah. I remember reading how the radioactive dust spread all over the land, killing everything. Grass, trees, animals, everything. I guess the same thing happened here.
You off your rocket, Joe? We're 20 million miles apart. And our war was over 50 years ago.
Look, don't you think it's possible that life on another planet could have started, advanced, and progressed step by step with ours?
Oh, Joe, now you're talking like something out of one of those science fiction magazines.
Well, what's the matter? Can't your ego accept it? Do we have to be the greatest, the super beings? Everything else in the universe is subhuman?
Oh, wait a minute, Joe.
Oh, knock it off. Let's hit the sack.
Okay. It might be a good idea if one of us stood watch while the other two slept. How about it, huh?
Sure.
Well, I'll take the first lap, and then you, Sam, and then Mac. Each of us will do 3 hours, huh? Now try to get some sleep. The 3 hours passed quickly. My mind was racing, asking if this world was a parallel to our own world. Were all the worlds of the universe alike? I was trying to find the answer when Sam relieved me. And I still hadn't found it when I dropped off to sleep. But I didn't sleep very long.
Sam! Sam! Oh, good Lord, the rats. He must have dozed off. Come on!
Oh. Look. Oh, my. We buried Sam just as the sun rose full above the horizon. And then as we turned to walk back to camp, we saw it. The sky to the south was black with dust. It was closer now, much closer than the day before. And whatever it was out there was moving straight for us.
What do you make of it, Joe?
I don't know. Oh, Jean.
Yes?
Does your father feel well enough to travel?
Oh, he's much better. He wants to talk to you.
All right.
Joe, how far away from our rendezvous point?
Oh, about 12 miles.
Have you noticed the dust to the south?
Yes. I was hoping that you could tell us what it was, sir.
It is the army.
The what?
The army. The great army of the rats. The others, those you saw yesterday and this morning, they were the scouts. Out there is the main force.
Well, why only rats? Why no other animals?
When the war started, the rats were already immune to radiation. They thrived on it when all other life perished.
But why?
We did it. We made them immune. We used them in our early atomic experiments, generation after generation. And generation by generation, their resistance increased until a rat was born who was immune to radiation.
What are we waiting for? Let's get out of here.
Yes, we must run. For now they are the masters, the rulers, and we are the scavengers.
Wait, my father...
Well, if he can't keep up, hold it.
All right, hold up.
Oh, there's no use going on. Look there ahead of us.
Yeah, dust. More of them.
Behind us. To the north.
Yeah, they've cut us off.
Now they close in for the kill. I told you it was an efficient army. Their strategy is well planned. They've a good general. As good a man as myself.
Father, please try to...
Oh, now, these young men need me, Jean. We're outnumbered. We need time to muster our forces. Perhaps we could make a truce with the rats.
Talk sense, will you?
Gentlemen, be reasonable. We have no other choice. You see how easily they outmaneuvered us? A truce is our only hope.
Make him shut up!
You come over here.
Joe, he's crazy. He talks crazy.
Don't let it get you.
How much time we got left before they pick us up?
7 hours.
We'll never make it.
Jean.
Yes?
Do you know this sector?
Yes.
Well, come with me, please. Mac, keep an eye on the old man. I didn't know what I was looking for or what I expected to find, but I had to do something. Even walking aimlessly over the scorched stone rubble was better than standing, waiting for the circle of rats to close in. And then Jean found it, an entrance to an underground bomb shelter, one just large enough to hold the average family. We raced back to where we'd left the others, and now we could hear the rats, thousands of them all around us.
Joe, I tried to stop him. He wouldn't listen. He was like crazy.
What are you doing?
I couldn't help it. Believe me, I couldn't help it.
He was about 200 yards away, his shoulders back, his head held high, walking directly toward the rats. And in his right hand, he was holding a small white handkerchief, waving it back and forth like a flag of truce. He kept on until they'd formed a semicircle around it. And then he stopped. And all around us, the rats stopped. For a moment, I swear he spoke to them. And then he turned toward us, raised his hand in salute. And then the rats swarmed all over him.
Come on!
No, come on, Jean, you can't help me.
Come on!
We burrowed ourselves in the shelter. In a few moments, we could hear them overhead, hurtling themselves against the heavy, lead-lined door, their yellow teeth digging at the concrete and steel. But it had been built to stand an atomic blast. It held off the rats. And we waited. For one thing, how long could we stay alive in that coffin? We didn't speak. We just sat there, wondering when they'd break through.
Joe?
Yeah.
What's the use? Let's get it over.
No. No, they'll give up. They're starving. They'll leave to find some other food.
The rats. They're quitting. They're leaving.
Maybe they are. Maybe they just want us to think they are.
No. No, they're leaving. I'm going to take a look.
Mac, don't open that door.
Joel, they're... Now, listen. Listen, it's a ship. Clark and the ship. Come on, Joe, let's get out of here. Up where they can see us. Hey! Hey! Down here! Hey!
Well, Gene, we can go out now. They've gone.
What?
It's all over. We're safe now. We can go out.
Out? Out? Oh, I can't believe it.
We're going to take you back with us. Away from this. Now, come on.
No, please. Please, I'm afraid.
Afraid?
Don't you hear it? That noise?
But that's our ship. Here, I'll show you. Look, you see the landing.
Ship? I don't understand.
But the one that brought us here.
Brought you here?
Yes.
Where did it come from? Europe? Asia? Where?
Europe? Asia?
Oh, I knew we hadn't destroyed all of the Earth.
Earth? Is that what you call this planet? Earth?
This is the Earth. You. Where are you from?
What? Way up there. Just north of Polaris.
Under the direction of Anthony Ellis, Escape has brought you North of Polaris by Charles Smith, starring William Conrad as Joe, with Hy Averback as Mac, and Eddie Firestone as Sam. Featured in the cast were Vivi Janis, Ralph Moody, and Frank Gerstle. The special music for Escape is composed and conducted by Leith Stevens.
The Columbia Workshop is on the air, presenting radio's foremost laboratory of new writing and production techniques. Today's program is called Slim. It is the work of John Haywood Lovelace. The musical score was specially written and is being conducted by Gail Kubik. Slim is produced and directed by Howard G. Barnes. The Columbia Workshop presents Slim.
He came from over the horizon and stood strangely against the sky like a cloud, a rain cloud lost from the storm. Yes, he was like a lonely cloud, seeking to shed a blessing of rain on some withered root, seeking to shade a slender blade of green grass from the severe sun. It was in September, early September, before the fall frosts had spread their chill across the California mountains. Unpicked grapes had shriveled on the vine and hung dry in the soft breeze. It seemed funny as I stood there and picked a handful. It was the only thing I had to eat all day. I left San Francisco early that morning and headed east. Hitchhiking was bad, and it wasn't until evening that I reached Colfax at the base of the Sierra Nevada range. The afterglow of the sunset made the sky overhead a dull, lingering red. The surrounding mountains were black monsters, silhouetted against the coming night. Lights began to flicker on in many of the houses, and in the distance, I could hear the wheeze of locomotives in the railroad yards. I made my way across the maze of silver rails and boxcars until I stood near a warehouse. I dropped my pack on the platform and sat down to ease my weary legs.
Going over?
Huh?
Going over the Great Divide?
Gee, I must have fallen asleep. I didn't hear you. Yeah, I'm going.
You look like you've been traveling.
Yeah, trying to hitchhike east, but the going isn't so good.
Never ride in automobiles myself. Stick to trains. Always sure where you're going.
Well, sit down.
Oh, thanks, kid.
When is the next train going over?
Oh, around 9 o'clock.
I don't have a watch.
Never worry about the time, kid. There's plenty of that. I'd say it's about 8.
Well, how do you know?
Oh, I just look at the stars. They're never wrong.
The stars?
Mm-hmm. That's right.
I looked at the man beside me. Even though it was dark, I could see the gaunt features of his face. His cheekbones punched a tight skin, and there was a light in the hollowness of his eyes that reminded me of the last glowing coals of a warm fire. His hair was long from lack of care and stained from being washed in smoke of 1,000 freight trains. He shifted and looked across the yards at a signal light, and I heard the tolling of a church bell. I remembered then that the day was Sunday. Evening services were about to begin, and the bell was ringing out the time. 6, 7, 8. It was 8 o'clock. The figure beside me was dark against the dark.
There's a bit of a chill in the air tonight.
Are you going over?
Yep, I'll be on that train.
Where do you catch it?
This your first time, ain't it, kid?
That's right.
Well, you just stick with me. We'll make it.
I've never ridden on a freight before.
It's not so bad. Maybe a little cold up in the mountains.
Say, I just remembered. I have some sugared figs in my pack. Do you want some?
No, thanks. Don't seem to be hungry right now.
I got them in Frisco this morning before I left. Been saving them.
You go ahead and eat. Don't mind me.
Well, you can have some if you want them.
Had a set down last night. Never ate so much in my life.
Well, yes, but that was last night.
One regular meal about every 2 days is my limit.
By the way, I guess we might as well introduce ourselves. My name is...
Names aren't important, kid. It's what you are that counts.
Oh, yeah, but if we're going to...
I've found that some of the best names are on the worst kind of people. Some of the best people have no name. So I'll just call you Kid, all right?
And what'll I call you?
Folks call me Slim.
Well, glad to know you, Slim. Where are you from?
Oh, I ain't from no place in particular. Got a recollection of some sunsets. Been around a number of watering holes. I can't tell you just where.
Have you traveled much?
I've seen a lot in my day. Some pretty, some not so pretty. Saw a kid fall off the rods. Watched a dame knife a beau for a dime. Best jail I ever was in was in Key West. But you stay away from the chain gang states. The rats won't even live in them holes.
Yeah, the cops picked me up in Los Angeles.
Don't get me wrong, I ain't kicking. Been around quite a bit, some of it not so pretty, but I ain't beefing. Yeah, have worn denim so long that the stink in them would make a skunk fade. Had cinders so thick in my hair I couldn't comb it. And I've been so hungry that my stomach wrapped itself around my spine. Yeah, I've been around quite a bit.
I'm from Chicago myself.
Huh? Ridden many a hotshot to try. Drags in the panhandle. Picked up a lot of loose change in D.C. Stood in plenty of soup.
Hey, they must be making a train.
Yeah, that's ours. They put on about 100 cars before they highball. Might as well walk over that way, kid. Hey, don't forget your pack.
He turned as he spoke and motioned for me to follow. There was experience in his walk as he made his way through the shadows. Once or twice he seemed to disappear, and then I discovered that he was just ahead of me. My nervousness at the idea of riding a freight train became less as I followed him.
She'll be pulling out soon. They're waiting for the pusher.
Pusher?
Mm-hmm. They put a locomotive on behind to help push her up the grade. They're taking out the slack. Careful, don't get out in the light. Might be a railroad detective around. We'll catch it on the right side, kid. No danger of falling between the cars if you miss.
Oh, aren't we going to ride inside?
This is a fruit train. All them cars sealed tighter than tombs. I must be having trouble with the brakes. Quiet, kid. Here comes someone. Just a brakeman. It's the highball.
Well, aren't we going to get on?
No. Let her roll before we flip her, kid. Take your time. Don't hurry.
When?
Not yet. Now, kid. Run alongside. Yeah, that's it. Grab the ladder. Get a grip. All right. Jump.
Come on, Slim. Get aboard. You'll miss it.
All right, kid. All right.
Slim! There was no answer to my call. Suddenly, I realized that I was hanging on the side of a speeding train. Fearfully, I climbed the iron ladder, my shoes scraping on the car, and the wind tearing at my hair. I pulled myself over the edge and lay flat on the catwalk, breathing heavily from an unknown fear. What had happened to Slim?
Yeah, that wasn't bad.
Slim.
For a beginner, you got real talent.
But I thought you...
Nope, here I am. That breeze feels nice. Smell that smoke? That's ore. No coal burners on this run.
Slim stood tall against the wind, his shirt front slapping his stomach, and the tattered legs of his pants billowing like balloons. There was a smile on his lips as he watched the black smoke of the lead engine swirl into the night air.
Sorry if I scared you, kid. There's no use getting on too close to the front engine. If you do, you eat smoke instead of watching.
It is pretty, isn't it?
Yeah. Man-made clouds.
And blacker than the night.
Riding tops isn't the best thing in the world, but you sure do get to see the scenery.
You always ride tops?
Mm-hmm. Most of the time. I've ridden on flatties and in reef.
Well, I guess maybe I'm green, but what's a reefer?
Yeah, that's what we're riding. When they don't put ice in them, you can ride in the ice compartment.
Yeah, speaking of ice, that wind is getting colder.
Yeah, we're starting up the canyon. Oh, that's the lead engine. Everything okay. That's the pusher.
How high do we go?
Oh, about a mile. Of course,
yeah, I guess it will help.
Look to the east, kid.
Yeah? It's the moon.
To the top of the Sierras and a sky full of stars.
Say, this blanket does help. Come on, sit down here and you can share it.
No thanks, kid.
But you've only got on a shirt over your skin.
Hold anymore?
Well, I certainly can feel it.
Now, you just wrap up and sit there, and I'll go up front and see if there's an empty.
Okay, Slim. Hurry. He leaned into the front of the long train. I watched his specter-like body grow fainter and fainter. For long moments I waited, my body quivering with its first chill. I drew the blanket tight about me and looked once again in the direction Slim had gone. Someone was coming along the catwalk through the darkness. He came closer. Slim! Slim, did you find it?
What's that?
Did you find the empty?
No empties on this train, Bo.
Oh, I thought you were Slim.
Oh, just the brakeman. It's a cold night to be riding on top. Why did you wait till tomorrow?
Well,
The way things look, it's going to be below freezing by the time we reach the top of the range.
Oh, I've got a blanket.
Well, you'll need it, and then some. Hey, you must be in an awful hurry to make this trip tonight. Where are you going?
Chicago.
Well, you still got a long way to go. I'll tell you what you might do. Try taking the spur line at Bory, Wyoming. Get off at LaSalle Junction, Colorado, and catch a hotshot cattle train from Denver. That'll get you home in 31 hours.
Where did you say?
Boring. That's, just west of Cheyenne. Still a long ride. Well, gotta check on things. Hey, you seem to be the only hobo on this train. I guess the cold scared most of them off.
But Slim is up front someplace.
Slim?
Yeah, the fella I'm traveling with.
On this train?
He went that way to see if he could find an empty.
Oh, there ain't anyone on this train besides you. Not up front, anyway. No empties, either.
But he just went that way a little while ago.
I didn't meet anyone. Didn't see anybody. Are you sure?
He's a tall fella.
Well, if he did go up that way, he's not there now. Might have fallen off. Rough trip. Take it easy, Bo.
I sat there, stunned. Fallen off. Oh, no, Slim couldn't have. Slim knew the ropes. The air was becoming colder. The moon had risen higher over the mountains, and its presence spread a pale light through the canyon. I looked over the side of the car, and then I pulled back in fear. The train was now creeping along the edge of a jagged cliff. A river lay far below.
That's the American River, kid.
Slim!
Looks like a silver ribbon down there.
But the brakeman said...
Didn't find any empties, but there's a car up ahead that's not as high as these regular reefers. We can lay on it and let the front car buck the wind.
Oh, yeah. The brakeman said it was really going to get cold.
I've seen it colder.
Say, where were you when he passed? He said he didn't see anyone.
The smoke was kind of thick.
He really scared me. He said you probably fell off.
No, not me.
We must be climbing.
We'll be hitting the snow shed soon. Getting high.
The air seems as clear as crystal.
Well, let's go, kid.
Where?
That car up front. Now, don't mind the moving train. You'll be all right.
Yeah, but I might fall.
No, you won't. Just follow me.
Well, wait till I roll this blanket.
Make sure what you're going to do, then do it.
All right, I'm ready. Lead the way.
Take your time.
Let's go.
Just lean into the wind.
Right.
On your face, kid. What? Fall flat. Down, kid, down.
What do you mean?
On top of the car before it's too late. You're all right, kid.
What happened? Everything went black.
That was the first tunnel.
Whew. That was close.
Just keep your eyes ahead. Ready?
Ready.
Follow me, then. Just step over, kid. Don't look down between the cars.
But the cars are swaying too much, Slim.
Get set, and then leap.
I watched him as he seemed to float over the break between the cars. At the end of the catwalk, I crouched tensely, with the wind seeking to push me backward. Slim walked on without looking around. 8, 9, 10 times I leaped across the gaping jaws between the cars, each time gaining more courage. I looked up and called out, "Slim! Slim, it's another tunnel!" He turned and waved as he did before. He was still standing when the train plunged into the smoke-filled shaft. I sprawled across the top of the car. Slowly, I rose to my feet as I rubbed away the burn of the smoke from my eyes.
It's the next car, kid.
I rubbed my eyes again. Slim seemed to be drifting with a clinging smoke.
It gets mighty stuffy in the tunnel.
He motioned me forward to the end of the car.
This is it. It's about 1.5 feet lower.
We jumped down and walked to the front. The wind wasn't as strong there, and I laid down along the catwalk. Slim stood tall and refused to listen to my plea to get down out of the cold wind. His answer was always the same.
It ain't cold.
Time and again, I puzzled over his words. Even though I was dressed warmly and wrapped in a blanket, I shivered with a heavy chill. It was cold. Yet Slim never complained.
Snow shed ahead.
Where?
Along that curve over there.
I looked in the direction he pointed. There in the half-light of the moon, a long shed straddled the twisting track like a thick snake. A hollow monster which protected the winding rails from drifting snows. Nearer and nearer it came, until finally the engine rushed into the funnel. And one by one the cars followed. Our car came next.
We'll be stopping soon, kid.
Where are we?
Almost on top.
Oh, I hope it doesn't get any colder.
There ain't no heat in the moon at midnight.
Yeah, it ain't pretty anymore either.
Looks like a curved piece of cold steel.
Another tunnel ahead.
Yep. Swallowed by a mountain. Keep down, kid.
You better get down. It's just ahead.
Don't worry, kid. I'm all right. All right.
There were 3 more tunnels and 2 snow sheds. Each time, my body would yield to the warm air about me, and then the train would shoot out onto the frost of the mountainside. I'd see Slim still standing with the wind tugging at his clothes. His hair fought with the cross currents of cold until it became matted.
Lights ahead, kid. We're coming in.
The top of the divide, huh?
Uh-huh. We can pile off up here.
Sure hope there's some heat.
There's a roundhouse.
I don't know if I can move or not. I'm so cold.
Better stand up and move around a little bit.
Yeah, that should help. Oh, am I stiff?
Now, watch it when we pull into the yards. Keep down and stay out of the light.
When do we get off?
Let us stop first. Okay, kid. Careful now.
Oh, my legs.
This way, into the shadows. Over here is the door into the roundhouse. Wait. Flatten yourself against the wall. Someone's coming. Okay, now. Open the door and get inside.
Okay.
There's a boiler over there, kid. That means heat. Now be quiet. We can stand near that pile of sand.
What's the sand for, Slim?
To make the wheels grab for starting on slippery tracks.
Say, does this heat feel good?
Quiet, kid. Gotta be careful in here.
Yeah. Boy, I couldn't have taken much more cold.
Well, better be getting back, kid.
Oh, Slim, I'm just beginning to get warm.
Well, that freight will highball soon.
I sure hate to leave.
Come on. Stay in the shadows. Wait. He's gone. Come on. Outside, quick. She's highballing. That's our car over there.
Got it. Come on, Slim.
All right, kid. All right. It's downgrade from here to Reno.
Any more tunnels?
Yep, one long one. And it's a bad one.
Well, it couldn't be any worse than those others.
Lot of loose rock in this tunnel.
Hey, Slim. We're slowing down again.
Yeah, streamliner almost due. They're clearing the switch. We're on the siding.
I think it's colder.
It's the morning moon.
Hey, what's that sound? That moan.
It's a streamliner. Right on time.
Coming fast.
Lie flat, kid. She'll throw cinders and dirt.
did raise the dust.
She'll be in Reno at 5 this morning.
Oh, that's the way to travel.
Too fast, kid. You never see anything.
Well, it ain't a cold way to ride.
No, it ain't cold.
And it ain't a hungry way either.
But I like this better. You see more.
Slim was strangely quiet after the streamliner had passed. The expectation that had been in his face as the train climbed the western slope was gone. He didn't speak until minutes later as the train began to twist around a curve.
This is the one, kid.
The train sped into the long tube, and I put my head down on my arm. The feeling of being buried alive seized me, and as I screamed against the roar, I gagged on the warm cloud around me. Suddenly, above the sound of the speeding train, I heard a crash. Something dropped in the car ahead and bounced over me. It careened along the catwalk and then dropped over the side. Once again, we were in the clear, cold night. I looked up and saw Slim standing as he had been before. He looked ahead.
You never prayed in my life.
Slim, what was it?
A rock fell on the car ahead.
I looked to where he pointed and saw a dent on the roof of the next boxcar. And the catwalk beside me was splintered.
They never prayed out loud.
What's that smell?
Hot iron. The brakes are beginning to smoke.
How long before the next stop?
Oh, soon. They check for hot boxes. Brakes get red hot going downgrade into Truck E.
No, I can't stand this cold much longer.
We'll get off there.
I don't remember much coming down into Truck E. The train stopped several times to check the brakes, and the moon began to disappear in the west. I lay like a shivering puppy and hoped. And all the time, Slim was there near me. Yet he, too, seemed to drift like the smoke trail of the train. He talked less and appeared to be in deep thought. The same warmness I'd seen in his eyes before came back once in a while. It was the fire of life. But it didn't linger long, and the lines of his face were softer now. I stood up and shook the smoke from my clothes.
We're almost there, kid.
My hands are numb.
You'll be all right.
I can just get warm.
They're pulling in.
What time is it?
3:30.
3:30.
It ain't cold anymore. Careful, kid.
I lost my grip halfway down the ladder and fell with a thud on the gravel right away. Painfully, I got to my feet and started to follow Slim across the yards. The many signal lights confused me and my feet stumbled. I rubbed my eyes and approached a double set of tracks. Slim had already crossed the first tracks when he turned quickly and yelled,
"Wait, kid! Wait! Watch out! Watch out!"
An engine rushed by me, its escaping steam licking at my legs with a warm white tongue. I felt weak all over. If Slim hadn't called, I would have stepped in front of the locomotive. Quickly, I glanced both ways and hurried across the tracks to where Slim had been standing. I called out, "Slim! Slim!" There was no answer. He was gone. A yardman walked nearby, his lantern swinging in a brilliant white arc. "Hey, mister! Mister!"
"Yeah? What do you want?"
"Which way did that fella go?"
"What fella?"
"Why, the one who was standing here when that engine passed."
"I didn't see anybody."
"Why, you must have seen him around here."
"What was he, a hobo?"
"Yeah, that's right."
"Yeah, a lot of bows around."
"He was a tall, slim fella."
"Slim fella, huh?"
"He was wearing a white shirt."
"And a pair of ragged pants and no socks?"
Yeah, that's the fella."
"Was his hair kind of all twisted up, like maybe the wind had blown it?"
"Yeah, have you seen him?"
"Yeah, I've seen him."
"Where?"
"Why, over at the warehouse."
"In the warehouse? Thanks."
"Wait a minute there, son."
"Yeah?"
"Aren't you kind of mixed up?"
"Mixed up?"
"Where'd you come from?"
"Why, I came over the range tonight with Slim."
"You mean the tall fella?"
"That's right. You're sure he's up at the warehouse?"
Yes, son. I've seen him there, and so have a lot of other people in the last 50 years. Some see him at Colfax, or maybe at Blue Canyon, or in Truckee. You see, Slim comes over the Great Divide every night. Whenever a hobo rides the freight, Slim rides with him to see that he makes it okay. Maybe he's real, maybe he ain't.
You mean that Slim...
Can't say, son. But if you rode in on the 3:30, you rode in with Slim.
You have just heard the Columbia Workshop production of Slim by John Haywood Lovelace. The musical score was composed and conducted by Gail Kubik. The cast was as follows. Elliott Reed played the Kid, Robert Dryden appeared as Slim, and Raymond Van Sickle was the railroad yardmaster. Howard G. Barnes produced and directed Slim for the Columbia Workshop. Next week, the Columbia Workshop will present an original script by Bruce Stouderman entitled Thanks for the Memories, and Guy de la Chapa will direct. Your announcer is Sandy Becker for CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Suspense. And the producer of radio's outstanding theater of thrills, the master of mystery and adventure, William N. Robeson.
For hundreds of years, they have been called poltergeists, which means noisy ghosts. They move furniture, they break dishes and bottles, they thump on walls, shatter windows, and sometimes even bite. And they are not the figment of the imagination of ignorant medieval villagers. During the past few months, poltergeists, or something, have plagued the lives of American citizens in Clayton, California, Rest Haven, Illinois, and Nassau County, New York. While we are learning much about satellites flying through space, we know absolutely nothing about crockery flying across our kitchens. One of Suspense's favorite writers, Michael Frost, has pondered this mystery and come up with a solution. His solution, at least, which is, well, listen. Listen to one man's answer to poltergeists as Larry Parks stars in The Invisible Ape, which begins in just a moment.
Another visit with Joe and Daphne Forsythe.
Joe,
Uh-huh.
do you think we can afford a vacation this year?
Well, I don't know. Let's see. The car could stand some work. Then there's that chair we've been meaning to buy, and I guess we could always cash in a savings bond or two.
What?
I said we could cash in one of our bonds.
Joseph, don't you dare.
Well, I was just suggesting.
Don't even think about it. Those bonds are our future. When they mature, we'll get back $4 for every 3.
Yeah, I know that.
They're guaranteed, too. 3 times over. Principal, interest, and replacement if lost or stolen. Well, the whole United States stands behind them.
Sure, Daphne, but...
Well, if we cash them in before they mature, we'll be giving up all that lovely interest. And what happens when we really need the money?
Daphne...
I don't see how you, who thought of buying a bond every payday in the first place, could suggest such a thing.
I guess maybe it was a moment of weakness.
Well, don't you ever bring it up again. Savings bonds are not only a good investment for us, but they help our country, too. Shame on you, Joe.
I'm ashamed. I'm covered with humiliation. I hate myself.
I should think so.
Okay if I go back to reading my paper now?
Uh-huh. But, Joe, I was just wondering.
Yeah?
Do you really think we can afford a vacation this year?
And now, The Invisible Ape, starring Larry Parks. A tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
I figured it out today, Pat.
Figured what?
About what's happening at the Jameson house. Them bottles jumping off shelves and all.
The water chasing?
Yeah. I figure the whole Jameson family's been hypnotized, that's what. Hypnotized, all of them. Well, first today. Cheers.
Cheers.
Pat?
Yeah, what is it?
Look at that bottle. No, down there, at the end of the bar.
Saints preserve us. It's floating down from the shelf.
And there's nobody in this bar but us two.
Hey, I'm Joe Taylor. You know me, the lab technician.
Let me out of here!
I work at the Optical Foundation up the street. I'm Dr. Bernstein's assistant. They can't see me, so they won't listen to me. Nobody will listen. Maybe you'll listen to me. Will you listen, Kitty? Thank you. You see, it's all my fault. Kitty, yesterday I let that stupid chimpanzee get away. Janice was typing a progress report when I got to the lab this morning. Good morning, Janice.
Morning, Joe. Dr. Bernstein said for you to check the white mice first thing this morning. Joe! Stop that. You know I hate being sneaked up on. Don't ever do it again.
Well, you never minded my kissing you before. What's wrong, Jan?
Nothing.
I called you last night. Your mother said you were out.
I was.
Who with?
Robert.
Champagne and caviar?
He asked me to marry him.
And?
I told him I'd think it over for a couple of days.
Think it over? But we're engaged.
Oh, who are we kidding, Joe? Let's face it, you can't even afford a ring.
Suppose I could get you a ring. Any ring you wanted. Anything you wanted.
On $53 a week take home.
No, listen, Jan. Stop that typing and listen. I've given this a lot of thought. I've been thinking about it ever since we first treated those mice, and then Chico. Jan, do you realize what it would mean to be invisible, like Chico, wherever he is?
You mean treat yourself? Make yourself invisible?
Why not? And then I could do anything I want, take anything I want, and nobody'd be able to see me.
Gives me the shivers.
Think what it would mean if I was invisible. Engagement ring, the biggest diamond I could find. Money, I could steal all we could spend. Janice, I could run the world.
Joe, you're out of your head. And we don't even know if it works. On people, anyway.
Flesh is flesh and bones are bones. It worked on the mice and it worked on that stupid ape. It'll work on me.
What about Dr. Bernstein?
I'll buy him off. With the money I can lift, I'll be able to buy anybody off.
Oh, no, Joe. Not Dr. Bernstein. You couldn't buy him off.
We'll see about that.
Oh, good morning, Joe. Good morning, Janice.
Morning, Doctor.
You checked the mice, Joe?
No, sir. I just got in.
Oh, well, let's take a look. Yeah. Seem to be all right. Well, except this little character. Come here, Buster. Now, let's see. Specimen 438, male. 20 Roentgens to the point of transparency, 30 Roentgens to return to visibility. He's pretty sick from something, isn't he? Well, we'll keep an eye on him. Any word on Chico?
No, sir. I'm awfully sorry about that, Doctor, about him getting away. It was my
it could have
fault.
happened to anybody, Joe. You're dealing with an almost human intelligence when you handle chimpanzees. You give one an advantage like we gave Chico. You can't be blamed if he gets away. But you know, Joe, I couldn't sleep last night.
Why not, Doctor?
Oh, I kept thinking about what's happening out at the Jameson house. I've come to the conclusion that it's Chico.
Oh, Doctor, couldn't be.
No, I'm sure of it. Anything new happen out there last night?
I don't know. I haven't seen the morning paper.
Well, let's try the radio. The news ought to be on.
But, Doctor, if Chico's out there, somebody would have stumbled over him by now.
Not necessarily. Remember, he can see, Joe. He sees somebody coming towards him. He moves out of the... Oh.
Well, another puzzling night for detectives staked out at George Jameson's house on Carlisle Avenue. Detective Murdoch reports that last night he saw a bottle of cough medicine jump from a medicine cabinet and crash into the sink. Now, this is nothing new lately in the Jameson house, but this bottle wasn't broken. And when the detective picked it up, it was warm to the touch. And so the mystery deepens. Well, that's all on the local news front.
All
in
right.
the Far East...
That does it. I'm going to have to make it public.
But, Doctor, we still don't know for sure.
Of course we do. Remember how Chico loved cough medicine? Janice,
Yes, sir?
I want to dictate a press release.
I knew he meant it. I knew I had to move, and quick. I carry a .38 in the glove compartment of my car. I slipped out and got it. When I came back, the doctor was still dictating.
The mice were exposed to a radioactive isotope. Their cell structure was modified to permit their organs and bones to transmit light, like a bottle of water or a chunk of glass, rather than reflect light as the body surface of an ordinary mouse or ape or human being will do. The mice were brought back to opaqueness by a reverse process. But before the chimpanzee cells could be returned to normal, it escaped. Yeah. All right, Jan, you type that up right away. Let me see it.
Yes, Doctor.
I'm going to go across the street for a couple of minutes.
Where have you been, Joe? You look like you've just run a mile.
I went out to the car. I got this.
Gun.
That's right, in case he won't go along with it. First, I have to get that ape before somebody else finds out about him.
What are you doing?
Stripping. I want you to handle the control board. You remember the procedure? Same as Chico.
No, I won't stay here while you undress. What kind of a girl do you think I am?
But it's for you. It's for us, Jan.
No, it's wrong. I don't want any part of it.
Okay. All right, I'll do it myself. I put the gun in a drawer, then I moved the reactor table closer to the control board. I climbed up on it and began to turn the knobs. I didn't feel a thing except for a little tingling up and down my spine. Not a thing. Let's see, 75 Röntgens for 5 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then I was afraid to look. I forced my eyes from the dials toward my feet. Knowing what to expect, I still could hardly believe what I saw or didn't see. It was like I wasn't there. I looked down at my legs, or where my legs should have been. All I could see was the white enamel of the reactor table. I ran to the mirror in the washroom. It's as if I wasn't there at all. I've done it. I've done it. I'm invisible.
In a moment, we continue with the second act of Suspense.
Memo on medals. Information about our military awards and decorations. The highly honored Legion of Merit is a 5-pointed white star of heraldic form bordered by purple-red enamel. In the center of this beautiful decoration is a constellation of 13 white stars on a blue field, breaking through a gold circle of clouds. Backing the star is a green enamel laurel wreath, interlaced with crossed war arrows in gold pointing outward. The ribbon is purple-red, edged with white. The Legion of Merit can be awarded to any personnel of the Armed Forces of the United States and of the government of the Philippines, and to personnel of the Armed Forces of friendly nations who have distinguished themselves by exceptionally meritorious conduct in the performance of outstanding services. When awarded to the military of other countries, the Legion of Merit is divided into 4 ranks: Chief Commander, Commander,
officer, and legionnaire, depending upon the degree of the service we honor. Since its creation by Act of Congress in 1942, the Legion of Merit has become a highly honored symbol of our nation's acknowledgement of the bravery and dedication of free men.
And now, starring Larry Parks, Act 2 of The Invisible Ape.
It was a warm summer day, but walking along Main Street toward Jameson's house without any clothes on had me shivering plenty. The first woman I met, I wanted to cut and run, but she looked right through me. I was as invisible as a glass in a store window. But when I saw the cop outside Jameson's place, I stopped cold. He was staring right at me. Had something gone wrong? No, his eyes traveled past me. I turned around. He'd been staring at a doll across the street. The door of the Jameson house was open. I went in. Mr. Jameson, who runs the local men's furnishing store, looked kind of tired and rumpled. They were shooting newsreels, and he was facing a battery of lights.
Okay, Mr. Jameson. Camera. Sound.
This morning, it happened again. I was helping Mrs. Jameson with the breakfast dishes, and suddenly a dish sailed off the sink and crashed against the wall. My wife and
I crossed in front of the camera, and the cameraman never even batted an eye. I went into the bathroom and looked in the medicine cabinet. I found a bottle of cough medicine and put it in the middle of the floor. In a minute, I heard something breathing, but there was no one in the room, no one I could see. I backed up next to the door and watched the bottle. Suddenly, it popped into the air and tilted. As the cap began to screw itself off, I moved toward it. Then I grabbed for the air around it. I felt a furry arm. Come on, Chico. Come on, you idiot.
What was that? In the bathroom.
Let's go, Chico. Hand in hand, invisible as a couple of ghosts, Chico and I went back to the lab. Janice was still out, but the doctor was there. He jumped when he heard me close the door.
What's that?
It's me, Doc. Me and Chico.
Joe. Joe, you didn't.
Yeah, Doc, I did.
Why, Joe, why?
To catch Chico for one thing, so he couldn't see me coming.
Well, what difference did it make? He wasn't hurting anybody. They'd have caught him sooner or later.
I had another reason, Doc.
What was it, Joe?
I wanted to try it out, this transparency. I wanted to see how it would work on a human being.
And now that you know it works?
I've got plans, Doc. We might as well get that straight. I've got plans.
I thought it might be something like that. What plans?
Plans to cash in on this. Doc, I'm tired of working for peanuts. You ought to be, too. I can't buy decent clothes. I can't get a ring for the girl I love. We've developed something here that's worth money.
Oh.
There isn't a bank. There isn't a jewelry store. There isn't a mint that's proof against an invisible man. The sky's the limit, Doc. You handle the equipment. I'll take the risks.
I see. And if I won't go along with you?
There's always this, Doc.
A gun. Well, what are you going to do with it?
Well, first we're going to take Chico out in the woods and shoot him just so he won't give us away.
Oh, why not just bring him back to opaqueness?
Why bother? Why strain the equipment? We're going to need it.
Joe, have you thought how it would be if you were invisible the rest of your life? If you couldn't come back?
What do you mean, couldn't come back?
Well, suppose we can't reverse the process. Suppose we can't bring you back to an opaque state.
Don't be silly. We brought back the mice.
Safely?
Well, they're all right, aren't they?
Take a look.
They were all right.
Take a look, Joe.
They were all right this morning. Oh, no. No, Doc. Half of them are dead.
That's right, Joe. Too many Roentgens. It takes too many Roentgens for a two-way trip. Now, do you still want to shoot Chico?
No. We've got to try to bring him back. We've got to try. We've got to see.
Put him on the table, Joe.
We managed to get Chico onto the reactor table and to strap him down. Then I stood back, afraid of taking any more radiation, while the doctor turned up the pile.
Okay, 85 Roentgens ought to do it. Time check. Mark. 1, 2, 3.
Before my eyes, Chico slowly materialized. It's like looking at someone through foggy glasses at first. Like a picture out of focus. I couldn't be sure that I was seeing right.
10.
And then suddenly, there he was. There he was, just like before. An ugly little chimp like any other. But he just lay there. An ugly little chimp like any other, except...
He's dead, Joe.
No. No. No!
In a moment, we continue with the third act of Suspense.
We have together ample capacity and freedom to defend freedom. This is NATO, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. As in many other complex activities, in NATO, too, it's the little things that count. For instance, spare parts for the armed forces equipment of NATO countries. This complex problem is handled by the NATO Supply Center at Châteauroux, France, which assists NATO countries in providing a common system for supply of spare parts. The United States of America is a part of NATO. You should be aware of and alert to the programs and objectives of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization.
And now, starring Larry Parks, Act 3 of The Invisible Ape.
I found myself walking up Main Street, passing people I'd known for years, wanting to grab them by the arm and talk to them. Tell them, just explain to them that I was really here, that I was still alive. I stood outside Carter's jewelry store looking at the diamond rings in the window. At least this was one thing worthwhile taking. When I walked in, I must have triggered a little bell under the mat. Carter looked up from the newspaper he was reading at the counter. He stared right through me for a second, frowning, then he shrugged and went back to his paper. Janice had liked a ring in the case next to him. I moved round him, slid it open. I found the ring and lifted it. Carter didn't even budge. Then I started back to the lab. Jan was alone in the lab. I walked up behind her and put the ring on her desk. Jan?
Joe! I told you never to sneak up on me. Where are you?
Right here beside you.
No. Stay away from me.
See, Jan...
Go away.
I got your ring, the one you wanted.
Stay away. Stay away from me. I don't want it. Keep away from me.
She picked up the ring and threw it across the lab. Then she ran screaming out of the room. I picked up the ring and sat for a long time at her desk. Then I heard Dr. Bernstein come in.
Joe? Are you in here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Joe, I called Professor Wilson at the AEC and I told him what you did. He thinks if we expose you to tiny doses once a week over a long period of time, we'll be able to bring you back to visibility.
But how long? How long, Doctor?
At least 5 years, Joe.
5 years.
It's better than forever.
I wandered down Main Street again, put Carter's ring back in his case, then I went by Pat's Tavern. More than anything in the world, I wanted to drink. Pat was shining glasses talking to some guy at the end of the bar. I didn't see any way to get a drink except to swipe one, so I reached up on the shelf and grabbed a bottle.
I figured it out today, Pat.
Figured what?
About what's happened out at the Jameson house. Them bottles jumping off shelves and all. I figure the whole family's hypnotized, all of them. Well, first today. Cheers.
Cheers.
Pat?
Yeah, what is it?
Look at that bottle. No, down there at the end of the bar.
Saints preserve us, it's floating down from the shelf.
Let me out of here!
Hey, I'm Joe Taylor. You know me. They won't listen to me. They won't even listen. Here, kitty, 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 kitty. Oh, you listen, won't you? nice, Kitty. You see, it was all my fault. Yesterday, I left
Suspense, in which Larry Parks starred in William N. Robeson's production of The Invisible Ape by Michael Frost. Supporting Larry Parks in The Invisible Ape were Ellen Morgan, Lawrence Dobkin, Sam Pierce, Byron Kane, and Jack Moyles. Listen. Listen again next week when we return with another tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Joe is, he really is a smart guy. It takes a smart guy to be that stupid.
2000 plus. Science fiction adventures from the world of tomorrow, the years beyond 2000 AD. 2000 plus presents The Brooklyn Brain.
Joe, I want to thank you for a very nice evening.
The pleasure was all mine, Clarice.
I'd have you come up, only it's after 12 and Pa's asleep.
That's all right.
Well, good night, Joe.
Clarice?
Yeah, Joe.
You had a good time, huh? I mean, really?
Good night, Joe.
Oh, well, wait a minute, Clarice. I got something to ask you.
No.
No what?
No kiss. I gave you one in the helicopter bus. I am not distributing my favors with largesse.
Boy, you certainly know big words.
It's because I try to give myself culture. Every day in the facsimile newspapers, I do the crossword puzzles.
Well, sure, Clarice. I think that's fine, only I got something to ask you.
I told
That isn't what I mean.
Something else?
Clarice, will you marry me? I mean, that is... Will you?
This is so sudden.
Gee, I've known you 3 years. That ain't so sudden.
Well, a girl likes to get proposals, but matrimony, that's a very important thing. It should not be entered into lightly.
I got a good job, a good future.
It isn't that, Joe.
What isn't that?
I mean, like they say in psychology.
I don't know what you're talking about, Clarice.
That's what I mean, Joe. You don't understand things like psychology. I always read the Handy Hints for Mental Health column. It's written by a psychologist. From such pursuits, I have learned that culture is what counts in life or marriage. The partners have to have a mental affinity for each other.
Mental?
Take Sam Witzenberg. He knows about music. Or Fred Daniels. He knows about art. Or take Harry Lester. He knows economics.
He knows economics. I had to loan him $5.
What has money got to do with it? Huh? Joe, leave us not quarrel.
Yeah, but I was...
You have paid me a very high honor by asking me to be your wife. But I can't say yes.
Oh, you mean...
On the other hand, I didn't say no. I can't pretend I don't like you, Joe. You're basically a nice boy. Only if you'd only get some culture, learn about things so we could have something to discuss, to talk about.
Art, music, economics?
Or similar high-class subjects. Joe, see what you can do.
Okay, Clarice. I'll try.
And then I'll let you know.
Sure.
And, Joe.
Yeah?
In light of the circumstances, I rescind my previous refusal.
What does that mean?
It means you can have a good night kiss.
Are you ready, Carl?
Yes, Professor.
Now remember, after I throw the switch, it will take several seconds for the accumulator to build up. When the red light on the control panel flashes, you throw your contact lever.
I understand.
Oh, all right. All right. 1, 2, 3. It's working, Professor. It's working. Good. Excellent. Try it again. Wonderful. All right, Carl. Turn it off. Now, I've checked every dial, every meter as the machine was running, and they all coordinated precisely.
Then it will work on a human being.
Are you sure enough to let me try it on you?
It isn't that, Professor. It's just that you kind of need me to help you run the machine.
Oh, yes. Yes, I understand, Carl. And since I am the inventor, it would also be foolish for me to volunteer to be the first human guinea pig. But obviously, we need someone else to try it on.
That's right, Professor.
Imagine. 11 years' work. Here is a machine that takes a tape recording of a human voice reading facts, figures, anything, and transforms it from sound waves into electrical waves. Then, through electrodes attached to a human head, charging that brain with the waves so that automatically the person getting the electrical shock has information charged into his memory.
It will be a boon to education. People won't have to go to school anymore. Your brainwave machine will just charge their brains with anything they want to know.
Thank you. Well, there's a lot of experimenting we have yet to do, but so far as we can know up to this moment, the machine should work. I hope.
Now, whom are you going to try it on?
Oh, yes, whom? Well, we'll run an ad. We'll try to find someone, not too bright, but someone we can try to transform into a mental giant.
Hello? Yes, sir, this here's Joe. We sent him 6 dozen boxes like he ordered. 10-day billing. Yes, I'll attend to it right away. Flora, take the letter. The boss ain't got a check from St. Louis and he's mad.
It doesn't pay to be mad. It's not good for customer relations. To whom is the letter going?
Dear sir,
Dear sir, who? Aren't you feeling well?
Gosh, I don't know, Flora. I guess my mind ain't on my work.
Where is it?
I'm going to Clarice's Thursday night for dinner.
She's your girl. It should make you happy. Be happy.
But she's having Sam Witzenberg for dinner, too, and he's got culture.
You got a job.
Flora, you're a smart girl. You know how to find things in the files. Tell me, how do I learn about things? How do I get culture?
Study.
How much time have I got? Thursday is 3 days from now. What can I learn in that time?
Not culture.
That's what I mean. I'm licked before I start.
I have a teacher.
That's expensive.
So stay a bachelor.
But I don't want to.
Oh, look. Look, here's a newspaper. I'll turn to the educational section. Let me see. Here it is. French. Well, learn French.
What would I do with French?
What do you do with culture after you get married?
Look,
I'm only trying to be helpful.
Go on, Flora. What else is there?
How to hypnotize in 9 easy lessons.
Hey, that's interesting.
If you learn how to hypnotize, I don't work for you anymore. Oh, let's see, what's this? Be a mechanic. Learn the soul of a machine. Soul of a machine? Crazy. Oh, here's another ad.
Well, what does it say?
Let me see. If you would like to learn any subject in the world without effort and are willing to volunteer for a scientific experiment, write to Box 1934, the Facsimile Times.
Hey, I don't like that volunteer for scientific experiment part.
But it also says, if you would like to learn any subject in the world without effort.
Do you think I should write them?
All you lose is a stamp. Use a company stamp, you lose nothing.
Okay. So since I'll never get culture just wishing for it, take a letter. Dear Sir.
We starting that again? Dear Sir who?
Dear Sir, Box 1934, the Facsimile Times. In response to your advertisement, permit me to say that I would very much like...
Carl, have you read these letters from people who want to volunteer for our machine?
All 6 of them.
Do you think it's wise to take people of such mentality?
Well, it would be a good test for the machine.
Yes, but almost any change would be an improvement for them, judging from the letters.
Whatever else may be said, Professor, the people who wrote those letters are human beings.
Yes, I suppose so.
And we need a human being to test with. After all, so far, the only living thing we have used was a dog.
But the dog lived. It proves the machine's electrical charge in the head does not kill.
The charge doesn't kill, but does it force knowledge into the brain? We beamed a recording of the Einstein theory into the dog. But the dog can't talk. What good is it to him?
But, Carl, doesn't it give you satisfaction to know that because of our invention, there is one dog in this city who actually knows the Einstein theory? Did any dog know the theory before our invention?
No.
All right. So we have reason to believe the machine will work. That is why we are looking for a human being, just to be sure.
But, which one of these letters, which one of these people shall we take?
Well, whichever one has the greatest need for knowledge.
They all need it.
Yes, but I mean, whichever one believes he needs it most. That person will have an incentive to cooperate with us.
I see. Well, in that case, this one.
Flora, look! I got a letter. They selected me.
Congratulations.
It says here, please choose your subjects. Art, music, economics. That's for me.
You should also add another subject. How to get St. Louis to pay its bill.
That ain't culture.
Who says the ladies' garment business is culture?
Gosh, Flora, you know what I mean. Like Clarice says, there's more to living than just having a job.
You ever try living without a job?
Art, music, economics. I'll show Sam Witzenberg he's not the only one who knows those things. I'll show Clarice, too.
Should I call a number on this letter and make an appointment for you?
Would you, Flora? Gee, thanks a lot.
Okay. Hello? I'm calling for Mr. Joe Martin. You sent him a letter about... Yeah, that's it. Yeah, he'd like an appointment. Today? Oh, Joe, is today all right?
The sooner the better.
Mr. Martin is in conference now, but I believe it could be arranged. Yes. Art, music, economics. No, you pick one for today. To him it makes no difference. Yes. Thank you.
Well?
Here's the address. After 12 o'clock today, you'll have culture.
Now, Mr. Martin, if you'll just lie down here on this surgical table.
Surgical table? I didn't come for an operation. I came for an education.
Oh, and you shall get one, my boy. You shall get one. After today, you'll be an expert on art. You know, painting and sculpture and all that sort of thing. Lie down, please.
What are you going to do?
Well, you see, Mr. Martin, you have brain waves.
I have?
Everybody has.
You see, the brain gives off power, that's why. Now, what we do, to describe it simply, is play a recording of some subject you want to learn. Now, the sound waves are transformed into electrical waves and are charged into your brain. The result is you have the knowledge impressed into your mind. Isn't that wonderful?
I just remembered I got another appointment.
Oh, no.
Mr. Martin, in your letter you said you wanted to show your girl that you could learn things, be smart, get culture.
Where did I put my head? Here or there?
Your head up here, your feet down there. Splendid. Now, Carl, attach the electrodes to his head, will you?
Yes, Professor.
Will it hurt?
You will never know what hit you. Not at all. Just relax, Mr. Martin.
Everything is ready, Professor.
All right, Carl. 1, 2, 3. Now, it's just warming up, Mr. Martin. Don't be so nervous.
No, sir.
Shall I start the recording now?
In 1 moment. You see, Mr. Martin, Carl will start the recording that he dictated this morning, and then I'll charge the knowledge into your brain. You see? Begin the recording.
Yes, Professor.
Among the new school of paintings which have excited modern critics and which are likely to have a profound effect upon future interpretive forms, the new circular school of impressionistic painting is outstanding.
Now, for the charge.
Employing vibrant...
How is he, Professor? Is he all right?
He's a little glassy-eyed.
Maybe we'd better stop the experiment.
No. We'll try it once more. Only speed up the recording so we can charge his brain more quickly.
All right, if you say so. Here goes.
Coordinate relationships which stimulate the senses and excite the imagination. The circular school manages to get around traditional obstacles of comprehensibility. Among the leading exponents of the circular school of impressionistic painting, Daguerre and Martinelli are...
Now, the charge.
Another school which has managed to retain...
That's enough, Carl. Shut up the equipment. He is alive, isn't he?
I think so. Mr. Martin. Mr. Martin. Wake up, Mr. Martin. He's coming to.
What? Oh, what happened? Oh, is it over?
Yes, that's all for today.
And I got culture?
So far as we know, everything seemed to work.
I got a headache, too.
Would you like a glass of water?
No, I think I better go now. I gotta get back to work. So long, fellas.
Professor, should we have let him go like that?
Let's look out of the window. There he is. Just came out of the door onto the street.
He's a little wobbly. Maybe a cop will think he's drunk.
Frankly, I'm a little worried about him. I wonder if the experiment really worked.
I'm worried about him, too. Because even if the experiment did work, we speeded the record up so fast. Good heavens, Professor, what if he ends up talking like Donald Duck?
Oh, Sam. You play the piano so beautifully.
Sam Witzenberg is not known as the Beethoven of Brooklyn for nothing.
I know exactly what you mean. When Myrtle Baker said you looked like a bum, you never got a haircut, I said it's because you're artistic. Not getting a haircut, I mean. Oh, excuse me, there's the doorbell.
More company?
It's probably Joe.
That peasant.
Now, Sam, don't you and Joe start anything.
Hello, Clarice.
Come in, Joe.
Nice party.
I hope you like it, Joe.
Clarice, have you made up your mind yet?
Made up my mind?
You know, Clarice, about us.
Joe, this is not the place to pursue that question.
Well, I just thought that maybe if you...
I don't know yet, Joe. Come into the party.
Sure, Clarice.
Well, if it isn't Joe. How are you, Joe?
Hello, Sam.
Sam was playing the piano.
Yeah, I heard.
Read any good books lately, Joe?
Well, we're taking inventory at the store, and I've been kind of busy.
Yeah, Joe works very hard.
A hard head? You gotta work hard, eh, Joe?
The only reason you got a soft head is you got so much hair on it, it's like a mattress.
But, Clarice says it's artistic.
Clarice says... Did you say that?
Well, Joe, I meant he looks like an artist. Artists wear long hair.
And, speaking of artists, Joe, what do you think of the new circular school of impressionistic painting?
Well,
do you think the dynamism of the blues is more effective than the interpretive qualities of the vibrant yellows?
Well, the real...
Sure, Joe. You're absolutely right. By the way, Clarice, how about you and I go to the Arts Institute tomorrow afternoon?
Oh, that's very nice, Sam, but... Joe, what's the matter?
Sure, go with him to the Art Institute. Maybe he'll get a job. They'll use him as a hair mop to dust the paintings with.
Joe!
You want to know what I think about the new circular school of impressionistic paintings? I'll tell you. I think the brushwork of Daguerre is infinitely superior to the technique of Martinelli, but that the interpretive approach of both of them is immature.
Joe!
You're so smart, Sam Witzenberg. Let me ask you a few questions. Why does Gregory Thompson, the British impressionist, conceive all legendary characters in his paintings as cubistic? Why?
Well, it's because why, Sam? I don't know.
Sam, you don't know? You don't know they're cubistic because Thompson is a cubist and not a circular school at all? You didn't know that, huh?
But
You're a blockhead. So you, of all people, should know a cubist. Now, let me tell you something else. The important news in art circles is the recrudescence of 19th century painting with particular emphasis on the portraiture of that period. In fact, I think I will go myself tomorrow to the Art Institute and just look at that 19th century stuff. Would you like to come, Clarice?
Joe.
Okay. Now, we can't go tomorrow. It's Friday. I gotta finish inventory.
Oh, that's all right, Joe. We'll go Saturday. Anytime you say, Joe.
Okay. But you only go with me to the Art Institute, you understand?
Oh, yes, Joe.
So, what are you gonna do tomorrow, Sam?
I think I'll get a haircut.
All ready for morning's work. Where's that file from St. Louis?
You feeling all right, Mr. Martin?
Great. Like $1 million.
All from culture?
Flora, you should have been there. I was so smart, the words were so big, even I couldn't understand what I was saying.
That's some education you got.
Science is wonderful. Imagine those professors doing what they did to me. They shoot me full of brainwaves. 1 minute I'm a dope, and the next minute I'm an expert on
art? Music? Economics? Which one is it?
I don't remember.
That's not good.
Let me think. Sam was there. Art.
It must have been about art because tomorrow I'm taking Clarice to the Art Institute.
If you're going there, you really must have said something.
I know, but I can't remember what it was. Flora, ask me some questions. Maybe it'll come back to me.
Why do you like pictures?
I don't know.
Yesterday I saw a picture in a magazine. Looked like 4 soap boxes in a junkyard. It was called Sunset in Hawaii. Magazine said it was a cubist picture. Does that make sense to you?
No.
Couldn't you explain it even if you couldn't understand what you were saying?
No.
You need another shot in the head.
Yeah, that's right. Flora, call the professors and make me another appointment. I gotta take Clarice to the Art Institute tomorrow. And I can't remember anything at all.
Now, Mr. Martin, please don't be so nervous. Just answer my questions.
But she's my girl. I'm finally making progress, and this has to happen.
Yes, Carl, put on the recording again. Let Mr. Martin hear it.
Yes, sir. No obstacle to comprehensibility. Among the leading exponents of the circular school of impressionistic painting, Daguerre and Martinelli are perhaps best known. Another school which has managed to retain some influence on contemporary trends despite the vigorous onslaught of the Impressionists is that group best exemplified by the work of Gregory Thompson, whose Impressionist...
There, now, you remember that, don't you?
I don't remember it, and I don't understand it.
But we charged your brain with that information.
You charged it, you try to collect it. I don't know where it is.
Carl, I'd like to talk to you alone for a moment. Excuse us, Mr. Martin.
Yeah, sure.
You're sure the machine worked properly when we experimented on him?
When I dismantled the machine this morning, everything was perfect.
But what could have happened?
Apparently, it makes only a brief impression on the brain, about 24 to 36 hours.
Oh, that's terrible.
What's terrible about it? At least we're on the right track. In a year or two, we'll perfect it so people can remember all the time.
People can learn things even if we don't perfect the machine. But what I most regret is there's no longer a dog in the whole world who knows the Einstein theory.
Well?
I'm sorry, Mr. Martin, but obviously the experiment wasn't as successful as we had hoped it would be.
Well, then give it to me again. Professor, I just gotta know about art. I'm taking Clarice to the Institute tomorrow.
Couldn't you take her to a movie instead?
But I'm not afraid anymore. Put those things on my head again. Give me a millivolts. I like it.
Well, I'm afraid that's impossible. You see, we dismantled the machine.
Huh?
We're moving it to a laboratory upstate. It will take at least a month until we put it together again.
A month? But tomorrow...
I'm sorry, Mr. Martin.
Clarice won't marry me now.
Oh, hello, Joe. You're right on time for our trip to the Institute. Oh, I'm so excited. Come in, Joe.
Hello, Clarice.
We'll see all the pictures and you'll explain them to me, won't you, Joe?
Clarice, there's something I want to tell you.
Yes, Joe.
It's about my culture. About what I said about art the other day.
Oh, Joe, you were wonderful. I thought Sam Witzenberger dropped dead. You know what? After you left, he said you knew more about art than anybody he ever knew.
He said that?
And you were so masterful when you told him you were taking me to the Institute.
I was?
Oh, Joe, I got something to tell you.
You have?
I made up my mind. Joe, don't you understand? I made up my mind. I accept your proposal.
You mean you marry me?
That's right, Joe. You got culture. We'll have a mental affinity.
Clarice, listen. Let's get married right away, today. Let's not even go to the Art Institute.
Oh, but Joe...
I'll take a leave of absence. We'll go away on a honeymoon for a month.
A month?
A whole month. And then when we get back, then we got time for culture. I promise you, after 1 month, I will absolutely be charged with culture.
Oh, Joe, this is so sudden and so romantic. Oh, but I don't have a trousseau. I need clothes.
Look, I work in the ladies' garment business. I'll go to the store. I'll get you all those you need. Only let's get married and not go to the Art Institute.
Oh, Joe, you're so smart. You think of everything.
I do?
I'll bet you even know the Einstein theory.
Next week, 2000 Plus presents a thrilling melodrama of adventure and terror. Be sure to listen. 2000 Plus is produced by Dreyer and Winolson Productions, Incorporated. In today's cast, Bryna Rayburn portrayed Clarice and Flora, Gilbert Mack was Joe, William Keene was Sam, and Mercer McLeod was the professor. The orchestra was conducted by Emerson Buckley, music composed by Elliot Jacoby. Sound, Walt Shaver and Adrian Penner. Engineer, Ed Formica. This is Ken Marvin speaking. This program came from New York.
Only today, Padron. Tomorrow I again break the rock like a lion.
Come the road, lead round and round.
Chase your tail like old Hound.
Work for pay, whole family sleep.
No more worry, no more weep.
You, Diego Jack. Avante, vámonos. The road she has to roll.
Bonjour, bless every foot of it.
The CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Today, The Endless Road, a fable of a highway which was built to lead nowhere, yet made everybody happy until one day it was linked to the outside world.
Swing that hammer, swing that pick.
Was a time our people sing.
Tamp that pavement smooth and true.
People happy, no more blue.
Passa! Entrez!
The gringos, mi jefe. Pardon, les American.
Show them in.
Sí, señor. His Excellency, the Commandant of the National Policia, will be pleased to receive you. Thanks.
Ah, Mr. and Mrs. Ranson, I believe.
Ranson, Chief. I'm glad you speak English.
We speak almost any language in this country. Oh, please be seated.
Thank you.
Oh, what can I do for you, senor?
Well, it's kind of hard to... our papers.
I'm quite certain that these are in order, Mr. Ranson.
Ranson.
Oh, of course.
Well, as I started to say, it's kind of hard to explain, but my wife, Mrs. Ranson here, well, she's pretty active in social work and all that kind of stuff, and she heard somewhere about that experiment you people are conducting down in the valley.
Chilcopapan.
Ah, yes, Chilcopapan, Saint-Cyril, a beautiful valley. I have a home there myself.
You do?
Yes, madame. But I regret to say we have no experiment there. Not by authority of this government, in any case.
But what about that magnificent road? I hear it's done the most marvelous things for the people.
It seems to be true, madame, that a highway is under construction in the Chilcopapan-Saint-Cyril Valley. But our government has nothing to do with it. If it has had beneficial effects upon the lives of our people, I am pleased to hear of them.
Well, we want to go to that valley and see for ourselves. Don't we, Henry?
Yeah.
Indeed, madame. But it is an unfortunate fact that there is at the moment no way of getting into the valley except by walking, or perhaps by riding a burro.
A burro?
A jackass, honey.
A donkey, madame. The only path leading into the valley is too narrow for vehicles.
Me? On a donkey?
I tell you, Chief, I'm in the construction business back home. We've licked some pretty tough jobs. We found those helicopters mighty handy.
Helicopter?
Yeah, are those things with the egg beaters on top?
Uh-huh.
I could have my company fly one of them down here no time at all if you'll just put the right kind of stamps on my papers over there.
Well, your papers are in order, and I suppose you could land even on the road itself. My compliments, senor. Et madame.
Take that rock right out of ground, build us roads going round and round, leave us ditch all straight and clean, for bring us water, make land green.
My, it is a beautiful highway, isn't it?
That's not bad, honey. I see they have sense enough to build an irrigation ditch right alongside. Saves a lot of work and money doing that way. I wonder where they get their cement, though.
Oh, now, Henry, does that matter?
Well, honey, it kind of does to me, you know.
Monsieur, I may be of some assistance, perhaps.
Well, senor,
Armando Mendez Mejeves, monsieur. I am the foreman here.
I'm mighty interested in the way you're building this road.
Not building it, monsieur, making it bigger.
Yes, that's all very admirable. But I've seen several women walking along this famous road of yours barefoot.
Barefoot?
Without shoes.
Ah, see. But, madame, what a pleasure it is to place your feet upon this polished pavement.
But these women were carrying heavy bundles.
But naturally, madame, who else is there to carry bundles? Besides the burro and the women.
Well, really, where is your local commander?
El Commandant? I understand El Jefe is back from the capital, senor. You will find him in the Presidencia in town.
Senor El Commandant. Oh, no. Not you.
Henry, isn't he the same man we met at the Capitol?
Never mind, honey. Monsieur El Commandant...
You have a retentive memory, Senor Ranson.
So this whole thing is your idea. You're the guy they call El Commandant, eh? I thought you were chief of police back in the capital.
So I am, Senor Ranson.
Yes, but you're also running this valley and this boondoggle road.
Which leads nowhere.
It leads around the valley, madame.
But whoever uses it.
Our people use it, madame. And I'm certain that many burros find their burdens lightened when they march on its polished pavement.
A 4-lane concrete highway for donkeys?
No, madame. For our people.
Who's paying for it, if it's all right for me to ask?
Perfectly all right. I am, senor.
With what?
With these, monsieur.
Uh-huh.
Look, they've got his own picture on them.
But of course, madame, I print them myself.
Ain't that slightly illegal?
Illegal? In the capital, perhaps. Here in the valley, as long as the people accept these bills for their work, and as long as the merchants exchange them for their goods, and as long as the local administration then accepts these same bills in payment of taxes, and constructs schools and hospitals and a sanitation system with their aid, who, monsieur, is to say whether they are legal or not?
Why, this is preposterous.
Is Madame perhaps objecting to my picture on these notes? Does she think perhaps that I am not handsome enough?
You're a dictator.
Honey, easy.
No, that I am not, Madame. I have been honestly elected by my people. I have not even a bodyguard.
Still, Mr. Commandant.
Yes?
You need some things from the outside, like the cement for that road of yours. How you paying for it?
I see, Mr. Ranson, that I shall have to reveal a secret to you, in all confidence, of course. But I happen to know of a modest, although adequate, gold mine.
Oh, gold mine, eh?
Yes. One of my great-grandfathers discovered it.
And you've been using the gold from that mine to pay for your imports, eh?
But of course, Mr. Ranson. Can you think of any better way in which I could have employed it?
All right, Mr. Commandant, I follow you this far, but what's going to happen in the end?
In the end, I shall be shot, naturally, as an enemy of the state. But it will have been a man's life.
Yes, a man's life. But what about the women? You could give them so much if you'd only let them be civilized.
Are you so certain, Senora?
Well, if you men don't think so, wait until you hear from the women. That road is going to connect with the outside world.
Round and round, like old tail on old pop hound. Got us a man, so don't you fret. Outside folks ain't reached us yet.
Got us a road, but where she run? Don't bring pretties for anyone. Don't go nowhere, road don't bring for any woman. The modern thing. Lipstick! El mixer eléctrico! Electric meter, mesdames. Coca-Cola! ¡Olé! Hermana, drive silly. Queremos estar un parte del mundo. We want to belong to the world.
I always look forward to this first glass of beer at noon in the shade of the plaza. Senor Ranson, your charming lady has been giving our women ideas.
Yes, I know.
The people of this valley were content, senor, until you and Madame honored us with your visit.
Believe me, Monsieur Commandant, my wife means no harm.
I am aware of that. But as of this moment, I can no longer keep my constituents happy without giving them a link to the outside world. Can you build me such a connection?
There is a pass, I take it.
Yes, one.
How far across?
About 3 kilometers, I believe.
Like 2 miles, eh?
Something like that.
How steep and how narrow?
Not too steep, but very narrow. It is really only a burro trail between cliffs reaching up 200 or 300 feet on either side.
Well, I'll probably have to bring some men and equipment down from the States. Give me 3 or 4 months.
Agreed.
I just wish I knew. Do you really want this job done?
No, senor. I don't. But the people of my valley do. And I will give them what they want.
Got us a road, she lead right out. No more run, just bout and bout. Bring us good things, things galore. Won't be valley like before.
There she goes, the last rock blocking the pass.
Oh, I'm so happy I was able to watch this, Henry.
Yeah. Hold on to your hat, honey. Here comes civilization.
Aquí, senoras. Nylon stockings, beautiful, almost perfect. Only one pair to each lady. Unless you visit us twice, of course.
The original Paris lingerie for distinguished ladies.
Just try a look. The only place in the valley which guarantees that everybody...
Ladies, why wash your family soil clothes with your delicate hands? Why waste your beauty over a tub of hot, sudsy water? See our new washing machine, especially built for you. Only 25 colombinos down.
Mesdames, why you soap at all? Our new exclusive product...
lose, amigos. You cannot lose.
Every client is guaranteed a prize.
Hey, Jose, you want to see some pictures? Want a real good address? I guarantee.
I am sorry, senor, but I cannot pay you this sum in the kind of money you desire. You see, my wife...
That is none of the company's concern. You cannot meet your payments.
But I have money, senor. Look you here.
That stuff is no good. We want government money.
But this is from the government. See, it has the picture of El Caminat. It was always good.
Well, it isn't anymore. You can bury it in the ground. Money from the capital, or we take your farm.
Take my farm?
Sure. What do you expect? Why don't you keep your money from your wives? Perhaps, signore, you should control them more closely.
Ladrón.
How you like your nylon stocking, Anita?
Aye, where ones have long holes all the way up to here.
Good thing when they see you.
No danger. The men now all at gambling place to make money to pay bills. Government money.
Oh, from the capital. Your electric, miss.
No good. Wrong electricity.
But you just got new ass.
See, but machine made for different kind.
Is a prize, a little teen whistle.
It is not tolerable. We should see the Jefe.
And what do you expect the El Jefe to do?
We have to ask someone what has gone wrong. Whom else but El Caminant?
One among us must discuss this matter with El Caminant.
Who goes, Armando?
Naturally.
I agree. D'accord.
Very well. I will go.
Yes, I have heard rumors of a proposed demonstration, madame.
Why, I suppose all they want to do is to thank you for the new road.
Well, that's one idea.
I wish I were as confident as you appear to be, Senor Aranson. See... Armando, come in.
Gracias, senor.
You know Senor y Senora Aranson, Armando?
Como no? Me complimente, madame y monsieur.
How's it going, Armando?
No sé. It depends on El Caminant.
¿Se dependiente qué?
The valley. The people are not happy, mi jefe. Not as they were before.
So I hear, Armando.
I have been appointed to speak for them, Senor Jefe.
What do they think I can do?
You could perhaps give them a few answers, Senor Jefe, about the money, for instance. It is no good.
It is the new road that is no good, Armando. But there is nothing I can do about that now. The people wanted it. I gave it to them.
Would you not tell the people about this yourself, senor?
Está bien, Armando. Extend to our fellow citizens my most cordial invitation for an assembly before the Presidencia at noon tomorrow. I shall try to explain to them that I can do nothing.
Armando, I'll see you out to the corridor. I want to thank you personally for the wonderful job you did for my outfit. did do a fine job for me, Armando, especially with the explosives when we were blasting our way through that pass.
Gracias, senor.
Oh, no, it's no thanks to me. I never could handle dynamite myself. You know, we are due to leave tonight, Mrs. Ranson and I.
I regret it, senor.
Oh, so do I, in a way. Still, I guess my job is done, for better or for worse. Are the cliffs alongside the pass still as high and steep as they were about 5 months ago, Armando?
Si, senor.
I'd like to ask you to do me one last favor, Armando. You know, I promised to leave any explosives we didn't use with the Jefe. Would you draw up an inventory tonight? Just write down everything that'll be turned over tomorrow, and then turn your report in here at the Presidencia in the morning?
Si, senor.
Here are the keys to the Bang Bang Shack. You can leave them with your final inventory tomorrow.
Si, senor.
Adios, Armando.
Adios, senor Ronson.
And, Armando, take good care of that dynamite.
Caminante!
El jefe, lo comandó.
Road, la carretera. No nos gustan los extranjeros.
Ladrones.
Nuestro camino.
Nuestro caminante. Amigos.
Silencio, silencio. Mesdames, señoras, caballeros, messieurs y signori, I stand at your service.
Senor el jefe, I believe it is the new branch of our road.
But you asked for it, mes amis.
It seems we were mistaken, Commandant.
I agree with you, but I cannot undo what has already been done.
How's it going, Jefe?
Senora Ronson, I thought you had left for your own country last night.
Well, we figured maybe we'd better stick around for the doings, Commandante.
Henry, what was that?
Enfin, mes amis. Perhaps we do not need to trouble El Commandant with our problems after all.
Monsieur Ranson, you, of course, would know nothing about those two big explosions. They seem to have occurred in the direction of the pass.
Yes. Might have wrecked my new road.
Henry. Oh, your new road.
You had an interesting farewell conversation with that fellow Armando yesterday, eh?
A very capable man.
Isn't he? In any case, I appreciate your leaving us whatever explosives are still on hand. We shall appreciate them when we get back to work on our old road.
Got us a road, lead round and round.
Chase she tail like old Bob Howe.
Women back where they belong.
No more sad in our song.
Got us a road, now all our own.
Happy like hound dog with big bone.
Got us work and got us food.
Dial you to heaven, feeling good.
You have been listening to the CBS Radio Workshop and The Endless Road, a fable written by Henry E. Fritsch, with music composed and conducted by Charles Paul and produced and directed in New York by Paul Roberts. Featured in the cast were Ralph Bell as Ranson, Bert Kelton as Mrs. Ranson, Bob Dryden as the Commandant, and Leslie Scott as Armando. Others included Ruby Dee, Simeon A. Benjamin, Maurice Ellis, Ralph Camargo, Ronald Dawson, Guy Rep, Francis Foster, Daniel Ocko, Richard Shepard, Roscoe Brown, Janine Jabon, and Viney Burrows. is Dick Noel inviting you to listen again next week when, from Hollywood, the CBS Radio Workshop presents the story of an inexperienced replacement during the Second World War entitled Harmonica Solo. This is the CBS Radio Network.
Spaceport 6, clear for blastoff. Stand by for final warning. Spaceport 6, clear for blastoff. Stand by for final warning.
From the harsh, bright soil of Luna to Saturn's rainbow rings, in the hearts of lonely spacemen is a longing voice that sings. Let the cup I hold be empty. Let there be no joy, no mirth, till it be the day that I'm on my way to the cool green hills of Earth. To the cool green hills of Earth.
Final warning. Final warning. Final warning.
The CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Today we challenge that imagination with the Green Hills of Earth. Original story, Robert Heinlein. Radio adaptation, Draper Lewis. Music, Clark Harrington. Star, Everett Sloan.
This is the story of Reisling. Reisling. No first name, no middle initial. By vocation, he was one of the best jetmen who ever worked his crew aboard the early cargo rockets that supplied the planets deep in outer space. His avocation? Well, anyone born in the 21st century, I'm sure, has quoted his poems, sung his songs. Even with luck, heard him singing them himself in some wind-torn, forsaken tavern on the borders of a spaceport, somewhere out there, beyond the stars.
What's the matter, Reisling? Forget your own miserable words. Go on with the song.
Now, I seem to have a strange parched feeling in my throat, induced by a sudden lack of liquid refreshment.
Hey, let's have another round over here and give Reisling a double.
Reisling was no beauty, believe me, with his grease-smeared, tattered space coveralls. His hair looked as though he'd been caught in the backwash of a jet, and he had a permanent case of sun itch that he scratched continually. But that was long before he became the almost legendary figure that you know him as today. One or two of his poems had appeared in the papers, and his first set of space ballads had been published with no particular fanfare. Certainly nothing like the reviews his later efforts would produce when he was hailed as the literary giant of the spaceways. You've heard a lot of stories about Reisling, the kind of stories that are always written about anyone who becomes a legend, a giant. But this is the story of how he lived and died. This is the way it happened.
Tell me not of that Martian maiden. Let her eyes not burn in my heart. For I only know...
Well?
Well, what?
How does it end?
I don't know. I've never been able to finish it. How about that drink you promised me?
Just take it easy. The poor girl's only got two hands. Give her a chance.
I I'd be delighted to give her a chance.
That's strictly hands-off, Reisling. It's marked private property, Captain T.D. Davidson.
Davidson? Don't make me laugh. He may be a captain when he's aboard the Goshawk, but the minute he sets foot off the spaceport, he's just another company member like you or me or any of the crew here. So she's Davidson's little starburst. Well.
I know I wouldn't want to tangle with him. He nurses a grudge for a long time.
Take the rule book out of his hands and he's finished. Captain Davidson and I have had a showdown coming for a long time. And this time it's going to be Reisling who'll make the good captain wish we'd never met.
Rocket ship Goshawk landing at Spaceport 3.
Well, now's as good a time as any, Reisling.
Same thought just occurred to me, too.
Rocket ship Goshawk landing at Spaceport 3.
Let's get out there. Maybe he needs a few new guys on his crew.
The way Davidson treats him, he probably needs a whole new crew. Coming, Reisling?
I wouldn't miss it for the world. Oh, Greg, lend me your pocket tape machine a minute and tell the dock boss to hold me a job on the Goshawk. He'll do it if you tell him it's for me. And if you run into the stalwart Captain Davidson, tell him... never mind. I'll tell him myself. Now, give me that tape machine.
Stand clear for landing. Stand clear for landing.
Every jetman in the business knew about the hatred that existed between Davidson of the Goshawk and Reisling. A hatred whose origin was buried someplace deep in the history of those first years when cargo rockets began to run between Earth and the solar cities on Mars, on Venus, and Saturn and the Moon. Davidson was a symbol of the company, and Reisling had little or no respect for either one.
Davidson here.
Reisling, sir.
What is it, Reisling?
Well, according to the rule book, sir, a member of the crew is obliged to report any deficiency in the equipment of the ship. I would like to file an official report on jet number 2, sir. It doesn't fit. The cadmium dampers are warped.
According to the rule book, Reisling, a report is to be made to the chief, who in turn will pass the information on to me.
I did, but he says they'll do. He's wrong, sir.
Reisling, we'll drop you off at the next spaceport if you feel the equipment and personnel is not competent.
Oh, Captain, I couldn't deprive you of the best jetman on the run, sir. No, I wouldn't dream of such a thing.
Captain, what do you think about Jet 2?
It'll hold.
The ceiling's pretty thin, sir. If anything goes, they'll fry down there.
I said it would hold. Increase the jet drive on all jets.
Reisling. You were talking about the Grand Canal on Mars. Is it really as fantastic as everyone says it is?
Well, it's like something you've never seen before in your life. I remember I wanted to write a song about it, but I couldn't. It always escaped me. I couldn't seem to find a beginning. Just like I can't seem to find an ending for the green hills of Earth. Maybe if I go back again, then I can finish it. But right now, I've got something more important to finish. Throw the intercom for me, will you?
What are you going to do with my tape machine? What did you record back there in the tavern?
Just throw the switch like anyone who can take an order.
Reisling, don't write him anymore. You'll make it rough on all of us. He's like that.
I assure you he won't lay a finger on anyone after I get through with him.
Reisling, leave me out of this personal feud of yours.
Who said anything about you, Greg? Okay, switch. This is Reisling to Davidson. Reisling to Davidson.
Davidson here.
Sir, I want to report a stowaway in the jet room.
What do you mean a stowaway? There can't be a stowaway on the ship. It was searched by security before we took off.
Nevertheless, there is a stowaway, sir. Just a minute. Turn up the intercom power. I want to make sure it picks up this tape good and clear.
Reisling, if there's a stowaway down there, I want to know who he is.
Just a minute, sir. All right, now, turn on the tape. Who did you say you were?
I'm Kathy, sir. My last name is McCune.
Kathy McCune? You know, you're very pretty.
But I've never met you before.
maybe you know a friend of mine. His name is Captain Davidson.
Reisling, are you out of your mind?
Shut up and
I
listen.
know
This is the
Captain
good part.
Davidson, but he's a much, much older man. He's been very nice to me in a stern, fatherly sort of way.
Of that beautiful creature, I'm very sure.
But I'd rather have you to be nice to me, sir.
Oh. Well, I guess there's no substitute for the real thing.
Oh, darling. Reisling.
You jerk, he'll throw the book at you. The whole crew can tune in on this intercom.
That's the general idea, boy. They'll all know what a phony he is. Father Davidson, Captain Davidson, you're still there, aren't you? Sir? Captain Davidson?
It cut you off.
Well, old rule book's finally made a slip. Or maybe he doesn't know I can log him for switching off the intercom during a flight.
It looks like you're getting off at the next spaceport, and that's for sure.
Man, I wish I'd been up there to see his face. I'll bet he... What's that?
There's a leak. Something's leaking.
Look at Jet 2 control.
We gotta get out of here. We can't stop it now.
Hand me those tools. I can try.
But the jets are on full power.
Tell Davidson to cut to a quarter. I'll stop that leak.
Captain Davidson! Captain Davidson! Reisling is still off. Davidson hasn't turned it on again.
Well, then get up there and tell him to cut the jet.
But you can't stop that leak without a shield.
It's got to be done or the whole ship will blow. Come on, move! Move fast!
Hello, Reisling. They wouldn't let me into the hospital till now. How's it going?
Oh, not bad, Greg.
Captain Davidson wanted to come, too. Well, he's really sorry about what happened. Wants to bring a specialist in from Earth.
Maybe he hasn't heard the final report. Prognosis negative. Total blindness, resulting from radioactivity.
The Goshawk's been junked. He has another ship.
I'm not interested. I haven't got enough time to worry about people like Captain T.D. Davidson. I have too much to do. Much too much.
I don't understand.
Well, it's just that I suddenly have so many places I want to see. I want to go to. Remember in the power room? Remember I told you that I couldn't write anything about the Grand Canal?
I remember.
Well, suddenly it's come into focus. I've been back there a lot of times. Now I really see it. I finally have it in my head, in my heart, in my fingers. As time and space come bending back to shape this star-specked scene, the tranquil tears of tragic joy still spread their silver sheen. Along the Grand Canal still soar the fragile towers of truth. Their fairy grace defends this place of beauty high aloof. Bone-tired the race that raised the towers, their labors time ignores. Long gone the gods who shed the tears that lap these crystal shores. Slow beats the time-worn heart of Mars beneath an icy sky. The thin air whispers voicelessly that all who live must die. Her lacy spires of truth sing beauty's madrigal. and she herself will ever dwell along the Grand Canal. Yes, she herself will ever dwell along the Grand Canal. Well, there it is, Greg boy. Now I can see it. Ironic, isn't it?
Thanks, Reisling. Thanks.
When he got out of the hospital, Reisling really began to travel. Space had lost its meaning. He went from the moon to Venus and back again, to the Grand Canal on Mars. Any spaceship was his ship, any spaceport his home. And through the long years, the green hills of Earth grew in length, in magnificence. Wherever he went, the song went with him.
We rot in the moles of Venus. We retch at her tainted breath, and foul are her flooded jungles, or crawl with unclean death.
Reisling cataloged the solar system in words and music, and always he sang of his longing to return once more to his home.
We've tried each spinning space mote and reckoned its true worth. Take us back again to the homes of men on the cool green hills of Earth.
No one can really trace the source of all the verses he wrote, but we do know where the final verse was written and when. Now a spaceship headed for the Great Lakes base on Earth, and Reisling decided at last to go home.
Now, look, Captain, I know I'm out as far as the crew job is concerned, but all I want is a ride back home. You can carry me if you want to. There's a distressed spaceman clause in the books.
That clause was written for men who missed their ships, not for itinerant space hobos.
Captain Hicks, I haven't been back home since my last trip as a signed-on member of a crew. I believe, sir, the law says I'm entitled to a trip back.
That was years ago. You've used up your chances. I'm sorry, Reisling. The answer is no.
Stand by for blastoff. Stand by for blastoff. Destination, Earth. Destination, Earth.
Reisling, you comfortable? Well, smuggling you aboard wasn't easy.
You didn't think I'd pay for a ride on this bucket, did you?
Okay. Well, no one ever comes down here into the jet room anyhow. But you'll have to wait till the ship's unloaded at Great Lakes before I can get you off.
Jack, can you see Earth through the ports?
Yep.
How does she look?
As pretty and green as she always looks, Reisling. As pretty and green.
Let the sweet, fresh breezes heal me as they roam around the girth of our lovely mother planet on the cool green hills of Earth.
Control room issuing landing order for Port 6, sir. We're doing it at 0845.
I'd like to trim an hour off that. The old man would certainly appreciate it, I know.
Captain Hicks, we're pulling a heavy load.
It doesn't matter with a new ship like this. Let's see what we can do about setting a freight ship record this run. Full power on all jets.
Yes, Captain. Full power on all jets. Boy, that's one eager beaver that's feeling his oats. I'll bet he's out to cop some kind of record.
Well, I get over that in a year or so. How's your shielding?
Best you've seen in a long time. Oh, I forgot. Here. Feel these dials? Power?
Huh?
Radiation guide?
Yep.
Direct tap to the pile?
Pretty neat.
Sure, one man can handle the whole operation.
Say, these feel like the old hand-dumping plates we used to have.
I'll accept the links. I unshipped them because they hid the dials.
You ought to have them shipped. You might need them.
They're available if I need them. But I won't.
Well, give this bucket another year or so pulling such a heavy load, and she'll start giving at the seams a little. Wait a minute. Isn't that a leak?
I thought you'd hear it soon. Now, listen. There you are, another new item. Relines automatically and kills the leak.
Control to power, control to power. We're showing a leak up here.
Everything's under control.
Okay, Jack. The skipper doesn't want to cut power unless it's entirely necessary.
Don't worry, sir. This ship can take it. I don't think we'll...
Jack! Jack, where is it? I know that sound. Something's gonna blow. Jack! Jack, where is it? Show me where it happened, quick!
The door. The safety door. I can get out of here and close it from the outside.
Okay, Jack. Don't worry.
Control room to power. Control room to power.
Jack! You can't stay in here.
Jack!
The radioactivity will kill you. Get out. That's an order.
The captain ordered you to keep me off this bucket, and you didn't obey him.
It's Hicks. This is Captain Hicks.
Rising.
Jack, what's happened down there?
Rising, get out of here.
That jet's got to be spilled, Jack, or it's going to take the other two with it.
Jack, this is Captain Hicks.
Just find the control panel if I can only see. Rising. Rising.
Jack.
Control calling power room. Control calling power room.
Power room.
This control, Hicks speaking.
Spilling jet 3. Emergency.
Is this McDougal?
McDougal is dead. This is Reisling.
Reisling? I ordered you off this ship. This'll mean jail for the rest of your life.
Keep all safety doors closed, sir. This place is hot. I'm spilling jet 3.
Reisling, there are gloves and a suit in the locker near the door. Can you hear me?
I don't need a suit, sir. Just my hands. Keep the crew out of their quarters. The jet flew while the door was open. And don't let anyone ever tell you that hand dumping is old-fashioned.
Reisling, I'm sending the doctor down. He'll be waiting to take you into decon. And we'll have an ambulance waiting at
Captain Hicks, stop it, will you? I've been around. I know what's happened to me.
Reisling, I'm sorry. I'm glad you're aboard.
Captain Hicks, do me a favor, will you?
Anything, Reisling.
The tape recorder started rolling.
It's on, Reisling. What else?
Send this along to a friend of mine. You'll find his name in my instrument case in the crew quarters. He'll know what to do with it.
I'll take care of it, Reisling.
Let the sweet, fresh breezes heal me as they roll around the girth of our lovely mother planet, of the cool green hill of earth. We pray for one last landing on the globe that gave us birth. Let us rest our eyes on the fleet skies
Reisling. Reisling.
and the cool green hill of earth, and the cool green hill of earth.
You've been listening to the CBS Radio Workshop. Today's presentation, The Green Hills of Earth. Our star, Everett Sloan, sang and acted the part of Reisling. Our narrator, Barry Kroger. The cast, Jackson Beck, Danny Ocko, Ian Martin, Louis Volkman, Bill Lipton.
The program originated in New York, was produced and directed by D. Engelbach. This is the CBS Radio Network.
Escape. You are rushing forward through time, far into the future, trying desperately to flee the clutching fingers of a band of night creatures, a dreamlike horror from which there seems no escape. Escape, designed to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure. Tonight we escape to the year 100,080, and to a world where beauty and terror live side by side, as H.G. Wells described it in his immortal story, The Time Machine.
You must be mad, Dudley. A time machine.
Yes, my friend. A time machine.
This thing?
This very thing.
Well, this contraption, this whatever it is, made of quartz and brass and ivory, with its levers and dials and its seat in the middle. This is the result of 3 years' hard work?
I promise you, Fowler, that on this machine, a man can go wherever he likes in time. By working these levers, a man can choose his century, his year, his very day.
Oh, that's impossible. It's out of the question.
Then one of the journeys I've already taken on this little contraption.
Well, I'm afraid you're having a bad dream.
You mean I've developed into a liar? Very well, you shall have proof, my friend.
How?
Just climb on, Fowler. Sit in the seat with me. I'll take you for a little spin.
You mean right now?
Right now.
Well, just in case it should work, aren't there any preparations we should make?
No, Fowler. You won't need any luggage on this trip, not even a toothbrush. You'll be back in less than a minute.
All right. I'm on. Now what?
Hold tight, because it sways a good deal. I'd hate to lose you.
Well, I can't be frightened, Dudley.
Then you're braver than I am. Tell me, what time is it?
It's just, 12 noon.
Before we start, I want to adjust this control a bit.
Is everything shipshape?
Oh, yes. Tell me, did you notice anything just then?
Only a noise, a humming noise, nothing else.
And what time is it?
You just asked me, old man. That's funny.
What?
My watch says 11 o'clock. I could have sworn it was noon a moment ago. Must be something wrong with it.
There's nothing wrong with the watch. It's only that I touched the lever to test it. And we've gone forward a full day. 23 hours at any rate.
Dudley.
Have you finished scoffing, Fowler?
Yes, I believe I have.
Then hold tight. This will be the real article.
I'm ready, Dudley.
Good man. Well, say goodbye, Fowler. Say goodbye to 1948.
We went off with a shattering jar. With the machine swaying under us, the walls of Dr. Dudley's laboratory suddenly fell away, and night was speeding after day like the flapping of a black wing. I saw the sun hopping across the sky, leaping swiftly across it every second, and every second marking a day. I saw the moon spinning through her quarters like a ball, from new to full, all in the twinkling of an eye. Trees grew and blossomed like puffs of smoke and then passed away, and all the while we were going faster. And now our pace was a year a second, so that second by second the white snow flashed across the world and was followed by the bright, brief spring, and still we went on into the future.
How do you feel, Fowler?
Sort of weak and very dizzy.
Don't let go. Don't fall off.
Where are we? How far have we come?
We're in 100,000 and 50 and 60 and 70.
That's enough. Stop it, Dudley. I can't stand anymore. Stop it.
Fowler? Are you all right?
I believe so. No broken bones. What happened?
I'm not sure. I must have stopped too suddenly.
Where are we, Dudley?
Look around for yourself. On a wide lawn, in a beautiful, vast garden.
I meant geographically.
Just where we were when we started. We're standing exactly on the spot where my laboratory stood 100,000 years ago.
And the year?
100,080.
It seemed absolutely incredible. A dream, but a pleasant one. For the garden in which we found ourselves was beautiful and summery and inviting. At some distance we could see a large, imposing building. All was quiet and peaceful, almost too much so. And the sense of strangeness, of incredible strangeness, sent a shiver up my spine.
100,080.
Dudley, have you thought what we might find here? What manner of man? What danger?
I don't see any men at all.
Well, perhaps they don't exist at all anymore. Or if they do, what are they like? How have they developed?
There's been a long interval between us, more than 100,000 years. We won't know until we see them.
And then it may be too late. Suppose the race has lost its manliness and has become a savage animal.
Do you want to go back?
Yes, Dudley, I'm frightened. Let's go back. Dudley!
From over there in the bushes.
It sounded human.
Come on.
But Dudley, we don't have any weapons.
Come on!
Oh, it's a child. Look, it seems to be a very small girl.
There's been a beast here of some kind. It struggled with her. Look at the marks on her arms.
See here, my dear. You'll be all right now. You won't be harmed. Oh, of course, she wouldn't understand English.
I don't think it's that. She's motioning us to go with her. I don't believe they have any language at all, Dudley.
What about the animal? Did you see it?
No, not a glimpse. It was too fast for us.
Perhaps we'd better go back, Dudley. The girl seems to be all right now.
Leave her like this, without seeing her people and the way they live? You want to go back so soon?
Yeah, I've had enough.
Well, they haven't, old man. Because they're here. All around us.
They had crept up on soundless feet to surround us, the little people of this era. And the girl we'd saved was not a child, but a full-grown woman. For they all stood 4 feet high, dressed in simple tunics, beautiful creatures, but terribly frail, with a plump, soft kind of frailty. Their mouths were small, and their little chins ran to a point, and they made no sound. They were like eerie figures in a dream, and all we could hear was the heavy rustling of their clothes as they surged happily around us, their faces wreathed in smiles. Why, they're not savage at all. They're very loving and gentle little people.
Yes, but there's something terribly wrong with them.
How do you mean?
They seem to have the minds of 5-year-olds. This one over here's been trying to talk to me with gestures. Look at him. He seems to be asking me if I've come from the sun or a thunderstorm.
How did you expect him to be?
Far ahead of us, of course. Incredibly ahead of us in knowledge and in science. And look at them. Children.
Oh, they seem happy in this huge garden of theirs. That's something. I've changed my mind, Dudley. Maybe we shall enjoy spending a few days with our little friends. The little people led us home into their valley. They lived in colossal buildings, sleeping all together in one huge hall, eating in another, playing and frolicking together in the sunshine, and Dudley and I lived with them for days in utter contentment. One afternoon, we walked together along the banks of the great river.
There's no apparent difference among the sexes. They all wear the same clothes, have the same soft, hairless skin, same feminine roundness of limbs.
Yeah. I wonder if it's because they're vegetarians.
Well, they're vegetarians because they have to be. You haven't run across any horses or dogs or cattle of any kind, have you?
No, now that you mention it.
With good reason. They're all extinct by now. Just as the dinosaur is with us.
Dudley, there's something very strange here. Something hidden away and silent.
You may be right. Anyway, I've taken the precaution of removing the controls from the machine. I don't much fancy the idea of someone riding away with it into another century and leaving us here for the rest of our lives.
Dudley, do you recognize this bit of ground?
Why, yes, this is where we landed.
I thought so. I wasn't sure.
Why do you ask?
Can't you see? Look around. It's empty. What's happened to the machine?
They've taken it away. They've stolen it.
Where, Dudley? Where?
Look. See the tracks where they've dragged it? Over here. Come along. Right here. By this monument, the end of the trail.
Those are brass doors in the base, and they're locked.
The machine, it must be in there inside. We must get it. Break down the doors.
How? How can we?
Here, we'll use the levers.
Oh, it's no good, Dudley. They're solid. We'll never break through.
Never? Never? Do you mean stay here for all our lives? Do you mean never go home again? They must open the machine, the time machine!
The time machine was gone. The brass doors of the monument held. Our retreat was cut off, the thin line by which we could make our way back home, back to our own time and our own people. But there seemed nothing we could do. We had no way of communicating with the little people, of asking what they had done with the machine and why and how to get it back. They merely stood around and watched our vain efforts. There was nothing hostile in their attitude. They were more like simple, wondering children. Only one, the young woman, Weena, whose life we had saved on our first day, had become really friendly. She went with us wherever we walked and brought us presents of garlands of flowers, slept near us at night in the hall, and we in turn had taught her a few words of English. Now, we redoubled our efforts, like men racing against a clock, so that we might speak to her and discover the secret of our immense loss.
No, not these, Dudley. No.
How can you be so sure that your people didn't steal the machine? Aren't there any thieves among them? Are they all perfect?
That's a lot, Dudley. You awaken them. Besides, she doesn't understand.
But the thief must be sleeping somewhere in this hall. Weena, they take machine.
No, Dudley. No.
Who then? Who? We are friends.
Yes. Yes. Friends.
We must have machine.
Yes, Dudley. Yes.
Who took machine? Are there other people? Not yours.
Others.
What about those doors, Weena? Doors. Open.
No. Oh, no.
Weena, machine in there must open.
No. No, not open.
All right, my dear. Go to sleep. Get some rest.
Yes, Dudley. Sleep.
You too, Fallon. Try anyway.
Yeah, I've tried. It's no good.
What's to become of us, Fallon? Are we caught here in this century? Should we spend our lives with the little people and their secret?
Try to sleep, Dudley. We'll go back to the monument tomorrow. We'll find a way of breaking in. Dudley.
Yes?
Did you just... There it is again. What? Something on my face, cold and filthy to the touch. On my face and in my hair, cold as death. Dudley!
You're right, my boy. There's something in here with us.
I smell of the grave. What was it?
I don't know. But look at them. The little people are all awake. It's as though they've been stampeded.
Let's get out of here. I want some fresh air. We went quickly through the hall and outside, away from the frantic rustling of the little people and into silence. The moon was full just overhead, and it was close to dawning. There was a faint sound speeding close behind us, and we turned, our nerves ragged and our muscles tensed. But it was only Weena coming swiftly to join us.
Weena, come closer, my girl.
Dudley.
Tell us, what do your people fear? What makes them afraid?
Afraid. Darkness.
And there is something.
What do you mean, darkness?
Dark things. Dark places. Night.
Why? Why?
I don't know.
Why should they be afraid of the night, Dudley?
Perhaps it's not the night alone. Dark places. That's our cue. Perhaps it's something underground.
By now it was light, another day. We had wandered into a lovely wooded place, about a mile from the community. Suddenly, Weena screamed. We stopped short. A pair of glaring eyes was fixed upon us. As we stood there petrified, the thing, a little ape-like figure, rushed across our path and disappeared in a clearing about 30 yards away. What was it?
I couldn't see it too well. It seemed to be dull white, with white hair in its head and down its back.
Looked like a small ape.
That's because it was running on all fours, or with its arms held very low.
Weena, what's the matter?
Morlocks. They are Morlocks.
Who are the Morlocks? What are they? Weena, tell me.
No, go away.
Let's go over there and see where it disappeared.
In the clearing, we found a round, well-like opening. I leaned over and looked down a deep shaft, and as I did so, I saw a small white creature retreating down a ladder in the well. Something like a human spider. Its large, bright eyes watching me as it went swiftly down, and then it disappeared in the shaft.
Paula, did you see it? Like an ape?
Yeah, but like a man.
So there are two species of men in this world. Hey, fella.
Yes.
The little people above the ground, and this obscene thing, this bleached monster below. Two races of men in this country.
That white look. It's common to animals that live in the dark, like huge rats, like worms that are cold to the touch. I know because they've touched me.
You can feel air being sucked down into the shaft.
Yes.
The earth must be tunneled enormously here under our feet. And these monsters live in the tunnels.
I think we know now who stole our time machine.
Yes, I'm sure of it.
Then
we'll go down and have a look.
No, don't go.
Why not, Weena?
Morlocks, you never come back.
We've got to have our machine, my dear. You wait for us here.
No.
But we went down, our heels ringing on the small metallic bars that were meant for creatures so much smaller than we. Down we climbed, down, ever in darkness. Down, it seemed, into the center of the earth, into the core of the world. How much longer?
We won't know till we reach bottom.
We can only stop and rest.
It can't be much further.
I'm so terribly tired.
Hang on, old man. You hear that? Like machinery, we're almost there.
Well, thank heaven for that.
All right, Fowler. I'm at the bottom. Come along, just a few more steps. Give me your hand, Fowler. Good. We're here.
Yeah. In the land of the Morlocks.
You have a match?
Yeah. Here.
There seems to be a large vaulted cavern at the end of the passage.
What do you suppose they'll do if they catch us?
I've no idea, so we'd better take care not to get caught. Another match.
That throbbing noise.
It's probably the ventilating system pumping air down. There must be thousands upon thousands of these Morlocks living under the earth.
And we haven't seen any yet, except for our friend who came down ahead of us. Why do you suppose they wanted our time machine?
I think they wanted us, Dudley, not the machine.
And we've come to them.
We must. It's our only chance. Fowler, if that noise does come from air pumps, why is it so stuffy here? So oppressive?
Dudley, that smell.
Blood. Light another match.
Dudley, look! Straight ahead, on the white metal table.
It's set for a meal.
Yes, with a big chunk of bloody meat.
And we know that cattle are extinct.
What do they feed on, these Morlocks?
Don't you know?
I guess I do.
Another match.
All right, Dudley? I haven't got any more. We've used our last match.
All right, we'll have to go back there then. We know the secret now, anyway. The Morlocks living here underground are the masters of this age. And our friends up above. Fatted cattle, fed by the Morlocks, clothed and supplied and housed until the day when they're cut out from the herd and brought underground as food. This is the future you're looking at. This is what we men of the 20th century shall come to.
Dudley, what is it? I felt hands, cold hands. Take one of these levers. Use it as a weapon. Lash out. Against the wall. Fowler, here beside me. Dudley, what do we do? Do! Fight them! Kill! Use your lever man like this! Dudley, they're all around us. This way, Fowler! This way! Back this way!
We went back in that evil darkness, fighting every step as we went, back to those projecting bars, kicking and clawing ourselves loose from their pallid, grasping hands and climbing up again toward daylight and freedom, away from their stench and the eagerness of their icy hands. And they didn't follow, for daylight was their enemy and their great fear. And we lived among the lush gardens of the gentle little people like prisoners, like men without reprieve, like men who are dead, though they still walk the earth. For the time machine was locked away behind great brass doors, and we knew we could never force them open. Then, one day, Weena told us of an old building, an ancient, staggering structure that had survived through many ages and was filled with many curious objects.
A museum. That's what it must be, a museum, Fowler. Perhaps from some earlier time.
Oh, I'm in no mood to go looking at a museum.
But don't you see? Specimens are hermetically sealed in museums. Perhaps there are things, weapons, machinery, something we could use.
Oh, sure. If we could find some dynamite or gunpowder or something.
We could blast those doors. We could get in.
Where is this place, Weena? This old building that no one ever goes near?
I take you, Fowler. It not far.
A chance, old man. A slim chance, but a chance nonetheless.
All day we wandered through the great ruined halls. The building had been deserted and in disuse for perhaps a century. The childlike men of that time had long since ceased to care about anything but their own personal comforts. It was late afternoon and growing dark when we came upon the chemical section. We'd found nothing useful to us until then. And now came the worst disappointment of all.
And it's dust, all of it. It's been dust for centuries.
Another dead end. It's hopeless.
We were out of our heads to hope that nitrates would retain their form for 100,000 years.
We better go, if nothing here.
Oh, wait just a moment. There's something in this case.
You can break it with your lever.
Stand back a little. Hallelujah. A box of matches, hermetically sealed.
Yes, they're perfect. They're not even damp.
And what should we do with them? Burn down those brass doors?
Better keep them anyway. At least we can smoke again. And you can't tell.
Fowler.
Yeah?
On the floor. See them? Small, narrow footprints leading away into the darkness at the end of the gallery.
Dudley.
We'd better go.
Pick Ween up and carry him. We'll have to run for it.
Don't be frightened, my dear. It'll be all right.
Go on, run!
We came out of the gloom of that place into the deeper gloom of dusk. Suddenly, we saw we were trapped. All around us were the Morlocks. They were there by the thousand, surrounding us and coming closer, a long, even line of deathly white, their eyes blinking in the half-light, and their tiny mouths alive with appetite. The matches, Dudley. Light a fire. Here, the forest is dry.
Good. We'll have an inferno here in a minute, and our little friends don't like light or heat.
The fire leaped high to the heavens, and the countryside was ablaze. The Morlocks turned in fear, blinded by the glare. Some of them burned into the middle of the raging flames, and the rest faded away like a fog. Dudley had left a narrow passageway for our retreat, and we fled down a long corridor of leaping flames and blistering heat. We fled to safety. fled back toward the community of the little people. And as we ran, we passed the huge monument with its great bronze doors that were locked tight on our time machine. And suddenly, in the glare of the distant fires, we saw something that stopped us short.
They're open! Fowler, the doors are open!
No, not go in, Dudley, no.
It's a trap. They're ready for us inside.
Ready or not, we're going in.
Dudley, it's suicide.
It'll take me about 1 minute to screw the levers in again. Then I touch them and we're away.
All right. I'll try to give you your 1 minute.
Good boy.
No, go, not leave me.
You, my dear, you hold tight around my neck. You're coming home with us.
All right, let's go. We're in. Look! The machine, they haven't harmed it.
I don't see them yet.
Come on, quickly. Give me that other lever.
The doors, Dudley, they're closed.
Get in the seat. I'll be ready in a minute.
I waited for the hum that would signal our departure, and there in the darkness, the Morlocks were finally upon us. Cold, persistent fingers swarmed over my body, tugging at me, sucking me away from the machine, but I held tight to Weena as a man holds fast to life, and tried to kick them away with my feet. Hurry, Dudley! Hurry!
I can't seem to get these levers.
Quick, or we're done!
Just another turn, and it's... There, Fowler. We're away. We're gone.
Yeah, we made it.
You all right?
I'm all right.
Good. And Weena?
Weena isn't with us.
What happened?
They tore her from my hands at the last minute. They got her. I tried to save her. I couldn't.
I know, old man.
I still got a piece of her tunic here in my fist. A little piece of her tunic, Dudley. But nothing else. And so we came home again. Back into the very minute from which we had left. Back into 12 noon, May 9th, 1948. We were in Dudley's laboratory again, motionless, sitting on the ridiculous contraption which he called a time machine. Was it all a dream? A mad and feverish dream? Did any of it happen? Could any of it happen? No, of course not. How stupid. But then, what's this? What of this jagged piece of thick green silk I hold in my hand? What does that mean?
Escape, produced and directed by Norman Macdonald, tonight brought you The Time Machine by H.G. Wells, adapted for radio by Irving Ravitch, with Eric Rolfe as Fowler, Jeff Corey as Dudley, and Kay Brinker as Weena. The musical score was conducted by Wilbur Hatch. Next week.
You are wandering in a vast white solitude, torn by the icy blast of Arctic wind, your strength ebbing and frozen death creeping up on you, and behind you a man with a gun from whom there is no escape.
Next week, we escape with another great story of high adventure by one of the world's best-known authors. Good night, then, until this same time next week, when once again we offer you Escape. This is CBS, where 99 million people gather every week, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Countdown for blast off. X minus 5, 4, 3, 2, X minus 1, fire. the far horizons of the unknown come tales of new dimensions in time and space. These are stories of the future, adventures in which you'll live in a million, could be years, on 1,000 maybe worlds. The National Broadcasting Company, in cooperation with Galaxy Science Fiction Magazine, presents
X minus 1.
Tonight, The Trap by Finn O'Donovan.
Samish, I am in need of some assistance. The situation is potentially dangerous, so come at once. It shows how right you were, Samish, old friend. I never should have trusted a Terran. What a sorry mess, Samish, and the plot seemed so foolproof.
Hey, Thurston, get up. Get up, come on.
Why? What's the matter? Why?
Come on, it's daybreak.
Now, there's good news. Let me alone.
Oh, come on. You don't want to sleep through our vacation. The bird's on the wing.
It's 5 o'clock in the morning.
5 o'clock in the morning in the Adirondacks is the middle of the day.
What's the weather out?
Oh, it's raining.
But crying out loud.
Oh, don't go back to sleep.
It always rains on the first day of vacation. It's the rule of nature.
Look, I got a little fly rod with a new plastic reel, and I'm just dying to try it.
You know what the trouble with you is, Ed? You're in love with sporting goods equipment.
Oh, now wait till you see this rod.
You take that rifle I sold you. You could shoot a rhinoceros with it, but you won't, because, Ed, you're essentially a friendly man.
The trouble with you is you don't like the woods.
Well, how can you say that? Don't I come with you on a hunting trip every year?
Sure, but you always manage to steer us over to Lake Placid to the cocktail lounges.
Ah, now there's real hunting. Now, there are trophies to bring back to the city. None of your paltry brown bears or black bears.
Oh, come on now, Thurston. I came up here to the mountains to hunt.
Have a drink.
Well, it's awfully early in the morning.
Well, look upon it as an extension of last night.
Well, all right. Oh. Think it'll stop raining?
No, who cares?
Well, come on now. Get dressed. It's a perfect day out there in the woods for bear.
It certainly is. That's why I want to stay right here in the cabin. Ed.
What?
Pass the canteen?
It's empty.
Well, open up one of the bottles and pour it in.
Why don't you take it straight from the bottle?
What, on a camping trip? Pour it into the canteen.
Okay.
Hey. Now, this is what I call a hunting trip.
Well, you haven't been outside the cabin. Oh, come on, Thurston. Can't we go out just to hunt something, even if it's just a little rabbit? Look. It stopped raining.
Close the door. Now, you let some of the fumes out. Did you fill that canteen yet?
Hey, look at this.
What?
Right by the door.
How many times have I told you not to leave your collapsible cook stove where I can step on it in the night?
It isn't.
What is it?
I don't know. It's made out of metal. It's just sitting here in the doorway. It says, trap on the top.
What?
Trap.
Where'd you buy that?
I didn't.
Well, I certainly didn't.
Hey, there's a tag on it. Dear friend, this is a new and revolutionary design in a trap. To introduce the trap to the general public, we are giving you this model absolutely free. You will find it a unique and valuable device for the capture of small game, provided you follow precisely the directions on the other side. Good luck and good hunting. Well, now, what do you think of that?
Pass me the canteen.
If this isn't the strangest thing, do you suppose it was left during the night?
Oh, who cares?
Well, aren't you interested?
Not particularly. It's just another gadget. I've got 100 like it. That bear trap from Abercrombie and Fitch, the jaguar horn from Battlers, the crocodile lure.
Well, I've never seen a trap like this. It's pretty clever advertising to just leave it here.
Well, they'll bill you for it eventually. You care for the canteen?
Oh, thanks. Hey, look at this thing, Thurston.
Do I have to?
Well, there are instructions on the other side. Quote, Take the trap to a clearing and anchor it to any convenient tree with the attached chain. Here's the chain, all right. Press button 1 on the base. This primes the trap. Wait 5 seconds and press button 2. This activates the trap. Nothing more is required until a capture has been effected. Then press button 3 to deactivate and open the trap and remove the prey. Warning. Keep the trap closed at all times except when removing the prey.
That's goofy.
No opening is required for the prey's ingress, since the trap works on the principle of osmotic suction and inducts the prey directly into the trap.
Well, somebody's been at that canteen before us.
No, that's what it says. What won't they think of next? Osmotic suction.
Pass the canteen back.
I'm going to set it.
What, the canteen?
No, the trap. Come on, help me.
Ah, now that's the trouble with you. You're always cluttering up a hunting trip with hunting.
Come on, take this in.
All right. If it makes you any happier. Hey, boy, it's cold.
Come on, we'll carry it over to that tree.
It's heavy.
Yeah. Here, let's put it down here.
You think we really ought to fool with it?
Of course. Maybe we can catch a fox.
What will we do with a fox?
Turn it loose. The fun is in the catching. Here, take the end of the chain.
Look out, you got your foot in it.
Yeah, I guess it snaps in here. Oh, there it is.
Let's get back to the cabin. The great outdoors depresses me.
Wait a minute. I've got to press button 1.
Hey, it's glowing.
Yeah. 3, 4, 5. Now button 2.
Well,
I guess we just leave it.
Well, come on back to the cabin.
All right. It is time for breakfast.
It certainly is. Pass it to me and don't spill it.
Samish, where are you? You are my oldest friend. I have already beamed you the beginning of my story. The Terrans accepted my trap as a trap, nothing more, and they began using it at once with no thought as to the consequences. I had counted on this. The fantastic curiosity of the species is well known. During this period, my wife was crawling giddily around the planetoid, redecorating our hutch and enjoying the change from city life. Everything was going well.
Ed.
What?
It's your turn.
Okay, here we go. Ready on the right.
Ready on the left.
The flag is up.
The flag is waving.
Target's up.
You missed.
Oh, Thurston, couldn't we just pull the cork out instead of trying to shoot off the neck?
Oh, certainly not. This is a hunting trip. You can pull a cork off in the city.
I have often corked off in the city.
Ed, why don't you shut your trap?
Trap. Why don't... Thurston, the trap.
What about it?
Maybe we caught something. Come on.
Where you going?
The trap. There, look. We got something. We've caught something. Come on, look inside.
What is it, huh?
It's a rabbit.
You sure?
Well, look at it.
That is not exactly a rabbit, Ed.
It's the size of a rabbit.
But it's bright green. Ed, no more rum before breakfast.
No, siree.
Starting tomorrow, hand me the canteen.
What do you think it is?
It could be a rabbit.
Green? With lobster claws? And eyes on stalks?
Well, then again, it might not be a rabbit.
I think it's a new species. We'll have to build a cage and then find out what it eats.
As long as it doesn't drink. You don't suppose it drinks, does it?
No, it doesn't look like a drinking type.
No, Ed, I'm not going to share my vacation with a green rabbit with lobster claws. Probably has dirty habits. There's something very unnatural about that trap. It's inhuman.
I'll bet they said that about Ford's electric light and Edison's car and the telephone invented by Alexander's ragtime band.
Are you sure about that?
Oh, sure. I saw the movie. Come on. We'll build a cage, and then we'll set the trap again.
Okay, but we better go back to the cabin.
What for?
Better refill that canteen.
Why haven't you come yet? Samish, don't you appreciate the seriousness of my situation? Think of your old friend. Think of the lustrous-skinned Friegel for whose sake I got into this mess. Communicate with me at least. The Terrans used a trap, which of course was not a trap at all, but a matter transmitter. I had the other end concealed on the planetoid and fed into it 3 small animals which I found in the garden. The Terrans removed them from the transmitter each time. For what purpose I couldn't guess, but a Terran will keep anything. After the 3rd beast passed through and had not been returned, I knew that was all, and that everything was in readiness, so I prepared for the 4th and final sending, the all-important one, for which all else was mere preparation.
Ouch. Well, that finishes the cage.
You know what?
No. What?
Those things smell. All 3 of them.
Oh, I think they're very handsome. Well, here they are. 1, 2, and 3. First, our green rabbit. Next, our bird with 3 sets of scaly wings. And this other thing, what does it look like?
Well, it looks like a snake, except it has a head at each end. They eaten anything yet?
No, I've tried milk, mincemeat, vegetables, caviar, potato chips. They haven't touched a thing.
Maybe they're sick. Hey, what are you keeping them for?
Well, they might come in handy someday.
Oh, yeah? What for?
Thurston, have you ever desired fame?
What?
Fame. The knowledge that your name will go down through the ages.
I am a businessman. I've never considered the possibility.
Never?
What do you have in mind?
These creatures are unique.
And they smell.
We'll present them to a museum. The daily Thurston exhibit of creatures hitherto unknown.
They might name them after us. Our names will go down with Livingston, Audubon, Teddy Roosevelt, Walt Disney.
I was thinking of a wing on the Museum of Natural History that would go right across Central Park West. The Daily Thurston Wing.
Thurston Daily.
That's not alphabetical.
That's true. But, Ed, we only got 3 of them. We can't equip a wing with 3 exhibits.
Well, there must be more where these came from. Let's examine the trap.
Just a minute.
The canteen?
The canteen.
We've got something. There it is. Look, it's about 3 feet tall, a big one.
Uh-huh. A small green head and a forked tail.
Oh, look at him, waving something on top of his head.
Well, the rest were quiet. Maybe this one's dangerous, huh?
We'll handle it with nuts.
Nuts?
Well, nets.
Oh, nuts. All right.
And then we'll have to get in touch with the museum. Thurston, take a telegram.
All righty.
Museum of Natural History. Dear sir.
Or madam.
Have discovered at least 4 animals, which I suspect to be new species. Stop. Have you room for suitable exhibit? Stop. Signed, your friend Ed.
Wasn't that signature pretty informal?
You're right. Make it, your good friend Ed.
We better go back and build a cage for this latest one. It looks awfully exciting.
I think we'll make this one strong. Oh, this last specimen is the cream of our collection. Look at it. Its head is turning pink.
It looks mad, doesn't it?
Well, you'd be mad, too, if you were trapped by osmotic suction.
Say that again.
Osmotic suction.
Here, you take the canteen. I'm way ahead of you.
What, Samish? The rest of the story? Well, it's obvious enough. After 3 animals had passed through the transmitter, I knew I was ready. Now was the time to tell my wife. Accordingly, I asked her to crawl into the garden with me. Tell me, dear, she said, has something been bothering you of late? Have I displeased you? My dear, I said, you have tried your best, but it just isn't good enough. I'm going to take a new mate. She stood motionless, her cilia swaying in confusion. Then she exclaimed, Freagle! Yes, I told her, the glorious Freagle has consented to share my hutch, and with a clever shove, I pushed her into the matter transmitter. Samish, you should have seen her expression. Her cilia wreathed, and she screamed and was gone. I was free at last, free to mate with the splendid Freagle. Now you can appreciate the full perfection of the scheme. It was necessary to secure the Terran's cooperation, since a matter transmitter must be manipulated at both ends. I had disguised it as a trap, because Terrans will believe anything. And, as a master stroke, I sent them my wife. Let them try to live with her. I never could. Foolproof. Absolutely foolproof. No one could prove a thing. And then, Samish, then it happened.
Did you get the cage finished?
Yeah, our fourth animal is snug as a bug in a...
It doesn't matter.
Boy, it's a mad one, though. I couldn't help feeling it was trying to tell me something.
Come on. Here's a trap.
It's empty.
But it is. It's empty.
You suppose something's wrong with it?
Or maybe there's nothing else to capture.
Oh, that's silly. Why would it capture 4 animals and then stop? I've pressed all the buttons in the right way.
Maybe the battery's down.
Osmotic suction doesn't work on batteries.
How do you know?
Did you ever hear of osmotic suction working on batteries?
No.
You see? There you are.
Well, you got something there. Oh, I know.
What?
Let's go to Lake Placid and forget the whole thing.
No, this thing's got to work. It's got to. The Thurston Daily wing of the American Museum of Natural History is at stake. Would you want that vast edifice across Central Park West to remain empty?
No.
Would you want the Daily Thurston wing to be rented for a garage?
Or a roller skating rink? Oh, horrors, no.
It's got to work again. I'm going to open the top.
Look out.
No, let's just see what's inside here. My hand. It's gone. My hand.
No, it isn't. It's right there on the end of your arm.
Oh, well, when I put it in the trap, my hand disappeared.
You know what would do you a lot of good? A little rest in Lake Placid. I know a fine, restful cocktail lounge.
No, look, I'll try it again with both arms. Ah, look, no hands.
Very clever.
I see how it works. Thurston, those animals didn't come from the Adirondacks at all.
You mean they're imposters?
They came from wherever my hand is.
Where's your hand?
I don't know. Do you realize there's a lot more where they come from? Thurston, the future of the Daily Thurston wing is assured. Give me a hand up.
Ed, what are you going to do?
I'm climbing into the trap.
Oh, don't do it, Ed. You don't know what's in there.
Here I go. There goes my feet.
Hey, wait a minute. Here's a canteen. Let's have one for the road. Huh?
All right. Wish me luck.
I still don't think you should do it.
I do it for science and the Daily Thurston wing.
Why do you hold your nose?
I got sinus. Here I go.
Samish, if you don't come immediately, it'll be too late. I must stop beaming you. The enormous Terran has completely ransacked my little planetoid. He has shoved everything, living or dead, through the transmitter. My home is in ruins, and now he's tearing down my hutch. Samish, this monster means to capture me as a specimen. There's no time to lose. Samish, what can be keeping you? You, my oldest friend, you who... What's that? Samish. Samish, what are you saying? You can't mean it. No, not you and Friegel. Reconsider, my old friend. Remember our friendship. Remember...
You have just heard X-1, presented by the National Broadcasting Company in cooperation with Galaxy Science Fiction Magazine, which this month features The Deep One by Neil P. Ruzick, a story which tells of a single mistake in the plan for survival, the biggest possible mistake. Galaxy Magazine on your newsstand today. Tonight, by transcription, X-1 has brought you The Trap, a story from the pages of Galaxy written by Finn O'Donovan and adapted for radio by Ernest Kenoy. Featured in our cast were Donald Buca as the voice, Ralph Bell as Thurston, and William Redfield as Ed. This is Fred Collins. X-1 was directed by Daniel Sutter and is an NBC Radio Network production.
The world on a new hotline. Listen for news on the hour in the exciting hotline service all day, every day on most of these stations.
This is Christopher Isherwood. The story you're about to hear was written by Aldous Huxley and myself. It's based on a true incident, and it has never before been told. It concerns a man who had a gift greater than he could understand, a gift so unique that when it was shared by others, it destroyed them.
CBS Radio, a division of the Columbia Broadcasting System, and its 217 affiliated stations present the CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Tonight, Jacob's Hands, an original new story by Aldous Huxley and Christopher Isherwood. We are proud to have Mr. Isherwood as our narrator. Original music composed and conducted by Jerry Goldsmith.
On a small ranch in the Mojave Desert, not far from the foothills of the San Gabriel Mountains, is the home of Professor Arnold Carter, his sister, and his daughter, retired now to this medically approved climate. Nourished by the warmth of the sun, the professor lives quietly with his family and his bitterness.
Shut the door!
Look, Father.
Where have you been?
Aren't they lovely? Almond blossoms, the first of the year.
Get them out of here. You want to bring on another attack of my asthma?
I'm sorry, Father. Do you mind if I practice my singing?
I can stand it if you can. Where were you at lunchtime, Sharon?
Outside, looking for flowers.
With Jacob, I'll wager.
Good afternoon, Aunt Annie.
Were you with Jacob, Sharon?
What's wrong with that? Jacob wouldn't hurt a flea.
Jacob is a hired hand. And you're the daughter of a fine scholar. Don't you ever forget it.
That's silly. He's just a friend.
What your aunt means, Sharon, is you're a grown lady now. You've got to learn to be cautious. Things can happen.
To a cripple? To a girl who walks around on crutches?
Annie, see if there's some lunch left over for Sharon.
Self-pity. Look at her. Dirt on her shoes. Wash up, young lady, if you expect to eat in this house.
Well, who is it? All right, I'm coming.
It's me, Professor Tom Pierce.
Oh, I'll come out. You here to look at my calf, Tom?
Whatever looking I can do. The way you talk, Professor, it's a waste of time.
Well, come along. We'll see.
All right. What kind of shape is she in?
Her hind legs are paralyzed. She's got a high fever.
Yeah, could be the black quarter.
She's over here, Tom. Tried to keep her away from the other animals. We never can be sure. Jacob! What are you doing with that calf?
Just looking after her, Professor.
Didn't I tell you to leave her alone? The disease might be contagious.
Here, let me have a look, Jacob. She been collapsed like this long?
Since yesterday.
Well, I guess that's it, Professor. Black quarter, all right.
All right. Jacob, get the rifle.
Jacob!
Sharon, stay back at the house.
You can't shoot a thing just because it's lame.
Did you hear me? I said go back to the house.
You better go back, Sharon. It isn't pleasant.
Before you do it, Professor, can I keep her for a minute?
What?
Can I hold the calf?
Are you crazy? Get my gun. Let's not hear any more of this claptrap.
You're not going to die. I won't let you die.
Why? Why are you touching her, Jacob?
I won't let you die. I won't.
Take your hands off my calf. Do you hear?
You won't die. You won't die.
Jacob, the calf's on her feet.
What did you do to that calf? I demand to know.
I don't know.
Well, you must have done something, Jacob. She's on her feet now. Her hind legs move.
It's not anything I did. It just came to me, a feeling, something I could feel moving into my hands.
That's ridiculous. That calf wasn't sick to begin with.
Oh, I examined him. I say he was sick. Jacob, dear, he's a healer.
He's no such thing. You think as a scientist I could
Just
accept...
the same, I'm going to try him out. Listen here, Jacob, I got me a lame dog down at my place. You try it on him?
I guess so, if you want.
Yeah, and there's others around here might like to see this thing work.
Nonsense. You're making too much of it. Jacob, give that calf some water. And you, Sharon, come in the house.
And Jacob healed the dog and a cat from another nearby ranch. And the following week, a colt said to be suffering from an incurable disease. And the editor of the local newspaper.
Jacob, open the door. There's a man here to see you. Ed Burton from the paper.
I'd like to speak to you, Mr. Erickson.
All right.
There's a lot of talk around. Some of our folks seem to think that you have the power to heal. Is that right?
Well, Jacob, answer Mr. Burton.
I guess so. Sometimes it happens. I touch an animal, a dog or a calf, and he seems to get well.
I see. And do you charge money for this healing?
No, sir, I couldn't do that.
Why not?
Because, well, it isn't mine. Whatever this thing is, it just comes over me. A strange feeling, I don't know. First I feel it in my hands, then it passes on to the animal.
It's quite a story, Mr. Erickson. I'd like to write it up. I think everybody should know about this power. All right with you?
Sure, if that's what you want to do, I don't mind.
Thanks, Mr. Erickson. Good day.
I'm going to write some friends of mine in L.A. to drive up. Prominent doctors, both of them. I think they could settle this whole business once and for all.
A good idea. I'd like to do a follow-up piece when they get here.
Ed, do you really believe in this nonsense?
Now, Professor, do I believe in Santa Claus?
Jacob, this is Dr. Marlowe and Dr. Carruthers.
How do you do, Mr. Erickson?
Pleased to meet you.
Now, Jacob, these gentlemen merely want to talk to you. As doctors, they're naturally curious about your power to heal.
We certainly are, Mr. Erickson. Dr. Carruthers is an outstanding psychiatrist. My field is neuropathology. Professor Carter and I were at Chicago University together.
Before the loss of my health, I was professor of biology at Chicago. You didn't know that, did you, Jacob?
No, sir.
Mr. Erickson, I'm frankly skeptical about so-called miracle cures. Have to be in my profession. I'm sure you understand that.
Well, I just don't know. All this talk and everything. If you don't mind, I'd just as soon not...
Jacob, no one is going to hurt you.
Of course not.
Well...
All right, Doctor. You may proceed.
Mr. Erickson, here we have a rabbit. Oh, not just any rabbit. This poor little fellow happens to be quite ill. Cancer of the lung.
But, sir,
Please, let me finish. In most cases of so-called faith healing, we find the illness to be hysterical in nature. That is to say, though there is an actual and very real physical illness, its basic origin is in the mind of the sufferer.
Release the tension, and you often release the illness. Hence a so-called miracle cure.
Now, Mr. Erickson, we obtained this rabbit from a laboratory. We know the animal's disease. It is entirely organic in nature. We ask you to cure it.
But I don't cure things. It's this feeling that comes into my hands.
Yes, we understand all that, Jacob, but whatever it is, you seem to impress some people of our neighborhood. Why not let these two gentlemen in on it? They're men of science, Jacob.
Yes, sir. Only I don't know if anything will happen. Sometimes it doesn't. There was a hen last week up at Tillman's, and
We understand, Mr. Erickson. You just do it any way you like. We have plenty of time.
Here you are, Mr. Erickson.
Go ahead, Jacob. Talk to it.
You're going to get well. You're going to get well. I won't let you die. I won't let you.
Well, Jacob?
You're going to get well. You're going to get well. I won't let you die. I won't let you die. I won't.
Gentlemen?
May I examine the rabbit, Mr. Erickson?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
It's very interesting how you stroke the back of the animal. You have a great gentleness in your hands.
Everyone around here says Jacob is a very talented young man. They believe in him.
And if there is any difference, I can't detect it. Of course, we'll have to dissect the animal when we get back to L.A. to be sure, but it appears...
Well, you're not going to cut him open.
Naturally. We want to be absolutely sure before we pass judgment.
But to kill the rabbit just to find out...
Mr. Erickson, the rabbit will die anyway. Well, Arnold, we appreciate your letting us in on this.
Yes, it was a wonderful opportunity. You don't often get to test these things firsthand. Well, we'd better be getting back. Long drive, you know.
I certainly do appreciate your coming out. It's been a real pleasure for me. And I feel a lot better.
Yes, I'm sure you do.
You boys go on out to the car. I'll join you in just a moment. Jacob?
Yes, sir?
I think you'd better pack your things. You're fired.
Who is it?
It's me, Jacob. Sharon. Can I talk to you?
Oh, I guess so, only it's kind of messy in here.
Oh, I don't mind.
Your father wouldn't like it if he knew that...
What he doesn't know won't hurt him. I heard what happened today. I'm sorry, Jacob.
They don't understand. They wouldn't listen.
I understand.
You do?
It wasn't your fault. It just didn't happen, that's all. Where will you go now, Jacob?
I don't know.
You know where I'd go if I could.
Where?
To Los Angeles.
Oh, not me. I was in cities before. I didn't like it.
Where? What cities?
Well, when I was in the Army, they shipped me overseas from New York. It was noisy and crowded. So was Paris.
Paris? Oh, they have the opera there, Jacob. Imagine if I could sing in Paris at the opera. A great stage and people in fancy clothes. and a girl on crutches singing opera.
Well, what's wrong with that?
Everybody in the audience would laugh.
I wouldn't. I wouldn't think of your leg at all. I'd be listening to your voice, and looking at your face, and...
Jacob.
Yes?
What if you could cure my leg?
Sharon.
I mean, it isn't as though it was deformed or anything. It isn't. It's just lame, like the dog you cured. Oh, please, will you try for me?
But I couldn't.
Why?
Well, don't you see? People and animals, they're not the same. I loved animals all my life. I understand them.
Do I mean less to you than a dog?
But that was different.
Why? Because animals can't talk back to you? Do you like me, Jacob?
Yes.
I mean a real whole lot?
Yes.
Then cure me.
I don't know how.
Kneel down. Take my foot. Take it in your hands.
But Sharon,
Now do it. Do what you did to the calf and to the dog and to the colt. Jacob, don't you see you have the power to make me well? I'm begging you. I want to walk. Do it for me, Jacob, please.
Don't let her limp anymore. She's going to get well. She's going to get strong and well.
I'm going to get well. I know it. I'm going to get well.
She's going to get well. She won't be lame anymore. She'll walk like everyone else. She'll walk again. She's getting well now. The lameness is leaving her, and she's getting well.
Jacob! I can walk! Look at me! Look at me! I'm walking! Jacob! Oh, Jacob!
Sharon.
Oh, it's the happiest night of my life. Look at the night. At the beautiful, beautiful night. 1,000,000 stars all shining for me. I own this night. I own the world. Jacob, it's mine now.
I can heal. I can heal people.
I'm going to walk and run and dance the rest of my life. Jacob.
What?
When you leave here tomorrow, I'm going with you.
No, but you can't run away.
I'm going with you.
Sharon, no, you can't.
But I am. You're going to take me to Los Angeles, Jacob. And I'm going to sing and dance the rest of my life.
And Sharon and Jacob left together for Los Angeles. But once there, they went their separate ways. For Sharon had only one goal, the opera. The weeks passed, and audition followed audition, and the response was always the same.
Well, it's a pleasant enough voice, but a bit light for our needs. Why don't you try the popular field?
And at the broadcasting and recording companies, audition followed audition, and the response was always the same.
Yeah, okay, Miss Carter, thank you very much. Yeah, we'll call you if something turns up.
For Jacob, too, there was only one goal now, to heal the sick. But he chose another direction, a small mission near downtown Los Angeles, in an area called Skid Row. And a year passed.
I want you to get well. I want you to get well. I won't let you stay sick. You feel my hands on your foot. Now you're well again. You're feeling better. You see? Now you can walk.
Well, what do you think of that, huh? Hello?
Doc, that boy's got an act.
He's for us, ain't he, Lo? Would that pull him into the art theater, or would that pull him in? I tell you, we should hire that guy. You put him on top of the bill. After Flossie does a strip number, we got it made. Lou, you crazy or something? We packed the house.
This boy's too big for a barbecue house. Now, I got other plans for him.
Such as?
Doc, we're gonna go into the healing business in a big way. You and me and this here boy Jacob. Now listen, you go up there after this bit is over with and you bring that guy back to the theater with you, see? I don't care if you have to rope and tie him, but you bring him.
Lou, listen, I need money. Honest, I'm broke, I tell you.
Baby, you're always broke. Will you stop trying to make like a diva or whatever? I got dames who can sing better and live on the salary, you know?
Please. I gotta have the money.
Okay, Miss Dolores.
Lay off the Miss Dolores, will you?
What's the matter? You don't like class?
Okay, Lou, here he is.
Wow, Mr. Jacob. Are we ever glad to see you? Step right in.
Jacob! Oh, Jacob!
Sharon, what are you doing here?
Do you know this broad?
Old homeway.
Jacob, it's really you.
I didn't recognize you. The costume.
Wow, this here's Miss Dolores, the star of our show.
Well, then you're singing. Well, that's wonderful, Sharon.
Well, give us a knockdown, baby.
Oh, Jacob. This is Lou Zacconi, the owner of the theater, and this is his assistant, Doc Waldo.
Well, I'm pleased to know you, Mr. Zacconi. Doctor?
Yeah, I'm
Pleased
sure.
to know you.
This is the man who... This is my oldest friend.
Wow, is that right? Why, you're just the girl to tell him what a deal he's got coming, huh? Why don't you stick around, baby?
Oh, no, not Jacob.
Mr. Jacob, the doctor here and me, we got a little proposition we was wanting to talk over with you. It's a very high-class, ethical kind of operation.
That's very ethical.
Jacob, don't listen.
Baby, are you forgetting where the 10 spots are coming from? Mr. Jacob, what we got in mind is a sort of a clinic, see? With a doctor's medical education and my business management, this here clinic could help everybody. Not just a few bums.
Well, I don't know.
Ain't that right, Sharon? Why don't you tell Jacob?
Yeah, I guess that's right.
There, you see? Well, now you sit down, Mr. Jacob, so we can talk.
Psychomagnetic Medical Center. Mr. Erickson? I'm sorry, he can be seen by appointment only. Yes. Thank you for calling.
Where's Mr. Erickson?
Oh, isn't he in his office, Doctor?
No, he ain't, isn't it? There's half a dozen patients waiting to see him.
Well, shall I try to locate him, Dr. Waldo?
Call the art theater on Main Street. Ask for Miss Dolores. She might know. Jacob, for heaven's sake, where you been? Don't you know there's people waiting to see you?
Good afternoon, Doctor. Miss Reed.
Good afternoon, Mr. Erickson.
And now listen, we're putting our blood, sweat, and tears into this operation, Lou and me. You treat it like you couldn't be bothered. Come on into the office. Now sit down and listen.
I want to talk to you, Doc.
Yeah, well, I said listen. Lou and me sunk a bundle into this place. We hocked the art theater up to our ears. Now it's beginning to pay off, and big. You're in on the take.
Am I, Doc?
You got 10% of the joint, haven't you? And you didn't put up a stinking dime.
Doc, today I sat in the park and a man came up to me. A man who'd seen me at the mission. He was sick, Doc. And I asked him to come to me and I'd help him. And do you know what he said to me, Doc?
What'd he say?
He said, I came to you, Jacob, but they wouldn't let me in. I didn't have enough money.
Yeah? That right?
Doc, didn't we have an agreement anybody could come to the clinic? Anybody?
Now, don't get on your high horse.
Didn't we agree to charge only people who had the money to pay?
Well, sure, Jacob. It must have been a slip-up.
And this man who'd seen me at the mission said others have been coming here, too. Others who couldn't pay and that they were turned away. Now, is that right, Doc? You answer me, Doc.
Well, after all, Lou...
Answer me.
Well, sometimes it depends.
It doesn't depend. I've lived with this until my heart can't stand it any longer. I've seen goodness turn to sin. I've seen
Doc, break out the bottle. This is a celebration.
Ixnay,
This is one grand celebration. Hi, Jacob.
Hello, Jacob.
We're here to celebrate, kids. This is...
Well, Jacob's not feeling very well, Lou. Some other time.
Some
maybe.
other time. You're out of your mind. Today, right now. You want to tell him, baby, or you want me to?
Lou, you and the doc, go on out.
What?
I want to talk to Jacob alone for a minute.
What?
You heard me.
Well, now, listen, kid, this ain't no secret.
Get out. Both of you.
Okay, but watch it, baby. I bruise easy. Come on, Doc.
Jacob.
Yes, Sharon?
I've always believed in you, Jacob. I want you to know that.
What is it, Sharon? Is something wrong? Did they hurt you
Listen
in some
to me,
way?
Jacob. This is a tough thing for me. I didn't make it the way I thought I would. Once I said I wanted to stand on an opera stage in Paris, but I couldn't because everybody would look at my crippled leg. And you said you wouldn't. You'd look at my face and hear my voice. Isn't that right, Jacob?
I guess so.
Where am I now? They are looking at my legs, Jacob, both of them. And they want more. A lot more. I just can't take that anymore. I just can't.
If I had money, Sharon, you could have it. You could always have it.
Your money? You give it back to the patients, don't you, Jacob?
They shouldn't have
that
to
for a
pay.
long time, Jacob. I'm going to marry Lou.
What?
I'm going to marry Lou.
Lou? Lou Zacconi?
I've got to, don't you see? There's nowhere else I can go. There's nothing else I can do.
Sharon, if you'd have me...
I'll spend the rest of my life without a dime, living in flop houses, watching you get taken by every sucker.
Now, don't say that.
Well, isn't it the truth? Isn't that what you are, Jacob? A sucker for every con man who ever came along? I was the first one. I got you here, then Doc, and then Lou. You always took care of the other guy, Jacob, but what did you ever do for yourself?
But I thought you understood.
I do. That's why I've got to marry Lou. He's made a lot of money out of this place. And I need money, Jacob. I'm through with flop houses and cheap clothes. Jacob, wait!
Hey, what's up, Jacob? You sore or something?
Jacob,
Hey, now listen, that's going too far.
Jacob, take it easy.
All of it. All of it. Destroy it. Destroy it. It's sinful, don't you see? What I've been doing is sinful. I was wrong. I did do these things. I'm to blame. It's not your fault, any of you. I did it. These hands are mine.
Doc, get the police.
Lou, no. Let him alone. He built it. He can tear it down if he wants to.
With these hands. These hands. Please, let me alone. Let me alone.
Jacob returned to a ranch in the Mojave Desert to work that he knew. And he cared for the animals, and sometimes he healed them. But never again would he minister to a human being. For now, he understood how dangerous it is to heal the body if you cannot also heal the spirit. He knew the meaning of Christ's question, whether it is easier to say to the sick, "Thy sins be forgiven thee," or to say, "Arise and take up thy bed and walk."
Tonight, the CBS Radio Workshop has presented Jacob's Hands, an original news story by Aldous Huxley and Christopher Isherwood, with Mr. Isherwood as our narrator. Jacob's Hands was adapted for radio and directed by William Frug. Vic Perrin was featured as Jacob, with Virginia Gregg as Sharon. Others in our cast were Herb Butterfield, Helen Klebe, Larry Dobkin, Harry Bartell, Parley Bear,
John Daner, Hans Conried, Bill Conrad, and Janet Stewart. The CBS Radio Workshop is produced in Hollywood by William Frug. This is Hugh Douglas inviting you to join us again next week when from New York we present Living Portrait, an unusual study of one of the nation's most imaginative businessmen, Mr. William Zeckendorf. Whatever your own views on religion may be, CBS Radio believes that you'll be pleased to know that much time, thought, and effort is being devoted to giving children a strong spiritual foundation in Sunday schools throughout America. If your children are not attending Sunday school now, this week, Sunday School Week, is a good time to enroll them. Stay tuned for 5 minutes of CBS News to be followed on most of these stations by My Son Jeep. America listens most to the CBS Radio Network.
From Hollywood, the CBS Radio Workshop.
He loved airplanes. He lived and breathed airplanes. His heaven was in the sky. It was just airplanes. He was building a model the morning he died.
CBS Radio presents the CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind.
The Empyrean is no longer empty. Where Apollo once drove his fiery chariot across the firmament, the afterburners of supersonic jets blast the stratosphere. As the airplane has shrunk the Earth, so has the air in which it flies been shrunk. A 500-mile-an-hour plane needs space in which to fly, more space than exists above our crowded land. And with tragic frequency, modern Icarus is learning that what goes up sometimes comes down in flames. Not quite 4 months ago, death fell without warning on a little California community, fell into a crowded schoolyard from a peaceful sky. You are about to hear what happened that day in the words of those to whom it happened, those who live beneath our shrinking air.
The CBS Radio Workshop presents a human document, Heaven is in the Sky, produced and directed by William N. Robeson.
At 10:15 a.m., January 31st, flight engineer Waldo Adams grasped the 4 throttle knobs in his right hand and slowly pushed them forward. Pilot William Carr, responding to the mighty pull of the engines, eased the wheels slowly back, keeping his feet steady on the rudder pedals, and the latest DC-7B took off from Santa Monica Airport on its first functional flight after manufacture. At 10:30 a.m., radio operator Roy Nakazawa reported to Santa Monica Tower that the DC-7B was over Catalina Island at 9,000 feet and climbing. 10 minutes later and 50 miles north, the classes changed at the Pacoima Junior High School. And the boys of the 7th grade streamed into the schoolyard for 45 minutes of fun and games. At 10:50, the Joshua trees of the Mojave Desert quivered as test pilot Roland E. Owen roared down runway 25 on the Palmdale Airport, the tailpipe of his F-89J Scorpion streaking flame. A routine flight, a radar check flight. His target plane, another jet, was already aloft and nearly out of sight in the clear blue sky. It takes a piston job, even a new 4-motored piston job, a little longer to make altitude. At 11:06, the DC-7B checked into Santa Monica Tower at 25,000 feet over Ontario, California. Some 50 miles northeast, the Scorpion was already at 25,000, making a radar fix on its target plane 8,000 feet higher. Somewhere between them, somewhere 5 miles beneath them, the boys of the 7th grade Pacoima Junior High were discharging their energy, teenage energy. And the mother of one of them, the mother of Ronnie Brand, felt,
Here he couldn't have been in a safer place with an 8-foot fence around him. Even if there was a wreck on the street, a car couldn't come through that fence unless it was doing 90 miles an hour. So the only thing that could have got him was something out of the sky.
Draw a line northwest from Ontario. Draw another southwest from Palmdale. They will intersect above the San Fernando Valley, one of the fastest growing areas in the world. Put a 300-mile-an-hour DC-7B on the northwest line and a 500-mile-an-hour Scorpion jet on the southwest line at exactly the same altitude, time it just right, and they will collide over the San Fernando Valley. At 11:18 a.m., January 31st, they did. The San Fernando Valley is 20 miles long and more than 10 miles wide and dotted with pleasant little houses. But there are still places where a wrecked airplane might fall harmlessly to earth. Walnut groves, alfalfa fields, dry riverbeds, the rugged mountains to the north. Toward these, the Scorpion hurtled, now a ball of fire. By the dying DC-7B, its left wing sheared away, continued, faltering, falling toward the densely populated valley. Pilot car vainly fighting the useless controls, while co-pilot Archie Twitchell reported to Santa Monica Tower.
We're a mid-air collision. We're a mid-air collision. We're going in. Uncontrollable. Uncontrollable. We've had it, boy. Poor jet, too. I told you we should take shoots. Say goodbye to everybody.
It takes longer than you might think to fall 5 miles. 6 minutes later, the play period of the 7th grade of Pacoima Junior High School was coming to an end, and the boys were beginning to straggle into the gym. In the auditorium, Linda Luttrell, valedictorian of the 9th grade, was rehearsing her graduation speech.
We have only one life to live, and when it's over, will the world be a better place?
We have only one life to live, and when it's over, will the world be a better place for our having lived in it? Intent on her words, Linda didn't hear the sound of falling death, but the boys of the 7th grade did.
We was out on the gym field playing, and then we heard this high whistle, and everybody looked up.
I saw the whole plane just coming down. It was going around and around. It was on fire, and pieces were flying from it, and groups of metal were coming down together.
We all started running, and I says, well, I'm with you, and we started running. And I seen Ronnie with me, and then I passed him, and then he passed me. I ran to try to get up a pole.
I ran to get away. I ran from it.
I just jumped to the ground and covered up my head.
Donald Kellner, driver of the school bus parked by the playing field, heard it too.
While I was in my bus, I was making out a routine report, and I heard this screaming noise, just like a plane out of control. And I stepped out of my bus and looked up, and here was this DC-7.
Then it exploded.
And that thing exploded. It was just right over their heads. And, of course, when they were running away from it, and these parts were rolling with them, and just knocking them down as they were running away from the thing. They were trying so hard to get away from it, They were just running.
I was running, and if I hadn't stopped real fast, I'd have probably got it, because there's a great big piece about 5 feet long come sliding across in front of me. And a few other times, some pieces might have hit me. My main thought was to get out of the way of all the pieces that was sliding and flying.
Well, I didn't notice anything until the plane got right on top of me, and then it blew up, and then a bunch of stuff started flying over. I just turned to take a step, and then something blew me down. It blew me about 6 times over. I was 60 feet away from the plane when it hit the ground, and all the gas tanks on the behind the motors blew up and gave out tremendous heat, and it felt like a pressure tank, and it felt like a furnace. I was just thinking just to keep down and don't move till I think it was all right to get up. The only time I looked around is when my boyfriend Vito Colasso that came up to him and asked that he asked me how did I look. And I just took one look at him. I didn't look at him too much because he was all burnt from his waist up. He was crying, and he says I'm ruined.
Well, I just jumped to the ground and covered up my head. So I figured if something hit and wouldn't get my eyes cut open or something like that. About the time I hit the ground, the plane hit. Part of the piece hit me in the foot. I got real mad and And I thought I didn't feel the cut at first, so I started walking in, and then I looked down and I saw the cut, and it started hurting then. Turned around, some of the kids were crying and yelling and screaming. And I saw kids laying all over the ground, white T-shirts.
I couldn't see it until I got out of the deal because there's so much smoke. And my shoulder was hurting me most. Then when I got out, I seen these kids all laying out, and I seen one guy, it was Malcolm. He's a Mexican kid. I know him very good. And I drug him away from an engine light and flaming, man, and something dripping out of it. And when it dripped, it starting to fly flames bigger and bigger. I was dragging him away, and I couldn't drag him anymore because my shoulder have knocked me out, and a piece of metal knocked me out on it and wrecked me.
I ran towards the crash because, after all, it's my job. I'm responsible for the boys.
John Vardanian speaking, physical education instructor at Pacoima Junior High School, the first grown-up to reach the hurt and frightened boys.
I didn't think, I just acted. I ran immediately to the center of the impact, the crash impact, in order to pull out any boys that might have been burning, or clothes might have caught on fire, in which in some cases that happened. They called, "Coach, I'm hurt," and I had to put down several boys and told them to stay where they were. I judged how seriously they were hurt, and then I went over to the more serious. I couldn't do everything, there were just too many of them. And there was no place that was really safe, no matter where they had been.
The mothers who lived near the school knew that death was close.
I was ironing Skippy's shirts when I heard this awful whining sound, and I just threw my iron up, and all the steam went against the wall. And I saw the black smoke just curling up, and I said, "Oh my God, Shirley," I said, that's the schoolhouse. And she said, "Yes," so we started running.
Others further away did not realize at first that their children were in danger.
First thing I knew it was a school was when I got a phone call from some friends of mine in Montebello. And then they said over radio that it was the 7th and 8th grade boys that was out. And I just waited. There wasn't much I could do. I didn't go to school because I knew that if there was anything wrong that they would call me. I called some neighbors over and we just waited. Every time the phone would ring, why, I was pretty afraid to pick the phone up, thinking that maybe it was from the hospital. And I had my neighbors over and we talked and just kind of walked around between ourselves and tried to keep busy is about all we could do. I had a feeling that he was involved. There wasn't anything I could do. And then they said over radio that not to jam up the traffic. I thought that you get down there and all the confusion, if you couldn't find your boy, then what would you do? I mean, I just wouldn't know what to do then. I'd just probably go back home and just wait. And then when he didn't come home, well, I was positive of it. Either he was killed or seriously hurt. But I knew that there was no use going because they said they would call as soon as they could. I finally got my call about 2:30 in the afternoon. They called me and told me that he was in the hospital.
But most of the mothers of Pacoima were not as philosophical as Mrs. Rotello.
Well, there were hundreds of people on the field, and the parents, some of the mothers were screaming, and they were just in hysterics. They were hysterical, you know, and just running from one person to another, asking, "Did you see my boy?" or this, and "Where is he?" or "Where is he?" That's all they'd say, you know, and just someone just stand and scream.
The first little boy that was laying there that was closest to me had a jacket on just like Skippy's. And, of course, I ran to him and just looked into the face, and it wasn't mine, so I looked into their little faces long enough to glance to make sure it wasn't mine. I even heard one mother say to a child, "I can't help you, honey, I haven't found my own." I know my son, he yelled for somebody to help him, and they run right by him. Well, see, that's a normal reaction of parents, because we were looking for our own first.
I started going around from boy to boy, the ones that were fallen and hurt, looking for my boy. I looked at everyone. Then I was helping my neighbor find her boy.
The parents, those that thought or knew their boys were out there, were a little panicky. I don't blame them.
Certainly no parent would, but things look differently to a 12-year-old, more realistic perhaps.
The parents, they were down there buzzing around and everything, causing a lot of confusion and scaring some of the kids that were B7s. They were scaring them. pretty bad. A lot of them went to the hospital just from shock. They'd come in there screaming and everything. Scream out loud, where's my boy, and all like that. If they'd have calmed down, they'd have probably found out where their boy was a lot sooner.
Mrs. Lorraine Lafreniere, who had been ironing just a moment before, finally found her boy.
He was laying on his stomach. Of course, they had something over his head. His head was bleeding terrible. He says, don't cry, Mama. And I said, oh, I'm not going to cry now. I found you. And he says, let me see your face. And I bent down, and he says, Mama, would you say the Hail Mary and the Act of Contrition with me?
And Mrs. Margaret Barrios found hers.
And I saw my son walking toward me. He was hurt. He was bleeding. All his face was bloody. I saw that he was burned. I didn't know the extent of his injuries, but he looked pretty bad to me.
But Mrs. Virginia Brand could not find her son, Ronnie, not at the schoolyard, for an ambulance had already taken him to the hospital.
Well, the nurse said, we'll just have to look at every boy because we don't know who's who. And so myself and the nurse all ran around looking at each boy, and some of them were burnt so bad I had to get right down at their face and look to see that it wasn't mine. And we ran and looked at all the boys, and then I came back to the desk and spelled out my name in case they had a wrong name there, and because he was on the list of the injured. And then the doctor must have heard me or something. The doctor said, come here, I want to talk to you. And I said, well, what do you want to talk to me for? I guess I was stalling time. I knew what he was going to say. I just had that feeling.
The minute I drove in the hospital, I realized that the whole thing...
These are the words of Ronnie Brand's father.
A number of cars parked, and I don't know, I just was kind of numb, I guess, and her friend came out to meet me, and I just asked her where my wife was, and I could tell by looking on her face just what I was going to expect to hear.
Ronnie Brand, age 13, whose heaven was in the sky, was dead. A tiny sliver of metal from the sky had pierced his temple. A tiny fragment of duralumin. A tiny piece of an airplane.
He loved airplanes. He just lived and breathed airplanes. I never saw him without an airplane in his hand. His heaven was in the sky. It was just airplanes. He was building a model the morning he died. I was getting ready for work and keeping after him, and he was just sitting there building this model. He had asked for a DC-7 model for his birthday, which I got because I generally buy what he wanted, within reason. And that just happened to be that type of plane that killed him. All this money he's been making, this $2 a week, he went for model airplanes, and he just mentioned that he had $47 worth of models. And he has them sitting all over his room. I haven't been able to go out to his room. I bought this house because of that room, outside like he wanted off the garage, so he could have privacy with his boyfriends, and they thoroughly enjoyed that room. It is very hard to come home at night because Ronnie was always there. He'd come in about 6 o'clock or so, and then he'd watch the television. I'd get home shortly after 6, and there'd always be a light. That's the hardest thing. I try and sleep in till after 8 o'clock because he usually left for school till 10 minutes of 8. He always washed the dishes for me. I give him $2 a week for picking up the house and doing the dishes. And so he left his cereal dish on the table. I said, Ronnie, it's going to be easier to wash if you put it down the sink when you get home. Put some water in it. So he did. And so that's when he noticed the time, and out he flew out the door. That was the last I saw him. And when I came home that night, well, my girlfriend was with me, and I saw that dish of cereal with the cereal still in the bowl, and I told her, I says, will you please wash up that? I can't stand to look at that. Because I never did come home and find a dish on the sink. He wasn't too good about emptying the trash, but because it was out of sight, out of mind. And but there was never a dish on that sink, not even one cup. And it didn't used to bother me a bit. My mother-in-law, instead of buying him toys throughout all these years, has put money in the bank, which everybody thought was a wonderful idea. He had a bank account for when he was 16, he was to have his car. He had it dagled and he had it raised and lowered and everything in his mind, what he was going to do to it, you know. And so this money, I think it amounts to about $150, and is in bonds right now. Last Mother's Day, he bought me a dime store diamond ring. And he said that when he got working, he was going to buy me a real diamond ring like that. And so he said it a number of times. He told my mother, he told my mother-in-law. It was something he was going to do. So I'm going to use that money and buy myself a diamond ring that he was going to buy me.
A week after Ronnie Brand died, he would have been 14. On his birthday, his mother sat talking to his closest buddies, Larry Larimore and Carl Fox.
Larry, how did you feel when you heard Ronnie was gone?
I felt pretty bad because he was a close friend of mine. We always went around together and had a lot of fun. But when I heard he was gone, I felt pretty bad because I lost one of my best friends.
Yeah.
And it wouldn't be the same without him.
You're pretty close then at school. I'm sorry I didn't know you before this, you know. And
I'm sorry I didn't know you before this, but we had a lot of fun together.
yeah, you seem the same type of boy that Ronnie was, just a regular boy.
Mm.
You're not a sissy, you're not a toughie, you're just a boy. And how do you feel, Carl, since he's gone out of the neighborhood?
I didn't even eat dinner that night or nothing. I didn't hardly sleep any that night neither. I was thinking about that. And after it's all over, but every day I get out of the deal, we meet, Ronnie and me usually meet at this one place at brunch. And it's at these tables.
Mm-hmm.
And now I always go back to them tables and I look over there and I don't see Ronnie, but then I go someplace else.
I know just what you mean.
I always get out at the same, probably by the same period, and I always go over by the tables and look over, and then I remember he's gone, and I walk over and find some other guy.
I never see you kids out playing anymore in the neighborhood like I used to always see you out there flying the airplanes. Last Sunday was the first time I'd seen you since this all happened. I never saw one that I didn't see. The four of you are usually always together.
I know we can't find each other anymore.
Guess you really miss Ronnie then in the neighborhood and at school, everything. I never did lose a chum like that throughout my life. I never knew anybody that got killed like that one. Even casually, I didn't know him, but I imagine it's pretty hard.
When I went to school, Ralph and everybody, they hardly ever meet because they don't know where to go. Ronnie used to always say, well, let's meet here and let's meet there, but now nobody to say that, so we don't know where to meet.
Well, I sure appreciate all you boys being pallbearers because I know that's what Ronnie would have done. And that's why I didn't want you to dress up, because I figured it was the birthday party that Ronnie should have had tonight. Mm-hmm. That's why your father wanted to get you all suits. And I said, no, just whatever you clean up in. Because Ronnie would know you kids all in suits. And so I figured it was just kind of the kids that would have been there at the party.
His heaven was in the sky. May he and his two dead schoolmates, Bobby Zellen and Evan Elsner, and the 4 crewmen of the DC-7B, and the pilot of the F-89J, find their heaven less crowded than the skies above our peaceful land, where death lurks in the ever-shrinking, overcrowded air.
The CBS Radio Workshop has presented Heaven is in the Sky, with Frank Goss as narrator. Recording and research by Jules Maitland. Next week from New York, the workshop presents I Have 3 Heads, a study of the techniques, possibilities, and improbabilities of tape recording. A visit backstage in broadcasting,
where things happen that are stranger, more exciting, and more fun than anything Alice ever discovered behind the looking glass. Next week at the same time, I Have Three Heads. Now stay tuned for Suspense, which follows immediately over most of these same stations.
CBS Radio presents the CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Tonight's presentation, The Little Prince, by the late Antoine de Saint-Exupéry.
Years ago, I had an accident with my airplane in the desert of Sahara. Something was broken in my engine. Being alone, I set myself to attempt the difficult repairs. It was a question of life or death. I had only enough drinking water to last about a week. The first night, I went to sleep on the sand 1,000 miles from any human habitation. You can imagine my amazement when at sunrise I was awakened by an odd little voice.
If you please, draw me a sheep.
What?
Draw me a sheep.
I jumped to my feet, completely thunderstruck. I saw a most extraordinary small person who stood examining me with great seriousness. He seemed neither to be fainting from fatigue or hunger, or thirst or fear. When I was able to speak, I said, "What are you doing here?"
If you please, draw me a sheep.
I don't know how to draw.
That doesn't matter. Draw me a sheep.
When I was only 6, I had drawn a picture of a boa constrictor, from the outside, digesting an elephant. The grown-ups couldn't understand it. They told me it looked like a hat. They advised me to lay aside my drawing and devote myself to geography, history, arithmetic, and grammar. I did because it's tiresome for children to be always and forever explaining things to them.
Would you please draw me a sheep?
The little fellow was so insistent, I took out my pen and some paper. Since I had never drawn a sheep, I drew for him my picture of the boa constrictor that looked like a hat.
No, no, no. I do not want an elephant inside a boa constrictor. A boa constrictor is very dangerous, and an elephant is cumbersome. Where I live, everything is very small. What I need is a sheep. Please draw me one.
I made several attempts. Then, being in a hurry to start working on my engine, I tossed off a drawing of a box that had some air holes in it and explained that the sheep was inside.
That is exactly the way I wanted it. Do you think this sheep will require a great deal of grass?
Oh, there will surely be enough. It's a very small sheep I've given you.
Not so small. Look through the air hole. My sheep has gone to sleep.
It took me a long time to learn where he came from. It was only from words dropped by chance that little by little everything was revealed to me. I learned, for example, that the little prince came from another planet, and that his planet was scarcely any larger than a house. I should remind the grown-ups that in addition to the great planets, there are hundreds of others, some too small to be seen through telescopes, called asteroids, which are designated by numbers. The planet the little prince came from is asteroid B612.
As each day passed, I would learn more about the little prince's planet. On the third day, I heard about the catastrophe of the baobabs.
Isn't it true that sheep eat little bushes?
Yes, that's true.
Then it follows they also eat baobabs.
Baobabs? But it would take a herd of elephants to eat anything as gigantic as a baobab.
Before they grow so big, don't baobabs start out by being little?
Entirely correct. But why do you want the sheep to eat the little baobabs?
I knew a planet inhabited by a lazy man. He neglected 3 little bushes.
What happened?
Catastrophe. The baobabs spread over the entire planet, bored clear through it with their roots, split it in pieces.
So you must be careful.
It is a question of discipline. I must attend to my planet each morning, as I do myself. It's tedious. I need the sheep.
On the 5th day, thanks to the sheep, the secret of the little prince's life was revealed to me.
If a sheep eats little bushes, does it eat flowers,
A
too?
sheep eats anything it finds in its reach.
Even flowers that have thorns?
Yes, even flowers that have thorns.
The thorns. What use are they?
Don't you ever let go of a question once you've asked it. Can't you see I'm busy fixing my plane? There's so little drinking water left, I must finish the repairs.
But you haven't answered my question.
All right. The thorns are of no use at all. Flowers have thorns just for spite.
Oh! I don't believe you. Flowers are weak creatures. They are naive. They reassure themselves as best they can. They believe that their thorns are terrible weapons. And you actually believe that the flowers...
No, I don't believe anything. I answered you the first thing that came into my head. Now, don't you see I'm very busy with matters of consequence?
Matters of consequence? You talk just like the grown-ups. The flowers have been growing thorns for millions of years. For millions of years, the sheep have been eating them just the same. It is not a matter of consequence to try to understand why the flowers go to so much trouble to grow thorns which are never of any use to them.
Now, just a moment.
If I knew one flower which is unique in the universe, which grows nowhere but on my planet, which one little sheep can destroy in a single bite some morning without even noticing what he is doing, you think that is not important?
I'm sorry. I didn't realize. Now, the flower you love is not in danger. I'll draw you a muzzle for your sheep. I'll draw you a railing to put around your flower. I didn't know what else to say to him. Night had fallen. I'd let my tools drop from my hand. Of what moment now was my hammer, or thirst, or death? There was a little prince to be comforted. I felt awkward and blundering. I didn't know how I could reach him. It's such a secret place, the land of tears. So that's why you left your tiny home on asteroid B612. It was love. Love for a flower unique in all the universe.
At first I was captivated by her beauty. Very quickly she began to torment me with her vanity, and soon I came to doubt her.
Was she the only flower on your planet?
Oh, no. But the others are very simple. They take up no room, cause not one bit of trouble.
Your flower was different.
Very. She came from a seed blown to my planet from who knows where. From the moment she first showed herself, she became demanding. She commanded all of my time. Even that time I had always devoted to the baobabs in my volcanoes.
Volcanoes?
I have 2 active volcanoes. Very convenient for heating my breakfast. I carefully clean them out every morning. If they are well cleaned out, volcanoes burn slowly and steadily, without eruptions.
I see.
I also have one volcano that is extinct. I clean it out, too. One never knows.
No, one never knows. You were telling me about your flower.
I ought never to have run away from her. I ought to have judged her by deeds and not by words. I ought to have guessed that behind her poor little stratagems lay real affection for me. But I was too young to know how to love her. The fact is that I do not know how to understand anything.
And so it was that the little prince fled from the proud flower he loved but could not understand. To escape from his planet, the little prince took advantage of the migration of a flock of wild birds. He found himself in the neighborhood of asteroids number 325, 326, 27, 28, and 329. He began to visit them in order to add to his knowledge. The first asteroid was inhabited by a king clad in a royal purple and ermine who was seated upon a magic throne. The king was elated when he saw the little prince coming.
Ah, a subject. Approach so that I may see you better.
The king felt consumingly proud of being at last king over somebody. The little prince looked everywhere for a place to sit down, but the entire planet was crammed and obstructed by the king's magnificent robe. So he remained standing. Since he was tired, he yawned.
It is contrary to etiquette to yawn in the presence of a king. I forbid you to do so.
I can't help it. I have come on a long journey and have had no sleep.
Ah, then I order you to yawn. Come now, yawn again. That's an order.
That frightens me. I cannot anymore.
Well, then I order you sometimes to yawn and sometimes not to. Look here, I insist that my authority be respected. I tolerate no disobedience. I am an absolute monarch. However, I always make my orders reasonable.
That is very wise.
Oh, of course. If I offered a general to change himself into a seabird and he did not, it would be my fault, not his.
May I sit down?
Yeah, I order you to do so. Here, I shall move my robe.
Sire, I beg that you will excuse my asking a question.
I order you to ask me a question.
Sire, you are alone here. This planet is tiny. Over what do you rule?
Over everything.
Over everything? You mean the other planets and all the stars?
Oh, over all that.
Oh, that's marvelous. You can see a sunset whenever you wish. Oh, sire, I should like to see a sunset. Do me that kindness. Order the sun to set.
If I ordered a general to fly from one flower to another like a butterfly, or write a tragic drama, or change himself into a seabird, and if he did not, which of us would be wrong?
You.
Exactly. One must require from each one only the duty he can perform. I have the right to require obedience because my orders are reasonable.
But my sunset?
You shall have it. I shall command it.
When, sire?
Well, I shall consult my almanac. Here we are. That will be this evening, about 20 minutes to 8. And when I give the order, you see how well I'm obeyed.
I see. Oh, I have nothing more to do here, so I shall set out on my way again.
Oh, do not go. Do not go. I'll make you a minister.
Minister of what?
Minister of Justice. Yeah, that's it, Minister of Justice.
But there is nobody here to judge.
Well, then you shall judge yourself. It's far more difficult to judge oneself than to judge others.
I can judge myself anywhere.
I have good reason to believe that somewhere on my planet there is an old rat. You can judge this old rat, and from time to time you will condemn him to death. You will have to pardon him on each occasion. He must be treated thriftily. He's the only one we have.
I wouldn't like that. I think I will go on my way.
Oh, no.
I am ready to depart. If your Majesty wishes to be promptly obeyed, he should be able to give me a reasonable order.
Very well. I order you to be gone by the end of 1 minute. The conditions seem favorable. And hear this. I make you my ambassador.
The grown-ups are very strange.
The second planet was inhabited by a conceited man who thought the little prince had come to admire him.
I am about to receive a visit from an admirer.
Good morning. That is a queer hat you are wearing.
It is a hat for salutes. I raise it in salute when people acclaim me. Ho-ho. Unfortunately, nobody at all ever passes this way.
Oh?
Clap your hands one against the other.
All right.
You see? I now raise my hat in salute.
Do it again.
Thank you. Thank you. Wouldn't you like to applaud me again?
Well, no.
But you really do admire me.
What do you mean?
Well, you regard me as the handsomest, the best dressed, the richest, and most intelligent man on this planet.
But you're the only man on your planet.
Well, do me this kindness. Admire me just the same.
Very well. I admire you.
Ah, thank you. Thank you, and goodbye.
Now, what is there in that to interest him so much? The grown-ups are certainly very odd.
The third planet belonged to a businessman. This man was so much occupied that he did not even raise his head at the little prince's arrival.
3 and 2 make 5. 5 and
Good
7.
morning.
12. Good morning. 15
Your
and
cigarette
7
has gone
make
out.
22. I haven't had time to light it again. That makes 501,622,731.
500 million what?
I can't stop. I've got too much to do. I'm concerned with matters of consequence.
500 million what?
During the 54 years I've inhabited this planet, I've been disturbed only twice by inconsequential balderdash. This is the third time. I was saying 501 million...
Millions of what?
Those little objects one sometimes sees in the sky.
Flies?
No, little glittering objects. The ones that set lazy men to idle dreaming.
You mean the stars.
That's right.
And what do you do with the stars?
Nothing. I own them.
But I have already seen a king who told me...
Kings do not own, they reign over. It's very different. And it makes me very rich.
What good does it do you to be rich?
Well, it makes it possible for me to buy more stars, if any are discovered.
How is it possible for one to own the stars?
To whom do they belong?
To nobody.
Then they belong to me, because I was the first to think of it.
I suppose that is true, but what do you do with them?
I administer them, count them, recount them. It's difficult, but I am a man who is interested in matters of consequence.
You cannot pluck the stars from heaven.
No, but I can put them into the bank.
Whatever does that mean?
I write the number of my stars on a paper. I put the paper into a drawer and lock it with a key.
Is that all?
It is enough.
That is rather poetic, but of no great consequence.
Your ideas about matters of consequence are quite different from those of grown-ups.
Quite. I myself own a flower, which I water every day. I own 3 volcanoes, which I clean out every day. It is of some use to my volcanoes and my flowers that I own them. You are of no use to the stars.
Balderdash! Now, let's see, where was I? 342, 77 plus 89.
The grown-ups are altogether extraordinary.
Tell me, how did you come to visit this planet, the Earth?
It was recommended by a geographer on the 5th planet I visited.
Do you like it? Do you intend to stay?
It has been almost a year since I left my home, my flower, my volcanoes. I'm worried.
The baobabs?
I left them under control.
Your flower, then?
On my journey, I learned many things. I learned that flowers are in danger of speedy disappearance. Soon I must return.
It had been 8 days since my accident in the desert. The last drop of my water supply was gone. The little prince seemed not to guess the danger. A little sunshine was all he seemed to need. He was recounting some of his experiences after coming to our planet.
I met a friend. He was a fox.
My dear little man, this is no longer a matter that could have anything to do with a fox.
Why not?
I am about to die of thirst.
I'll tell you about it as we go, then. Come, let us look for a well.
It's absurd to look for a well at random in the immensity of the desert.
When arrived on the earth, I was surprised not to see any people. It was explained to me that I had landed on the desert.
Your friend the fox told you this?
No, it was a little gold-colored snake. A funny little animal. No thicker than a finger.
A little yellow snake, but they're deadly.
Not deadly, but more powerful than the finger of a king.
He could have struck you fatally.
He told me he could help me someday. If I grew too homesick for my planet. He told me all I need do is come back to the place where I descended. He would meet me there.
Are you so homesick then?
It is very close to the anniversary of my arrival. At that time, my planet will be right overhead.
I shall be unhappy if you go.
That is what the fox said. It was his fault. He wanted me to tame him.
Tame him?
It was when I wandered into a garden filled with flowers. There were thousands of them, precisely alike. They called themselves roses. I was broken-hearted.
Because of the roses?
They were all exactly like my flower. A flower I thought to be unique in all the universe.
Oh.
The fox made me understand, to have hope again. He wanted me to tame him because it would establish ties and make him different from all the other foxes.
I'm beginning to understand.
I looked again at the roses. They were beautiful, but one would not die for them. My rose is more important than all the others because it is she that I have watered. It is she I have put under a glass globe, sheltered from the wind behind a screen. Listened to when she grumbled or boasted. She is my rose.
And your friend the fox?
When I met him, he was as yet nothing. Just a fox like thousands of other foxes. But I have made him my friend. And now he is unique in all the world.
You have learned a secret. A simple secret. It's only with the heart that one can see rightly.
What is essential is invisible to the eye.
Men have forgotten that you become responsible forever for what you have tamed.
I am responsible for my rose.
When we had trudged along for several hours in silence, the darkness fell and the stars came out. The little prince dropped off to sleep. I took him in my arms and set out walking once more. I felt the need of protecting him as if he himself were a flame that might be extinguished by a little puff of wind. I walked on, and I found the well at daybreak.
Now, you must keep your promise, you know. The muzzle for my sheep.
I remember. I'm afraid it's not very good.
This will be all right.
You have plans I don't know about.
Tomorrow will be the anniversary of my descent to the earth.
And your star will be just above?
You must return to your work on the engine now. I will be waiting here. Come back tomorrow evening.
I'm a little frightened.
Remember the fox. One runs the risk of weeping a little if one lets himself be tamed.
I was not reassured. I did not want to lose my little friend. I pretended to go, but returned and hid behind a rock. I could not see to whom the little prince was speaking.
This is the exact spot. The right time. You have good poison. You are sure you will not make me suffer too long.
My heart jumped to my throat. I looked around the rock. Before me, facing the little prince, was one of those yellow snakes that take just 30 seconds to end your life. I dug into my pocket for my gun and started to run. The snake let himself flow across the sand like the dying spray of a fountain and disappeared among the stones. What does this mean? Why are you talking with snakes?
You will find out what is wrong with your engine today, and you can go back home. I, too, am going home today. It is much farther. Much more difficult.
I want you to stay a while longer.
I have your sheep and the sheep's box. And I have the muzzle.
Little man, I want to hear you laugh again. Tell me it's only a bad dream, this affair of the snake, the meeting place, the star.
At night you will look up at the stars. My star will be just one of the stars for you. You will love to watch all of the stars in the heavens. They will be your friends. I am making you a present.
Little prince, dear little prince, I love to hear that laughter.
That is my present. Just that.
What are you trying to say?
For most people, the stars are silent. You alone will have the stars as no one else has them.
I don't understand.
In one of the stars, I shall be living. In one of them, I shall be laughing. It will be as if all the stars were laughing when you look at the night sky. Only you will have the stars that can laugh. I, too, shall look at the stars. They will all be wells with a rusty pulley. You will have 500 million little bells, and I shall have 500 million springs of fresh water. Now, let me go by myself.
You're afraid, little friend?
I am responsible for my flower. She is so weak, so naive. She has 4 thorns of no use at all.
Don't go. Please. Don't go. I seemed unable to move. The little prince hesitated, took one step. There was nothing there but a flash of yellow close to his ankle. He remained motionless for an instant. He did not cry out. He fell gently as a tree falls. There wasn't even any sound because of the sand. Now, years and years have gone by. Until now, I've never told this story. My sorrow is comforted a little. Not entirely, but I know he did go back to his planet. His body was not there at daybreak. At night, I love to listen to the stars. It's like 500 million little bells. But there is one extraordinary thing. When I drew the muzzle for the little prince, I forgot to add the leather strap to it. He will never have been able to fasten it on his sheep. So now I keep wondering what's happening on his planet. Perhaps the sheep has eaten the flour and the little bells are changed to tears. Here, then, is a great mystery. Nothing in the universe can be the same if somewhere a sheep that we have never seen has, yes or no, eaten a rose. And no grown-up will ever understand that this is a matter of so much importance.
The CBS Radio Workshop has presented The Little Prince by Antoine de Saint-Exupéry, produced and directed by Anthony Ellis. The script was adapted for radio by Frank Taussig. Richard Beals was heard as the Little Prince, with Raymond Burr as our narrator. Featured in the cast were Ben Wright, Joseph Kearns, and Hans Conried. Music for tonight's workshop was composed by René Garrigank and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. This is Hugh Douglas inviting you to join us again next week when, from New York, we present H.L. Mencken, The Story of a Journalist. That's next week on the CBS Radio Workshop. Stay tuned for 5 minutes of CBS News, to be followed on most of these same stations by My Son Jeep. America listens most to the CBS Radio Network.
Autolite and its 98,000 dealers bring you Mr. Jack Benny in tonight's presentation of Suspense.
Tonight, Autolite, following a popular trend, anticipates the strange disappearance of experimental rocket ship Y-272B. The time, the year 2053. The place, the planet Mars. The star, Mr. Jack Benny.
Say, Hap, that was quite a speech you made last night. You were as dynamic as an Autolite Stay-Full battery.
Oh, that's flattery, Harlow.
And what a battery it is, Hap. The Autolite Stay-Full is the power-packed pepster that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use.
I really don't deserve such praise, Harlow.
Why not? That's the battery with the fiberglass retaining mats protecting every positive plate to reduce shedding and flaking and give the Autolite Stay-Full longer life, as proved by tests conducted according to accepted life cycle standards.
I was really good, eh, Harlow?
Oh, no one could do any better than to visit his nearest Autolite battery dealer, who services all makes of batteries. To quickly locate him, just call Western Union by number
and ask for Operator 25. I'll tell you the name of your nearest Autolite battery dealer, where you can get an Autolite Stay-Full.
The battery that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use. And remember, from bumper to tail light, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite presents transcribed Plan X, starring Mr. Jack Benny, hoping once again to keep you in suspense.
The card. Do you have the card yet?
One more run through the machine.
Touareg, when do you think the Earth rocket is arriving?
Tomorrow. But if the Grand Council wanted the card before now, they should have asked me before now.
Is that it? Let me see it.
Here.
13756. Zeno. Assembly line worker. Atomic escalator factory. Touareg, this is the man for the job?
He has the specifications called for.
An assembly line worker. Why, it's incredible. Incredible.
Yes? Yes? Right away. You may go in now, Zeno. The Grand Council is ready for you.
One 13756 called Zeno. Come forward.
Yes, sir.
Zeno, the Grand Council of Mars has a mission for you to perform.
Me? A mission?
You have been selected because of the qualities shown on your work and identity card, Form 42-A. Set habit patterns, attention to detail, no strong emotional or biological drives, and complete suppression of imagination.
Well, I always pride myself
Do not
that
speak unless questioned, Zeno. The Grand Council has other important matters of state.
Of course, of course.
You have heard the telephone broadcast that an armed rocket from the planet Earth is approaching Mars.
Oh, I did hear something about it, yes.
Their course has been plotted as bringing them to a landing on the plain outside the city at 10:14 tomorrow morning.
10:14. You know, I wouldn't mind seeing that.
You will see it, Citizen Zeno.
Me?
You.
Well, I'd certainly like to, but I'm due in the atomic escalator factory at 8. I'm on stair treads, you know. And
We've arranged a leave from your job.
Leave? Well, I'm not arguing with the Grand Council, but I've got a pretty important job there, and...
13756, you've been selected to meet and deal with the Earth rocket.
Me?
You will put Plan X into operation.
Plan X?
Citizen Zeno, every Martian for the last 50 years has been thoroughly grounded in Plan X, if and when a rocket should come from the Earth.
Oh, Plan X. Oh, you see, I thought you said Plan X, of course.
Then you understand and accept the responsibility.
Oh, anything to help out.
Those assisting you on the mission will be in contact with you.
Good.
Have the other council members any questions?
I don't believe so.
13756, called Zeno. You are now officially operating under the provisions of Plan X.
Well, thank you. I took the aerial transmission belt directly home. Let them get along without me at the escalator factory if they could. Besides, it was almost quitting time. I went to bed early that night. Tomorrow was going to be a big day. Plan X. Out of the whole population of Mars, I was picked to carry out Plan X. Oh, I'll admit I had my criticisms of the Grand Council in the past, but this restored my confidence in them. Yes, sir. They couldn't have picked a better Martian. I think I'll have a second cup of ostrich, Mother.
Zeno, you haven't time. You'll be late for the factory as it is.
As I told you, Mother, I'm on leave. Orders of the Grand Council.
Oh, yes, of course, Plan X. But will the Grand Council care if you don't get your job back?
There won't be any trouble. They couldn't replace me in stair treads, and they know it. Pass the Gorot, will you, Mother?
Here. But it's fattening, Zeno.
Well, I got a hard task coming up, Mother. I owe it to myself.
And you will be careful, Zeno.
Oh, Mother, if I've told you once, I've told you 1,000 times. It's just an invasion rocket from that stupid planet Earth. So will you stop worrying?
Ah, you're just like your father was, Zeno. Too brave for your own good.
I am? Well, it's nothing, really. I took my time going over to the field where the Earth rocket was to land. I got there at 10, with not another soul around. Another few minutes, and I had my pocket radar screen working. Yep, the rocket was coming in, right on time. Then I could hear it out in space, and soon after that I could see it, bearing our first visitors from Earth. Gee, I was thinking they must be a brave crew. I almost felt sorry for them. It wasn't a bad landing. Not the greatest, but not bad. After another 10 minutes, a port in the side of the rocket started to swing open, and I walked over it. If I do say it myself, I made quite an impression.
Commander, look.
Great Scott, what is it?
Commander, I think we've met our first Martian.
All right, keep back, everybody. Dr. Fielding and I will deal with it. Him, whatever it is. Hand me the Martian kit, Parker.
All ready, sir.
Come on, Fielding. We'll be ready for anything.
Right, Commander. Incredible. Absolutely incredible.
I'll try to talk to him. We Earth people, we friends, we come from out there. Oh, blasted feeling, I feel like a fool.
Let me try, Commander. We bring you presents. Here, we bring you beads, cloths of many colors. Take them.
You wouldn't have something a little more conservative?
Fielding, he speaks Esperanto.
Incredible, incredible.
Gentlemen, welcome to Mars.
It's almost as if he was expecting us.
Oh, yes, for some days now. Ever since you left Earth, as a matter of fact.
You hear that, Fielding?
Commander, we may very well be in the presence of a superior race.
Well, thank you.
You say you expected us? Everyone expected us?
Oh, certainly.
But you're here alone.
Yes. Well, unfortunately, all other adult Martians are, shall we say, unavailable.
For how long?
Not wishing to pry, but how long are you staying?
Well, they've taken to the hills, have they? No need to be afraid of us. No need at all.
There's no one in your city over there?
Mainly unavailable. But I'll be glad to show you around. Martian hospitality, you know.
Amazing. Can we go right away, Commander? I'll get Connie.
You can call her, Fielding, but we don't want to blunder into a trap. All right, men. All in. Parker, take 3 men and stay here for rocket guard.
Yes, sir.
Ready, Fielding?
All set, Commander. Connie, I want you to meet our first Martian.
Dr. Fielding, I don't believe it.
Miss Morrison, this is,
13756. Called Zeno.
Miss Morrison, this is Zeno.
How do you do?
Well, how do you do?
Incredible. But he's almost handsome in a strange way. And he speaks our language.
Maybe a trick of some kind. Expedition Force, on to...
It's a little difficult to pronounce.
On to the city!
We marched into the city, which, of course, appeared quite deserted. Plan X. I showed them a few of the sights, the canals, the Og factory, and the hall of the Grand Council. I was walking alongside of Connie, Miss Morrison, who was most unlike the women of Mars. I caught myself showing off, riding the aerial transmission belt with one hand. Finally, I took them all to the art museum.
Oh, Commander, this place, this civilization, it's fantastic, fantastic.
Look at this sculpture, Dr. Fielding. The line, the detail. I've never seen anything so beautiful.
It's nothing, really.
Zeno, you don't mean that you...
Well, no. You see, I work at an atomic escalator factory. I'm in stair treads.
Everybody, over here. Look at this.
Oh, what is it? Why, isn't that what...
Zeno, is this what I think it is?
I'll have to read the nameplate. Oh, yes, a flying saucer. From 1952, your calendar. 100 years old.
1952, the year of the flying saucers. Then they did come from Mars.
Oh, yes.
But none of them ever landed on Earth. Why?
It just didn't seem worthwhile. Nothing personal, of course.
I just can't get over this planet. It's so different from anything we imagined.
Now, here's something you might be interested in. Right over here.
What? Looks like a weapon of some kind.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, you see, it's a paralyzer ray. It's 300 years old.
But why do you have it in a museum?
You don't mean that weapons like this are 300 years obsolete?
Well, you might say that, yes. You see, no adult Martian has carried a weapon for hundreds of years.
Well, why not?
Why should we?
But to defend yourself.
Well, we just have no aggressive impulses, that's all.
Well, if someone struck you, wouldn't you strike back?
I couldn't. But it doesn't matter. No one could strike me.
No Martian, that is.
Yes. We've never had any trouble.
Zeno, you're in the diplomatic service?
The escalator game.
Yet you were delegated to meet us.
Yes, by the Grand Council. You see, we stopped having diplomats handle our important missions years ago. Again, nothing personal, of course.
I see. But you are empowered to deal with us.
Deal with you? I certainly am.
Good. Now, it seems logical to me that we should work out a mutual defense pact. Not right now, of course.
Mr. Zeno! Mr. Zeno!
Who's that?
It looks like children.
We have to see him, Mr. Zeno.
Just some little friends of mine.
Oh, they're darling.
What's the problem, Ormy?
We're building something, and we're all out of uranium. We need some right away, and...
Zeno, does he mean real uranium?
Oh, of course, Dr. Fielding. Oh, it won't hurt them a bit.
We have to have it right away, Mr. Zeno. We just have to have it.
The city was deserted. Where did these children come from?
Oh, you know how it is with kids when they get to playing.
You'll get the uranium for us, won't you, Mr. Zeno? Will you?
Fascinating. What are they playing, Zeno?
Yes. What's the game?
I don't think you've heard of it, Commander. It's called Plan X.
Autolite is bringing you Mr. Jack Benny in Plan X. Tonight's presentation in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Say, Harlow, do you like to make speeches?
Sure, Hap, especially about the Autolite Stay Full battery. Friends, Romans, motorists, lend me your ears while I praise the greatest of the great, the incomparable Autolite Stay Full. The battery that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use. The battery that gives longer life as proved by tests conducted according to accepted life cycle standards. The famous Autolite Stay Full has over 3 times the liquid reserve of ordinary batteries. And because every positive plate is protected by fiberglass retaining mats to reduce shedding and flaking, the Autolite Stay Full just naturally gives longer life than ordinary batteries.
And where can one get this glorious battery?
From your nearest Autolite battery dealer who services all makes of batteries. To quickly locate him, just phone Western Union and ask for operator 25.
And I'll tell you where you can get an Autolite Stay Full, the battery that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use.
And remember, from bumper to tail light, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Mr. Jack Benny in Elliot Lewis's production of Plan X, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
For the next week, I showed the Earth expedition around the city, signed a few treaties, and had several long conversations with Miss Morrison. Well, not too long, but I felt we were building a solid friendship. It was too bad it was coming to an end.
You're not going out again this evening, Zeno?
Mother, so I've been out 2 evenings in a row. Doesn't have to be fatal, you know.
This is the time of year you always get that chest cold.
Oh, chest cold, chest cold. Anyway, Mother, I have to go over to the rocket.
Don't they plan to go back to Earth tomorrow?
They plan to, yes. Miss Morrison promised to take a little farewell walk with me this evening.
Don't let her keep you out in the moonlight too long, Zeno.
Mother, why, that's the most ridiculous thing
You just don't know how attractive you are.
Now, Mother, Miss Morrison and I are merely friends. And to think of anything beyond that is just...
Mr. Zeno! Mr. Zeno! We're almost finished the game, Mr. Zeno.
Good. All finished, Army?
Just about. It's tomorrow morning at 8:45, isn't it?
8:45. Anything else you need, Army? I mean, any more uranium?
No, I just wanted to make sure it was 8:45. Well, see you in the morning, Mr. Zeno. Goodbye, Mrs. Zeno.
See you in the morning, Army.
Such a cute little fellow, Zeno. And smart.
Is he? Mother, you have no idea. The Earth expedition was camped beside their rocket, getting ready for takeoff the next day. Connie, Miss Morrison, waved when she saw me coming. I waved back, and then she smiled at me, and I smiled back. It was a beautiful evening. We walked out over the plain, Connie and I, and then we sat down quite close. Connie lit a cigarette, and I opened up a package of Gurkhag.
Zeno.
Yes, Connie. Miss Morrison.
Connie. How is it you're not married, Zeno? Don't Martians believe in it?
Oh, definitely. But there's Mother and...
And what?
Connie, you don't find me a little bit strange?
You mean because you're a Martian?
Not exactly. You see, even to Martian girls, I'm a little bit strange.
I find you very attractive, Zeno.
Really?
You're from a superior race?
Well...
The commander may not see it, but Dr. Fielding does, and I do. Your civilization, your culture, and you.
Actually, I'm...
What are the other Martians like? You know, I seem to feel there are people all around, watching, waiting, and yet we've seen only you.
And the children, of course.
Yes, and the children. They've been playing around the rocket all day.
Yes, yes.
Zeno, what'll happen to this planet, this beautiful planet, when the next Earth rocket comes? And the next one?
Connie.
I'd almost like to stay here. Or I wish we'd never come. None of us.
Connie, there's something I...
What, Zeno? What is it?
It's just that it's getting cold. Maybe we better go back. I walked with Connie back to the rocket, and then I went home. There was a message on the autophonopad. The Grand Council wanted to see me at once. You sent for me, gentlemen?
13756 called Zeno. You are nearing the completion of Plan X.
I hope my work has been satisfactory.
You were selected for certain qualifications, Zeno. Set habit patterns, attention to detail, no strong emotional drives.
I remember, yes.
You have assumed a responsibility based on those qualifications.
I suppose you might put it that way.
Are you still prepared to discharge that responsibility?
Well, I think you might as well know that it's been my criticism in the past, as well as that of a lot of other taxpayers, that the Grand Council interferes entirely too much in the private lives of, well, what I mean to say...
Are you prepared to discharge your responsibility?
But about Connie, I mean Miss Morrison, isn't there some way...
You know that there is not.
Well, I suppose not, no.
Plan X will then be completed.
I assure the Grand Council, at 8:45 tomorrow morning, Plan X will be completed. I didn't sleep well that night, and Mother was worried when I hadn't any appetite in the morning. She thought it was the start of one of my chest colds. Purposely, I didn't go out to the rocket until almost 8:40. They were blasting the motors, getting ready to take off.
Zeno, I thought you weren't coming.
I overslept, Connie. That is, I didn't really oversleep, but...
The children have been here for an hour.
We're just about finished playing, Mr. Zeno.
Oh, good, Army. Did you win the game? Plan X?
I think so. We'll know in a minute, Mr. Zeno.
They're so intense. Are the children on Mars always that way, Zeno?
Well, not always, no.
Ah, come to see us off, did you, Zeno? Good boy. We counted on you.
Well, thank you.
Come over here, Fielding.
Yes, Commander.
Connie, Fielding, Zeno here has been so helpful to us that I've come to a decision.
That's very nice of you, but I'm pretty well stocked up on beads right now.
A different kind of a present. Zeno, I've decided to invite you to come with us to Earth.
To Earth?
How about it, Zeno? We're taking off in 16 minutes at 9 o'clock. How about it?
Well, it's not that I don't appreciate your thinking of me, but Mother would worry and...
You see, we need you, Zeno.
That's not true.
Well, I'm afraid it is. You see, I think Zeno is a much more important man than a worker in an elevator factory.
Escalator. I'm in stair trams.
And if we have Zeno along the next time we come back to Mars, we'd be much less likely to run into, well, an ambush.
I'm afraid he's right, Connie.
He's not right.
How about it, Zeno?
Thanks, but no.
Commander, those kids, they've got some sort of a ray gun set up.
Fielding. Is it real, Fielding?
Why, it looks like it, Commander.
Get Zeno over in front of us, quick. Now they can't shoot without hitting him. Get your gun out, Parker.
You mean the kids, Commander?
If we have to, yes. Tell them not to fire on us, Zeno.
I'm sorry, Connie. Really sorry.
Oh, it's all right, Zeno. Do what you have to do.
Shall we shoot, Mr. Zeno?
Have your gun ready, Parker.
It wouldn't do any good, Commander. All right, Army. Plan X.
Did you fire, Parker?
Me, sir? Fire a gun? Why, I couldn't. I couldn't do a thing like that.
No, of course you couldn't. I don't know what made me ask.
The rocket, its motors have stopped. Its motors have stopped, Commander.
Well, we aren't going anywhere, are we?
Someone said something about going back to Earth.
Back to Earth?
Oh, no. Of course not. Of course not.
Everybody all right?
What happened, Commander? What happened?
Nothing, really. It's just that Ormy and his little friends built a maturity ray. It takes people who are, shall we say, less advanced and increases their IQ by several thousand years.
That's amazing.
Child's play.
Zeno, do you mean to say...
Commander, Dr. Fielding, Parker, Connie, permit me to congratulate you as fellow Martians.
Utterly amazing.
Connie.
Look, here come the Martians.
Our fellow Martians, thousands of them. They're coming to welcome us.
Connie.
Oh, look at them. Oh, they look so handsome, so intelligent, so...
Connie.
Yeah, excuse me, Zeno. I'll be back, Commander. I have to go to them. I'll be back.
Well, she did like me for a while. Before Plan X. But she did like me. Even just for a while. That's something, isn't it?
Suspense. Presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Mr. Jack Benny.
This is Harlow Wilcox again, speaking for Autolite, world's largest independent manufacturer of automotive electrical equipment. Autolite is proud to serve the greatest names in the industry. That's why, during the early months of 1953, as we did last year, the Autolite family will join in saluting the leading car manufacturers who install Autolite products as original equipment. Our Autolite family is a worldwide family and numbers among its members some 30,000 men and women in Autolite plants in the United States, Canada, and many foreign countries, and the 18,000 people who have invested a portion of their savings in Autolite, as well as thousands of Autolite distributors and dealers, and the many leading manufacturers who use Autolite products as original equipment. Our Autolite family will salute the Dodge division of Chrysler Corporation on the next Autolite Suspense program on television. If you live in a television area, check the day and time of Suspense so that you'll be sure to see this program.
Next week, the dramatic report of a man's desperate race for freedom. A true story with names and places changed in order to protect the lives of the principals. The story is called The Man Who Cried Wolf. Our star, Mr. Jeff Chandler. That's next week on Suspense. Suspense is transcribed and directed by Elliott Lewis, with music composed by Lucien Morowick and conducted by Lud Gluskin. Plan X was written for Suspense by Richard Powell. Featured in tonight's cast were Mary Jane Croft, Norma Varden, John McIntyre, Truda Marson, Howard McNear, William Conrad, Jack Crucian, Joseph Kearns, and Stuffy Singer.
The Jack Benny Show may be heard every Sunday on the CBS Radio Network.
And remember next week, Mr. Jeff Chandler in The Man Who Cried Wolf.
The 1953 March of Dimes has nearly passed by. If you haven't given your dime or dollar to help in the crusade against polio, why not do it now? Send your contribution to your local March of Dimes headquarters.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please.
The American Broadcasting Company presents Quiet, Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper, and which features Ernest Chappell.
Quiet Please for tonight is called The Oldest Man in the World. It was bitter cold up there in the uplands, the foothills of the Pyrenees, 20,000 years ago. The great sheet of glacial ice had slid down from the polar ice cap. Only the mountain peaks arose above it. There were reindeer in southern France. Reindeer and the great shaggy bison. The long-haired ancestor of the horse lived somehow on those dead hills in the bitter cold of 200 centuries ago. No man wrote down the time when the sullen glaciers let go their icy hold on the countryside, for there were no men to see it. Only the fierce great bears roaming the barren, frigid hills, preying horribly on the reindeer and the bison and the gentle, frightened horses. Where the men came from, nobody knows. Perhaps they struggled up from the Spanish peninsula over the jagged passes of the Pyrenees, following the retreating wall of ice. Perhaps they... But it's fruitless to speculate. The ice melted away to the north, and the earth appeared, and there were men living in the high caves of the Pyrenees. In the Cro-Magnon caves along the Dordogne in France, they found what they said was indisputable evidence of prehistoric man. An intelligent, walking upright man who made weapons, fought, worshipped, and died. The Cro-Magnon man, you've seen the drawings they made of him. A beetle-browed, heavy-jawed caveman. A short step on the ladder of evolution above his anthropoid forebears. And in certain caves hidden away in the foothills of the Pyrenees, you can find drawings that the Cro-Magnon man scratched on the cave walls 20,000 years ago. So he did live and flourish, and finally perished. And they say he vanished utterly. That is what they say. Now I'll tell you what I know.
Why, I think I ought to tell Lucas. I know the story even better.
Did you hear that? Did you hear a voice speaking to you? I thought I heard a voice. I thought I heard Harry's voice. Listen. It couldn't be Harry's voice, could it? Not Harry's voice. Harry's dead. Harry... And the last time I saw Harry alive was 27 years ago this coming August. Listen. It can't be. I wonder if Harry's bicycle is still up there beneath a clump of bushes. They'd be trees now. Up there at the mouth of the cave on the road. The lonesome road that leads past the ruins of the castle of Montespan. The frame will be rusty, and the tires will be in shreds, and the shiny leather will be weather-worn and mildewed. If some village boy from Montespan didn't find the bicycle and ride it away many years ago. But I doubt anybody found it. Nobody found the mouth of that cave. Not for 20,000 years. We left our bicycles at the mouth of the cave. Harry, and Lucille, and I.
We can sit here in the cave until the storm's over. Long ride down to the village, and I don't want to get caught in one of these young floods. Can't even find a road when it starts to rain. Pull your bike inside, Lucille. It'll start raining any second.
We made it just in time, it looks like.
Sit down, Lucas. Here, Lucille.
Yeah, I want a cigarette.
Here.
Thanks.
Me.
You boys are so polite.
No, not three from one match, Lucille.
Oh, you. I haven't got any matches.
Here.
Thanks. Lightning.
Practically never strikes game.
Oh, sit closer to me.
Cold, Lucille?
I don't like lightning.
There comes the rain.
Let's get farther inside. It's coming right in here.
It's probably damp in there, too.
No, it's nice and dry. Dark, though.
Come on, Lucas. Blowing right in there.
I'll say it is. Where are you, Lucille?
Here. Dry leaves.
Oh, fine.
Sit down.
Sit down, Lucas. Not on me.
I can't see you.
Oh. This is all right. Comfortable, Lucille?
Fine. Oh, listen to it rain.
Nice and cozy in here.
Yeah, no wonder they lived in caves.
Who?
Cavemen. Cro-Magnon men.
Suppose any of them lived in here?
Big cave. Seems big, anyway.
Well, probably they did. Lived in all the caves around here. Remember what the abbey told us down the village?
On trouve les reliques partout.
Sure, they find relics everywhere. They lived here all right.
Nobody home now, though.
Hardly. Yeah, that was 20,000 years ago.
Was you there, Charlie?
Oh. Yeah, they lived in all the caves around here. They must have lived here.
They've explored all the caves from here to Toulouse.
This one's kind of hidden, though. We just found it by accident.
Good accident. Yeah, we'd be out in that.
Sure coming down.
I'm hungry.
It'll stop pretty soon.
I hope so.
If this keeps up, that road will be something.
Road? Goat path.
Well, you're dry.
Now. Where are you going, Lucille?
Exploring. Find a caveman.
What's the matter with me?
You're too gentle.
I can get rough.
Don't go far, Lucille. Break your leg in the dark back there.
Yeah, and I don't want to have to carry you down that mountainside in the mud.
I've got my flashlight.
Well, be careful.
You got another cigarette? Yeah, match.
You got nothing but the habit, Lucas.
Thanks.
Cave goes way back under the hill.
Well, be careful.
Oh, shut up.
My bride.
Yeah, I wonder if this cave really has been explored.
I wouldn't know.
It'd be nice to find a souvenir, take home with us.
What kind of souvenir?
Bone or something?
With some caveman's name carved on it. Property of Ugg, son of Gug.
Yeah, carved things on bones. Carved pictures on the walls of the caves.
How are you going to pry the wall off a cave? Lucille? Lucille? Hey, Lucille!
I'm all right. Hey, there's bats in here.
What'd you expect, robins?
Ostriches.
I wouldn't wander around back there, Lucille.
I'm all right.
Well, be careful.
Shut up.
Come back here.
In a minute. Hey, there's a big hole back here.
Well, stay away from it.
I will.
Stopped raining here?
Yeah, it's coming down harder than ever.
Getting dark out, too.
Well, we're dry.
None of that brandy left, is there?
I heard that.
Well, there ain't any.
Drink it up. I don't want any.
We should come back here.
In a minute. Hey, this is wonderful back here.
Well, come on back here.
Gosh, it's dark.
Come back before you get lost.
All right.
See any pictures back there?
It's like the Louvre, dearie.
The what?
The Louvre, where the pictures are. In Paris, France.
Oh. No, on the walls.
No pictures.
Well, you better come back.
Oh, I gotta see this hole in the floor.
You stay away from it.
Oh, way down. I think there's water down there.
Water outside, too.
Oh, Lucille, come back here now. Stop fooling around. You'll break your...
I won't.
You will, too. You... What's the matter? You... Lucille! Lucille!
Get back here!
What's the matter with you? What is it? What...
Get back here, quick!
Come on, Lucas.
Wait, I'll get my flashlight. Lucille, now stand still.
Look out for that hole, Harry. Look out this way.
What happened? What is it?
You're both scared to death.
What happened?
Look!
What?
A footprint. A caveman's footprint.
Well, let's see. In the solid rock.
How did it get there?
Yeah. A caveman put it there. 20,000 years ago.
In the solid rock?
Well, that was soft mud 20,000 years ago. And a man, a beetle-browed, heavy-jawed, Cro-Magnon man, left it there in the soft limestone mud. And the mud is hardened through all those 200 times 100 years, and it looks as if he just walked away from it. And the man that made it, he's not even a dead man anymore. He died. He was a skeleton somewhere in here in the bowels of the earth. The centuries went on and on. He's not even dust, the man that made that footprint.
It scares me.
You don't need to be afraid of him, Lucille.
Listen.
Harry.
Thunder. Thunder, that's all.
Hold my hand, Harry. I'm scared all of a sudden.
There's nothing to be afraid of.
Harry.
I know there's nothing to be afraid of, Lucas, but...
Let's get out of here. I'm scared.
Come on, dear.
Let's go back where we were and not wander around till the rain stops. Over this way, Harry. He fell. That hole in the floor.
He didn't fall. You pushed him.
Lucille.
You pushed him. I saw you push him. You murderer,
Well, I pushed him. His eyes were on the footprint on the yellow limestone floor of the cave as he took a backward step directly toward the yawning hole that led to... And I pushed him into. Just the lightest touch on his arm, just enough to take his balance away from him on that glaze of ancient crystalline limestone. Just the lightest push. And Lucille saw it. Of course. Lucille had promised to marry me. That was before Harry's time. Lucille loved me. That was before Harry's time. I loved Lucille. Before Harry's time and after Harry's time and always. But she married Harry. They asked me to come along to the south of France with them, the old good friend, the friend of the family, the man who loved and lost and forgave and wrapped up his broken heart. Lucas the unjealous. Lucas the good loser, the good fellow, good old Lucas. And at last the storm sent opportunity deep in the cave where the oldest man in the world had lived. He would forget the man who died of an accident in that ancient place. And in time the good friend would take up his role as the lover. A role he had never forgotten. But Lucille saw what I did. I remember the thoughts that raced through my mind as we stood beside that pit there in the brief lights from our paltry flashlights. I'll have to do something. I'll have to try. I'll have to make it look as if I was only trying to save him from falling. He's dead down there. He hit his head on the rocks as he fell, or he's drowned in those black waters down there. I'll have to do something to convince her. Look. Look there at the side of the pit. Why, a man could climb down there. I would only have to climb part way down to make it look good. To make it look as if I really wanted to rescue him. It'll be a great act. I won't fall. I'll make it look good. She'll be sure I was trying to save him if I climbed down after him. And he's dead anyway.
I saw him do it. I saw the murderer. I saw him push you on the murderer.
Lucille, you're being absurd. Lucille, listen to me. You know perfectly well I didn't push Harry. You know I didn't, Lucille. I reached out as I saw his foot slipping on the floor there, and I tried to save him from falling, but I didn't push him. Lucille, you know I didn't push him. Why, Harry's my best friend, Lucille. Why should I try to kill him? Why, I love you. And I love Harry like a brother, Lucille. I didn't push him. I tried to save his life. Listen, Lucille. Listen. Stop crying a second. I'm going down there. There, see? Where it looks as if the steps the old cavemen made themselves so long ago. Now you stay right here, Lucille, and I'll go down and I'll do everything I can to bring Harry back to you. No, now stay there and wait. Wait, Lucille, wait. I can climb down.
No, I don't want you to do it.
Let me go, Lucille.
No, I know you want to make sure he's dead when you go down there. No, you want to make sure he's dead.
Why, Lucille. Why, Lucille, I thought that's fine. I hadn't thought of that. He might be still alive down there at that. But he won't be, Lucille, darling, when I come back. I thank you very much for the suggestion, I thought. That solves the whole problem very neatly. And now down the slippery steps cut into the limestone. Down, oh, so carefully in the dark. A little gurgling sound of dark waters below me. Foot slip, be careful, mustn't fall yourself, Lucas. And up above, the dim beam from Lucille's flashlight. Very, very neat as I climb down. Harry! Oh, boy. Are you all right? Harry! Harry, oh, boy. Maybe he is dead. Maybe he did drown. How much farther is it? The rocks are slippery. And I see water lap suddenly at my foot.
Harry.
Now my own flashlight to see down here. A head bobbing on the surface of the water. Harry! No. And beam sweeps back and forth over the swirling, dark, icy waters. Harry? This wall. The far wall. To the right. To the left. Harry!
Harry!
I don't see him, Lucille.
Harry!
He's not down here.
Lucas!
I heard.
Lucas!
Is that you, Harry? Where?
Lucas!
Where are you? Harry! Harry!
I hear you.
Are you all right?
Certainly I'm all right. Jump down into the water.
What? Where are you?
The water isn't deep. Jump down.
Well, listen, I don't...
Jump down. I think my arm's broken. Come on, hurry.
Well,
Come on, quick.
Where are you?
Feel around the side. Water's only up to your chest. Feel around the side. The tunnel.
Panicky in the wet darkness, feeling around the slimy walls, water lapping soggily at my chest.
Keep feeling around. You'll find it. I can't help
Suddenly,
you.
an opening. And the water sucking hungrily at my legs, a suffocating, water-filled tunnel. The rocky roof from 6 inches above my head. Water over my mouth. My eyes. Blinding terror, thrashing arms. Water, darkness. The place is gulf of air.
Don't fight it. Only a second, too. It'll be all right.
Harry!
You're all right.
I don't...
It's a tunnel that comes out of that hole I fell into. Underground river or something. Kind of a beach here. Lie still. You're all right.
Are you?
I think I broke my arm when I fell. I tried to get back through the tunnel, but the current's too strong. You'll have to help me, Lucas.
Wait.
Matter? Not scared, are you?
Why, this is another cave.
Not afraid of the cavemen, are you?
Where are you?
Right here.
It's so dark. Can't see a thing.
Try your flashlight, unless it's got waterlogged. Does work.
Stalactites. 100 feet long, hanging dismally from a ceiling so far away. A silent, rushing underground river, and a shore of yellow crystallized limestone. Beside me, a wall deep scratched with giant drawings that I recognize in the feeble light as the great shaggy bison of the Ice Age. Rude drawings in red and black of the gentle little horses that roamed the countryside above me one day. A rude altar. And ancient, terrifying marks scratched into the solid rock in the days when it was soft mud. Marks that the cavemen's high priests must have made there in their holy of holies in the ancient cave. Beside me, the incredibly old statue of the great ice bear, looming horribly in the little light. The marks of the ritual stone spears clear in its hulking sides after 20,000 years.
Look.
The squat, menacing figure of an almost man. Beetle-browed, heavy-jawed, glaring horribly at me over Harry's shoulder.
He won't hurt you, Lucas. He's a statue, too. Now you know, don't you, what the oldest man in the world looked like?
Nobody's ever seen anything like that, Harry.
Better save that light. We'll need it if we're going to get out of here to tell anybody about it.
No, it's all right. This is a fresh battery. Harry. It's incredible. Look at his face.
Solid limestone. Scare you, old boy? I want to get out of here.
Can we? Oh, wait, Harry. I want to... Listen.
I want to get out. That's the sound of the water. The river there.
I thought I heard...
The sound of the water.
Back there in the shadow.
Nothing.
There is, too, something back there.
The cavemen? The Cro-Magnon men alive after 20,000 years, Lucas?
There's something. I can hear...
Whatever it is, old man.
Harry.
What?
You said you broke your arm.
I said so. I said I couldn't get back through the passage with a broken arm, didn't I?
Well, that's what you...
A man couldn't get back there with a broken arm.
Well, why?
Because I wanted you in here with me, Lucas. I wanted you in here with whatever else is in here.
Harry.
You're the smart guy. You're the investigator. You're the man that knows all about the cavemen. You're the... What? A murderer, Lucas? I saw your face when you pushed me, murderer. So?
No, wait.
Goodbye, Lucas.
You're not going to leave me. I can get through that passage just as well as you can.
Not with a broken arm, Lucas. Not with two broken arms.
You're not...
Hold out your arms, Lucas.
No, you...
Now, look what you've done, Lucas. You've smashed the oldest statue in the world to bits. Not content with attempted murder, I did. Hold out your arms, Lucas, and let's get this over. Drop that rock.
Harry, I told you... I made my way back through the passage. How, I'll never know, but I made it. I made to climb up the slippery limestone walls of that dreadful pit up to the floor of the cave. I don't know how I did that. I stood for a long moment alongside Lucille when I came up to the cave floor. And I remember how the yellow floor glittered in what was left of the light from her dying flashlight. Lucille, I said. Lucille, I loved you. And I wanted you. And I loved you enough to try to murder Harry. And if I let you go, Lucille, you'll tell everybody, and they'll take me, and they'll hang me. And it's no good, Lucille.
he? Is he?
Yes, Lucille. Harry is dead. Harry is dead.
You murdered him.
No, Lucille. No, I didn't murder him. I tell you, I didn't murder him.
But he's dead.
Yes. He's dead, but I didn't murder.
Then I don't want to live any longer.
Yes, I know, Lucille. But I didn't murder Harry. I tried, but I didn't do it.
Murderer.
And I picked her up. And just as gently as I could, I dropped her over the edge of the yawning black pit. Down into the water down there. And before I loosened my hands and let her fall, I leaned over and I kissed her on the forehead. Because I did love her. They'd have hanged me. She wouldn't have believed me. Nobody in the world would have believed that thing that came out of the shadows behind Harry down there and lifted up a great jagged piece of the broken statue and smashed his head in. Nobody in the world would have believed me if I'd told them that Harry was killed by a real, live, breathing caveman. The last of the beetle-browed, heavy-jawed, squatty little men that lived 20,000 years ago. But that's what happened.
Story is The Oldest Man in the World. It was written and directed by Willis Cooper. And the man who spoke to you was Ernest Chappell.
And Don Briggs was Harry. Nancy Sheridan was Lucille. As usual, music for Quiet Please is played by Albert Berman. Our sound effects by William J. McClintock. Now for a word about next week, our writer-director Willis Cooper.
Thank you for listening to Quiet Please. Next week, since so many of our listeners have requested it, I'm going to give you my Memorial Day story in the house where I was born.
And so until next week at the same time, I am proudly yours, Ernest Chappell.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.